Good morning, everyone, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. Thank you all so much for joining us on this Wednesday, November 16th. We are taking a Live Now look from Bali. As you see here, the president of France, as well as other world leaders, all taking part in the G20. There, world leaders discuss Ukraine, climate change, and the economy, all on the high agenda for President Biden as he again took part in the G20 summit. Here's the latest from Fox News correspondent Peter Ducey.
I'm convinced we're going to come out of this crisis we've been through in the pandemic and other things stronger than we went in.
President Biden putting a heavy emphasis on recovery from the COVID pandemic on the second day of the G20 summit here in Bali. The president meeting with his counterparts from the world's 20 largest economies, pushing for more cooperation on both economic growth and climate change, announcing $20 billion to help Indonesia transfer away from fossil fuels.
As we accelerate our investment and speed transition to clean energy future and meet the climate crisis head on, we have to make sure that they benefit people everywhere.
But critics are slamming the president for what they see as a failure to push those same issues with Chinese President Xi, pointing out the climate crisis in China is significantly worse.
The last time I checked, we were on the same planet as China, which has almost 2.5 times the emissions that the United States has.
One world leader who isn't at the summit is still having an outsized influence. Russian President Vladimir Putin skipping the G20 as his invasion of Ukraine falters. Now G20 leaders are likely to issue a strong message condemning the invasion, while Ukraine's president addresses the meeting virtually and pressing for more international support as the war grinds on.
We should hold an international conference to cement the key elements of post-war security.
President Biden decided to skip the official G20 dinner on Tuesday. The White House says it's because he has work to do. In Bali, Indonesia, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
Right, thank you, Peter, for that report. And let's go ahead and head out to this live event, courtesy of NASA. The Artemis moon mission was a success this morning. Let's listen in to the post-launch brief, courtesy of NASA TV. This is all happening live, raw, and unfiltered.
B. Orion's on its way, and it's just beginning its mission. It's successfully completed a number of mission milestones so far, including the trans-lunar injection burn to put it on its trajectory to the moon. To provide you all with an update this morning, we have NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, Mike Serafin, Artemis Mission Manager out of NASA headquarters, Mike Bolger, John Honeycutt, Space Launch System Program Manager at Marshall, Howard Hugh, Orion Program Manager at Johnson, and Emily Nelson, Chief Flight Director at Johnson. It's been an incredible day, and so first I'll open it up to each of our participants to say a few words. Administrator.
I was standing on the roof of the LCC with a number of astronauts, and I'm telling you, we've never seen such a tail of flame. There were a bunch there that would like to be on that rocket, and I have to say, for what we saw tonight, it's an A+. It's a test flight. Took a long time coming to get here. Last time we were on the moon, Apollo 17, and we still have a long ways to go. And this is just the test flight. And we are stressing it and testing it in ways that we will not do to a rocket that has a human crew on it. But that's the purpose, to make it as safe as possible, as reliable as possible for when our astronauts crawl on board and go back to the moon. The enthusiasm throughout, not only this Space Center, even though a lot of America was in bed asleep, it will be apparent tomorrow. And the legacy that this professional crew put together in getting us to this day over the years is a legacy that indeed has been well earned and will continue as we now explore the heavens, as we go back to the moon, and then we go to Mars. Thanks, Jackie.
And over to you, Mike Serfin.
Yeah, good morning, and thank you again for continuing to follow our program in the Artemis 1 mission. We've talked to you a number of times about our 4 mission priorities: demonstrate the vehicle at lunar reentry conditions, demonstrate the vehicle in the spaceflight environment as priority 2, retrieve the spacecraft as priority 3, and then bonus objectives associated with science outreach and technology demonstrations. We have a priority 1 mission in play right now. We had the rocket do its job and deliver the spacecraft to the point of translunar injection. And I want to thank John Honeycutt and the SLS program for putting that priority 1 mission in play, as well as Jody Singer at the Marshall Space Flight Center and the Marshall Space Flight Center team. They did an amazing job getting us to this point, as well as our friends and family here at America's Spaceport under Janet Petro and Mike Bolger and his EGS program team, and our launch director, Charlie Blackwell Thompson. They did an amazing job applying lessons learned and getting us to this point. We do have a priority 1 mission in play because of their work. Today we got to witness the world's most powerful rocket take the Earth by its edges and shake the wicked out of it, and it was quite a sight. It's quite a sight. We're going to learn a lot more as we go. We've got 4 weeks of mission to go. We are just barely starting to scratch the surface of the Artemis program and gather data. We've learned a few things along the way, mostly that this system is performing exactly as we intended it to. We've had a few funnies along the way. We had some dropouts in the flight instrumentation on the SLS rocket. We've had some funnies and some in the star trackers, and then we had some funnies in some micro switches on the solar array wings, but the systems are performing, and we are pressing outbound toward the moon. We are going to continue to gather data as part of those mission priorities and mission objectives as we described earlier. And you know, speaking for myself, there's definitely relief that we're underway, but we also have a heightened sense of awareness that this mission is underway, and I personally am not going to rest well until we get safely to splashdown and recovery. So with that, I'll pass it back to Jackie.
And now we can hear from Mike Bolger, the ground systems.
Yeah, thank you. What an amazing day, and what an amazing launch. I'm actually envious of y'all because many of you were outside watching it, and we're sitting inside the firing room, you know, looking through the glass panes. It was a little bit, some moisture on the glass panes, and so we didn't, I think, have nearly the view that y'all had. But from everything that I could tell, it was well worth the visit here to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida to see the mission. Mike talked about the 4 priority goals that we have. I would add a 5th, and that was to prove that our ground systems and our ground team was prepared and was ready to launch this mission today, and I think they passed with flying colors. We really had a terrific day. It's been a journey for us as a ground operations team. The team has shown a ton of resilience. You know, we've worked in a COVID environment. We've dealt with hurricanes. We've been through first-time ops, and the team has shown the resilience and the resolve to do something really special, and that's what we did today. I think a lot of us come to NASA, you know, you kind of dream about it when you're a kid. I can't tell you how many people I work with who dream about it when they're 10 or 11 years old, and they kind of make it a point, I'm going to come work for NASA someday. And part of that reason is to make an impact or to be a part of changing the world. And I think today we did exactly that. You know, we really helped jumpstart this nation's manned exploration program, or to keep it going, really to move further and further into the solar system. So a really great day for us here, and really proud of the team today. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Now we'll go to John Honeycutt with the SLS program.
Yeah, hey, I just want to say I am envious too, like Mike talked about. But you know, the few seconds that we did get to look out the LCC, I'm looking at this big ball of fire, and I'm thinking, it's been a little over 12 years since I got to experience this, and it's so awesome to be back in the business doing it. And we've laid the foundation for the Artemis program and many generations to come. The team just did an outstanding job. As you heard the administrator say, the rocket performed outstandingly. We had a good performance on the hardware all day today, and of course I'm looking at those really dynamic events as we get down into the last seconds for when the RS-25s fire up, and then we get booster ignition, and then watching the performance of the core stage, especially those dynamic events associated with the pressurization system and the auxiliary power units, all performed outstandingly. Core stage with the boosters and the RS-25 engines delivered Orion and ICPS per the requirements. And then we had the first burn that gives us the raise was outstanding, and then the TLI burn performed outstandingly. So right now I can't say I'm more proud of the way the hardware performed and even more proud of the team. Jackie.
Thank you very much. Now over to Howard with the Orion program.
Yeah, good evening or morning, I think, to everybody. What a terrific day we've had. First, I want to thank the gentleman to my right, John and Mike. I mean, they're just terrific team getting us off the ground and headed to the moon. I mean, I can't thank them enough for their team's efforts. And now we get to start the journey and learning more about our spacecraft and accomplishing these missions that Mike talked about just a little bit over 26 days. And along the way, we've got the rocket, the most powerful rocket we've built at NASA, taking us to the moon. And then as we go forward, we'll have the European service module that'll be providing the power and propulsion that we need to get into lunar orbit and, of course, return safely home. And I want to also thank the European team. They worked very hard producing the European service module for us and in partnership with NASA, and certainly a great opportunity for us as we explore and learn more about the spacecraft and going forward with Artemis. And I would say personally for me, I'm one of those men that as a little boy, I dreamed of working for NASA and going beyond low Earth orbit, and today was a fabulous day for me, and I can't tell you, just thinking about watching the rocket go up and seeing Orion go head towards the moon has been a dream of mine, and today is a start of that, a great journey, I would say, for the agency and for Artemis. So thank you.
Thanks, Howard. And to close this out, Emily Nelson from Johnson.
Let's see, this evening we got to see a truly exciting launch that I think is the beginning of a really exciting mission. The LCC team just did a flawless job getting through tanking and getting to liftoff, and then the MCC Houston team had a seamless handover and executed the remainder of that, that ascent and up to orbit. It was really great to get to see those teams get the opportunity to use the expertise that they've developed over years of training and preparation. This mission is not only going to test the spacecraft, but it's going to test the teams as well. And as we've mentioned, we've already had some opportunities to work through some of those tests, and I am fairly confident that as we progress further to the moon, we're going to run into a few more. The exciting thing about this flight is getting to see how this ship is going to behave in space, how its systems are going to react to the deep space environment. And so next up, right about now, the team is characterizing performance of the solar array structure so that we have a good understanding of how the spacecraft reacts when we do burns. And then here in several hours, we'll do our first outbound trajectory correction burn using the Orion engines so that we'll get to see how those systems behave. We'll get to characterize that performance as well. It's going to be a really exciting ride, and kind of like Mike, I'm not sure we'll get a whole lot of sleep in the next 26 days, but it'll certainly be worth it. So really looking forward to everything we're going to learn here. Back to you, Jackie.
Thanks, Emily. And before we open it up for questions, we want to show you some of the first images of Earth from Orion as it heads to the moon. All right, now for the fun part. If you could please raise your hand, I'm sorry. Marcia Dunn with the AP.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press for Mr. Nelson. Apollo is a tough act to follow, and looking back on what has gone before with the moon, what were your emotions at liftoff, and how do you see what happened today as going down in space history?
One of the emotions I had was that I wish that members of the crew that I had participated in were here. A group of professionals, the best of the best. And to see the culmination of a lot of a lifetime of sacrifice that they have done. I think back to the real sacrifices, the astronauts that we've lost, not only in flight in Apollo 1, but in the training accidents. All of those emotions welled up in me today. And you should have heard the other astronauts that I was standing with. We were down in the Launch Control Center and all went up on the roof so that we could feel that acoustic shock wave and see undiminished that tail of a flame of fire. And then to see that pillar of smoke, even in the dark of night, it was pretty overwhelming.
Thank you. Joey Roulette with Reuters, up front.
Thanks. Question for John Honeycutt. This rocket's been a decade in the making. There's been, billions in cost overruns, and there's been a lot of engineering challenges to get to this point. If you could just kind of tell us a little bit how it feels to finally see this thing come alive and launch. What does that feel like? And then quick one for Mike. Can you kind of go into details about the funnies that you said you guys saw during the mission, and whether there was any debris that was created from the Orion and the RTV issue that you guys might have expected as a risk? Thanks.
Yeah, I tell you, it feels great to get the get the rocket out, and it feels even better to have it perform the way it did. And it's been a long time coming, but I think if you study history and look back on it, these things don't happen overnight, and they all follow similar timelines. The emotion that I have that hits me the most really is, it's the people that do the work that make the hardware what it is. Of course, the hardware does the job at the end of the day, but it's the people that get us to the launch pad and have helped us build this foundation. And they all take a lot of pride in it, and I do too.
Yeah, Joey, in terms of the funnies that we saw, in terms of the imagery findings, we're still working through that. There were a couple of indications that we had some debris liberation fairly early in ascent, and the team is still looking at that. In terms of what exactly it was, again, it's too early to say. The funnies that we saw on the star trackers, there was a component ready flag that was set, and the team had to resolve and basically activate the star trackers in spite of that component ready flag. And then on the solar array wings, when they were deployed, I think it was solar array wing number 3, we saw a pair of micro switches that indicated that it wasn't fully latched, and then they came in. They basically did indicate that they had latched, which indicates it was probably like a thermal condition, especially when you take a vehicle and you take it from conditions, ambient conditions on Earth that we purge, and then you take it in the deep space environment. Sometimes you get a little bit of thermal gradient on there, and they came in, and we knew that that was something that could happen fairly early on. And then we saw some developmental flight instrumentation on the rocket that dropped out during the ascent. Those were, at this stage of the game, relatively benign. We pressed all the way through the point of translunar injection in spite of those, and right now we're not terribly concerned with any of those. I don't know, Howard, if you have any additional thoughts on that.
No, I think you covered it very well, and of course we're also excited to look at the data, and we'll keep analyzing data and look at what that tells us. Yeah.
And understand that, things will go wrong. This is a new system, and it's a test flight. And so we're going to expect those things to go wrong, and then we're going to try to work them. This is part. Space is hard. Space is real hard when you try to do what we're doing.
Thank you. Tom Costello with NBC. Tom, if you could just...
Thank you. Well, congratulations to all of you. Mr. Nelson, I'm wondering, it has been 50 years next month since we saw humans on the moon, and now the first step of returning to the moon. So I'm wondering, you talked about the emotions and you thought about those that were lost in the space program over the years, but to think that now 5 decades later, the first steps in going back, I wonder if you could address that. And then also you talked about needing to stress it and test it to a greater extreme so that you know exactly what the astronauts will be in for. What does that mean, to stress it and test it, and to this extent now? How will you be doing that? What does that mean?
Well, it has a lot more sensors than will be on the rockets in the future, and that's to know how the vehicle and vehicles perform. Why are we going back? Because our call is we're going out to explore the heavens, and this is the next step. So we went to the moon, and we were there for a short period of time, and we came back. Then we had Skylab, and we started to learn how to live longer in zero-G. Then we had the space shuttle, and we built the space station. And now we're going back to the moon, not just for the sake of going to the moon, but to learn, to live, to develop, to learn how to live on the moon in order to prepare to send humans all the way to Mars. The moon is just a few days away. Mars is months and months away. And we are understanding now from the James Webb Space Telescope just how big and vast this universe is. There's a lot out there to explore. And this is the next beginning. And this is the Artemis generation.
Thank you. Up here, I'm in the front.
Hi, Ken Kramer, Space Up Close. Well, congratulations to all of you. That was so impressive and inspiring, and thanks for letting us be here. So, Bill, I'd like to ask you a question. I wonder if you may have spoken with President Biden at all. What is his reaction? And do you see this increasing support for NASA and international partners? Have you heard from any of them who work with Artemis and the Gateway Project? Thank you.
Well, as you know, the president is in Bali, Indonesia, And I would not be surprised that since it was daytime over there, whereas it's nighttime here, if whatever meeting he was in, if his assistants did not take a TV to him and show him the launch. And that would make him very, very proud. And I look forward to speaking to him sometime after he gets back and gets over his jet lag. Now, what was your second question?
Do you think this is going to increase support in the Congress, and have you heard from international partners?
First of all, I think it's noteworthy that in a nation in which our politics is so split, where do you have both R's and D's come together to support? And our space program is such a place of reconciliation and camaraderie and bipartisanship. And so I think the success of this rocket and the future potential success of the mission is only going to energize the support that we have in Congress. My goodness, look at the diet of successes that they've been fed. Perseverance, ingenuity, all on Mars. DART hitting a bullseye 7 million miles away. Look at all the science that has come out. And now James Webb Space Telescope giving us these unbelievable pictures of light that's been traveling for 13.5 billion years. And now going back to the moon in order to go to Mars. That, I think, is going to engender a great deal of support on Capitol Hill.
Next question. In the second row.
Hi, Andrea Leinfelder of the Houston Chronicle. Administrator Nelson, you know, in 2010, you were essential for getting the NASA Authorization Act passed. And so you saw the legislative side, and now you've gotten to implement it, and you've gotten the rocket off the ground. So I'm curious how your perspective has changed from when you were writing the bill to when you were implementing it, you know, what that experience has been like, and if you think you would see things differently now that you've been on the implementing side. Thank you.
One of the first things that I did when we got back to the buildings here was I sent a text to Senator Kay Bailey Hutchinson, who was my partner in crafting the legislation back 12 years ago. As soon as I can get their address, I will also be texting Rob Neighbors, who was an assistant in the White House to President Obama, and to Jack Lew, who was the director of the OMB at the time. He became later the chief of staff to President Obama, and then ended up as Secretary of the Treasury, to congratulate them, as I did Kay as well. That's just a speck. I mean, the congratulations goes to everybody. This team, this professionalism, that performance today, tonight, that you saw. And so my perspective has changed because I get to see it from this point of view. However, remember back in those early legislative years, I got to see it from an inside view when I participated in the 24th flight of the space shuttle. And so this is really a gratifying time, but it's only going to get better. In 2 years, we're going to be sending humans to the moon. In 3 years, we're going to be landing on the moon. And then it's going to be a series of things, including Someone mentioned earlier, Gateway, a lunar outpost, a mini space station. So Artemis 4 is actually going to go up, install Gateway in this lunar elliptical polar orbit, and then the lander is going to come and attach to Gateway, and the transfer of the astronauts will be through Gateway, the mini space station. So one thing will build on another as we prepare to go to Mars late in the decade of the 2030s.
Thank you. In the second row here.
Christopher Mick, Hudson Star Observer. I'm not sure who would field this question. I was just wondering, some of the early video footage that was coming down from the ICPS and the Orion, there appeared to be some slight yawing back and forth to the camera. I'm kind of used to the kind of locked off, no motion of the camera shots before, so I didn't know if this was just unique to the architecture with the ICPS and the Orion, or if it was something unexpected.
Yeah, I'll just say that those, and Howard can correct me here, those images were from the wingtip cameras on the solar array wings of Orion, and they were basically when we had a ignition event on the RL-10 engine, which is the interim cryo propulsion stage's upper engine. We saw that during the perigee raise maneuver, but then also at the ignition and startup of the translunar injection maneuver. It's normal. We knew that that would happen. There's a reason that we position those solar arrays in a very specific position, because we do impart a load on the on these solar array wings, and they are fairly lengthy. Howard probably knows exactly how long the solar array wings are. I don't remember off the top of my head, but you know, there's a reason that we put those in those positions. I don't know if you have anything to add, Howard.
No, I think that was very good, Mike. Thanks.
Thank you. Jeff Faust with Space News in the back.
Jeff Faust, Space News. Question probably from Mike Bolger. I think we were all holding our breaths when we heard about the hydrogen leak. Fortunately, it was fixed. I wonder if you could talk us through exactly what the problem was and what that Red Crew team did when they went out to the pad to fix the problem.
Yeah, definitely be glad to. Before I do, you know, as I had kind of had a chance to listen to some of the questions and just look out into the crowd, I love that there are so many Artemis shirts, Artemis hats. I love that, you know, we've got a media team that is as excited about what we're doing as y'all are. So I just wanted to thank everybody for that. So yeah, let's see. What we had was we had a leak in the replenish valve, which is down in a cryo valve complex that we've got in the base of the mobile launcher. And so, you know, that caused us to go into a stop flow on both core stage and upper stage while we resolved the leak that we were seeing in the base. We sent a red team out, and basically what the red team was doing, we had a couple folks in there. It was kind of a tight, I don't know if you could see the video, I'm not sure what you were seeing and what, kind of a tight fit, but out there with a torque wrench, and they were tightening down some packing nuts. And there were two packing nuts, and they were tightening down either side of them. They tightened them, we cycled the valve, we went back in, put a wrench on them, they were still turning a little bit, we cycled the valve again, tightened them a little more, we did it a third time, and then they really were solid, and so we felt good that, you know, those packing nuts in fact were tight and that we had a good valve. And so we got the red team back, you know, away from the pad, and got back into fast fill and then topping and then replenish. And as we did that, you know, in fact, we had resolved the problem and we no longer had that leak in the base. So really great work by that red team. It's always, you know, it's always a hard thing to do to send the red team out to the launch pad. You only do it when you feel like you have to. But in this case, I think the team felt, you know, that really our most likely case here was that we just had, you know, some loose nuts on those valves. And so we sent the team out and they did a terrific job and we got that issue resolved. So, you know, definitely a high moment, a low moment when we first saw the leak, because we all know we've struggled through some of the hydrogen leaks that we've had in the past, but really a high moment when we recognized that we'd solved the problem.
Thanks, Mike. Just want to remind the folks on the phone that if you have a question, we're happy to take those over the line as well. You press *1 to get into the queue. Next up, we have a question here in the front.
Yusuke Tomiyama, the Yomiuri Shimbun, Japanese newspaper. My question is to Administrator Nelson. In July, you expressed your concern about China's moon exploration in a German newspaper. So now what do you think about China's moon exploration? And so would it be possible for U.S. to cooperate with China regarding moon exploration? Thank you.
The question is, do I think that it would be possible for China and the U.S. to cooperate? I hope so, but I see no evidence of that. To the contrary, what we have seen is a lack of visibility, a secretiveness, a lack of transparency. Most recently in the very successful mission, apparently, of them putting up their third stage for their space station, not having the stage on reentry saved enough fuel in order to have a controlled reentry, and then not sharing trajectory information. Now, fortunately, it fell in the ocean. The second component that went up, there was a chance that we could see before it fell in the Indian Ocean that it might come down in Greece and it might come down then on the track in Saudi Arabia. Fortunately, it came down in the Indian Ocean. So I wish I could give a more optimistic point of view. I personally talked to the Chinese ambassador, who I happened to run into at a Sunday brunch, and he said, well, we can cooperate. And I said, well, let me give you an example of something that you could do. I said, 50 years ago, we returned samples from the moon. We shared that with the international community. You have just recently returned a sample from the moon. You ought to share that with the international community. And that was about 6 months ago when we had that conversation, and nothing has happened.
Next question. Here in the second row.
Hi, Sophie Sanchez with Cosmic Chicago. First of all, congratulations to all of you. My question is for Mike Bolger. A follow-up on a question I asked Charlie back in August regarding the role of the Red Crew in assisting launches. She said then that the difference between shuttle and now was the use of high-tech cameras and just more technology in general so that the crew can evaluate and report remotely. But then she also said that up until now that has been adequate, and but you still have the option to send the Red Crew to the pad if you needed to. Can you tell me a little bit about that moment in the countdown when you guys realized that tech alone wasn't adequate enough and you needed to send the crew? How was that decision made?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. So let me think. So, we recognized we had a leak, and we were able to get a camera on it, although it wasn't a great view. We kind of were seeing the top half, and we could see some vapors. And so that helped inform that, in fact, what our measurements were telling us was we could also visually verify. We talked about were there options where we wouldn't have to send a red team out there, and specifically we were talking about could you basically shut the replenish valve off and use the main valve in a very delicate way to try to perform that same function of a replenish. And the cryo team, which is an amazing team here at the Kennedy Space Center, had actually written a procedure and determined how they would do that if it ever came to the point where they had a replenish valve that wasn't working. But none of us really thought that was an ideal approach, particularly as we've talked about kind of needing to have this kinder and gentler loading process. We were concerned about where normally you would have you would be using a replenish valve with a much lower flow, and I would be trying to manage this issue with a different valve, which was a lot bigger. And really, as the team talked about it, I think the prevailing opinion was it's probably these packing nuts. Let's go out there and let's just put a wrench on them and let's see if a turn of the wrench is going to resolve this issue. And when we got out there and when we got that wrench on and when it turned, we started to feel pretty good that we probably were going to be able to resolve this. So, I appreciate your question about how does technology help you, and there are so many ways that it does, and you talk about the ability to get imagery that you could never get before. There are also times when you just got to put a wrench on a nut and you got to resolve an issue that you've got, and that's where we ended up today.
Marcia Smith with Space Policy Online.
Thank you. I think this is to Mike Serafin. I'm curious if you have any update on the CubeSats. Were they all deployed? Are they all functioning?
Yeah, Marcia, thank you for the question. In terms of the CubeSat deploys, the earliest deploys are not quite 4 hours into the mission, and I'm not sure exactly where we are timeline-wise. We're probably, it's partly because of the sleep shift and the early morning launch, but the first group of 5 ought to be deployed anytime now, and they continue on until about 8 hours after launch. So they're starting soon, and we needed to get separated from the Orion spacecraft to expose the deployment area, and then the interim cryo propulsion stage needed the performance disposal maneuver. All that has happened, so now we're setting up for that CubeSat deployment phase, and I haven't heard of the status of those yet, but we will get an update as we get further into the mission on those.
And since I have folks talking into my ear, I can tell you that they are expected to have been deployed at this time. Next question. In the second row here, in the blue shirt. Or third, sorry.
Hi, Stephen Clark from Spaceflight Now. I think my question is probably for Mike Serafin, but Howard, you can pitch in if you want to. With this successful launch, I'm wondering if you could quantify or describe the amount of risk that's been retired from this mission with the successful demonstration of the Space Launch System. And looking ahead, I know the big priority 1 objective is getting the lunar reentry velocity at reentry and splashdown. But over the course of the outbound leg to the moon, what are some of the major test objectives that are planned over the next few days?
Yeah, Stephen, that's a great question. Thank you for that question. Certainly, the Space Launch System delivering with precision to the point of translunar injection was one of the objectives, and it did exactly that. The insertion altitude we were aiming for a 975 by 16 nautical mile insertion. We got 972 by 16. That's well within the noise of a system like this. And then the vehicle delivered us to the point of translunar injection. The quote that I heard was dead on, but there was a word inserted between dead on that I won't share with you here in this setting. But that just shows the precision of the system. In terms of how much risk did it retire, certainly the ascent environment, all the separation events through booster separation, the service module fairing separation, the jettison of the launch abort system, ascent with the core stage and shutting down the 4 RS-25 engines properly, jettisoning the core stage, and then the interim cryo propulsion stage doing a perigee raise maneuver, followed by a translunar injection maneuver, while you've got the deployment of the Orion solar arrays going on in proximity to it, and positioning those in time. that all of these choreographed events happen such that you do it within the load-bearing capability of the system, and then getting Orion converted off of battery power to solar array power before the batteries expired. All those things were demonstrated successfully today. And then disposal of the interim cryo propulsion stage, responsibly disposing of the interim cryo propulsion stage, as Senator Nelson was alluding to earlier. Now and we flew up through the low Earth orbit and micrometeorite orbital debris band. We had 40 collision avoidance cutouts today during our 2-hour window, and the team found the right time to go because of our ability to screen through all that. We are heading outbound through the Van Allen radiation belts. Those are high periods of concentrated radiation. We are flying outbound past the Earth's magnetic field into the deep space environment where it gets extremely cold. The spacecraft loves to fly tail to sun for thermal and power production, and we've demonstrated all of that. Now we've got a lot of in-space propulsive maneuvers ahead of us. We'll demonstrate the service module. We'll demonstrate deep space command and control using the deep space network, and then we've got to set up for the second part of our priority one objective on the way home, which is the direct reentry of our brand new spacecraft with a new heat shield design, and then recover it. So we bought down a lot of risk today, but we've got a lot of mission ahead of us. As I said at the outset, we are on day one of a 26-day mission. And I don't know, Howard, if you have anything to add to that.
Yeah, maybe I'll just add a couple more things. Mike, that was a great recap. Certainly going outbound, we're going to be testing both engines, our main engine, and of course our auxiliary set of engines as well. So that'll be very important as we do all these correction maneuvers and the big burns. And of course the thermal environment that we're going to see in deep space is going to be always going to be a challenge, and we're going to correlate our models and get the data that we need from all our sensors. And certainly when we come back and do a reentry, our parachutes, we've done a lot of testing on the parachutes, 27 qualification and development tests alone. And so I think, showing that at those reentry speeds and slowing the vehicle down so we have a nice touchdown, 20 miles per hour, will be a great day. So all those things will be really important as we learn and go forward.
Lauren Grush with Bloomberg, in the back on the left.
Hi, Lauren Grush with Bloomberg. I'm just wondering if you got more details from the range about that Ethernet switch that gave us all trouble, and why did that crop up during what seemed like a pretty critical part of the countdown? Thanks.
Lauren, I'll tell you what I know on the switch. It was required to take some of the remote range safety systems and process that at their control center, and they had a computer problem at the range. I think I would direct that question more towards the Space Force and the range, because that is not a NASA system. I don't know, Mike, if you have anything to add on that, but it was a system required for public safety and range safety.
And I think you got it. It was basically an Ethernet switch that allowed them to tie in data from their remote sites into their central hub. Obviously they didn't expect to lose it at that time. It was at an important time, but they also recovered from it, well, and enabled us to have a launch today. So while it was unfortunate and untimely, it was also well handled and allowed us to get to a launch. So, kudos to them.
Yeah, I think that is a key aspect of what we saw today, was the partnership between the range and NASA Kennedy Space Center and the firing room. They raised their hand very quickly and said, "We've got an issue here, and we need to recover this before we can say that we can safely and responsibly launch." And they coordinated that with very close coordination with our launch director, Charlie, in Firing Room 1, and they gave an estimate as to when they could recover, and they were very close to it. And they worked through it very methodically, and they told us every step of the way where they were in terms of the recovery, and then that allowed our launch operations team to pick up a time very close to our intended launch window open time. I think that the real delay that, we didn't go quite at window open, but we went within the first hour, really was a byproduct of needing to send the red crew out to the pad, and we had to halt some of the loading operations, and in the interest of safety for those people. They were going into a hazardous environment, but in the interest of controlling the environment as much as you could, we had to halt that operation, which in turn kind of slowed the launch countdown and cryo loading and getting specifically the upper stage fully configured. So that, again, seeing that choreography between the Space Force on the range side and the NASA team in Firing Room 1, I think was extremely well handled today, and our hats off to the Space Force for working through that with us.
Next question. Here in front.
Hi, it's Richard Knuckles from Sky. I've got a question for Emily, actually. So Bill talks about the legacy of this program, and one thing which really has struck me talking to a lot of the engineers is the amount of women involved in the behind the scenes in the Artemis program. As you were watching the launch, there must have been an immense pride, watching Charlie doing her thing. Can you just talk about the emotions you felt and how it feels to be part of this Artemis program?
Certainly. I mean, I think my emotions are matched pretty well, not only by everybody at this table, but probably everybody who was watching it, whether they were working it or not. There's an enormous amount of pride. There's a great deal of awe. And that pride is not only in the individuals that we know and our friends who have worked so hard over the number of years, who have gotten this opportunity to contribute to this great mission, but also just in the fact that we together have gotten to this place where we're going back. I wasn't here yet the last time we went, and so it's really exciting for my generation and for the Artemis generation to get the opportunity to go to the moon and beyond. The fact that if you see the photos and imagery from the last time we were there, the diversity of the workforce, the diversity of the people who had the opportunity to contribute was maybe not quite where it is today. I think that's a point of pride. But it's in no way surprising, because I think we've all grown in that direction as well. And so when I was interviewing to become a flight director 15 years ago, I made a little bit of a faux pas saying I really wanted to be here and be a flight director when we went back to the moon, and at the time that was considered, well, you can't stay in the flight director office that long. So I'm pretty glad I stuck around.
If I could, I might just add to that. So, Charlie's obviously a beloved member of our team. She's the leader of our launch team. I had a tie earlier today. Charlie wears green on launch day. Charlie has something green. She does her nails green, and so the guys wore green ties today. Just to kind of support Charlie. And if it's your first launch in a new position in the firing room, after the launch, she cuts your tie. And so I don't have a tie today because she cut my green tie. And there were a lot of green ties getting cut. And it was really in support of a pretty amazing member of our team, who happened to be a female. Yeah.
Thank you both. Next up, we have a question on the phones from David Curley with Discovery.
Thank you, Jackie. Mike Serafin, can you talk a little bit more about Day 26? That's your primary goal on this mission, and the heat shield. How are you feeling about it? What will you be thinking over the next 25 days?
Yeah, David, thank you for that question. As I said at the outset, we've bought down half of our priority one already through the rocket, setting up those initial conditions. We do have a long 4-week mission ahead of us, and we're just going to work it day by day, and we need to work it with vigilance, and we are going to do some extraordinarily hard stuff. We're going to fly within 62 miles of the surface of the moon and use a lunar gravity assist to insert us into what is called the distant retrograde orbit, and then shake down the spacecraft while it's out there. and then on the return fly another 62 miles from the surface of the moon and use a lunar gravity assist to send us back to Earth. And we need to do it with enough precision that we hit from 250,000 miles away. That is essentially our deorbit maneuver. We need to do it with enough precision that we don't skip back out into deep space, or that we don't come in too steep and overstress the vehicle. So there's a lot ahead of us. We're just going to work it day by day. We're actually going to share some fun stuff along the way. We're going to share imagery similar to what we did earlier today of, kind of first shots of the Earth from the spacecraft. We're going to share imagery from inside the cockpit. We're going to share imagery close up of the moon. But there's a lot of hard stuff that we've got to demonstrate. And at the tail end, kind of our capstone is going to be the high-speed reentry. We're going to come back at Mach 32, or 24,500 miles an hour. We're going to slow that spacecraft in about 20 minutes as it goes from entry interface to subsonic and parachute deployment, and then splash down in the Pacific. When we get to that point, it will signal the arrival of our deep spacecraft and human transportation, and it will show that we've got a capability in place in combination with the rocket that we've already demonstrated that puts us on a path to accomplish the rest of the Artemis manifest in front of us. So again, we've got to take it day by day. We're going to learn stuff as we go. We've got thousands and thousands of measurements and data and engineering measurements we're going to take along the way to ensure that we understand the margins, and if they're a little bit less than we thought they were, we need to take those into account before we put humans on board. So we're going to learn a lot from this mission, and if we're lucky and we fly right down the middle, that'll be a great day. And if we learn from it, that goes back to why we're having an uncrewed test flight and why we purposefully set up an uncrewed mission before we're going to fly astronauts on the next mission.
Thanks, Mike. I think we're running up on our hour, but we do have time for a couple more questions in the room. Here in front.
Yep. John Zarella for my radar. A couple of things. How much do you lose by not flying the 40 days plus? You're down to 25 days. You have the mannequins on board and you're gathering all this data. For anybody who wants to answer that. And the other one was, over the course of the months, we've talked to so many folks on your team who have been with the program since the very beginning, more than 10 years. What do you have to say to long-timers out there who persevered? And as you said, Mr. Administrator, it's been a long time coming.
Go ahead.
Start. Well, I'll answer your second question. I'm a long-timer myself, and I've been with the Orion program since the very beginning. I would say to my colleagues and the people that came before me, I mean, it is obviously a historic day for us. We've dreamed about this day. We've worked very hard, persevered through a lot of challenges, not only weather and other things, changes in terms of administration and such, but it represents. I think John said it very well. The hardware is the hardware will perform. It's the people across the country, and in fact in Europe as well, working with us, spending long hours trying to make this endeavor happen. And I think it's a very proud moment. And I look at what we did today, and I reflect back upon all the late nights and the long hours we worked together with all the people that across the country, like I said, in Europe, trying to make this happen. And we should all be proud of what we've accomplished so far, but we've got a ways to go. And each day is going to be very important for us in this mission, because I think we're going to learn a lot as we go forward. So that's how I would respond to that part of the question.
Yeah, and I would agree with Howard. Perseverance is the word of the day here. This team up here and the folks that they represent have had to persevere through quite a lot over the years, and months and months and months of preparation and testing and coding and just understanding on the ground what the systems are capable of, are representative of where we got to today. But in terms of whether we lose objectives through a 26-day mission instead of a 40 to 42-day mission, it is in the margins of extra data takes. The longer time we have out there in the distant retrograde orbit allows us to get more data, but we would still accomplish all the objectives. When we baselined the Artemis 1 mission, it was originally just a 26-day mission. And when we started looking at the mission availability, we realized that we couldn't launch as frequently as we would like. The launch availability was roughly 1 week per month. And we asked the team, can you come up with a solution to improve our mission availability? And they came up with what we call a variable mission duration. We had a short class and a long class mission, and in the middle, you extend the stay about the moon in the distant retrograde orbit, and that actually doubled our mission availability, so we could launch roughly 2 weeks per month, or roughly half the month. And that was seen as a win in terms of mission availability, and also in terms of buying down risk. But we're flying a 26-day mission, and that is originally what we had intended. It just gives us fewer data take opportunities for a whole host of things, but we are confident that in the time frame that we're talking about flying, that we can get enough engineering data to say that we can fly crew with confidence on the next mission.
Thank you very much. I think we have time for one more question. Not hearing any in the room, so we have one more on the phones with Jim McKenna with Aerospace Tech Review.
Thanks very much. For Mike, and you may have already addressed this, but what's the next big milestone that will affirm your confidence that you're writing down the risk of the mission and the vehicle? And also, I think for Emily, when does the Orion arrive at the moon?
Okay. Emily, do you want to start?
I don't think I have that particular piece of date. Let me see if I can remember it. You go first, and I'll see if I can remember it.
I might be able to help you on both accounts. So, in terms of the next big milestone, it would be what we call the outbound trajectory correction maneuver, which would be the first firing of the propulsion system on the Orion spacecraft, the service module. We purposefully have a 30-second firing of the service module engine, and that happens just under 8 hours into the mission, so 7 hours, 47 minutes into the mission. And then, I'm sorry, Jim, I lost the... When do we arrive at the distant retrograde orbit? I've got it here. Give me just a second.
Yeah, it's roughly a week. Yeah. And then we spend about a week in the orbit, and then we spend about a week coming home.
There's a reason I write this stuff down, Jim. Hang on just a second. We actually issue memos on this while I'm stalling for time, just to keep everybody synchronized. I will find it, Jim, here. Hang on just a second. All right, so is on the 21st. It's 7:44 Eastern time in the morning. So that is the first of the two maneuver sequence that does that lunar flyby in a slingshot 62 miles from the surface of the moon. We do that behind the moon, by the way, so we're not going to see it until after the maneuver is complete, so we're kind of blind. And we'll when we get acquisition of signal on the spacecraft afterward, we'll know that the maneuver was successful. And then the second of the maneuvers for the distant retrograde insertion is on the 25th. So I guess that's the day after Thanksgiving at 4:52 p.m. So I hope that answers your question.
All right, thank you all so much. That's all the time we have this morning, but the Artemis 1 mission is just beginning. In just a few hours, we'll have live TV coverage and commentary of Orion's first outbound trajectory burn that Mike just mentioned. So stay tuned at nasa.gov/live and go Artemis.
Sound suppressor water. Now 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
Unscrew test flight using the world's most powerful operational rocket. It's off and running on a long jaunt to the moon and back.
5 engines on the core stage and 2 solid rocket boosters now propelling the vehicle at 128 miles per hour.
Early this morning after various technical problems with fueling. The winds of Hurricane Nicole
teams of Mission Control Houston, all good calls so far. Now 30 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1.
1.3
First milestone will be 40 vehicles past their max Q at about 1 minute and 9 seconds into launch. This is the greatest period of atmospheric force on the rocket.
Now make sure that you all tune into LiveNOW from Fox all morning because we will have a post-launch conversation with NASA.
SLS now traveling 607 miles per hour.
The time now is 6:08 a.m. Let's take a quick break, and we'll have more on this historic mission in just a bit.
You're looking at 8.8 million pounds of maximum thrust. Quiet here in the loops.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. The time here is 6:10 a.m. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. Let's continue our top stories this morning. World population reaching 8 billion, according to the United Nations. Now, with India set to replace China as the world's most populated country in 2024, 12 years ago, the global population was 7 billion, and it's predicted it will have another 15 years to reach 9 billion. The UN attributes the growth to people living longer thanks to improvements in healthcare, medicine, nutrition, and hygiene. Statistics show half of the world's population live in just 7 countries: China, India, the US, Indonesia, Pakistan, Nigeria, and Brazil. But having more people on Earth creates more challenges. The climate is put under more pressure and natural resources become more scarce. Here's more from Fox News correspondent Ted Linder.
The world just got a little more crowded. United Nations officials projecting the global population has reached the 8 billion mark. But Tuesday's announcement is stoking fears.
We really have 2 areas of concern: how it affects poor countries that are growing rapidly, and how it affects the entire globe in terms of environmental issues.
The UN citing 2 main factors behind the population boom.
On one hand, the gradual increase in average human longevity. due to the widespread advances in public health, nutrition, personal hygiene, and medicine. And on the other hand, the persistence of high levels of fertility in many countries.
With a majority of the growth seen in developing countries in Africa.
For other countries, it might not be a cause for concern because they have a very good structured government and the population is well taken care of. But in Nigeria, the reverse is the case.
UN officials worry the rapid growth will further decimate supplies of already scarce resources in countries like Nigeria, where people are already struggling.
Some cultures that believe that the more children you have, the stronger you are. It's not exactly really true. People need to be well informed.
Half the world's population lives in 7 countries, including the U.S., Brazil, China, India, Indonesia, Nigeria, and Pakistan. The UN estimates the world's population will reach roughly 8.5 billion by the year 2030, and a staggering 9.7 billion by the year 2050. Ted Lindner, Fox News. The world just got a little more crowded. United Nations officials projecting.
All right, moving right along with our top stories this morning. The time is now 6:13. On your screen, we are taking a look at the 3 victims of the University of Virginia shooting. This is a story that we've been on since news broke. And joining us now live with more information is Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard. Good morning, Bob.
Hey, Rain, good morning. We are on the road to Charlottesville this morning, where the murder suspect, Christopher Jones Jr., will have an appearance at 9 o'clock this morning Eastern Time. He's actually in the Albemarle County Jail. He'll be appearing in General District Court via a video hookup at 9 o'clock this morning. He is facing 3 counts of second-degree murder, but also 2 additional charges, malicious wounding for the 2 victims who survived the attack, both of them students. One, Mike Hollins, who is a junior running back on the Cavaliers football team at UVA. He is still in the hospital, was badly wounded in the attack. The other is a student. We don't know much about her, but her name is Marley Morgan. She apparently was in good condition from the start. We do not believe she is hospitalized, but this is the attack at UVA Sunday night. Learning a little bit more about it. It was a class field trip, a class in African-American playwrights, and they had taken a charter bus into Washington, D.C., about 2.5 hours from Charlottesville to see a play about Emmett Till, who was savagely murdered in the South back in the mid-1950s. And they were on their way home from that play in D.C., had just arrived back on campus Sunday night when the shots were fired. Yesterday, Tony Elliott, who is the head football coach at UVA, had a news conference, said he's brokenhearted, he still can't believe what happened, and he described something about each of the different 3 players who were murdered Sunday night, starting with Lavelle Davis Jr.
His presence, he's got a gentleness about him. But he's passionate about what he believes in. You know, Deshaun, I don't think, many people outside of our program understand how special Deshaun was. Very, very, very artistic. Could draw, could shape pots with clay. And Devin was, he's what you wanted in a young person that's at this level, but he just was a big kid. Smiled all the time, loved to dance.
Gosh, really sad to hear those remarks from that UVA coach. How is the community reacting during this time?
You know, they're still in shock, Rain. There is a memorial outside the football stadium where we were yesterday speaking to you. Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin came by at one point yesterday to drop flowers off. Classes had been canceled the last couple of days. I think they're still stunned. There is a football game scheduled for this weekend against Coastal Carolina. Its status is still up in the air, frankly. The game hasn't been canceled, but you just wonder how, the football team, losing 3 members, a 4th wounded. There was a 5th football player on the field trip who was not injured at all in the attack. I think people are just still stunned. And, there's going to be still a mourning period with funerals and what have you ongoing in the days and weeks ahead. So, you know, any student who is there now will never forget this. Obviously, it'll be part of their college life story, sadly, and because it's just a few days old, I think the suddenness of it is still shocking for many people, and they're just, you know, emotionally, mentally trying to cope with that. And the university is making counselors available to all students who need someone to talk to. It's been a rough time for these young people to begin with, and then you add this on it. It's just, it's hard to imagine, guys.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to imagine what it's like to be a student on that campus right now. Bob, we'll touch base with you after the suspect appears in court. Thank you so much.
All right, Rain, thank you.
All right, guys, and right now we are taking a LiveNOW look from Seattle. Hundreds of Seattle students taking matters into their own hands, asking for change by walking out of class on Monday and gathering outside of the halls to demand leaders take action to keep them safe at schools. It's a response to a deadly shooting in their school. Fox's Zach Anders has more.
Not regularly kill kids!
Anger pouring out onto the streets of Seattle.
The thing is that kids, unless they are in a situation where they do not know how to handle their emotions, or they feel like they're not being heard, or they don't know how to regulate relationships, they react in ways based off of emotion. That's what happened on Tuesday.
Stop the silence and gun violence!
Students organized this citywide walkout Monday morning, demanding several changes. According to social media posts, they want an increase in counselors, one dedicated staff member for every 200 students. They want an updated curriculum that would require passing a new mental health and wellness course to be able to graduate. They also want an increased security presence at their schools, calling for more dedicated people to be trained in de-escalation. What they don't want...
Well, we don't want cops. Cops are not the solution. And an overwhelming response is that students have wanted more security but unarmed. We want more security, but we don't want any guns, no police anywhere near us, because that just makes students feel unsafe.
We need counselors that specialize in mental health and in diverse backgrounds. They come into the schools and they help the students rather than armed police officers, because we have seen statistics that armed police officers do not help. They do not help the students at all.
The parent reaction has been mixed as well, with some telling us that students who are recovering from the trauma of gun violence should not be confronted with more guns in their schools.
I don't know if police is what we need. We need, you know, sometimes a kid, all they're really looking for is for somebody to be on their side. And so an officer, it seems like just yet another person that they could get in trouble from. You know, I mean, they need somebody that they can go to and spill their guts and be kids to and be understood.
Victims presented impact statements on Tuesday in the case of the man found guilty in the attack at the Christmas parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin. Among those making statements was a man whose mother was killed during the attack when Darrell Brooks drove the SUV through the parade. The man, who was not identified by name, spoke briefly and then beat his chest as he sneered at Brooks with emotional pain. Brooks responded by beating his chest back. A very bizarre response. The jury found Brooks guilty on all 76 counts, including 6 counts of first-degree intentional homicide. The convictions for murder each carry a mandatory sentence of life in prison. Bringing us more on this is Fox News correspondent Garrett Tinney.
Do you have any idea how gut-wrenching it is to have to explain your 12-year-old son that his little brother isn't going to make it? His injuries are too extensive for his little body to come back from, and that he won't be coming home with us ever again.
Day one of impact statements in the sentencing hearing of 40-year-old Darrell Brooks. Last month, the jury found him guilty of purposely driving his SUV into a Christmas parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin, killing 6 people and injuring more than 60 others.
Darrell Brooks drove through our joy and turned it to terror.
Brooks kept his head bowed for most of the hearing, though at times he did appear to laugh and roll his eyes while some victims spoke.
Because of your actions, I could have lost my foot.
His actions weren't a surprise to those in court. Brooks's month-long trial, where he represented himself, was marred by erratic outbursts, interruptions, and arguments with the judge. At one point, he even removed his shirt and sat on the defense table bare-chested. Tuesday's proceedings were paused for about an hour when the court received an anonymous threat, but picked back up with the judge telling people the courthouse was safe and police were looking into the false threat. More than 36 people are expected to deliver victim impact statements in the two-day hearing, and then Brooks has indicated 9 people will speak on his behalf before the judge hands down the expected sentence of life in prison. I'm Garrett Tenney, Fox News.
Time now 6:23 a.m. as we take this live now look from Washington, D.C. We'll have a recap of the top stories on your screen in just 2 minutes. All right, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here is 6:25 a.m. Well, inflation is showing signs of easing, but food prices are still showing hardship for many American families. Walmart revealing yesterday that wealthy Americans are buying their low-priced groceries. Fox Business correspondent Madison Alworth has more from a Walmart in New Jersey.
Walmart is often considered a bellwether for both retail and the American consumer because the big box retailer has everything. And what we learn from today's earnings report is that Americans of every income bracket are desperate for deals with inflation still very high. The grocery business drove Walmart's success this quarter because they attracted new folks looking for those deals. And 75% of those new shoppers are in a higher income bracket, making $100,000 a year or more. And even when these shoppers choose Walmart, they are picky with what they buy. Walmart saying that shoppers are buying less expensive proteins, such as hot dogs and beans, over pricier meat. The same mentality is being seen with the holidays. Walmart says people are spending more on food and less on discretionary items like clothing. So early deals are helping to get shoppers in early. But even with the deals, families that are buying gifts for the holiday season are expected to be stretched thin.
We're seeing the savings rate contract. We're seeing consumers saving less money than they were before. So we're spending a larger proportion of our disposable income, and we are drawing on those savings. And in some cases, consumers are even drawing on debt. They're borrowing money to maintain these high levels of spend.
Luckily, we have seen some savings with companies like Walmart because they have had inventory gluts. Those deals helping Walmart and the consumer. Walmart went from an inventory level of 25% in the second quarter to 13% this quarter reported today. The way they cleared out that inventory? deals. And luckily, those deals are expected to last through the holiday season. In Garfield, New Jersey, I'm Madison Allworth, Fox Business.
Visiting Disney World will soon cost more depending on which park that you visit. Park-specific pricing on one-day, one-park tickets will kick in December 8th. Tickets for Magic Kingdom will cost the most due to high demand. Also, one-day tickets will range from $124 to $189. For Epcot, a one-day ticket will range between $114 and $179. And between $124 and $179 for Hollywood Studios as well. Now, prices for Animal Kingdom will stay between $109 and $159 for the coming months. 3 of Disney World's annual passes will also increase in price. Disney says when park goers buy a one-day ticket, a theme park reservation will be made automatically. Here's more on companies that are increasing price or laying off employees across the country.
Boston city officials accusing Walgreens of being racist for closing 3 locations in predominantly black and Hispanic neighborhoods. Walgreens defending the move, saying, quote, when faced with the difficult task of closing a particular location, several factors are taken into account, including things like the dynamics of the local market and changes in the buying habits. Amazon founder Jeff Bezos is offering advice to consumers after airing concerns on the state of the U.S. economy.
The economy does not look great right now. Things are slowing down. You're seeing layoffs in many, many sectors of the economy. Take some risk off the table. If you were going to make a purchase, maybe slow down that purchase a little bit. Try to reduce some risk in your business or your life.
The interview coming after reports Amazon is planning to cut 10,000 corporate and tech employees as soon as this week. And there will soon be no such thing as a free lunch for Twitter workers. New owner Elon Musk is scrapping free meals at the company's San Francisco headquarters after claiming it cost the company $400 per person and $13 million per year. Musk tweeting, there are more people preparing breakfast than eating breakfast. They don't even bother serving dinner because there's no one in the building. That's business. I'm CJ Papa.
Thousands of academic workers from the University of California are going on strike. A large group of ununionized workers, including researchers, tutors, teaching assistants, graders, and more, are all asking for a pay increase, arguing that their current wages do not match the high cost of living. The strike comes at an important time for the university as students get ready for final exams in December. Now, this huge walkout, as you can see on your screen, has the potential to be the nation's largest academic worker strike. The time is now 6:30 a.m. We'll have more top stories in just 2 minutes. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. President Biden making his way back home following his appearance at the G20 summit. Here's more on his trip.
I'm convinced we're going to come out of this crisis we've been through in the pandemic and other things stronger than we went in.
President Biden putting a heavy emphasis on recovery from the COVID pandemic on the second day of the G20 summit here in Bali. The president meeting with his counterparts from the world's 20 largest economies, pushing for more cooperation on both economic growth and climate change, announcing $20 billion to help Indonesia transfer away from fossil fuels.
As we accelerate our investment and speed transition to clean energy future and meet the climate crisis head on, we have to make sure that they benefit people everywhere.
But critics are slamming the president for what they see as a failure to push those same issues with Chinese President Xi, pointing out the climate crisis in China is significantly worse.
The last time I checked, we were on the same planet as China, which has almost 2.5 times the emissions that the United States has.
One world leader who isn't at the summit is still having an outsized influence. Russian President Vladimir Putin skipping the G20 as his invasion of Ukraine falters. Now G20 leaders are likely to issue a strong message condemning the invasion, while Ukraine's president addresses the meeting virtually and pressing for more international support as the war grinds on.
We should hold an international conference to cement the key elements of post-war security.
President Biden decided to skip the official G20 dinner on Tuesday. The White House says it's because he has work to do. In Bali, Indonesia, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
Bringing you all the latest news from Washington, D.C. Republicans are on the cusp of gaining control of the House of Representatives. They will have an incredibly small majority come January, and some lawmakers are questioning their next steps, including a vote for House Speaker. There are also calls in the Senate to postpone a leadership vote. Fox's Lauren Blanchard brings us a closer look from Washington.
More than 80 newly elected House lawmakers from both parties posing for a class photo on the steps of the U.S. Capitol. Republicans are on the cusp of winning a majority after the midterms, but who will take the gavel? Kevin McCarthy is vying to become the next speaker, but he may face a challenge from within his own party when the GOP holds a closed-door vote today.
And I think that probably Leader McCarthy will probably get the nomination in a majority vote among Republicans. But here's what will be very clear, is that he nor no one has 218 votes.
Some say a leadership fight would be a disaster for the party and open the door for Democrats to have a say on the next speaker.
If a hard-right faction of the Republican Party does not allow McCarthy to be seated, then it gives the opportunity to Democrats then to select a speaker.
Do you expect any challenges, Mr. Leader?
Meanwhile, some GOP senators want to postpone their leadership vote. Minority Leader Mitch McConnell isn't facing a direct challenge, but some want to see changes and wait until after the Georgia Senate runoff is decided in December.
Personally, I think it is insane. It would be nuts for us to have leadership elections now and simply re-elect the exact same leadership.
There could be drama for House Democrats as well. They'll hold their own leadership elections after Thanksgiving. Current Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi has not said if she'll run for minority leader. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
I think the outcome is pretty clear. I want to repeat again. I have the votes. I will be elected. The only issue is whether we do it sooner or later, and I think we'll probably have another discussion about that tomorrow. Look, I don't own this job. Anybody in the conference is certainly entitled to challenge me. And
more news from the Hill. Majority Leader Chuck Schumer meeting with newly elected members of the Senate on Tuesday. Schumer welcomed Democrats Peter Welch of Vermont and John Fetterman of Pennsylvania. Fetterman's win over Republican Mehmet Oz helped Democrats retain a victory in a majority in the Senate, a major win for the party as they expected a harsher result from midterms.
178.
In the last 4 years,
and Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy wins the Republicans' designation for House Speaker on Tuesday. The California Republican beating out Arizona GOP Representative Andy Biggs with a final vote of 188 to 31. This comes as McCarthy loses 31 votes from his caucus, which means he might not have enough votes come January. McCarthy needs at least 218 votes of the entire 435-member House to become Speaker. We have more right after this break.
We were the only Republicans to win. When everybody thought we'd
Welcome back to Live Now. The time here 6:40 a.m. Eastern. A federal judge has blocked Title 42, the controversial COVID-19 era ruling that expelled migrants from the United States-Mexico border. Now, District Judge Emmett Sullivan ruling that Title 42 was, quote, arbitrary and in violation of the Administrative Procedure Act. Before Title 42, which was used during both Trump and Biden administrations, migrants who were arrested at the border were processed under immigration law. The policy allowed border officials to turn away migrants due to COVID-19 concerns. The judge ruling that the policy did not serve a rational purpose, considering COVID was already widespread in the United States when it was enacted. The injunction request against Title 42 came from the ACLU and immigrant advocacy groups.
The threats facing the homeland have never been greater or more complex.
In a hearing in the House Homeland Security Committee, Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas and FBI Director Christopher Wray laid out what they see as the nation's biggest security risks.
The greatest long-term threat to our nation's ideas, innovation, and economic security, our national security, is that from China.
Mayorkas and Wray said China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea have continued to push disinformation and threaten democratic ideas. But the hearing on Capitol Hill turned contentious.
How can you begin to solve the problem if you don't even acknowledge the depth and breadth of it?
Republicans got their chance to grill Secretary Mayorkas on the southern border and the problem of illicit fentanyl, even calling for him to step down.
This has nothing to do with politics. This is about kids across the country dying every single day from fentanyl overdoses because people in Washington can't get their act together.
In the last fiscal year, Customs and Border Protection recorded 2.3 million encounters.
All the righteous indignation. Here we go. Is the border secure based on your feelings or facts?
We have removed or expelled more individuals from the United States than ever before.
We could soon start seeing Secretary Mayorkas and Director Wray facing questions on the Hill more often once House Republicans reclaim the majority in January. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Turning our attention now to international news. A building in Ukraine's capital of Kyiv set ablaze after Russian strikes hit the city on Tuesday. According to Kyiv's mayor, 3 residential buildings were struck, but air defense units shot down other missiles. Strikes break a period of calmness since the drone and missile attacks several weeks ago. Now, Russia also launching a massive barrage of missiles. They were aimed again at Ukraine, but at least 2 reportedly hit Poland, a NATO member, raising fears that the war could soon expand. Here's more from Fox News correspondent Alex Holgan.
Russia unleashed a massive air attack against Ukraine's energy infrastructure on Tuesday. The entire country now under air raid warnings after launches from the Volgograd region of Russia. Officials say as many as 100 missiles were detected. Some were shot down, but most hit their targets, causing blackouts in almost every major Ukrainian city.
We are aware of the press reports alleging that 2 Russian missiles have struck a location inside Poland near the Ukraine border. I can tell you that we don't have any information at this time to corroborate those reports.
Even as civilians continue sheltering, officials say work to restore power and water is already underway. The attack could be a retaliation for the retaking of Kherson last week, a major victory for Ukraine. But others say it's part of Putin's plan to grind down on the will of the Ukrainian people.
Ukraine is going to take this fight to the finish. Russia has slaughtered too many Ukrainian civilians for Ukraine.
Hi, good morning.
Before evicting Russia.
The attack comes as some Western powers push for peace talks.
Lady, oh my gosh. Yes, and we're like in this like wind tunnel, so it's
but the U.S. has been conducting some high-level talks with Moscow.
Hurts my feelings.
They say those discussions will continue, but aren't seen as formal negotiations.
And it's important that those channels stay open, particularly so you can avoid any risk of miscalculation.
Officials in Kyiv say today's air attack was the biggest since the start of the war, breaking a record that was set just last month. In London, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
All right, the time here is 6:44 a.m. Let's bring it back home for a very high-stakes race. We are still covering the runoff between incumbent Senator Reverend Raphael Warnock and his challenger, as you see here, Herschel Walker. Bringing us more on this topic from Atlanta, Georgia, is our colleagues over at Fox 5 Atlanta. Good morning.
Good morning to you. Okay, so a development that really doesn't have to do with the actual campaigning. Okay, a lawsuit has been filed here in Fulton County, all having to do with one day, Saturday after Thanksgiving.
Saw an election in November where the people of Georgia made it clear that they want to use Saturday voting. Hundreds of thousands of voters, Georgia voters, voted on Saturday.
The Warnock campaign joined the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee and the Democratic Party of Georgia suing the state. The group calls attempts to block Saturday voting illegal. Georgia law prohibits advance voting on Saturdays following on or after a holiday, in this case, Thanksgiving. But the plaintiffs maintain that only applies to primary and general elections, not runoffs.
We believe that this is not only wrong, but it is a clear misinterpretation of the law.
The Secretary of State's office issued a statement in response to the suit saying, quote, Senator Warnock and his Democratic Party allies are seeking to change Georgia law right before an election based on their political preferences. Instead of muddying the water and pressuring counties to ignore Georgia law, Senator Warnock should be allowing county election officials to continue preparations for the upcoming runoff.
Caitlin, December 6th is not too far away.
We just saw an election in November.
I know, 3 weeks to go at this point, and both sides are feeling the heat with that shortened campaign time. We did reach out to Herschel Walker's campaign about this lawsuit. No word back from them, but you know, you got to imagine that counties are preparing for a judge's ruling here in Fulton County to see if they should move forward, or be able, I should say, to move forward with that Saturday, November 26th voting. We'll keep you posted, of course. Back to you.
All right, Fox 5 Atlanta's Caitlin Pratt. Thank you so much for joining us here. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead and listen into this live update. Well, it looks as though it's loading. There we go. A live update from the Secretary of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, listening in live, raw and unfiltered here.
And with US President Joe Biden. We agreed that we need to stay vigilant, calm and closely.
Thank you, Anna. Beata Połęcka, Polish Radio, Public Broadcaster, Polskie Radio. Secretary General, what could be the outcome in concrete terms of today's meeting? Can we expect enhancing Europe's air defense, especially in the countries bordering Ukraine, because as the war continues, there will be Russian rockets striking Ukrainian cities, and there is a risk that such situation can happen again. Thank you very much.
In the meeting today, NATO allies expressed their strong support, solidarity with our ally Poland. They also expressed their deepest condolences for the tragic loss of life. And NATO has significantly increased its presence in the eastern part of the alliance, in particular since the invasion of Ukraine in February, with more troops on land, ground troops, but also with significant, substantial air and naval power. And this has, of course, both increased our air defense capabilities, but also our capabilities to monitor, to have full picture of what's going on the border between NATO allies like Poland and Ukraine. And we are constantly assessing what more we need to do. We also have made important decisions at our summit in Madrid to further strengthen our presence in the eastern part of the alliance.
BBC. Thank you, Jessica Parker from BBC News. I just wanted to ask, given the incident that happened last night, do you think this was perhaps the most tense moment for NATO in this conflict so far? Thank you.
I'm always careful to rank different incidents and situations. It demonstrates that the war in Ukraine, which is President Putin's responsibility, continues to create dangerous situations. At the same time, we have to remember that this happened at the same time as Russia launched a wave of new indiscriminate missile and air attacks on Ukrainian cities, attacking critical civilian infrastructure, hitting civilian targets. Then it's nothing strange. Then of course that is in itself a very dangerous situation. And then we then also see that there may be also consequences on NATO territory as a consequence of the war that Russia wages against Ukraine.
And we'll go to the Ukrainian news agency in the middle.
Thank you for the floor. Dmytro Shkurko, National News Agency of Ukraine. I just want to mention that Ukrainians do understand the pain of the Polish people and have a greatest sympathy with them. My question is how that incident will be reflected on the assistance that allies provided for Ukraine in air defense. Where will be some kind of new systems to cover the Ukrainian sky? Thanks.
There will be a meeting today in the contact group for Ukraine to coordinate the support NATO allies and partners and others are providing to Ukraine. And the main focus of our efforts over the last months has been on air defense, especially since Russia started to launch these indiscriminate attacks on Ukrainian cities a few weeks ago. And I welcome that more and more allies and partners are providing advanced air defense systems to Ukraine. NASAMS, Hawk batteries from Spain and others. And I also know that Sweden has made new announcements of additional support, also with air defenses to Ukraine. So we are mobilizing additional support, especially when it comes to different types of air defenses. NATO is also providing counter-drone systems. We need many different systems to protect against cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, but also drones. And we need a layered defense of Ukraine. That's exactly what the allies are providing in different ways.
Bloomberg. Just here from Bloomberg. Does this incident, will this spur more air defense for allies on the eastern border? I know you said there has been a step up since the beginning of the war, but does more need to be done? Thank you.
So we are constantly assessing our presence in the eastern part of the alliance. We have significantly increased our presence on land, at sea and in the air, and that has significantly increased our air defense capabilities, especially in the eastern part of the alliance. At the same time, we have no indication that this incident was a result of a deliberate attack on NATO territory. And we have no indications that Russia is planning offensive military actions against NATO allies. So I think this demonstrates the dangers connected to the ongoing war in Ukraine, but it hasn't changed our fundamental assessment of the threat against NATO allies. It shows the importance of monitoring, of being vigilant of the presence, and we made decisions for long-term adaptation of NATO's deterrence and defense at the summit in Madrid in June, and that includes partly more presence in the east, partly more pre-positioned equipment, in particular in the eastern part of the alliance, and partly earmarked forces so we can quickly scale up the battle groups we have in the eastern part of the alliance. And of course, all of this will also further strengthen our air defense capabilities. Then air defense is partly land-based, but air defense is also very often air-based, also aircraft, and naval-based, based on our ships. And of course, air forces and naval forces is something we very quickly can move in. SACEUR has, our Supreme Allied Commander in Europe, has all the authorities to move in additional forces, including air and naval forces, to augment our air defenses quickly if needed.
Thanks a lot, Thomas Gutschka, Frankfurt Allgemeine Zeitung. Secretary General, a few factual questions, if I may. First of all, the debris found near the border of Poland and Ukraine, is this debris only from an Ukrainian rocket launched to intercept a Russian missile, or is there also debris of a Russian missile? Secondly, what was the likely trajectory of the Russian missile that was meant to intercept by Ukraine? And thirdly, did NATO forces present at the eastern flank activate their air defense systems yesterday because they saw an incoming, potentially incoming missile? Thank you.
So we have air defense systems in place that are active 24/7 all the time. We have AWACS planes, we have aircraft, we have land-based systems, and we have naval-based systems. So we have air defenses which operates constantly throughout the alliance. Then, of course, we have a significant focus, and we have, in particular, increased our presence in the eastern part of the alliance, and this also includes Poland. Then, on the details of the findings and the ongoing investigation, it will not be right if I go into those details, but as I said, our preliminary findings are that are that this is likely caused by a Ukrainian air defense missile, and we have no indication that it was any deliberate attack on NATO territory.
Thank you very much. Just a brief question. Has there been any communication between NATO and the Russian authorities, even on a technical level, over the past 24 hours regarding Russian activity close to NATO's borders? Thank you.
We have military lines of communications. We're able to communicate with Russia in different ways as NATO and as allies, but I cannot go into the details of exactly what kind of contact there have been over the last 24 hours.
Hi, thank you. Does the fact that the Polish government, even after hours of assessing what had happened, was still ready, as of this morning, as I understand it, to possibly ask for Article 4 consultations, does that indicate to you that they do not feel reassured, despite all of these measures that have already been taken? And you said that you're constantly assessing and you've got things on tap. Are military planners making any additional plans at this very moment to send more to Poland, to reassure them? Because obviously this is a credible scenario since they had an Article 4 teed up even after investigations were underway. Thanks.
So I spoke with President Duda last night. We agreed on the importance of awaiting the outcome of the investigation. We don't have the final outcome of the ongoing investigation, but all analysts agree on the assessment I just shared, that we have no indication that this was a deliberate attack. And of course that has consequences for what kind of responses that we need to take, since we have no indication that this was a deliberate attack or that Russia is planning any offensive military actions against NATO allies. But we all also agree that Russia bears the ultimate responsibility. They are responsible for the war in Ukraine that has caused this situation. And if there hadn't been for the war, of course, we wouldn't have been in this situation with the 2 casualties and the incident we saw in Poland yesterday. But allies agree on the approach. There's been no call for an Article 4 meeting, and that's based on the findings, based on the analysis, and based on the results so far of the ongoing investigation.
Secretary General, you just said that everything would be done to protect the allies. Now, the village where the missile hit yesterday was very close to the Ukrainian border. So in order to effectively protect Poland from incidents like these in the future, would it not be conceivable or make sense from your point of view to extend the NATO air defense umbrella into Ukrainian territory in order to intercept missiles which might be headed to potential targets near the Ukrainian-Poland border?
NATO allies are not party to the conflict in Ukraine. NATO and NATO allies provide support to Ukraine. We help Ukraine to uphold the right for self-defense. That's a right which is enshrined in the UN Charter. And of course, Ukraine has the right to defend itself against Russia's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine. And our main priority now, or one of the top priorities now, is to provide more air defense systems for Ukraine. Our air defense systems are set up to defend against attacks around the clock. But we have no indication that this was a result of a deliberate attack, and this incident does not have the characteristics of an attack. And that also explains why the reactions were as they were last night, because this was not a deliberate attack and didn't have the characteristics of a deliberate attack against NATO territory.
Markus Pelt, German TV. 2 questions, if I may. The first one is a more personal one. Everybody was very scared, I think, yesterday evening. Everybody understood that it could be a potentially very dangerous situation. How was your personal reaction when you first heard about it? And the second one is about, you said the debris that was found is probably from a Ukrainian air defense missile. The Ukrainian foreign minister said this is a Russian conspiracy theory and it's not true. how do you judge that he made this judgment on the origin? Thank you.
The last question.
Kuleba said it is a Russian conspiracy theory that it is Ukrainian air defense missile. But your preliminary findings are apparently very different. Thank you.
Well, the investigations are not finally concluded, but based on what we so far know, this is most likely Ukrainian air defense but again, this is not Ukraine's fault. Russia bears the responsibility for what happened in Poland yesterday, because this is a direct result of the ongoing war and a wave of attacks from Russia against Ukraine yesterday. And of course, Ukraine has the right to shoot down those missiles that are targeting Ukrainian cities and critical Ukrainian infrastructure. Then NATO is prepared for situations like this. We are exercising, we are preparing for incidents, for accidents like this, to first and foremost to prevent them from happening. But if they happen, to ensure that they don't spiral out of control. So yes, of course, we were concerned when we got the reports yesterday, and especially we were saddened by the fact that there were 2 casualties. But at the same time, we are monitoring, we are following very closely, and therefore we are prepared to handle situations like this in a firm, calm, resolute way, but also in a way that prevent further escalation.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. You've said repeatedly that NATO has all the capabilities along the Eastern Front and that you're ready for these sorts of incidents at any moment. So was this a failure of NATO's defences that this missile was able to hit Polish territory?
Well, the air defense systems in the East, they are set up to defend us against attacks. And attacks, missiles, cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, they have special characteristics, which we then we follow and we monitor, and then we make a judgment whether it's an attack or whether it's something else. As I said, this was most likely a Ukrainian air defense missile, this ray, and of course that missile doesn't have the characteristics of an attack. And therefore, that explains also why the reactions were as they were, and that doesn't say anything about our ability to defend against deliberate attacks against NATO territory.
Wall Street Journal.
Thank you very much, Dan Michaels, Wall Street Journal. Just a couple more factual questions, if possible, if the analysis yet shows this. Do you know if there was a Russian missile in the immediate area that the Ukrainians were specifically trying to target? And do you know if the Ukrainian missile exploded on the ground, if it exploded potentially in the air in contact with the Russian missile, and if what was on the ground was just shrapnel or debris from that? Thank you very much.
All of that are relevant questions, but I will not go into details, partly because there is an ongoing investigation, and we have to decide later on how many details we can reveal, but anyway, there are ongoing investigations, so this is an ongoing investigation that will look into those issues.
TV2, lady over there. Thanks.
Elin Sørsdal from TV2 Norway. Mr. Secretary General, the French President Emmanuel Macron, he urged China to play a greater mediation role during this conflict. Do you see a greater role for China? And second question, do you see any possibilities for peace negotiations in the near future?
First and foremost, I believe that China should clearly condemn the invasion of Ukraine, which is a blatant violation of international law, and the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. And for instance, in the different votes in the UN, China has not voted in favor of those resolutions clearly condemning the invasion. Actually, China is also sharing much of the Russian narrative about the war, and that's a narrative which is not correct. It is Russia and President Putin that are responsible for the war, and they can also end the war. We have to remember what this is. This is a war of aggression, where one country, Russia, invades another country and tries to control and take territory from that country. And of course, Ukraine has the right to defend itself against the invasion, against the Russian aggression. If President Zelensky and Ukrainians stop the fight, of course, then Russia will win and they will achieve their military goals. So the reality is that if President Putin and Russia stops fighting, then we will have peace. But if President Zelensky and Ukrainians stop fighting, then Ukraine will cease to exist as an independent sovereign nation. They have the right to defend themselves as an independent nation. Most likely this war will at some stage end at the negotiating table. At the same time, we know that the outcome of those negotiations is closely and fundamentally linked to the strength of the battlefield. So the best way we can ensure, maximize the likelihood for a peaceful negotiated solution is to support the Ukrainians on the battlefield, because that will maximize the probability for them achieving an acceptable negotiated solution on the negotiating table. So yes, we all want peace. Yes, we all want this war to end, but the best way we can contribute to a peace which ensures that Ukraine remains an independent sovereign nation is to provide military support to Ukraine so there can be an acceptable negotiated solution at the end of this war.
We'll take one final question, TV and 24 Poland. Gentleman here.
Thank you, Secretary General. As you said, it's too early to assess whether it was accident or not, but for sure it was a test, stress test for the whole NATO. Could you assess that and rate the first reaction of the Polish government, the channel of communications, and the reaction of the NATO? Any room for improvement and any lesson learned for future? Thank you.
NATO allies and Poland reacted in a calm and measured and well-coordinated way. We coordinated our responses. So we spoke together, of course, during the evening yesterday, and also our military commanders informed us. I spoke with the Supreme Allied Commander both yesterday and this morning, and he also came to NATO allies, or to the North Atlantic Council here in the NATO headquarters this morning and briefed allies. So the coordination, the exchange of information, and the measured responses, and also the message that we need to establish the facts before we draw any final conclusions on the incident in Poland, that shows that NATO allies reacted in a prudent and responsible way. I think we have to understand that to manage this kind of incidents is partly about being firm and reacting quickly, but it's also about being calm and preventing unnecessary escalation. And we always need to find that balance, and therefore always it's also important to have the best possible picture of actually what happened. Therefore we actually said yesterday that we need some time to look into the incident. We did that over the course of the night, and then we have a clearer picture today, a picture that tells us that we have no indication that this was a deliberate attack, no indication that this was something that was targeted on NATO territory, and no indication that Russia is planning any aggressive military actions against Ukraine. But what we do know is that the whole incident is caused by Russia's brutal war in Ukraine. So the best way of preventing anything like this from happening again is for Russia to stop this war.
Thank you very much. This concludes this press conference.
Thank you.
That was the latest from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. The chief saying that there is no indication that the blast in Poland was a deliberate attack by Russia. Now, other sources say they believe the missile was fired by Ukraine and went off track. Stoltenberg emphasizing that Russia is responsible for the war in Ukraine and therefore responsible for all consequences of the war. So they looked into the incident, and Stoltenberg says they now have a better picture of what took place, and the goal is to prevent escalation throughout this whole incident. But again, emphasizing that Russia is responsible for the war and therefore responsible for any and all side consequences that may occur. We are now taking a look at a building in Ukraine's capital of Kyiv that was set ablaze after Russian strikes hit the city on Tuesday. Now, according to Kyiv's mayor, 3 residential buildings were struck, but air defense units shot down other missiles. The strikes break a period of calmness since drone and missile attacks several weeks ago. The time is now 7:15. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll have a conversation with our friends over at Fox 35 Orlando in just a bit. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. After 2 scrubs, 2 hurricanes, and a last-minute delay, the Artemis moon mission is now underway. It saw a number of hurdles but launched into space just before 2 a.m. this morning. Joining us now is Fox 35 Orlando's Nestor Mato. Nestor, finally we got to see a historic and successful launch into space. Tell us about it. Good morning.
Yeah, that's right. NASA's biggest rocket ever finally took off from the Kennedy Space Center here in Cape Canaveral. And you know, you said it, it went through months of delays. First a technical glitch, then Hurricane Ian, a scare with Hurricane Nicole last week, but it did finally take off. I want to show you the video of that rocket launch because some folks may have been sleeping when it happened. But NASA's third try really was the charm. They sent up the Space Launch System rocket, which launches the Orion spacecraft into orbit. This test flight, of course, known as Artemis 1, is the first steps towards sending astronauts back to the moon by 2025. This rocket was unmanned, but down here on Earth at the Space Coast, there were crowds, big crowds, despite the launch happening at almost 2 a.m. on a weekday.
It's even more fantastic to see something like this at night, so we're excited. You find your passion, you find your crew, your gang of people, because people here, they love the spaceships.
Yeah, those people are really dedicated. You know, there were so many scrubs, but they still came out, made it out, hoping for the best, and it happened. That moon should go around, the rocket should go around the moon for a 42-day mission.
All right, Fox 35 Orlando's Nestor Mato, thank you so much for joining us from the Space Coast with that update.
Thank you.
2, 1, boosters ignition, and liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
Engines on the core stage and 2 solid rocket boosters now propelling the vehicle at 128 miles per hour. Hearing good control on the roll from teams of Mission Control Houston. All good calls so far. Now 30 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1. First milestone will be for the vehicle to pass through max Q at about 1 minute and 9 seconds into launch. This is the greatest period of atmospheric force on the rocket. Now traveling 607 miles per hour. You're looking at 8.8 million pounds of maximum thrust. Quiet here in the loops in Mission Control. The 4 core stage engines are throttling down ahead of passing through max Q.
Wow, what an amazing sight to see that blaze beneath the rocket as Artemis ascended into orbit. We will have a live conversation with NASA talking all about the pre and post launch, what we can expect in the coming days, and what information, scientific information, they hope to gather. The time is now 7:20. Let's move right along with other top stories this morning. We're learning more about rapid population growth around the world. It is straining critical resources and adding to climate crises. Fox News' Ted Linder has more from the United Nations on the troubles facing the estimated 8 billion people now occupying the planet.
The world just got a little more crowded. United Nations officials projecting the global population has reached the 8 billion mark. But Tuesday's announcement is stoking fears.
We really have 2 areas of concern: how it affects poor countries that are growing rapidly, and how it affects the entire globe in terms of environmental issues.
The UN citing 2 main factors behind the population boom.
On one hand, the gradual increase in average human longevity due to the widespread advances in public health, nutrition, personal hygiene, and medicine. And on the other hand, the persistence of high levels of fertility in many countries.
With a majority of the growth seen in developing countries in Africa.
For other countries, it might not be a cause for concern because they have a very good structured government, and the population is well taken care of. But in Nigeria, the reverse is the case.
UN officials worry the rapid growth will further decimate supplies of already scarce resources in countries like Nigeria, where people are already struggling.
Some cultures that believe that the more children you have, the stronger you are. It's not exactly really true. People need to be well informed.
Half the world's population lives in 7 countries, including the U.S., Brazil, China, India, Indonesia, Nigeria, and Pakistan. The UN estimates the world's population will reach roughly 8.5 billion by the year 2030, and a staggering 9.7 billion by the year 2050. Ted Linder, Fox News.
And President Biden putting away a heavy emphasis on economic recovery from COVID-19 at the G20 summit in Bali. We have a few images of him returning home here. Ukraine, climate change, and the economy all on high demand as the president talks about the key challenges that the United States and other world countries are facing at the G20 summit. Fox News correspondent Peter Zucchi has more from Bali.
I'm convinced we're going to come out of this crisis we've been through in the pandemic and other things stronger than we went in.
President Biden putting a heavy emphasis on recovery from the COVID pandemic on the second day of the G20 summit here in Bali. The president meeting with his counterparts from the world's 20 largest economies, pushing for more cooperation on both economic growth and climate change, announcing $20 billion to help Indonesia transfer away from fossil fuels.
As we accelerate our investment and speed transition to clean energy future and meet the climate crisis head on, We have to make sure that they benefit people everywhere.
But critics are slamming the president for what they see as a failure to push those same issues with Chinese President Xi, pointing out the climate crisis in China is significantly worse.
The last time I checked, we were on the same planet as China, which has almost 2.5 times the emissions that the United States has.
One world leader who isn't at the summit is still having an outsized influence. Russian President Vladimir Putin skipping the G20 as his invasion of Ukraine falters. Now G20 leaders are likely to issue a strong message condemning the invasion, while Ukraine's president addresses the meeting virtually and pressing for more international support as the war grinds on.
We should hold an international conference to cement the key elements of post-war security.
President Biden decided to skip the official G20 dinner on Tuesday. The White House says it's because he has work to do. In Bali, Indonesia, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
Republicans are on the cusp of gaining control of the House of Representatives. They will have an incredibly small majority come January, and some lawmakers are questioning their next steps, including a vote for House Speaker. There are also calls in the Senate to postpone a leadership vote. Fox's Lauren Blanchard brings us a closer look from Washington.
More than 80 newly elected House lawmakers from both parties posing for a class photo on the steps of the U.S. Capitol. Republicans are on the cusp of winning a majority after the midterms, but who will take the gavel? Kevin McCarthy is vying to become the next speaker, but he may face a challenge from within his own party when the GOP holds a closed-door vote today.
And I think that probably Leader McCarthy will probably get the nomination in a majority vote among Republicans. But here's what will be very clear, is that he nor no one has 218 votes.
Some say a leadership fight would be a disaster for the party and open the door for Democrats to have a say on the next speaker.
If a hard-right faction of the Republican Party does not allow McCarthy to be seated, then it gives the opportunity to Democrats then to select a speaker.
Do you expect any challenges, Mr. Leader?
Meanwhile, some GOP senators want to postpone their leadership vote. Minority Leader Mitch McConnell isn't facing a direct challenge, but some want to see changes and wait until after the Georgia Senate runoff is decided in December.
Personally, I think it is insane. It would be nuts for us to have leadership elections now and simply re-elect the exact same leadership.
There could be drama for House Democrats as well. They'll hold their own leadership elections after Thanksgiving. Current Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi has not said if she'll run for minority leader. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Majority Leader Chuck Schumer meeting with newly elected members of the Senate on yesterday. As you see, Schumer welcomed Democrats Peter Welch of Vermont and John Fetterman of Pennsylvania. Fetterman's win over Republican Mehmet Oz helped Democrats retain a majority in the Senate, a major win for the party as they expected a harsher result from midterm races. The time is now 7:27 a.m. We'll have more top stories right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Onward and upward, NASA's moon mission took off despite early tech glitches and issues due to Mother Nature. Artemis 1, the uncrewed test flight using the world's most powerful operational rocket, is off and running. Let's go ahead and listen into this post-launch briefing by NASA.
Has been well earned and will continue as we now explore the heavens, as we go back to the moon, and then we go to Mars. Thanks, Jackie.
And over to you, Mike Serfin.
Yeah, good morning, and thank you again for continuing to follow our program in the Artemis 1 mission. We've talked to you a number of times about our 4 mission priorities. Demonstrate the vehicle at lunar reentry conditions, demonstrate the vehicle in the spaceflight environment as priority 2, retrieve the spacecraft as priority 3, and then bonus objectives associated with science outreach and technology demonstrations. We have a priority 1 mission in play right now. We had the rocket do its job and deliver the spacecraft to the point of translunar injection. And I want to thank John Honeycutt and the SLS program for putting that priority 1 mission in play, as well as Jody Singer at the Marshall Space Flight Center and the Marshall Space Flight Center team. They did an amazing job getting us to this point, as well as our friends and family here at America's Spaceport under Janet Petro and Mike Bolger and his EGS program team, and our launch director, Charlie Blackwell Thompson. They did an amazing job applying lessons learned and getting us to this point. We do have a priority 1 mission in play because of their work. Today we got to witness the world's most powerful rocket take the Earth by its edges and shake the wicked out of it, and it was quite a sight. It's quite a sight. We're going to learn a lot more as we go. We've got 4 weeks of mission to go. We are just barely starting to scratch the surface of the Artemis program and gather data. We've learned a few things along the way, mostly that this system is performing exactly as we intended it to. We've had a few funnies along the way. We had some dropouts in the flight instrumentation on the SLS rocket. We've had some funnies and some in the star trackers, and then we had some funnies in some micro switches on the solar array wings, but the systems are performing, and we are pressing outbound toward the moon. We are going to continue to gather data as part of those mission priorities and mission objectives as we described earlier. And, you know, speaking for myself, there's definitely relief that we're underway. But we also have a heightened sense of awareness that this mission is underway. And I personally am not going to rest well until we get safely to splashdown and recovery. So with that, I'll pass it back to Jackie.
And now we can hear from Mike Bolger, Ground Systems.
Yeah, thank you. What an amazing day, and what an amazing launch. I'm actually envious of y'all because many of you were outside watching it, and we're sitting inside the firing room, you know, looking through the glass panes. And it was a little bit, some moisture on the glass panes, and so we didn't, I think, have nearly the view that y'all had. But from everything that I could tell,
all right, you're streaming live now from Fox. If you're just now joining us, we actually brought you all this post-launch news
Mike talked about the 4 priority goals that we have. I would add a 5th, and that was to prove that our ground systems and our ground team was prepared and was ready to launch this mission today, and I think they passed with flying colors. We really had a terrific day. It's been
Thank you so much for joining us bright and early. Wow, what a historic day. Talk to me. What does it feel like to witness such a success?
Well, it was a phenomenal launch. I mean, the power of that rocket just was overwhelming. But I think what was equally overwhelming for those of us who watched it is recognizing that this is the first step for humans to go out into the solar system and to live and to work and to do science and to explore. We're going to practice on the moon, and then we're going to go demonstrate it on Mars and future destinations. So it felt like a door opening.
A door
Very
opening.
exciting moment.
I agree. It's very exciting. And when you say things like live and work, in my mind, those things seem seemingly out of reach, but we are starting the journey of learning more about how we can do just that. So now that Artemis has made a successful ascent into orbit, what are we paying attention to, especially in the coming days?
Well, we've already achieved the key test objective of proving that the rocket is capable of putting the Orion spacecraft, the only spacecraft currently able to support and sustain humans in deep space and return them on the high G and high Mach number trajectory that is needed coming back from the moon. So we've got that test objective done. We're on our way to the moon. We'll be looking very carefully at all of the systems on Orion, particularly the key maneuvers. We'll be doing a very close pass to the surface of the moon to inject into lunar orbit. We'll be going out 40,000 miles beyond the moon. Just incredible to really try to understand the science of the environment around the moon. We just have so much more scientific capability than we did during Apollo. And if we're going to stay and live there, we really need to understand the environment. And then, of course, we'll be watching very closely for the other close pass to the moon that will bring us back on a return trajectory. And then the final and most significant test objective to show that this spacecraft can bring humans home safely back to Earth.
So NASA has successfully overcome quite a few challenges, a few technical glitches early on, and Mother Nature as well. We know that Hurricane Ian impacted its initial launch. Did we notice any red flags this morning, any issues that arose as Artemis was making its ascent into orbit?
Well, we always have a few hiccups, especially with a new rocket, but in a lot of cases, we're just learning its quirks and making sure that we're, setting up the procedures to accommodate that. We did see a few things. We saw some sensors. We saw some things on the star trackers that we're looking at. But we got a good solar array deploy, and we feel confident that the system is ready to go on this very important test mission.
Absolutely. Now, one thing that I saw that was amazing to see were the first images of Earth from Artemis. What was it like to see those images?
Well, you know that some of the early images from the Apollo program were literally, responsible for having humans begin to understand that we need to care for the environment on the Earth.
Wow.
So I think that, that impact, speaking as someone who's been to space before myself, looking back at the Earth is always an amazing experience, but I think especially as you begin to pull away, you really see this, what we call spaceship Earth. This is our spaceship, and we are its crew, and we have to protect our spaceship and care for it. And that profound sense is called the overview effect. And I'm just excited that a whole new generation of those images are going to inspire the Artemis generation, who already cares so much about the Earth and its future. And I think they'll see that we can help understand the Earth better from space.
Wow, that's an amazing perspective to have, Pam. I didn't realize that you have been to outer space yourself. What is it like all these years later? Can you walk me through what your first mission was like?
Well, I flew three missions in space on the space shuttle. All of them were to help build the International Space Station. So that, an amazing experience just to be in the environment of microgravity, of course, but again, looking at the Earth from space, incredibly inspiring. But the other thing that I think was really fantastic is the sense of being with a crew and building a capability in space. So when we docked, and especially when we undocked from the space station each time, you could see the work that the crew had put in. You could see the space station growing before your very eyes by the tasks that we had done, both with robotics and spacewalking. And I think, for me, that thrilling moment is going to be when we start to see permanent human presence on the moon, and we build the capability to do science there, in situ, right there, instead of robotically with humans, with robotic assistance, but also just to build a human presence and start to create new jobs and new capabilities out in the solar system.
Amazing, amazing. Well, thank you so much for your contributions to science. And hey, if you ever need a journalist to go to space, I'll give you my information. You mentioned the historic Apollo mission. Let's take a dive into our archives, because we do have some footage of that very mission that you speak of. Now, the space program in general has always been a bipartisanship, right? So following the success of this rocket launch, what does this mean for the future support that NASA will get from our government and Congress in general?
Well, I think it's very important to show that we are good stewards of the taxpayers' money. We go to space foundationally for 3 different reasons. The first is science, so that we can understand the universe, the solar system, the Earth, and ourselves. We go because of the economic benefits, the leadership in science and technology that doing hard things like going to the moon give us, that have so many spin-offs and flow-outs into other areas and create excellent jobs right here on Earth. And we go finally for inspiration. We want to inspire the Artemis generation, that next generation of scientists, engineers, aviators, and explorers. And so we're really hoping for all 3 of those things. And as we see our stakeholders in Congress really see that we are actually addressing all of those things through the Artemis program, that we're really providing value to Americans, we know that we'll have tremendous support. And one great thing is this time we're not going it alone. We have industry partners who are putting their own skin in the game, and especially we have international partners who really, really want to contribute. And so this is truly a partnership, and we don't have to bear the whole burden ourselves.
So you mentioned the next generation of space exploration, the next humans specifically to set foot on the moon. That will also be a historic time. Can you talk to me a little bit about the first that we will see, the next humans that are going to the moon?
So we expect to fly Artemis 2, the first crewed mission around the moon in 2024. And then in 2025, the first crew will land on the surface of the moon, including the first woman to land on the moon. From my standpoint, as someone who's inspired by Apollo, I know that we will inspire thousands, if not millions, of women around the world. And we also know that we intend to land the first person of color on the moon. We know that will have an enormous impact and ensure that we have the diversity that we need going forward to solve the hard problems we have ahead of us.
Definitely an important time as we look towards the future. Pam Melroy, the Deputy Administrator for NASA, it's been such a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
All right, guys, and just in case you might have missed that very successful launch, here it is.
2, 1, boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
Engines on the core stage and 2 solid rocket boosters now propelling the vehicle at 128 miles per hour. Hearing good control on the roll from teams in Mission Control Houston. All good calls so far. Now 30 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1. First milestone will be for the vehicles pass through max Q at about 1 minute and 9 seconds into launch. This is the greatest period.
All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here, 7:45 a.m. Let's take a trip across the pond. We have here the Prime Minister questions live from the House of Commons.
With Rwanda, she voted against our plans to remove dangerous foreign national offenders, and one of the key policy platforms upon which her leader, the leader of the opposition, stood for the leadership of the Labour Party, is to close down our immigration removal centres, the very centres where we house people like foreign national offenders, like murderers, like rapists, as we're trying to get them out of the country. The truth is that the party opposite is the party of uncontrolled migration. It's the party of mass migration. We understand the instincts of the British people, and my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, and I will do everything to ensure that their will is implemented and we secure our borders.
Mark Jenkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister knows well the problems I have with Serco's procurement of accommodation in my constituency of Workington, and I thank him for his engagement in recent days. Can he confirm to me, given the woeful communication with MPs and local authorities in recent days and weeks, that lessons will be learned and that communication will be stepped up?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for the productive and constructive conversations that we've had. It is absolutely essential that the Home Office and indeed partners like Serco treat local authorities and indeed members of Parliament with respect and engage with them productively. Since my arrival in the department, I've set in place protocols now so that all members of Parliament and local authorities will be notified in good time before hotel and other accommodation is procured, and that we move to a better procedure than that, whereby there is effective and constructive engagement in the days prior to taking the accommodation. It is worth saying, however, that these are the symptoms of the problem. The real core of the issue is the fact that 40,000 people have chosen to cross the Channel this year alone, and that places immense strain on our system. That is what we need to tackle. That is what we on this side of the House are committing to do, and that is what the opposition refuse to address.
A simple spokesperson, Anne McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The £120 million totally wasted on the Rwanda plan could have quadrupled the number of caseworkers and cleared the backlog in asylum cases urgently. Can we have a department focused on the nuts and bolts of getting the job done instead of crazy, brutal and counterproductive headline-chasing policies? Because this, after all, is the root of all of our problems. This and the lack of safe and legal routes. I submitted a written question a number of months ago asking for a list of all the safe and legal routes, and it wouldn't even have filled that space. So can we do something about that? The revelations in ITV's documentary The Crossing about 27 Channel deaths last November were utterly heartbreaking, and they were horrifying. Did the Home Secretary discuss with counterparts how best to ensure disputes about precisely where a boat is play a distant second fiddle to actually saving people's lives? And can I end, Mr. Speaker, by just saying how disappointed I am after the Minister distancing himself from the Home Secretary's crass comments on migrants, today to hear him talk about murderers and foreign offenders. We're talking about asylum seekers, and he brings up murderers as if they're one and the same thing, and it's an absolute disgrace because he knows the impact that has not just on asylum seekers but on all migrants.
Well, the Honourable Lady needs to face the facts. We on this side of the House will always behave with decency and compassion because those are our values, but we will not be naive, and we are capable of making the distinction between genuine refugees, genuine asylum seekers who are fleeing persecution and human rights abuses, and Albanian economic migrants coming to this country for all the wrong reasons. We're also perfectly capable of making the distinction between good people who deserve our protection and support and bad people who are foreign national offenders who need to be removed from the United Kingdom as soon as possible. I'm surprised to see her joining in with the opposition who want to close down the very detained centres where we keep those people while we try to get them out of the country. She says that she's disappointed that we're pursuing Rwanda. Well, I think Rwanda is an important part of our efforts to tackle illegal migration because deterrence has to be suffused throughout our entire approach. Everything that we do to create further pull factors to the UK ensures more people cross in perilous ways across the Channel, more pressure is put on our public services, and prevents us from helping those people who genuinely deserve our support, like those people who've come from Ukraine or Afghanistan or Syria on our resettlement schemes. And I'll say it again, as I said it before, if the SNP wanted to help with this issue, they would address the fact that proportionately, Scotland, and in particular SNP local authorities, take fewer people on those resettlement schemes than any other part of the United Kingdom.
Kevin Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't envy my right honourable friend having to do this UQ, having done a few myself. But I know he'll recognise that it's system-wide reform that's needed of the asylum system. Whilst the deal with France is welcome, it will only make a small part of what needs to be done overall. But a particular point I'd focus on is this issue of notification and engagement with local authorities, which seems to have disappeared, as we are aware from the situation in Torbay. Can you reassure me it will now actually be restarted? Because at the very least, a common courtesy is to notify MPs and local authorities, not as find out via third parties.
Minister. Yes, and can I pay tribute to the honourable gentleman for his good service in this role and others previously. He's highly respected and missed by his former colleagues at the Home Office. He's absolutely right to say that we need good engagement with members of Parliament and, crucially, with local authorities, because when we're bringing groups of migrants to a local area, often with complex needs, we need to ensure the local authority is involved in that, can prepare for their arrival and provide good services. One of the issues that has been experienced in recent weeks has been that the sheer number of individuals crossing the Channel has put immense pressure on the Manston facility, and the first duty and priority of me as the minister responsible was and is to ensure that Manston operates legally and decently, and that has meant that we've needed to procure a lot of accommodation relatively quickly, and that's meant that some of those procedures have been weaker than any of us would have wished. I hope we can move forward from that, stabilise the situation and get into a pattern of engaging MPs and local authorities in a manner that they deserve to be respected by.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today my committee has launched an inquiry into how and why the Home Office is spending foreign aid to support refugees in this country. Could I ask, has the Minister got a budget or a blank cheque? Has he got ODA specialists within the Home Office making sure this money represents value? And also, does he think it's morally right to be spending money that should be going to the poorest in the world, propping up the Treasury, which other countries are spending their own money to fund refugees in their own countries?
Well, firstly, it's the Home Office's responsibility to ensure the money it's spent is spent wisely and provides taxpayer value. How it's accounted for under overseas development aid or otherwise is a matter for the Treasury and not for me and my officials. But the point that really is at the heart of this is that we need to ensure that we stop people crossing the Channel illegally. We don't want to be spending billions of pounds addressing this issue. The opposition, I think, does, because they oppose every single measure we take to try to address it. We want to get people out of hotels, and we would like to move to a system which is based on resettlement schemes like the Ukraine scheme, like the Syria scheme, like the Syria scheme, whereby we choose people at source, they come to the UK, we're able to prioritise our resources on them, and we don't waste, frankly, hundreds of millions of pounds managing a problem of economic migrants who should not be in the UK.
Ben Bradley.
Speaker, this weekend a new migrant hotel was set up in my constituency. I was contacted on Sunday and told that it would be happening, future tense. I subsequently found out that it actually happened already on Saturday. And as yet, it's now Wednesday. We still have no details as to who, how long, what is in place around that facility. On Monday morning, several local people presented themselves as homeless, having been kicked out of that same hotel, which was previously used by the local authority as temporary accommodation. My right honourable friend must surely agree that this is wrong and untenable, and it will cause a huge amount of anger locally. The government needs to stop this, he knows that. But can he at the very least ensure that after this urgent question he's able to investigate in his department and ensure that local stakeholders and councils are able to get the information we need urgently to be able to put the support in place that we need to on a local level?
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. I believe my officials have already reached out to his council to provide them with further information. As I said earlier, this is not the situation that any of us would want to be in. It's the product of record numbers of people crossing the Channel and of a failure to plan in the months prior to this sudden surge. What we need to do now is move forwards, ensure that Manston is operating legally and correctly as our first duty, and then ensure that any further accommodation is procured in a sensible way, which is simple, decent accommodation, not luxurious hotels, and we ensure that we have proper communication with local authorities. That is my objective, and I'm very happy to work with him to achieve it.
Sammy Wilson.
Unlike some of those who are criticising the government today, we have supported most of the measures which the government has brought forward in the past, though we do understand that there are genuine asylum seekers who do need help. In my own constituency just last weekend, I met many from Ukraine who are grateful for what this country has done for them. Though the ministers almost every year come with a new plan to deal with this problem, and yet the problem gets worse all the time. The numbers are increasing and the frustration is increasing as well. Would the Minister not agree with me that one of the ways of stopping people coming the route, the dangerous route they're coming at present, giving revenue to criminal gangs and stopping priority being dealt with for real asylum seekers would be to ensure that those who enter this country illegally are not allowed to apply for asylum in the first place?
Yeah. Well, the Honourable Gentleman makes a very important point there, and we have already taken action through the Nationality and Borders Act, but my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, and I are reviewing our legal framework to ensure that it meets the scale of the challenge that we're currently facing. And if we conclude that further steps are necessary, he can be assured that we will take them and will do so urgently. I think he makes a very strong and compelling case that there should not be a route to a life in the UK if you choose to come here illegally.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. May I strongly support the Minister in what he said by highlighting that the parties opposite, most of them, certainly the Labour Party and the SNP, have zero credibility coming to this House, questioning the Minister when they vote against or vote down and criticise absolutely every legal measure that we bring in to tackle this problem that all of our constituents care deeply about. Now, the Minister would like to know what my constituents are asking me, I'm sure. What they want to know is why can we not turn back those small boats, those dinghies, when they are in the Channel? Now, of course, we all understand that we have obligations to save lives at sea, but surely that doesn't extend to those people who are seeking to undermine our generous hospitality and our asylum system, which is there for those genuine refugees. Please, can he change the law to do?
Yeah. Well, the Honourable Lady makes a very important point, and she speaks for the British public, millions of whom ask exactly the same question. We are pursuing returns agreements with safe countries and have secured one in the last 12 months with Albania, and 1,000 Albanians have already been removed under that agreement. Clearly, I would like that to be significantly higher, and we're reviewing what further steps we could take there. We would like to secure a returns agreement with France. The agreement that we've reached this week is a good first step, but the Home Secretary will be meeting with other Northern European interior ministers through the Calais group shortly to discuss what the next steps might be. And my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, is prioritising this and the broader relationship with France, as we can see in the positive conversations that he's had thus far. And if it is possible to take this agreement further, we will certainly try to.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On Monday, as part of Parliament Week, I spoke to a group of 100 asylum seekers and refugees learning English at Hammersmith and Fulham College. Some had been in local budget hotel rooms with their families for a year and a half, with no Home Office interview since they arrived. All willing and able to work, but prevented from doing so. Does the Minister realise that this, along with indefinite detention, is a failed policy that's not only cruel and inhumane, but is hugely wasteful of public money?
Well, on the subject of indefinite detention, I respectfully disagree. I think there's an important role for detaining individuals, particularly foreign national offenders, whilst they're here in the UK and until we can remove.
Good morning, everyone. If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, my name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. A lot going on right now. You are listening to a debate going on in the House of Commons. Always happens here on a Wednesday morning. Sometimes there's a lot of yelling and screaming. So far, that doesn't happen, so that's good news. Again, it is 8 o'clock here on the East Coast. I do want to dip back into this here for just a few minutes, and then we will get back to your headlines here on Live Now from Fox.
The fact that we have relatively high approval rates for asylum seekers, and I'm not persuaded it would be wise to add a further pull factor to that mix.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my right honourable friend for what he is saying and doing on this vital subject. But I shall be here all of next week, ready to vote for whatever legislative changes are necessary to protect people who need asylum and to defend our country from people who deliberately and willfully break our laws. So please would he apply the toe of his shoe to the bottoms of the people who need to draft the legislation that we can all support.
Well, I'm grateful for that, and I will take that back to my officials in the department. He can be assured that the Home Secretary and I are doing everything we can, and if there are further legislative changes that we can make, in the spirit of what he's just said, that individuals who come here from safe countries looking for a better life, but not for the safety from persecution, human rights abuses and war that asylum was designed to support, we will make those changes and we'll secure the borders as a result.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we've already heard, on the 24th of November last year, at least 27 people drowned while attempting to cross the Channel in a dinghy, including a little girl. 5 are missing and only 2 survived. A documentary shown on ITV on Monday night called The Crossing presented evidence that the tragedy happened in UK waters, notwithstanding multiple distress calls from the people in the dinghy, and while the French and UK coastguards passed the buck over a period of many crucial hours. I understand that solicitors acting for the families of some of the deceased and one of the survivors passed evidence to this effect to the British government in March of this year. The normal political response to a loss of life on this scale would be the prompt announcement of an independent public inquiry. Can the Minister tell me what it is about the people who drowned that means that no public independent inquiry has been announced into the circumstances of their drowning?
Well, the events of a year ago were very shocking, deeply tragic, and my sympathies go out to those individuals' families and friends. As a result of that incident, I can assure her that very significant further steps have been taken by British authorities to enable those crossing the Channel in dangerous crafts to be helped ashore in the UK, to the point that I think 98% of boats that attempt the crossing and pass the median line are then helped ashore either by Border Force, RNLI or the Royal Navy. I pay tribute to those British authorities who do that hard work. I've met them. It is difficult work and they do it superbly. We will not be able to secure the passage of everyone who chooses to get in an unsafe dinghy at the behest of people traffickers and cross the Channel. The best advice, of course, is do not make that dangerous passage. It is illegal and it is extremely perilous. That is the key thing. We should not be encouraging people to make that crossing in the first place. We cannot assure safe passage to everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Stoke-on-Trent, decades ago, voluntarily entered the asylum dispersal scheme. But enough is enough. We have done our bit for this country to protect some of the vulnerable people and illegal economic migrants coming to this country via safe countries like France. I am sick to the back teeth of having hotels being used in our great city, being dumped on by Serco because we voluntarily entered that scheme. The local authorities are against it, the police are against it, all 3 Stoke MPs are against it, and for good reason. We have Islamic extremists like Hezbollah Tahrir round the corner from the hotel operating. We have the far right in our city looking to recruit. We have public anger and outrage at the fact that their local services are being depleted whilst they're having to see them be reinforced elsewhere. When is the Minister going to tell Serco Stoke-on-Trent's done its bit and to no more use it? And if he won't, why won't he?
Well, we have taken further steps in the short tenure that I've been in the department, and indeed my right honourable friend has been Home Secretary, to provide fairer distribution of migrants across the country. My right honourable friend ensured there was mandatory dispersal of children so that all local authorities can play a part in ensuring that those children are in safe accommodation, whether that be children's homes or state or private foster carers accommodation. We're also attempting to procure accommodation in a much broader range of local authorities than has been seen in the past. Historically, the issue was centred on cities, including Stoke-on-Trent. We are now seeking to procure accommodation more broadly in smaller cities, towns, and indeed in some cases in rural areas. That does mean, I'm afraid, as long as numbers are so high, that more parts of the country experience this issue, but it does ensure greater fairness as to how a country we tackle it.
Nick Smith. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is it true that the Home Secretary disagreed with the former Prime Minister, the member for South West Norfolk's ideas on extending the seasonal agricultural workers scheme to help provide extra important temporary migrant labour for our farming sector?
I'm not aware of any such disagreement.
Andy Carter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. According to the Home Office's own figures, the 116 asylum seekers that arrived in Warrington last week can expect to spend around 400 days waiting for their cases to be dealt with.
Good morning, everyone. If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, my name is Josh Breslow, and you're listening in on the Prime Minister questions there in the House of Commons. However, I do want to swap to another live event that is now underway where U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin is speaking at a virtual meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, followed by a press briefing here with General Milley. So a lot going on. I do want to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered right now on Live Now from Fox.
Interrupting Russian missiles as the Kremlin continues its ruthless bombardment of Ukraine, including yesterday's attacks. While Russia continues to ruthlessly target Ukraine's civilians and energy infrastructure, nations of goodwill continue to stand behind Ukraine, and Russia's cruelty only strengthens our resolve. As President Biden has made clear, the United States will support Ukraine for as long as it takes. And that's why we announced another Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative package of $400 million this month. And just last week, we announced an additional $400 million in equipment through Presidential Drawdown Authority. And that brings U.S. security assistance to a total of $18.6 billion since the start of Russia's all-out invasion. And both of these packages will provide much-needed capabilities for the near-term fight and for the long-term sustainment of the Ukrainian armed forces. And that just underscores the role of this contact group as a crucial forum to continue coordinating our enduring support with other nations of goodwill. For example, since our last contact group, 7 countries have either delivered critical air defense systems to Ukraine or committed to sending them. And that will save the lives of innocent Ukrainian men, women, and children, and help Ukrainian armed forces defend their skies. And meanwhile, the United States, the Netherlands, and the Czech Republic are working together to provide 90 overhauled T-72B tanks to Ukraine. And 45 of those tanks were a part of our recent USAI package. Let me thank both Minister Ollongren and Minister Chernakova and their staffs for getting this done. This effort to fund and execute an industrial program on Ukraine's behalf is a direct result of our close cooperation through the contact group. And our meetings are a chance to think creatively and further increase our support for Ukraine. The last time we met, we spoke about our efforts to train Ukraine's armed forces and about the importance of accountability for the equipment that we are providing. We also discussed key industrial-based initiatives in light of the National Armaments Directors meeting under the auspices of this contact group. And so today we'll build on those vital conversations, and we'll discuss how we can best train and prepare the Ukrainian armed forces to defend their country. Collective and individual training efforts will help ensure that Ukraine can continue to consolidate its gains and keep up its momentum on the battlefield even throughout the winter. I'm also looking forward to hearing from ministers about industrial-based initiatives stemming from the National Armaments Directors working groups. Now, these efforts will help us to more effectively source, produce, and procure key capabilities for Ukraine's self-defense. These conversations will be even more crucial as Ukraine enters a hard winter. We must do more to meet Ukraine's urgent air defense needs, which can help protect Ukraine's energy infrastructure and provide heat for its children. So today we've got a big agenda, and I look forward to making good progress. We're inspired by the resilience of the Ukrainian people, and we're inspired by the unity of this contact group. You have all shown enduring resolve, both to help Ukraine fight for its freedom and to defend the rules-based international order that keeps us all secure. Thank you again for your commitment to this cause. And so now we'll pause for just a minute while our friends in the media depart, and then we'll hear from our Ukrainian colleagues.
All right, thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. A very brief statement there from Lloyd Austin, the Secretary of Defense here, speaking briefly on Ukraine. But as you saw, he then told the media it was time to go, and now they're speaking more so in private. Time now 8:12 over on the East Coast and 5:12 on the West Coast. A lot going on across the country and the world. So let's step away for a quick commercial break, but then back to those headlines here in just a few. Stay with us on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:15 on the East Coast and 5:15 on the West Coast. Taking a live look here at the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. A beautiful start to the day as the sun is coming up. Do want to get to some of your headlines now. Former President Donald Trump on Tuesday officially launching his third campaign for the White House just 1 week after those midterm elections. A lot of speculation, of course, that he would make that announcement last night, and that is exactly what he had to say from Mar-a-Lago. Let's send it over to Fox News with more information about that. This is Madeline Rivera.
Former President Trump is marking the beginning of his third presidential bid, ending months of speculation he might once again run for office.
America's comeback starts right now.
His decision to move forward with his candidacy comes as he plays defense politically. The former president is fighting criticism after a bruising midterm performance for Republicans.
I think you also see that there was a cost to a Trump endorsement, and he became an issue.
Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson admits he's been thinking of running for the White House. Another potential 2024 rival, former Vice President Mike Pence, who suggests Trump's moment may have passed.
I think, Donald Trump was the only candidate in 2016 who could have defeated Hillary Clinton. I think different times call for different leadership.
While some say a messy separation from Trump is on the horizon.
Is this going to be one of those breakups that happens where people are able to talk to each other after, or is it one where somebody ends up with their car set on fire?
Others argue such a scenario is unlikely for now.
I don't know anyone who can beat the man because the man is Donald Trump.
Republicans on Capitol Hill are also divided about their leadership. It's unclear if House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy has the 218 votes he needs to become Speaker in January if Republicans take back the House. And Senator Rick Scott is challenging Minority Leader Mitch McConnell for his job as top Senate GOP leader. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
All right, Madeline, thank you so much for that report. Some other stories that we are tracking here on Live Now from Fox. Local and federal investigators trying to determine how roughly 24 ballots were apparently stolen last week in California. The voting materials and some other mail found miles from where it was mailed, scattered in a ditch. Fox's Jesse Gray has that story.
20 miles south of San Jose, the latest mystery in a mysterious election cycle. Approximately 24 ballots and other pieces of mail tossed in a ravine near Sugarloaf Road and Highway 17. One of the ballots belongs to San Josean Lou Whitkin.
We had the mail-in ballots all filled out by Sunday evening, and we said, well, why wait?
Whitkin and his wife of 48 years both mailed their ballots November 6th at this post office on Payne Avenue. Election Day came and went, and then their ballots were discovered Veterans Day in the ravine.
I am concerned that these ballots were in the possession of the Postal Service and would like to know exactly what happened.
Registrar of Voters Shannon Boucher says her office is assisting a U.S. postal investigation. Investigators were examining one mailbox Monday afternoon. In a statement, spokesman Justin Hastings says in part, Postal Management is aware some mail, including ballots, were recovered in Santa Clara County, California last week. We have confirmed the ballots were provided to the Registrar of Voters.
This is a big deal, and it's not only a local state crime, it is also a federal crime.
Cal State Bernardino criminal justice professor Brian Levin says investigators must determine if there was an attempt to interfere with the election, or is this simply a case of mail theft, which happened to snare ballots as well.
We have the safest and most trustworthy election system in the world.
The Whitkins don't believe their ballots would have impacted any race or state measure. They're confident in the system and say they'll once again trust the mail to deliver their election choices in 2024.
We expect that they're going to investigate this, identify what the problem was, and take corrective action.
A very interesting story, and I'm sure we will be hearing a lot more about that in the coming days and weeks. A heated hearing on Capitol Hill Tuesday as Homeland Security Secretary and the FBI Director took the hot seat, detailing for lawmakers what they see as the top threats to the U.S. Fox correspondent Lauren Blanchard has more on that from Washington.
The threats facing the homeland have never been greater or more complex.
In a hearing in the House Homeland Security Committee, Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas and FBI Director Christopher Wray laid out what they see as the nation's biggest security risks.
The greatest long-term threat to our nation's ideas, innovation, and economic security, our national security, is that from China.
Mayorkas and Wray said China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea have continued to push disinformation and threaten democratic ideas. But the hearing on Capitol Hill turned contentious.
How can you begin to solve the problem if you don't even acknowledge the depth and breadth of it?
Republicans got their chance to grill Secretary Mayorkas on the southern border and the problem of illicit fentanyl, even calling for him to step down.
This has nothing to do with politics. This is about kids across the country dying every single day from fentanyl overdoses because people in Washington can't get their act together.
In the last fiscal year, Customs and Border Protection recorded 2.3 million encounters.
All the righteous indignation. Here we go. Is the border secure based on your feelings or facts?
We have removed or expelled more individuals from the United States than ever before.
We could soon start seeing Secretary Mayorkas and Director Wray facing questions on the Hill more often once House Republicans reclaim the majority in January. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, Lauren, thank you so much. Want to get into some of the other headlines here. Let's talk health news. New concerns as the triple-demic or tridemic of the flu, COVID, and RSV continue to overwhelm the U.S. healthcare system. With cases of respiratory illness on the rise, health officials confirmed the first fatality this season after a child under 5 years old died with RSV. Fox News chief correspondent Jonathan Hunt has more on that for us.
Health officials confirm a child in California is now the first under 5 to die this season after contracting a combination of RSV and the flu.
I would bet that this child didn't get immunized for whatever reason. And we certainly know if you have 2 viruses, it's harder on the lungs than 1.
The tragic death comes as hospitals across the country are overwhelmed with patients suffering from the so-called triple-demic: COVID, flu, and RSV.
The ER is packed. The waiting room is just full of patients in lines. And patients are in the hallways being treated because there's not enough rooms.
According to the CDC, much of the country is seeing a higher than typical number of flu and RSV cases. Many emergency rooms and ICUs are at capacity, prompting hospitals to set up overflow tents to handle the surge.
We're terrified that we won't be able to take care of all the kids.
Viruses such as RSV and the flu can cause breathing difficulties and can be deadly among children, who are the most vulnerable to severe complications, especially if they have underlying conditions. Health officials are urging people to get flu and COVID vaccinations to help prevent contracting these potentially deadly viruses. In Los Angeles, Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
Jonathan, thank you so much for that report. We appreciate it. 8:23 in the morning if you are joining us on the East Coast, and 5:23 on the West Coast. Wherever you're joining us from, thank you so much for being with us here. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. As always, a lot going on, but first, let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, then back to those headlines. We will have the latest after those 3 University of Virginia football players were murdered on a bus just days ago. Again, stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. Time now 8:26 on the East Coast, 5:26 on the West Coast. The latest now on a story that we have been following very closely here on Live Now from Fox. It's been several days since 3 football players were shot and killed when a gunman opened fire inside of a charter bus, also wounding 2 other students. This happening late Sunday night as the bus was returning from a field trip in D.C., where the students were seeing a play. The suspected gunman, Christopher Darnell Jones Jr., is going to be in court later on this morning. Let's bring in Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard. He is live outside that courthouse there in Virginia. Thank you so much for being here with us.
You bet, Josh. Our pleasure. We're in Charlottesville, Virginia, not far from the UVA campus. What we believe is that the murder suspect, Mr. Jones, is going to remain in the Albemarle County Jail this morning and appear in the courtroom here via a video hookup. And the hearing is expected to start in about 35 minutes, right about 9 o'clock Eastern time. Basically, Mr. Jones, it'll be determined whether he can afford his own lawyer or whether a public defender will be appointed for him, and what his bond status is. And clearly, we don't expect him to get any bond. He'll more than likely be held without bond. He is facing 3 counts of second-degree murder for the murders of the 3 UVA football players and 2 new additional counts of malicious wounding, and that's for shooting and wounding 2 other students who were on the bus. One of them, the 4th, is also a football player, Mike Hollins, a junior running back from Louisiana. And then the 5th student is a young woman named Marley Morgan. Don't know much more about her other than she has been in good condition. We believe she is still hospitalized but is about to get out. But Mike Hollins remains in very serious condition in the hospital. He was badly injured in the attack. What the motive is, Josh, we don't know still. This was, as you mentioned, on Sunday night back here on campus on a charter bus that had taken about 25 students to a play in Northeast D.C. This was a class about African-American playwrights, and they were in D.C. seeing a play about Emmett Till, the young 14-year-old who was murdered in the South back in the mid-1950s, which was part of the touchstone for the civil rights movement. They were just arriving back here in Charlottesville after attending that day-long field trip to D.C. when the shots rang out. The New York Post, the Washington Post reporting that Jones had kind of stayed by himself on the bus and at the theater, and then right before the shooting had mentioned something about video games. But really, what sparked the shooting, what motivated him to open fire on his fellow classmates, we just don't know. He was a one-time football player as a freshman back in 2018, Christopher Jones was, but we don't believe he knew intimately or well at all any of the victims that he allegedly shot on the bus.
So a big question here, once we go into court, is it possible that they could release just a few more details or anything that does kind of pinpoint at least a possible motive?
Potentially, Josh. We don't know. This is not, a plea hearing or anything like that, or a preliminary hearing. This is just really to check out the status of his legal defense and a bond status. They could throw some documents our way, introduce them in court. We get our hands on them. That talks to perhaps a motive or what this was all about. We just don't know. His parents have been quoted. Jones's parents have been quoted not only on our air, but also in the Richmond newspaper, saying that he may have felt bullied, that he was paranoid in some way. Perhaps Jones is from the Richmond area, Petersburg, Virginia. But he also had a bit of a legal issue that he hadn't yet followed through with here in Charlottesville. He had apparently made some kind of threat about having a gun. It was being investigated. It was supposed to be reviewed by a student judicial panel, and it never got to that point. He was never questioned about that. So there are some concerns here that he should have been on the university's radar for having made a threat about a gun that was never found. The gun was never found. And he also, in another part of Virginia, had a criminal case for possessing a gun in a concealed way without a permit. you're supposed to, when you apply to a school or when you're in a university, let them know if you have any, criminal history or record, and he apparently did not do that. So there were some cracks here that he may have fallen through, and we'll see if any more of this material evidence or information comes out in court this morning, and we'll keep you posted.
Yeah, still so much left to figure out here. Fox DC's Bob Barnard, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
You bet, Josh. Our pleasure.
8:31 on the East Coast, and it is 5:31 on the West Coast. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but back to the headlines here in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:34 on the East Coast and 5:34 on the West Coast. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Back to the headlines now. Police investigating the mysterious deaths of 4 University of Idaho students who were slain near the campus over the weekend. Fox News correspondent Dan Springer is on the campus in Moscow, Idaho with the latest information.
No one would have ever imagined something slightly like this could happen in Moscow, Idaho, in such a small town.
A mystery swirling at the University of Idaho. 4 students were found dead in a house just blocks from the campus. Police identifying the victims as college students, 21-year-old Madison Mogan, 21-year-old Kaylee Goncalves, 20-year-old Xana Kernodle, and 20-year-old Ethan Chapin.
To know that lives were lost before they basically even started in college is just so heartbreaking to know, and to realize that they were in their 20s and this is the end for them, and they should have had long, long lives beyond this.
As the investigation continues, authorities have released few details about the deaths and are not saying who is behind the slayings. But they do not believe the incident was a murder-suicide. Moscow's mayor calling the quadruple homicide a possible crime of passion.
Everybody can have patience, deal with it, realize that this is not something that goes on regularly, and this is something that will be investigated fully, and we'll do what we can in the due course of time.
Moscow police responded Sunday afternoon following reports of an unconscious person. The victims, who were all friends, posting pictures on social media hours before the killings, were killed around 3 or 4 in the morning Sunday. Police don't have a suspect in custody, but assure the public there's no active threat to the community. Autopsies are expected to be conducted on the bodies of the students on Wednesday. In Moscow, Idaho, Dan Springer, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much for that report. A story that we will continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox. We are trying to connect right now with Dan Springer. If we can bring you to him live, we will do that live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. In other news, the sentencing hearing for Darrell Brooks continues today over in Waukesha, Wisconsin. Judge Jennifer DeRoe will sentence Darrell Brooks, but before that happens, the court will hear from people speaking on Brooks' behalf. Brooks submitted a list of 9 names, including his mother, Dawn Woods, who we have heard from in the past. The 6 first-degree intentional homicide charges carry mandatory life sentences. Tuesday, victims and surviving family members asked the judge to give the maximum sentences for the other 70 charges. With the microphone finally theirs, those who gave an impact statement addressed the court and Brooks directly. Our Fox Milwaukee team breaking down what happened on day 1 of that sentencing hearing.
Do you have any idea how gut-wrenching it is to have to explain your 12-year-old son that his little brother isn't going to make it? His injuries are too extensive for his little body to come back from, and that he won't be coming home with us ever again.
Day 1 of impact statements in the sentencing hearing of 40-year-old Darrell Brooks. Last month, the jury found him guilty of purposely driving his SUV into a Christmas parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin, killing 6 people and injuring more than 60 others.
Darrell Brooks drove through our joy and turned it to terror.
Brooks kept his head bowed for most of the hearing, though at times he did appear to laugh and roll his eyes while some victims spoke.
Because of your actions, I could have lost my foot.
His actions weren't a surprise to those in court. Brooks's month-long trial, where he represented himself, was marred by erratic outbursts, interruptions, and arguments with the judge. At one point, he even removed his shirt and sat on the defense table bare-chested. Tuesday's proceedings were paused for about an hour when the court received an anonymous threat, but picked back up with the judge telling people the courthouse was safe and police were looking into the false threat. More than 36 people are expected to deliver victim impact statements in the 2-day hearing, and then Brooks has indicated 9 people will speak on his behalf before the judge hands down the expected sentence of life in prison. I'm Garrett Tenney, Fox News.
And that was Garrett Tenney with Fox News, as you heard there, providing his report. Not only is Fox News in that courtroom, but also our affiliate there, our Fox Milwaukee team. They're also able to break down this case and provide a few more details.
Today is for us.
With the focus in the microphone finally theirs.
I miss Jackson every second of every single day. I feel gutted and broken. It hurts to breathe sometimes.
The victims and surviving family members of last year's Waukesha Christmas parade attack tell their own story of how one man changed everything in a matter of seconds.
My poor child was ripped out of her shoes, drug under the front end, and thrown out from that vehicle.
One after another, they addressed the court and Brooks directly.
He's a selfish and cowardly human being who deserves to never see the daylight again.
A powerful yet painful look at the reality so many families have faced for the last year, and not just physically.
When I hear sirens, I'm scared. I'm scared that another family has to go through what I went through.
To this day, it's hard to sleep because sometimes I do dream of that incident. I wake up sweating from my head with a slight fever. I instantly wake up and try to calm myself down as my heart starts to race.
As a community eager to heal, hopes justice will arrive on Wednesday.
You murdered my mom, and for that reason, I'm asking the judge to sentence you to life in prison without parole.
When court resumes Wednesday at noon, 3 people will speak on Darrell Brooks' behalf, and then Brooks will get his final chance to have a say. Then Judge Jennifer DeRoe will sentence him and explain her decision. Reporting in Waukesha, Sam Kramer, Fox 6 News.
Once again, that sentencing hearing will resume later on this morning. We'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered, just as we did yesterday. And it's likely that the sentencing will happen today. If for some reason it doesn't, we'll continue to follow it into tomorrow. That's what we do here at Live Now from Fox. 8:40 on the East Coast and 5:40 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and the world. A big one overnight, the launch of the Artemis moon rocket. We have all been waiting for it, and we've seen it, get scrubbed a few times, but now it is up there somewhere in the air. We're going to bring you some expert analysis coming up here in just a few minutes, but for now, I do want to step away for a quick break. On the other side, though, we will talk more about Artemis. Stay with us here on Live Now. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 8:43 on the East Coast, 5:43 on the West Coast. Look at that. It's a beauty. We've been waiting for that to happen. It finally happened, and after several delays due to some mechanical issues and several hurricanes, the Artemis 1 moon rocket lifted off from the launch pad in Central Florida just before 2 a.m. Eastern Time this morning. This, by the way, the first step in a fairly lengthy process of returning to the moon. I do want to bring in Dr. Addie Dove. She is a planetary scientist and associate professor in the Department of Physics at the University of Central Florida. Thank you so much for getting up early with us right now, because I know, you were up kind of late, just like many people all across the country wanting to see this happen.
Yeah, it was a much later night than usual.
I bet. Hopefully you've had some coffee this morning, but what was going through your mind when you watched it finally take off?
Yeah, I mean, I was a little bit sad that I wasn't actually out there at the launch, and I apologize for my voice this morning, the late night. But I was a little sad I wasn't out there for the launch. This was a one-of-a-kind experience, but it was just so unbelievable to actually see it finally happening. We waited so long, and there's so much tied into these Artemis missions that it was amazing to finally see it launch.
And I don't know about you, but I've watched it maybe a couple times, maybe a dozen times, but the video here just doesn't seem to get old.
No, yeah. I mean, all rocket launches are pretty amazing to watch. I think they're all amazing feats of technology, and they just look cool, especially night launches have a certain ring, right? They just completely, this launch just completely lit up the area. And partly that was just because of the size of the rocket, and partly it's because it was a little bit cloudy out there. So it's just a completely spectacular launch.
Yeah, one of our producers actually woke up very, very early, went out there, and the clouds obstructed the view. So I mean, not a
Yep.
terrible way to spend your morning, but not what he was hoping for.
Yeah, no, at least you get to see it online still.
Right, exactly, and he gets to watch it here. So my question, of course, is why did they do it overnight? We've seen these windows open, and usually during the day, in the morning, in the afternoon. Why would they do it overnight?
Yeah, so our orbital mechanics, or the things that govern like how we get rockets to places and how we put satellites in orbit, right, is all really complicated. And basically, to get the rocket on the trajectory that we needed to the moon, at the right location and the right time, sort of when you launch is set by where you need to end up. And so you'll notice, like, if it had gone on Monday, it was supposed to go at about midnight. And then last night, the window opened at 1 a.m. Eastern time. And so it just sort of shifts throughout the day. And you see timetables where it shows it sort of shifts by an hour or a couple hours, depending on when you launch in the month, basically.
So a lot of people know. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, and so it's unfortunate that we didn't get a daytime launch, because I think there would have been really better crowds, but also you get a lot more imagery and data. But the nighttime launches are just really spectacular. So.
Yeah, when it's dark out, you can see it, I mean, like it's right there. So it's awesome to see.
Yeah.
A lot of people, though, would have been outside if it had happened during the day. So a lot of people know that rocket launches are cool to watch. They know this is kind of a big deal. But explain for people out there why this is so huge to finally see this happen.
Yeah, I mean, huge is a great word for it, right? This is the largest rocket that we've launched from U.S. soil in a really, really, really long time. So this is NASA's big moon rocket, and it's the Space Launch System, SLS, carries the Orion capsule. And these are the really next critical steps in taking humans back to the moon and for ongoing adventures after that. So this is the first stage of a set of test flights and then actual flights that will take humans back to the moon.
Another thing that a lot of people don't realize, they kept seeing those scrubs as far as mechanical issues, and then you're talking about 2 hurricanes that happened, but that's actually fairly normal, correct?
Yeah, I mean, scrubs are pretty normal. Hurricanes are less common. But weather occurrences, right, in general are a big problem. And that's a factor of where we live here in Florida, but it's also just a factor of you want your conditions to be perfect for the launch, because you don't want some external factor like bad weather being the thing that messes up your billion-dollar rocket.
Yeah, I mean, they're not cheap for sure. So what's next in the process? Because Artemis 1 is not the end, and it's not the end by a long shot.
No, it's just the beginning. One of the reasons this is so exciting is that we have been waiting a really long time, and there have been a lot of technical issues. And this is some technology that is built on older technology. So a lot of it's built on space shuttle technology, but a lot of it's new, and we're using it in different ways. And so it's really helping us understand how we can push forward. And so this is the first step in a longer sequence of hopefully many, many, many missions that are going to take us to the lunar surface. And so Artemis 1 is just a uncrewed launch. So it's going to go and orbit around the moon. And that's actually going to be one of the most distant orbits we've ever put one of these human-rated space capsules into. And then when astronauts are actually going to go on the next flight, they're also going to go and orbit the moon and come back. And then with Artemis 3, we are going to send humans to the South Polar region, to the surface of the moon for the first time since Apollo.
All right, Dr. Addie Dove, thank you so much for being here. Is there anything else that you want to add before we let you go and maybe get some sleep?
I have to go teach class. Yeah, there's one of the most important things about Artemis is actually how great they're doing it, and including the science. And I think that was really obvious in a lot of the NASA broadcast last night, is talking about the science of going back to the moon and how much we're going to learn from the moon, but also learn about ourselves and how we live and work there. But then also one little plug is that there were 10 little CubeSats, so tiny little spacecraft that were riding along with this Artemis mission. And some of them are going to study the moon. They're little tiny, tiny spacecraft that are going to orbit the moon. And some are studying radiation in space. And all of this is to help us advance technology and understand a lot more about ourselves and the universe. So it's a really exciting mission, and it's a really exciting first step.
All right, thank you so much for being here. Wish you could go to sleep, but yeah, like you said, you got to go teach a class now.
I'm running on adrenaline. It's okay.
There you go. Aren't
Thanks
we
for having
all?
me.
Of course, of course. Have a great day. 8:50 over on the East Coast and 5:50 on the West Coast. Thank you so much to our guests for joining us, providing some really information here about the impact this is going to have. Our Fox 35 Orlando team was also out there. I want to play their report from early this morning, right after takeoff.
The third time proved to be the charm in NASA's first step to returning humans back to the moon.
After more than 10 years of waiting and many long delays, it was beyond belief. It was so loud. It's the loudest thing since the shuttle, the most powerful rocket in the world.
A few bumps in the road for NASA's journey back to the moon over the last few months. But it turns out 2 scrubs and 2 hurricanes couldn't stop them. We got almost no notice it would launch. So I'm extremely happy and it's spectacular. And I've kind of left speechless because it actually happened. Wednesday's dark sky was illuminated with bright lights from the rockets, and takeoff was a spectacular sight to everyone who craned their head to watch. After a series of delays with leaks and communication issues, a later launch time proved to be successful, with liftoff happening on short notice.
Here we are at this point, having 50 years ago last been on the moon. We're going back, but it's going to be different this time.
This mission is a test flight orbiting the lunar surface. NASA hopes to send astronauts on their next 2 missions. At Kennedy Space Center, Lena Shirazi, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much for that report. I do want to stick around in central and southeastern Florida here, where we saw Hurricane Nicole caused quite a bit in the way of damage. That is a seawall crumbling as that Category 1 storm did move through about a week ago now, making landfall there in southeast Florida around Vero Beach as a Category 1 with maximum sustained winds, believe it or not, about 75 miles per hour, eventually weakening but causing quite a bit in the way of that damage. Our Fox 35 Orlando team has been covering this around the clock, and they're providing more information from Daytona Beach shores, which, as you'd imagine, was hit very hard.
Right now, Daytona Beach Shores is still looking for a long-term solution for the beach here. We also spoke with the Convention and Tourism Bureau for this area that tells us more hotels are opening every day, but the problem is guests might have a hard time getting to the beach.
People are still assessing the damage after Nicole ripped away parts of the beach in Volusia County, leaving some buildings dangling or falling off the edge. And with the beach in bad shape, the owner of one of those properties telling our own Luann Sorrell she fears what will happen to the area's tourist economy.
We're a tourist-based community, so this is going to be devastating for our economy for a while.
There are about 200 hotels in the area, and the Tourism Bureau tells us only a handful are still closed.
We saw some heartbreaking damage, and it's going to take a while to fix, but that is not indicative of the entire area.
Many simply had to close last week because of internet and phone outages, but the problem is while some are fully open on the coast, guests might not be able to get to the beach or even to the pool in some cases. For now, hotels are working together and doing their best to be fully open before big events come back to town.
They're struggling, but they're working so closely together. So for instance, if there's a hotel that's temporarily down and they have a group coming in, they are actually reaching out to the other hotels.
Hotels in the area will want to be ready as soon as possible. Just a week from Thursday, the Turkey Run starts at the Speedway, the country's largest auto show. In Daytona Beach Shores, Connor Hansen, Fox 35 News.
And thank you so much to our Fox 35 Orlando team. They have had crews that are all over the state of Florida covering from each and every angle as now that cleanup does continue across the state for Hurricane Nicole, again making landfall now nearly a week ago. It is 8:55 if you are joining us on the East Coast and 5:55 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Some terms that you've probably heard a lot recently: cryptocurrency, FTX. What does it all mean? Coming up after the break, we're going to help break it down. We'll be joined by an expert. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:58 on the East Coast and 5:58 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and the world. Let's get right back to it. You've probably heard FTX and crypto in the news a lot recently. Sam Bankman-Fried achieved superstar status as the head of the cryptocurrency exchange FTX. He was called, quote unquote, the savior of crypto and potentially the world's first trillionaire. Now FTX filing for bankruptcy protection, and investors and customers feel duped, they say. Let's bring in Louise Abbott, a partner at Keystone Law, to help break it all down, because there is a lot to this story, and honestly, there appears to be an update just about every day. Thanks for being here.
Hi there, thanks for having me.
Of course. So what is the latest here as we continue to track this situation with FTX?
Well, as you rightly say, FTX has filed for bankruptcy under Chapter 11 and a liquidator has been appointed. So the US system, or the bankruptcy system, will now need to deal with essentially the largest ever collapse of a cryptocurrency exchange through a legal process which hasn't really begun yet. Investigators will now have to carry out a full, detailed process and try to answer how and whether client funds have been misappropriated and whether investors will be able to recover their funds. So we saw in the first bankruptcy filing that was made by the company that there's reported to be over 100 different companies within the FTX group that have been affected by this liquidity problem and the bankruptcy procedure, and over 1 million creditors. So there's a lot going on.
Yeah, so the big question here, what is the future of FTX cryptocurrency? Is there any way at this point to even know that answer?
Not at this stage. The investigation will be a full and detailed investigation. The company has said that it's going to cooperate with inquiries, but we're yet to see what that looks like. But these investigations will happen. At the moment, the allegations are that there's been a misappropriation of client funds. There's clearly corporate governance issues. We know now that there was no board, there's no real CFO appointed. So there's all kinds of issues that will need to be answered. And essentially, if misappropriation of funds, i.e. using these customer funds, is proven to have taken place, it will be illegal. There will be criminal proceedings brought against the directors of the business, and there's going to be a question as to whether the investors can recover those funds and whether that's part of the bankruptcy procedure or whether that falls outside of the bankruptcy procedure.
And then something else.
So the future hangs.
Oh, go right ahead.
Sorry, no, go.
Oh, so BlockFi, that's what we're hearing a lot about now.
Yeah. I think that essentially that is likely to be, unfortunately, the first big victim of FTX. BlockFi was a crypto lender which has previously bailed out FTX, and you rightly said at the beginning that Sam himself was described as a savior, and only in the summer did FTX bail out BlockFi. But they have got massive liquidity problems, and the majority of their business, according to reports, is that their investments sat predominantly with FTX. So the collapse of FTX is ultimately probably going to cause the collapse of BlockFi. They have already suspended withdrawals and stopped accepting deposits. So I would think that we're going to see a lot of developments over the next 24, 48 hours. Unfortunately.
So my big question here is, who uses cryptocurrency? A producer here saying, is that just for wealthy people? I don't even know. So who actually uses cryptocurrency?
Crypto is really on trend, and it's available to everybody. So it's not just either the wealthy or corporates or the sort of sophisticated investor. It is open to anybody. Clients that I help either recover stolen crypto or want advice from me about crypto generally include all kinds of individuals. I've got couples who invest their pension funds and put their whole life savings into a crypto wallet. We've got IT and financial enthusiasts that look after it, and then there's people like you and I, working people that invest their money into crypto. So anybody can be affected by this.
So I guess what happens to those people who have invested it now that all of this is going on? What happens for them?
Investors that have lost money or their money has been stuck in FTX need to take legal advice as quickly as possible, is my advice. And we're seeing lots of inquiries coming through about this already. The first thing that lawyers will need to do essentially is look at the terms of business which govern these investors, and it's on the face of it, it looks like a lot of these investors are governed by English law, so it will be a claim under English law. There will need to be arguments mounted as to whether or not those investment funds fall outside the bankruptcy procedure. And what I mean by that is that under the terms of business, FTX say that an investor's money never passes ownership to the company. So the investor's money should always be the investor's money. And so in a normal bankruptcy procedure, what you would expect to see is that the liquidator would collect in the assets of the business. Now, what we would be arguing as lawyers is that actually those customer investment funds are not the assets or belongings of the business, and therefore ought to fall outside of any bankruptcy procedure. And therefore, they ought to be, what's left at least, ought to be returned to investors. But that's going to take some time to work through that procedure. And obviously, there are many people affected by this.
So many people affected by it. We've heard from many dozens of people right now who are just trying to figure out what's next. So that information very helpful for them watching right here. Luis Abbott, a partner there at Keystone Law, thank you for being here. Anything else that you want to add about this before we let you go?
No, I mean, obviously it's major developments in the crypto world, but generally speaking, the crypto has seen a lot of change. A lot of things happened over this year. We've seen a massive drop in value in Bitcoin, for example, in the second quarter, and now the crypto world is faced by this. But ultimately, I think crypto is the way forward. And whilst this is devastating news to the industry, once we're looking at the future, there will be further regulation in this area. So it's not all hope is lost for those that want to continue in this industry.
Perfect. All right. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
All right, time now 9:05 on the East Coast and 6:05 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and the world. Let's step away for a quick commercial break, but on the other side, we will get right back into the headlines. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox.
A new sign inflation is starting to cool. Producer prices, which is what wholesalers pay for goods and services before they sell to consumers, jumped 8% in October from the same time a year ago. Now, that's still historically high, but it's less than expected and the lowest reading since July of 2021. Stocks rallying on the report. The Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P 500 all closing up on Tuesday, but off session highs. While inflation may be starting to ease, seniors are still feeling the pinch. 1 in 5 tell the company ClearMatch Medicare that they're cutting down on paying for necessities like rent and groceries just to afford to pay their medical bills. And finally, Walmart agreeing to pay more than $3 billion to settle opioid lawsuits brought on by several states and local governments. The company says it still disputes allegations that it improperly filled prescriptions for powerful painkillers, but they settled in the best interest to help fight the opioid crisis. That's business. I'm David Asman.
All right, thank you so much for that report. I do want to talk more about the holidays because, of course, a big thing here that a lot of people are talking about, the holidays quickly approaching, and holiday spending is going to be just a little bit different this year. Fox Business providing more on the impact here on the holidays.
It's the season of giving, but also a season of spending. With many Americans cash-strapped due to inflation, it might be difficult to give back to people in need.
Concerns about an economic slowdown have led to more uncertainty as consumers make those decisions about their giving, about their spending, and also their saving decisions.
High prices and higher interest rates have many Americans looking to stretch their dollar. But Una Osili, who specializes in philanthropy at Indiana University, says there is an unprecedented need for donations around the country.
Your dollars can make a difference in your community.
If you're on a tight budget and still looking to give back, she suggests finding a charitable organization that best matches your values, with an added reminder that donations aren't just cash-based.
Being a great-great-grandmother and on a limited budget, it's a blessing.
Ann Bounds of Milwaukee recently took her family to a coat drive. The donations from complete strangers are helping her family stay warm. Despite economic concerns, a recent survey from Fidelity Charitable found that more than half of Americans say they may be willing to give more this year. Organizations remain optimistic that's the case. Marianne Rafferty, Fox News.
All right, Marianne, thank you so much for that report. Taking a live look here at the U.S. Capitol, a beautiful but cloudy start to the day in D.C. Do want to get back to the headlines right now because we are getting more information here as former President Trump running for president a third time. We did hear from him last night over at Mar-a-Lago where he did provide some details here. I do want to send it over to our affiliate Fox 5 New York. This is Robert Moses who brings us the latest on Tuesday night's announcement.
To make America great and glorious again, I am tonight announcing my candidacy for President of the United States.
Despite misgivings among many Republicans and a disappointing showing in the midterms for which they blame him, Donald Trump will run for the White House for a third time.
We will make America great again.
The midterms were not great for the GOP. Republicans remain just one seat away from recapturing the House, but assuming they get to 218, they will only enjoy a slim majority, a far cry from the hoped-for red wave. And Democrats held the Senate, as Mitch McConnell knows all too well.
We underperformed among independents and moderates because their impression of many of the people in our party in leadership roles is that they're involved in chaos, negativity, excessive attacks.
But the former president argued he is not responsible for his party's lackluster showing.
Frankly, much of this blame is correct. But the citizens of our country have not yet realized the full extent and gravity of the pain our nation is going through, and the total effect of the suffering is just starting to take hold.
The former president's legal headaches continue. Before his primetime announcement at Mar-a-Lago, the Trump Organization's longtime chief financial officer Alan Weisselberg took the stand in the company's criminal tax fraud trial in Lower Manhattan. Weisselberg pleaded guilty over the summer to taking nearly $2 million worth of perks without paying taxes on them. Prosecutors argue the company should be held responsible, too. The former president has long argued the investigations into him and his company are politically motivated.
I'm a victim.
He has won 2 legal battles this week. On Monday, a federal judge dismissed a lawsuit brought by the former president's longtime attorney, Michael Cohen, in which Cohen claimed his old boss and the government retaliated against him for writing a memoir by throwing him in federal prison. Also on Monday, another judge dismissed a lawsuit filed by former President Trump's niece, Mary, in which she claimed he and other family members cheated her out of millions in inheritance.
Thank you so much to our Fox 5 New York team's Robert Moses for that information, a great breakdown of everything that did happen during that announcement last night. It is 9:14 on the East Coast. If you are just joining us, I do want to recap former President Trump officially launching his 3rd campaign for the White House just 1 week after the midterm elections and 2 years before the election itself. Trump made the announcement last night from Mar-a-Lago, although it seemed very clear he was going to run again. This leaves questions about whether the Republican Party believes Trump can win the election in 2024 after losing in 2020. Let's bring in former U.S. Congressman Rick Keller to help break all of this down for us. We appreciate you taking the time to be here.
Glad to be here.
So really, is this much of a surprise?
Well, it's unusual in terms of precedent. It's only happened once in our country's history. But with respect to President Trump, not much of a surprise. He's been telegraphing this for a week now.
For sure. And of course, saying it's going to be some kind of huge surprise announcement, but not really much of a surprise. At this point, does Trump have what it takes to get the nomination from his party and from the voters?
Well, what he had to say, 3 things I think resonated. Number one, he's officially running and he wants to make America great. And that MAGA core, I mean, you're looking at 30 or 35% of the Republican Party that's going to support him no matter what. So that's a strong core in terms of having what it takes. The more people that run, the better for him. Number 2, he had a pretty good message about peace through strength and internationally and projected an aura of strength. And then domestically, his main focus was on energy independence and doing something about the gas prices. And so he played to his strengths. There's strengths that have worked before. We'll see what the momentum is like a couple years from now, but he stayed within the strike zone and stayed calm and was on the issues.
One thing we discussed is why do this 2 years in advance?
It is a little unconventional to announce 2 years in advance, but why he did it, he had to stop the snowballing effect of Governor Ron DeSantis. For example, if you looked at the Real Clear Politics polls average, Trump is killing DeSantis. It's 52 to 20, and then Pence is at 7. However, since the election, and DeSantis won this big victory by 20 points, there have been polls taken in Iowa, New Hampshire, and Texas, with DeSantis leading in all 3. Now, that's a big deal because, of course, Iowa and New Hampshire are the first 2 primaries, and Texas is the largest red state. And so Trump couldn't just sit back and allow DeSantis to take in all of the good high-dollar fundraisers and have a free walk there. When Trump is involved, it kind of takes the air out of the room. He definitely makes himself the focus. And so I think he felt he had to get in at this point.
What about those jabs that Trump's been taking at DeSantis over the last week, 2 weeks? What does that say about his campaign and his thoughts?
If I was Governor DeSantis, I would take that as the ultimate compliment. That means what Trump is subcommunicating is I see him as a serious challenger. And so DeSantis hasn't taken the bait. He hasn't had a bunch of reactionary things back. But I'm not super surprised. President Trump has his own style and his own authentic way of talking. But I think it would probably be a mistake to get in a back and forth under those circumstances.
What do you think a Biden-Trump rematch would look like in 2024?
I think it'd look like a bunch of old guys running. At the end of a second term, Biden would be 86 and Trump would be 82. You know, most 86 and 82-year-olds are playing shuffleboard in the villages. You know, they're not running the world. And so I think right now it'd probably be an even toss-up in terms of getting there. But that's a big job to have when you're that old. I mean, it's a lot of pressure to have when you're 45 or 55. So I'm not 100% convinced we're going to see Biden run again. I don't know if he has made the decision personally, but that's what I see as a couple old guys, and the benefit of us as voters, we're not going to have to guess how they were, because we would have had a Biden presidency, we would have had a Trump presidency, and I imagine that the Republicans are going to stick with Trump, the Democrats are going to stick with Biden, and the momentum and the outcome will be determined on where the independents are in that slice of time.
I agree with you. I hope to be playing shuffleboard when I reach that age. So now the question here is, who would be the possible opponents for Trump? We know Ron DeSantis, possibly. Anyone else that comes to mind?
So you have Ron DeSantis, Mike Pence, Chris Christie, Ted Cruz. That's off potentially Rick Scott, who's flirted with it. That's 6 or 7 off the top of my head, but the more that get in, the better, because if Trump has 35% of the vote and you have a multi-candidate primary, then he's the winner. And so probably the worst thing that could happen for Trump would be for people to sit back and say, well, you know, it's a suicide mission, I'm not going to do this race, and defer to DeSantis. I don't imagine that Pence is going to drop out, though. So I think it comes down to those 3 as the main candidates, with the other candidates I mentioned being more the second-tier candidates. And as is in politics, there may be somebody that comes out of the woodwork, some unknown governor in some little-known state who's a rock star and impresses everybody. So right now, that's the field, but it could change.
Any possible candidates there in the Democratic Party that could rise above Biden and say, let me try this?
No, nobody has announced yet. I think that would not play well to the extent there's behind-the-scenes discussions. I'm not quite sure who they're thinking about, but nobody publicly has been talked about.
Perfect. All right. Well, thank you so much for being here. Rick Keller, former U.S. Congressman. Anything else that you want to add before we let you go?
No, I thank you for having me. And if anything, it's going to be very interesting the next 2 years.
Yeah, we'll probably have you on just a few more times in the next 2 years. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
9:20 on the East Coast and 6:20 over on the West Coast. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but back to those headlines. As you can see, if you've been watching us this morning, a lot going on. Stick with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Boston city officials accusing Walgreens of being racist for closing 3 locations in predominantly black and Hispanic neighborhoods. Walgreens defending the move, saying, quote, when faced with the difficult task of closing a particular location, several factors are taken into account, including things like the dynamics of the local market and changes in the buying habits. Amazon founder Jeff Bezos is offering advice to consumers after airing concerns on the state of the U.S. economy.
The economy does not look great right now. Things are slowing down. You're seeing layoffs in many, many sectors of the economy. Take some risk off the table. If you were going to make a purchase, maybe slow down that purchase a little bit. Try to reduce some risk in your business or your life.
The interview coming after reports Amazon is planning to cut 10,000 corporate and tech employees as soon as this week. And there will soon be no such thing as a free lunch for Twitter workers. New owner Elon Musk is scrapping free meals at the company's San Francisco headquarters after claiming it cost the company $400 per person and $13 million per year. Musk tweeting, there are more people preparing breakfast than eating breakfast. They don't even bother serving dinner because there's no one in the building. That's business. I'm CJ Papa.
CJ, thank you so much. We want to make sure, of course, that we do get you that economic news as it does come in. We know those reports are released pretty much on a daily basis at this point. Coming up here in about 30 minutes, we will be joined by Dr. Mike Walden. He is pretty much our economic pundit here. He provides us breakdowns of everything, what they mean, and what is going on. So again, he will join us here in just about 30 minutes. I do want to get to some of the other many stories that we have been following here on Live Now from Fox. We're learning more about one of the 6 people killed in a mid-flight collision during that air show in Dallas over the weekend. Gabby Hart with our Fox 26 Houston team spoke with a colleague and friend of one of those victims.
He sponsored the aircraft. He was the lone sponsor, and he loved it. He loved that aircraft.
Nathan Thompson has been an aviation photographer for nearly 3 decades. Over the years, he's gotten to know pilots who participate in air shows well. But one pilot that he took a particular liking to was 63-year-old Craig Hutain.
He seemed smiling all the time. In Galveston, there was an air show in August, and we talked for about an hour. We were just sat in front of his plane. We were just talking aircraft.
When Thompson learned that Hutain was one of 6 men who died after a collision at the Wings Over Dallas air show Saturday, he took the news hard.
I was devastated. I mean, like I said, going to the air shows, you know the routine, and you just, you know the people, and I was devastated. I broke down, fell apart.
One of the aircraft involved was a B-17 Flying Fortress, which operates with a flight crew of 5 people. The second was a P-63 King Cobra, a single-pilot aircraft. Thompson shot these images of the P-63 World War II aircraft that he says Hutain sponsored and flew quite often. He tells us Hutain was an Air Force veteran with more than 50 years of piloting experience.
He flew for United Airlines. He had 35,000 flight hours. He was very experienced, one of the best pilots I've ever seen. Accidents happen. I mean, I'm not going to speculate on what I think happened. I'm letting NTSB do their investigation, but I'm not going to speculate. It's just, accidents do happen.
And the cause of that collision is under investigation. The NTSB says they should be releasing a preliminary report within 4 to 6 weeks. Of course, as soon as we learn more, so will you. I'm Gabby Hart, Fox 26 News.
I do want to stay over in Texas with another story here. An Austin woman warning the public about a scary encounter she had right before Halloween, telling neighbors she spotted a man peeping into her home and would not leave. Fox's Meredith Aldis has more on that story.
I never really thought someone would be in my front yard like that.
2 dogs and a Ring camera didn't pick up motion or sound from this man. And a fence and lights didn't deter him from peeking into this West Austin home.
I really got freaked out as to how long was he standing and watching me before I saw him. Because he didn't knock, he didn't ring the doorbell. It wasn't like he was looking for help. He was watching me through the window.
It was the Saturday before Halloween, and Kimberly says she was pacing around the house talking on the phone with her friend.
I noticed what looked like a shoulder right outside my glass door. So I turned all the lights on, and there was a gentleman standing there, and he stepped back a little bit, and he started rubbing his stomach, and in Spanish he said he was hungry. And so I let him know back in Spanish, I'm sorry, I don't have any food for you, you need to go.
Kimberly says he wasn't leaving.
He sat down on the step, started shaking his head, pacing back and forth.
So she called 911. When police arrived, Kimberly says they told her they couldn't make him leave.
They were just going to leave him right there on, 20 feet from the front of my house, which was concerning to me. And so they said they couldn't take him anywhere unless he wanted to. So I asked them to ask him, and luckily he did want to go somewhere else. So they transported him elsewhere.
She says she hasn't seen him since, and she's on high alert.
It's definitely shaken me. I look outside a lot more. I keep the lights on a lot more outside, and look to these two to try and bark if they hear or see something.
She has a message to others.
I just think it's so important to always remember to close our doors and keep them locked. Be vigilant. It's just wanted to make sure that he didn't have the opportunity to do it with someone else.
To other headline news now, rapid population growth around the world straining critical resources and adding to the climate crisis. Fox News' Ted Lindner has more from the United Nations officials on the troubles facing the estimated 8 billion people who now occupy this planet.
The world just got a little more crowded. United Nations officials projecting the global population has reached the 8 billion mark. But Tuesday's announcement is stoking fears.
We really have two areas of concern: how it affects poor countries that are growing rapidly, and how it affects the entire globe in terms of environmental issues.
The UN citing two main factors behind the population boom.
On one hand, the gradual increase in average human longevity due to the widespread advances in public health, nutrition, personal hygiene, and medicine. And on the other hand, the persistence of high levels of fertility in many countries.
With a majority of the growth seen in developing countries in Africa.
For other countries, it might not be a cause of concern because they have a very good structured government, and the population is well taken care of. But in Nigeria, the reverse is the case.
UN officials worry the rapid growth will further decimate supplies of already scarce resources in countries like Nigeria, where people are already struggling.
Some cultures that believe that the more children you have, the stronger you are. It's not exactly really true. People need to be well informed.
Half the world's population lives in 7 countries, including the U.S., Brazil, China, India, Indonesia, Nigeria, and Pakistan. The UN estimates the world's population will reach roughly 8.5 billion by the year 2030, and a staggering 9.7 billion by the year 2050. Ted Lindner, Fox News.
All right, Ted, thank you so much. I want to get to another story that we are following. A judge overturning Georgia's ban on abortion starting around 6 weeks into a pregnancy, ruling Tuesday that it violated the U.S. Constitution and U.S. Supreme Court precedent when it was enacted. Fulton County Superior Court Judge Robert McBurney's ruling applies statewide. That ban, by the way, had been in effect since July. It prohibited most abortions once, quote, a detectable human heartbeat is present. Cardiac activity can be detected by ultrasound in cells within an embryo that will eventually become the heart as early as 6 weeks into pregnancy. That means most abortions in Georgia were effectively banned at a point before many women knew they were even pregnant. Our Fox 5 Atlanta team breaks that down for us.
A Fulton County judge overturned the law, immediately okaying abortions in Georgia up to the 20-week mark of a pregnancy. The controversial law banned abortions after a fetal heartbeat can be detected or around 6 weeks, which is before many women know they're pregnant.
I think this is a very plausible reading of the Georgia state constitution.
Emory law professor Fred Smith says the judge tossed the law because it was approved in 2019, when Roe v. Wade was still in effect.
The Georgia Constitution makes clear that if a law is unconstitutional at the time that it's passed, then it is void and it never is to become law.
It has not deterred the mission and vision of Georgia Right to Life.
Pro-life advocates call the ruling a setback.
Thousands and thousands of preborn children's lives are in danger of being extinguished.
It will give a temporary reprieve that abortions can start to take place.
Georgia's chapter of the National Organization for Women applauded the ruling, even if it isn't permanent.
Women can have right now that right to choose.
And as always, thank you so much to our Fox 5 Atlanta team for providing that update for us. The information once again coming in just yesterday. Here at Live Now from Fox, we are a culmination of all of our local affiliates across the country. They file their reports. We can gather them here and pass them along to you at home, kind of acting as like a central hub, I would say, for the news across the country and across the world. 9:34 on the East Coast and 6:34 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories. So let's step away for a quick break, but on the other side, we will get to the latest here after those 3 University of Virginia football players were murdered while on a bus heading back from a field trip just several days ago. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, a story that we have been covering here really throughout the week. Several days ago, there were 3 University of Virginia football players who were shot and killed on a charter bus that had just returned from a field trip there in Washington, D.C., where they were seeing a play at the time. Now, a gunman did open fire and it killed 3 of those students and wounded 2 others. That suspect in court today, and we actually just heard from the prosecutor moments ago. I do want to play that back for you raw and unfiltered right now on Live Now from Fox.
Because these are statements outside the courtroom that influence people's opinions about the case. And again, as I say, raise the possibility that there could be some prejudice to the defendant. And it is our important concern that this defendant have a fair trial. That's another reason why I'm going to withhold from saying very much about the case at this time. And let me wind up by saying again how much I appreciate that you all are here. This is a very important matter that the public needs to be informed about. And the information that you will get will be the information that comes from inside the courtroom. And you're all here, you've all heard the proceedings today, and you will cover the proceedings that follow, I will, in those, you will get more information as this case goes forward from.
Okay. So you heard here, guys, and I kind of described this. He is the Commonwealth's attorney for Albemarle County, and he was the one who presented the case in court this morning. They did say the next hearing will be on December 8th at 9:30 in the morning here, just kind of a status update, but we don't believe he's going to give us any more information than I was able to share with you. Excuse me, the most pertinent piece was that this was not a random shooting on the bus, Steve, that this was apparently a targeted shooting. Why Chris Jones selected the people he did, we just don't know, but that at least one of the victims, according to the Commonwealth's attorney here, was sleeping on the bus at the time.
The question, I don't know if everybody heard the question, but the question is, would I give the same information here that was given in court with respect to Mr. Jones' criminal history? And because this information is given in court, I feel that it would be appropriate for me to answer the question and give you that information. So the information that I presented in court regarding Mr. Jones' previous criminal history is that he was arrested in Chesterfield County, Virginia, on February 22nd of 2022. The arrest was for a concealed weapons violation. He was convicted on June 10th of 21, I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses on and I got the date wrong. Let me start over.
When you start over, can you include the facts of the case when you talk about when the victim was sleeping on the bus, according to what the witness said?
Let me answer one question at a time. And now that I have my glasses on.
You could just step this way, the sun's hitting you, it's making you look proud. You're the worst. I want to make sure you look good. Thanks.
All right. Sorry. Starting over, the question was, what did I recite in court today about Mr. Jones' criminal history? The answer is, he was arrested on February 22nd of 2021 in Chesterfield County. The arrest was for a concealed weapons violation. He was convicted on June 10th of 2021 of that offense and given a 12-month suspended sentence. At the time of his arrest in Chesterfield County, there were outstanding warrants for Mr. Jones from Petersburg. These warrants were for hit-and-run property damage and reckless driving. Those cases were heard in Petersburg, and Mr. Jones was convicted on October 28th of 2021 and given a sentence of 12 months, all suspended on each of those two charges.
Could you recite what you said in court regarding the witness statements on the bus?
I'm not going to recite that again.
Can you talk more about it being targeted?
I'm not going to speak about the facts of the case.
Can you
Even
give
just
a
what you
message
said
for
in
the
court?
victims' families?
I'm sorry?
Do you have a message for the victims' families?
Well, we are all grieving and saddened and devastated by these events in our community. And all of us in this community care for the victims' families and wish for the speedy recovery of those who are being treated at the hospital and who were wounded, and wish that there can be comfort for the family members of the victims who died in this terrible tragedy.
Melissa, any comments?
Can you give us your name and the spelling, please?
James Hingley, Hingley.
Is malicious wounding with intent to kill or injure separate from malicious wounding?
Well, in Virginia, malicious wounding is with the intent to kill, maim, disfigure, disfigure or kill. Yes.
So it's one charge.
Yes.
Can you
It's
talk
one
about
charge.
the-
It's one charge. If that was the question.
Yeah.
Can you explain all the charges and
Yeah.
how you came up with them?
Again, that's going into the facts of the case. I'm not going to do that. The charges, all of you have access to the charges, the charging documents, which are in the clerk's office, and as well, you have access through those documents to the code sections of the charges, and you can look that up and get that information.
Jim, there was no plea entered on his behalf today. In some states, they enter it automatically. Was there any plea entered on his behalf
All right, the
today?
question is, did he enter a plea? The answer is no. I think in some places, the first appearance is called an arraignment and it involves a plea. That is not the practice in Virginia. In Virginia, the first appearance is an opportunity for the court to advise the defendant of his or her right to counsel and make a decision, as you saw the court doing here today, of whether the person is going to hire an attorney or whether the person might be qualified for court-appointed counsel. That is the purpose of the first appearance in Virginia. There is no plea, and it would not be expected that a person who doesn't even have counsel at this stage would be in a position to enter pleas. So that was never something that was going to happen today. And I understand that other places they do it that way, but that's not how it is done.
Are you anticipating more charges?
Again, I'm not going to comment on anything relating to the facts of this case.
Can you won't read the statement what will happen in December at the next court meet, the next date in court?
All right. This case has been scheduled for what we call a status hearing in December. And for those of you who were in the court this morning, you heard the defendant say that he wanted to hire counsel. So one issue that we're going to take up in December at the next hearing is whether he has in fact hired counsel. If he has hired counsel, then there will be further consultation with that lawyer regarding next steps in this case. But in December, we will find out if he's hired counsel. Also, the judge today appointed the public defender office locally to represent him in the interim between now and when he may hire counsel. And so he does currently have representation, even though he's expected to hire counsel between now and our next hearing date.
So, Jim, we were in the courtroom.
I'm sorry. Yes?
Sure.
I'm CNN.
Yes.
Could you describe the difference between first degree and second degree murder? And the second part of that would be, can you tell us why you charge second degree instead of premeditated?
All right. Thank you for that question. Again, I'm not going to respond because that would involve going into the facts of the case. With respect to the difference between first degree and second degree murder, again, you may want to look at the charging documents and the statutes involved and the language involved and draw your own conclusions.
Jim, we were in the courtroom and we heard you recite the statement of facts as to what happened on the bus, but just for our viewers so they don't hear it from us, could they not hear it from you about the moments leading up to the shooting? It'd be more powerful if they heard it from you and not just us.
Again, and I understand what you're saying. The statement has already been made in court, but I don't want to be the one making the statement here at this place as the prosecutor outside of the court. And I go back to my concern for a fair trial for Mr. Jones. So respectfully, I'm not going to do that.
Was it a drama class, and do you know what play they saw?
Well, that goes into the facts of that case, but I can answer. I don't know the answer to that.
You did say in court, just to be clear, Mr. Jones shot Mr. Chandler while he was sleeping. Can you just put, it was a little difficult to hear.
That was what you said.
Is that a statement you made in court?
It was a statement that I made in court that was information that we had from a witness.
Thank you.
And you said that the sentence on this guy was suspended. Why would a judge suspend a sentence, and is there any kind of supervision if, in fact, that kind of sentence is pronounced?
All right, the question is about the suspended sentences that Mr. Jones received on these other misdemeanor offenses. I think everybody is generally familiar with what a suspended sentence is.
Could you clarify?
Yes, a suspended sentence is when the judge convicts someone and decides that they should serve a period of time in jail. In this case, the period of time for each of the misdemeanor offenses was 12 months. However, the judge can decide that the time that the person has been sentenced to jail can be suspended. And so the punishment becomes the imposition of a suspended sentence rather than an active sentence. And so what the court is doing in those situations is giving the individual a chance. If you are of good behavior, then the sentence that rightly you might be required to serve has been suspended to give you a chance to be spared that time in jail, to give you a chance to keep employment, to keep housing, to be with your family, to be in the community. All those are reasons why the judge might decide to give somebody a suspended sentence. And of course, the sentence doesn't go away. You still have the suspended sentence, and if you're not of good behavior, if you commit a crime in the future during a period of good behavior, then the judge can call you back and say, well, I gave you a chance, but you failed, and now you're going to have to go back and serve that time. So,
is it unusual for him to have two suspended sentences with two different?
This is not at all unusual. And these were two sentences from two different jurisdictions, and each jurisdiction evaluated the case that they had in their jurisdiction. But in my experience, it's not unusual that somebody could be convicted and have suspended sentences in different cases, even in the same jurisdiction, in different cases from different jurisdictions. One point to be made here about Mr. Jones' criminal history is, if you will recall, he was arrested on all three charges at the same time. So,
if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening to the prosecutor. This is James Hingley, the Commonwealth's attorney there in Virginia, speaking after we did see the suspect in the killings of those three University of Virginia football players over the weekend appear in court. He is answering reporter questions. There's still about, I would say, 9 minutes left in this, so we will take a look back at that in just a second. But I do want to bring you to some breaking news that we are following. We have several different stories we are watching very, very closely. Here's what we know so far about this scene right here. This is over in Whittier, California, where we do know that at least 11 people are in critical condition after a car slammed into a group of student runners. Not a lot of information released just yet. We know that a driver is in custody, according to our station there in the area of Whittier, California. All of them students at a sheriff's academy, and this actually happened apparently right outside of that academy. We do have a live report coming in from our Fox team out there. I do want to pop up the audio to see if you can hear what they're saying. All right, so it does appear they have just stopped speaking, but as you can see, it is a very active scene here. Again, at least 11 people now in critical condition after some sort of vehicle did slam into those student runners right outside of that Sheriff's Academy building, and all of them apparently students there in Whittier, California. We are going to work to gather some more information on this, and we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. It does sound like our crew out there is now speaking.
11 critical, that is a huge number, and of course these cadets are out here and other fellow cadets standing by right now, but the county fire department and paramedics, they are the ones working the hardest, trying to make sure that all those injured are treated and getting to the hospital as quickly as possible. This is very chaotic, but again, in all that chaos, there's a lot of it's all planned chaos. These guys know what they're doing. They're trained professionals down there. They're handling these folks as best they can and getting them to the hospitals as quickly as possible.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you can see patients being transported to the hospital here. We know at least 11 people are in critical condition after a car or some type of vehicle there slammed into those student runners. That does appear to be the vehicle off there to the side of your screen. We are told that a driver is in custody, but no other information has been released at that point. You are looking at a live view from Skyfox, a very chaotic scene at this point, as police and other law enforcement agencies work to piece together exactly what happened here. But again, a driver in custody after a vehicle did slam into a crowd there of student runners over in Whittier, California. All of them, at least 11, listed there in critical condition. And we are listening back in to see if...
Very good sign. Hopefully we have not heard about any fatalities as of yet, and we really pray that it stays that way. Right now, though, this seems to be the most busy spot right here with a number of paramedics and LA County firefighters working on those injured. Another gurney coming up there, so they're going to be placing those folks in the ambulances here shortly. But again, just a crazy, chaotic scene this morning right next to the Star Academy. These folks out running this morning, these youngsters and young folks, not youngsters, but and then being plowed down by that vehicle. Again, we don't know anything about the driver except that the driver is in custody. Of course, the deputies, and there's going to be a huge investigation on how all this happened.
And what you are listening to. I do want to give you viewer discretion advised at this point, as we are not sure. As you could hear, the reporter with our Fox affiliate saying they don't know of any fatalities, but it is important to note that viewer discretion is advised, as this is very early in this investigation, and you can see several gurneys out there, as well as several patients that are being taken away. So again, viewer discretion is advised here. At least 11 people listed in critical condition after a car did slam into a group of those student runners right outside of that Sheriff's Academy there in Whittier, California. A very active scene. We do know the driver is in custody, but we are working to gather some more information here. I do keep listening in to our Fox affiliate there to see if their reporter does start to speak again. They are obviously on air at this point, providing this information to their viewers. We are trying to pull up their on-air newscast right now so we can play that for you here, raw and unfiltered, on Live Now from Fox.
Hi, Viz.
It does appear that the reporter there will start speaking once again. We are going to keep listening in here to, let's see. All right, so we are actually routing in.
It is
our,
crazy.
Oh,
we're looking at a lot of the areas where the medical debris is, where the probably the most critical were taken just before Skyfox got here, and this is actually right by this pole. Again, this is just I don't like doing that, grabbing at things, but I would wonder if the vehicle hit that pole and then that pole came down on those runners, because you can see where a lot of that medical debris is right there, right by that light standard that has come down, or possibly they drove through a bunch of those kids and then hit that pole. At any rate, very tragic to have 11 folks that badly injured this morning. You are correct, though. All these runners, this is LA County. These are going to be deputies or folks that wanted to be deputies, and they all have that high vis on their uniforms, like you said, that green reflective tape. So they definitely were wearing that this morning, so they did have that high visibility. Not sure if those folks were on that sidewalk or running, maybe even possibly just running out of the entranceway right here. You can see that where the car is and where that entranceway is. Possibly they were making their way back or to or just out of when this tragedy happened. I am getting confirmation right now that 2 of the LA County fire ambulances, air ambulances, are en route, possibly going to be landing here or at an adjoining park. There's plenty of spots where they can land. We'll keep an eye and an ear on that as well. But right now we're watching as the last of the injured are being placed in ambulances, and they'll be taken to local hospitals. But again, 11 folks, youngsters, 20-year-olds, that deputies, possible wannabe deputies, they are all injured this morning. This is beyond tragic. It's just so sad to see. And hopefully this was, just an accident and not caused by anything other than that.
All right, so as we mentioned, our Fox LA team is covering this on their newscast right now. We have pulled up their on-air product here. I do want to listen in because you can hear both the reporter and the anchors there as well.
First responders talking to those recruits. But again, as we're talking about the sheer numbers here, it kind of begs the question, maybe they didn't see them coming, the car coming at least, and maybe it could have been coming from behind them if they were running in a pack or running in a certain direction.
Yeah, all that, Araxia, is, we can just kind of wonder and guess. I'm sure it will all come out later on. Right now, though, we do know that 2 of those helicopters are coming in from LA County. They will be landing at the school. That's what we're being told right now, so we're going to keep an eye on that. We'll see which ambulances go there. Those probably will be the more critical of the injuries that they want to take to a trauma center. A lot of the other ones will be taken to closer trauma centers, but right now, like you said, we're seeing some of that triage starting to be used. Some of those runners, those cadets, sitting there being talked to with minor injuries. Thankfully, the red tarp has nobody on it. The yellow tarp also has nobody on it. But you can just see all that medical debris out here. It must have been quite a chaotic scene for these cadets this morning as that car crashes into them. There's hearing 11 people injured critically. Now you're saying 15 total, so those are probably some of the minor injuries right there. I kind of wonder how many folks are in one of those running groups, one of those, like, I don't know if they call them battalions or what it is, but in that group of, that class, I wonder how many folks were there. And again, these are other cadets waiting patiently in the area, probably wanting to help, doing what they can. But right now, LA County Fire Department and sheriff deputies are here. And again, all the injured have been taken from their places where they were laying, being placed in ambulances, and others are being treated on the triage, waiting now for those 2 helicopters to land. Others have already been rushed off to local hospitals.
All right, it is 7 o'clock right now, and you are watching Good Day LA. If you are just joining us, we are over breaking news in Whittier right now, where a number of law enforcement recruits were hit by a car. We are getting news from the CHP that at least 11 of those recruits are in critical condition right now. As many as 15 of them may have been hit, and we are getting information that it may not just be sheriff's recruits who were involved in this particular crash, that a number of law enforcement agencies use this training facility, but we do know that a group of them were running out this morning, and when they were hit by the vehicle you're looking at right here, which also, by the way, hit a light pole. You can see that downed light pole. That driver said to be in custody. We do not know at this point whether this is just a tragic accident or whether anything illegal may have occurred.
Yes, and we do have Christina Pascucci on her way to the scene. She will get there on the ground and get some more information and give us a different perspective. So we're waiting for that. Bob DeCastro on his way to the hospital. Stu, if we continue to talk with you, you mentioned the debris, because there is quite a bit of debris there near the vehicle. It's difficult to tell what that is. What is that?
Well, a lot of that is medical debris. That's stuff that the paramedics use. A lot of it is bagged and cleaned and brand new. And then some of it may actually be what the cadets were carrying or wearing. As the fire department and paramedics arrived here on scene, a lot of times we'll see them cut their clothing off to get to the injuries, depending on how bad they are. And that is what's left in that area right there. We were told when we first arrived here, there was only 1 or 2 left in that area right there. And then we had 2 groups in this area right here on the grass. We were being told that they were actually cadets that were taken away from the actual scene and placed over here, which actually in itself shows is positive. You know, you're never supposed to move anybody that is critically injured or badly injured. You don't want to make any of those injuries any worse, but the fact that they were able to get to those locations, that is a huge positive in itself. Right now, though, the triage area, you can see there's a lot of activity here. There was none earlier. This is starting to de-escalate, as in the, what I'm talking about is the injuries. It's starting to de-escalate. All the critical injuries have been taken care of and placed in ambulances. We're waiting for 2 helicopters, air ambulances, to take them to hospitals. And the ones that are still being treated here, these are minor injuries. They're on that green tarp. Some of these will be taken to the hospital. Others may even be released here on scene. But the LA County Fire Department and those paramedics doing an amazing job this morning, getting here quickly and calling for the extra help, and those firefighters and paramedics getting here so fast and treating those injured. Right now, we're hearing that one of them is actually in the school or landing. There it is right there. That's going to be one of the LA County fire helicopters. Another one will be coming in, so we'll be seeing them being, some of the injured being placed in there. We can understand they can take 2, maybe even more of the injured to the hospital, and then of course they have 2 of these ordered up, so they're going to be moving some of those folks by air to a local hospital. Other ambulances, as we've been told, have been already left the scene with some of those injured, but again, still a very chaotic scene down here, right here at the Star Academy. As you said, not just sheriff deputies, they do other law enforcement train here as well, but folks probably around the age of 20 out for their morning run, calisthenics, and then this tragic accident happening, and you can see some of those firefighters, some deputies there carrying some stuff. I would believe that is not going to be a victim, but they're going to be moving some of those injured to that helicopter. That helicopter going to be going to a local hospital. As soon as we get that hospital, we'll let you know.
As you mentioned, this is the STARS Explorer Training Academy, and it looks like a lot of these recruits were entered in a 22-week training program. Obviously, their goal is to become one with a badge, right, to serve local communities in law enforcement. It looks like they were at about week 10, so halfway through this program, and obviously it's a rigorous training program where they learn all the protocol, but obviously physical demands is also key in this role as becoming a deputy or a Los Angeles police officer as well. So as you mentioned, part of their training is a daily run and physical activity to keep them in shape for the rigors of the job. So it's not uncommon to see a lot of these recruits around the facility right here at the STARS Explorer Training Academy in Whittier. There's also another one in Valencia, but it's not unusual to see a pack of recruits getting their exercise in, especially just right before, obviously, people go to work in the early morning hours. And this is all part of their training. But as you zoom in there, Stu, it is unfortunate we are now seeing more recruits gathering on the yellow tarp.
That's true. And, you know, these are young folks that are training to be first responders. They want to help. They want to be there to want to help the community. And in this case, they're the ones that were the victims this morning. Some of the others that were training with them probably there before the paramedics, hopefully being able to give some sort of aid to those injured before the LA County paramedics arrived here on scene. Right now, though, we did see some of those recruits. They probably were allowed to. I'm sure they were chomping at the bit to go help their fellow recruits in any way they could, and they were being told to basically stage inside that parking lot right there. They probably just got the go-ahead to go and help in any way they can. We saw a couple of them running over to that triage. These are blankets, as I understand it, that they were bringing over to the other recruits that were out there this morning, possibly just to stay warm. It is colder and wind, and of course we know about the wind. Right now, though, we're just kind of curious to see which ones are going to be going into that air ambulance, where that air ambulance is going. And again, like you said, it's really sad to see that there is a couple of folks now on that yellow tarp. We didn't see that earlier on, but again, they are in great hands out here. These are trained professionals. They got here so very quickly, and hopefully, as far as it stands right now, we've heard of no fatalities, but 11 critical. That's just it's just terrible to hear.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And just a little bit more about this program, STARS Explore Training Academy. Again, this is for sheriff and police recruits, and they get together early in the morning and they work out as one would expect. And this transpired sometime this morning. We don't know exactly what time, Stu, but you were saying it seemed as though it was just when the sun was starting to come up. As far as the driver is concerned, you did say that person has been detained. What more can you tell us about the driver and the vehicle? What more can we get from just looking at what is left in the aftermath here?
Well, we haven't heard anything official about the driver except that that driver is in custody. I have to excuse the picture right now. It is very windy out here. That's actually the exhaust from Skyfox getting through the shot right there. But the only thing that we do know right now for a fact, maybe our assignment desk, Freddie was the one that cued us in on all this morning, working the assignment desk, is that person is in custody. Hopefully that person not impaired, or there was any other incident. Maybe it was just straight out, and hopefully it was just straight out some sort of tragic accident. But that vehicle appears to be a smaller SUV. It did take out that light standard right there. That I would guess to say is a stone or concrete light fixture. So that was extremely heavy, and then coming down and possibly landing on some of these recruits. It couldn't imagine how tragic or how terrible some of those injuries are. There is at the Star Center. We would assume that other recruits were there that were rendering aid almost instantly, at least what they could, before the LA County Fire Department got here with their paramedics. Right now, that triage center that was empty earlier on, now a buzz of activity, as most of the injured that were not able to be moved earlier on have been placed in ambulances, and it does appear that the last of the ones on the yellow tarp are off, leaving just a few still sitting on that green tarp, the green being the least of injuries. Those are minor injuries. They might not even go to a hospital, but right now it's just a waiting game, but very chaotic, and in that chaos, a lot of order as well, as these are trained professionals, and this is what they all do. And again, these are folks, young folks that were training to be first responders, now finding themselves being victims and needing help of first responders. Very tragic.
All right, Stu, we know you're going to stay on top of this story, and we're going to keep an eye on exactly what's going on. But once again, 11 sheriffs and police recruits in critical condition after being hit by a car. As many as 15 recruits in all may have been hit. The driver is said to be in police custody right now. We're going to keep an eye on the situation. Christina Pascucci is on her way, and we'll get a ground perspective of what's happening there. But Stu Mundell has given us a bird's eye view of everything that is going on. It is quite a chaotic scene, a lot of activity going on there, as obviously first responders do what they can to try to assist the injured. A number of them going to area hospitals and even being airlifted to hospitals. So we're going to keep an eye on the situation. But right now, we want to talk about the other big story of the day, and that is the weather. Those Santa Anas are just kicking, Maria. Good morning.
And even with Stu up in the...
All right, everyone, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you back to this live view. What you were watching was our Fox LA team as they do report on this ongoing breaking situation here. This is located about 12 miles southeast of Los Angeles, California. And by the way, viewer discretion advised, as this is all developing right now as we speak. This is in Whittier, California, again, 12 miles southeast of Los Angeles. A very active scene, and we have learned that at least 11 people are in critical condition after a vehicle slammed into a crowd of people who were running. These are sheriff's recruits and police recruits who have been hit. As you see, it is a very chaotic scene right there. Law enforcement just trying to piece together exactly what happened, and there are just so many questions at this point. Our Fox LA team saying there are no reports of any fatalities, but again, at least 11 people and possibly as many as 15 people now are in critical condition. The suspect, that driver there, is in custody, but it's not clear if that driver is being charged, if this was accidental, or exactly what happened. I do want to hang for a little bit on this image here as we are working to gather more information. If our Fox LA team does break back into coverage here, we will bring you more, or if they just happen to provide us some more information, we will let you know. I do want to head over to another story that is going on, developing right now over in the Washington, D.C. area. Again, we'll get back to this crash going on right now, but first, let's head over to Washington, D.C., where our crews are on continuing coverage right now because of this fire and explosion. This is over in Maryland. Very limited information at this point, but our Fox team out there providing more information here. I do want to tap into their live coverage and listen in as they do have reporters gathering that information.
I'll tell you though, since we started covering this, there has been no let up in the smoke. Yeah. Right? The smoke has continued to billow. So that fire burned intense and hot, and they spent some time obviously putting it out. But you can still see it's definitely occluding the view there in terms of the amount of smoke that's rising from the building. A couple people describing the apartment complex as perhaps 2-3 stories high. In some areas, maybe 2 in another. So we also perhaps could get some clarification about how many people lived in the area.
How many units.
Yeah, how many units, how many families this is really going to affect. And it does look like just, you know, this is just from what we've seen on the screen, a lot of young families, you know, there in that area. So trying to get a better feel for that community. But clearly, as Wisdom talked about, people coming out and checking on their neighbors. It's a community where they're all close, right, and in and around each other. And so this is going to be a time when they certainly are going to need some support as well.
All right, we're going to get an update from the police chief, or the fire chief rather, in just about 5 minutes or so. They set an approximate time for that briefing at 10:20. In the meantime, we want to check back in with Stephanie Ramirez. Stephanie, whenever you can hear us and you can get back on with us, we would love to get an update from you, as Stephanie's been out trying to talk to more residents out there and some more witnesses who are out there. We've heard from a number in adjacent buildings and in businesses even, Stephanie. Some people across the street, even by the elementary school, who said they were literally shaken out of their offices earlier this morning. I know you've been out there trying to talk to more residents and more neighbors. What'd you find out?
Yeah, well, Steve, there are a lot of folks who are a little more hesitant to go on camera, but I did just talk with a gentleman who says that his son jumped out of the second-story window when this explosion happened. He said that this is the Potomac Oaks complex, that his son rents here, and that he's still, you know, nervous and, you know, a little shaken here trying to figure out that he lives in Germantown, came over to Gaithersburg after he had learned that his son was injured in this. Now, I asked if his son was burned or anything like that. He said he doesn't believe so, but they did take him to a trauma center to check him out. Again, he said his son jumped out of a second-story window here, escaping from this explosion. So that is the family coming to check in, see what's going on. They don't know what happened. They don't know how this happened. We did have a neighbor talk about how he said that he had made a report calling 911 about smelling a gas leak. And when I asked him like what he experienced, he said that the smell was very strong, and that this was a few weeks ago that he called 911. The guy said that he also reported it to management. The gas company came, they didn't find anything, and he feels that management didn't do enough.
Yeah, those are the questions, I think, Stephanie, that obviously are going to be surfacing soon as more goes into the investigation stage. Look, so while you're talking, if you don't mind showing us around a little bit, setting the stage again for viewers who might just be tuning in at 10 o'clock as to where you are in proximity as to what was happening. And I know you have fire lines there that you can't cross very, very well, but if you can show us a little bit better from a perspective standpoint as to what we're dealing with.
Absolutely. So right now we're in, it looks like some kind of like little office parking lot complex. Now behind us there seems to be, if you look to you're looking at the building involved, right? These are apartment buildings. It looks like the main building for this complex is to the left, just behind the fire engines, and then surrounding that main building are all of these units that are connected. It looks when you first look at it, it looks to be townhouses together, but I'm told that these are apartments that are connected by different buildings, different shapes. One is a U shape, one may be an L shape. But a lot of people in this area, even in buildings that were not connected to the main one that suffered the explosion here, they were saying that they felt the shake and thought a bomb had exploded. Now, across the street, directly across the street from the building impacted is an elementary school, Brown Station Elementary School. And then in the surrounding area, we're not that far from 270. Some folks thought that it was the NIST building that experienced an explosion, or Noravax, but there are offices, other buildings around here where people do work. This part here, though, mostly residential, the complex behind us. So the sign, and what at least the second person is saying, is that this is the Potomac Oaks complex. Officials are still not saying much before they hold this media briefing to give us an update, but what we are being told right now, thankfully, are no fatalities, but we are hearing of injuries. We talked to the one neighbor who had a cut on his leg, saying he was hit by glass. We talked to the other gentleman who said that his son had to jump out of a second window. We don't know how many actual units were impacted here, but we do know they're looking at least 4 buildings impacted by this. I guess they're counting the different structures as a building, because you can kind of see there's like 3 floors and then a different style of building, 3 windows, and then a different style of building.
Right. Some of the Stephanie, we're going to let you. I know you're going to get set up for the fire chief, who's going to be addressing us in just a minute or two, and I'll let you talk with some more residents off camera now, because I know a lot did not want to go on camera. But
if you are just joining us here, we are listening in to our Fox 5 DC's coverage of this fire and explosion there just outside of Washington, D.C. This is in Gaithersburg, Maryland. Viewer discretion advised, but I will say that it does appear, from what the reporters are saying, there are no fatalities. But as you can see, a lot of fire there and a lot of smoke in what does appear to be an apartment building. I do want to remind you that we're also following some other breaking news here just outside of Los Angeles, California. That is where at least 11 sheriff's recruits have been injured after they were hit by a vehicle. They are sheriffs and law enforcement recruits who were out there running, and it does appear that they are all in critical condition. There may be as many as 15 people injured. That is according to our Fox LA team. They are going to check back in with their reporters out there momentarily, so we will tap back into their coverage. However, on this fire and explosion, it does appear that the fire chief will be providing some more information shortly to explain how this happened and what went on. So I do want to leave both of these on your screen, as they are both breaking news stories happening right here live now on Fox.
Your screen looks from one angle like these are townhouses, and then from the other side you can clearly see apartments. As we're getting ready for a briefing from Montgomery County fire officials in just a few seconds here, before we get to that, let's check back in with Dave Kaplan, who is also on the scene. David?
Yeah, Steve, good to be with you. We just got to the scene here, as you mentioned, 800 block of Quince Orchard Boulevard. Take a look behind me just to give you some perspective. We can't see any more smoke coming up at this point, but you can see just the very large police and fire presence here, essentially trying to make sure that everything is under control. As we've reported already, Montgomery County Fire reporting that the bulk of this fire has been knocked down, and they are continuing to work. I'm here with Damian Battle. Damian lives really close by. Thanks for joining me. How are you doing, first of all?
I'm doing good. Just making sure most of my neighbors are doing good.
Tell me what you saw, what you heard. Walk me through your morning when this all happened.
Just sitting on my balcony. Just heard a boom this morning, so I came out. After I heard the sound and stuff, came out and walked up the street, and then I heard another kind of a bang. So went up and seen the flames, and next thing you know, the fire department, everybody showed up and started putting out the flames. Then actually I went back in the house to get blankets for the neighbors that, they actually came out to out in the cold. So make sure they stay warm and stuff like that.
And walk me through how those neighbors were doing. Incredibly kind of you to do that. Walk me through sort of what they were doing. I can imagine this was a bit traumatizing for them.
Most of them was kind of distraught. One lady looked like she probably had burns on her feet. They took her away in the ambulance. I gave her a blanket so she can stay warm. But the other residents, they seemed to be fine. They didn't seem to have any type of injuries, anything. So I'm hoping, praying that everybody's doing good.
And walk me through just the beginning. You said you heard the large explosion and then a couple more pops. Is that right?
Yeah, it was an explosion, and then as I was walking up the street, it was a pop. Like, you know, like a crackling pop noise, but it was kind of, you know, still kind of loud, so I still wasn't sure until I reached in and seen the building that had collapsed and kind of knew off the top that it was a gas explosion. So just putting two to two together.
So that's, again, we have not confirmed that, but based on what you think, that's where you're headed. So we'll obviously continue following up. We're expecting to get a briefing from the fire department soon. Walk me through the response. I mean, just the timing. We said about 8:30 was that initial explosion. You said police and fire started showing up quickly?
Yeah, police, within a couple of minutes, I started hearing sirens pull up, blocked off streets and everything. So, yeah, the response was quite quick.
Gotcha. And are you doing okay? I mean, that's a lot to see. Not necessarily something you planned on this morning, I know. Are you okay? Is that all your loved ones okay?
Yeah, everybody's doing fine. You know, I just want to make sure that my neighbors are doing, you know, they are warm and, you know, they're doing okay, and just make sure that everybody is safe. That's the main thing at the end of the day.
Well, God bless you for bringing them blankets. Thanks for stopping and taking some time. So there you kind of have it. Damian, thank you so much. Doug, let's take a walk. I think while we're live here and kind of have a different vantage point than Stephanie's been giving you, we'll kind of take a walk up here and get a little bit of a better vantage point from where we are. And as you can see, several police cars are here. We've definitely got, obviously, the chopper above as people are here kind of trying to descend. As you can see, they are stopping traffic right here where we're looking. We're going to assume that this is somebody that they are letting on closer to the scene. Can also tell you we've just got a handful of people who are kind of looking here, making sure everything is okay and everybody's okay. But again, we're just getting to the scene here, essentially trying to kind of figure out, give you a different vantage point here, and give you a look. You guys okay?
Yeah.
You good?
We actually live near that building.
You live near that building?
Yeah.
We're live right now. I'm David Kaplan with Fox 5. You mind if we just ask you what'd you see, what'd you hear this morning?
So me and my mom, we're just sleeping, you know, chilling, and we just hear a huge pop. Huge pop. My mom actually sees the fireball coming out of this pipe right in front of our building because they're actually working on it. So she sees a fire go up and it just hits that building, and everything just goes into burst.
Let's start from the beginning there. You said that they were doing some work there. Yeah. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know what kind of work it was?
I think there was the water sewage, something like that. And I don't know what could have caused that big ball of fire, but she actually saw it just hit that building.
And your mother saw what exactly? Walk me through exactly.
A big fire, just like a ball of fire, just pop. And you hear it. Everybody around that whole neighborhood heard and felt the vibration of that pop. Okay. And it's drastic. It's sad.
All right. Well, thank you so much for stopping and talking to us. I might get you to hang around here after we're live. Hey, I'm going to kick it back to you guys in the studio very quickly. I'm understanding that we're about to get a bit of an official briefing from the fire department. Back to you guys.
All right, Dave, thanks very much. Let's get back to Stephanie Ramirez. Stephanie, that's the second person that we've heard this morning talking about potential work in the area. Let's get back to you. I know you're talking to more and more people as we're still awaiting official word from the fire chief this morning.
Right. So I'm here with Mr. Mishra, who owns a condo in the Potomac Oaks building behind us here. He says that he came with the contractor to do some wall repair work, and that his tenants had just left, and then they heard the explosion in the section that happened, but that's a few doors away. That's not your part. So tell me what happened, please.
So it was like a loud sound. We just came rushing out. We didn't know what happened. We thought some building fell or whatever, some bomb went off. And we saw the front of one of the buildings had just come off completely, and the debris was all over across in the parking lot, and the fire burning under two of the cars. So we started yelling to see if there was anybody inside or anybody hurt. Wow. Four people came out from one of the buildings. The family of color, one man, woman, and two children. One of the kids was probably taking a bath, didn't have any clothes on, and they were in total shock. We tried to ask them if there was anybody else inside. They did not even answer. They were in shock.
Were they injured? Could you?
It seemed a little bit of injury. And then there was other guy from who came out a little later. He had some injury on his hand. I think he was from Latin American, one of the Latin American countries, Hispanic person. I spoke with him quite at length. He was totally in shock. His concern was mainly his papers, his passport and stuff. And the fire people had not come yet, so we were trying to put the fire off under the cars.
Wow.
Because there was fire burning under 2 cars.
So this is a very severe explosion that happened.
It must have been because the front of at least one building had completely come off, and it flew across. It flew across this little grass area. Then there's a parking lot, and it's the other side of the parking lot where the debris was. And there's one door, one of the doors. I don't know which door it was. It was in the parking lot. It must have been really, really bad.
What do you make of what happened here?
I have no idea. It probably was a gas explosion. I think that something like that could do it, but it was like literally a bomb went off.
Did you smell gas? You didn't smell any gas at the time?
It wasn't even burning initially, just started a little smoking and then burning. Initially there was no fire, and then within like 5 minutes started that building and the next door started burning, and then it just kept on burning. It was smoking the roofs of the 2 neighboring buildings, and then those buildings also came up in flames.
And can you kind of point us to where your condo is and where you were?
This one right there.
So right on the corner here, and then so 1, 2, 3 buildings.
So there are 3 buildings, 26, 28, and 30. 826, 828, and 830. Okay. So we are in 830, and 828 burned a little bit later. It started in 826. 828 was burning a little later.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Guys, the news conference is starting now, so I'm going to let you go to our other camera, and I'm going to speak with the gentleman here and also tune in, but I'm going to toss it back to you right now. Chief Goldstein looks to be starting that news conference right now.
So I'm going to go ahead and start. That way we can process this out. So, just introductions and the names. Scott Goldstein, Fire Chief, Montgomery County Fire Rescue. Marcus Jones, Police Chief, Montgomery County Police. Mark Soroka, Police Chief, Gaithersburg City. Earl Stoddard, Assistant Chief Administrative Officer, Montgomery County Government. Greg Williams, Up County Regional Services Director. About 8:40 this morning, we received 911 calls, multiple calls, reporting a building explosion in this area. Original calls identified that it was the pool house, that it was the elementary school, and that it was apartment buildings. A multitude of agencies, city police, county police, fire rescue, responded. As you see behind me, when we arrived, we found a building, it's 826, is its building number, a building with evident signs of explosion and collapse and ongoing fire occurring at that moment. It's now just about 10:15, 10:30. There still is active fire in the structure. There has been a gas-fed fire in the basement of the structure that is being addressed by the fire crews, and work is undergoing with our utility partners in Washington Gas to shut off the natural gas to that building. The building has sustained a significant explosion, resulting in a structural collapse. That impacts the building of 826 and the building of 828. We have also evacuated 824 because it's connected to 26 and 830. It appears that we're dealing with 6 apartments, technically condos, but 6 units per building. So for the 4 buildings, we have 24 units of residents displaced. Red Cross Emergency Management is on site and assisting us and those residents. Transport injured person information. As of this moment, we have transported 10 people from the scene. 2 people have been treated and refused transport and remain on the scene. 10 have been transported, 2 were treated and remained on the scene. Of those 10, 2 of them were transported with critical injuries to a local trauma center. The remaining 8 were transported with mild to moderate injuries to several hospitals in the county. Of those 8, 4 are adults, 4 are children. There are no children in the critical grouping of 2. Early indications identify that maintenance staff on site used a painter's ladder or a maintenance ladder here locally and rescued a resident from a rear balcony, as well as assisting a resident who was on the rear of the building after the explosion. Through a collaboration of Montgomery County detectives, Gaithersburg City detectives, and fire rescue investigators, we are diligently working to identify all of the occupants, and our focus is 826 and 828. Collaboratively, then we'll work with 830 and 24. We still have not refined that number yet, so we still have the presumption and still working on the basis that they're unaccounted for personnel. They may be out of the building, they may be in the building. Again, I use the words they're unaccounted for. Once we get to the opportunity to say that they were fully accounted for, we will provide that update. This is early in the event. While the event has been going on for about an hour and a half, this is going to be a multi-day event. We will be here for several days. For those that were at Littonsville Road or Arliss Street, we need to work through the structural stability issues of these 2 buildings, then ensure they're secure, then get into the buildings for both life rescue, life recovery, as well as investigative purposes. So again, this is going to be a multi-day event. We will be here for several days. There is a large team being assembled on site of agencies and support personnel from our utility partners, from our city partners, county agencies, and federal agencies that are here to assist, as with Littonsville, as with Arliss. The operations will be slow and meticulous, as the safety of the responders are a priority, as well as the safety of anybody still in the building. We want to do everything to benefit their possible rescue if there are people in the building. I'm going to pause there, let any of the other folks behind me make any other informational statements, and then I'll come back for questions. Anybody in there?
There's still active rescues going on, and what is this dealing with a gas explosion? What can you say about that?
So, repeating just for the volume and the information, the question was, is there still active rescues going on? No. The building of 26 and the vast majority of the building, half of the building of 28 is unstable and has been evacuated and is not safe for my personnel to go in. We have completely searched the other half of building 28, all of 24, and all of 30. But that does leave us with a grouping of 9 apartments that could be impacted. A number of residents between those 9 apartments and those 2 buildings that we'll be trying to account for.
So you don't know how many are unaccounted for?
I asked about the gas element of this.
I'll get to the gas in a second, Darcy. We do not have a full accountability of all of those units yet, so we can't say, don't know if there's unaccounted for people.
You don't even a number as to who might?
We don't have that information at this point.
Okay.
We've been working well with the property management and working through that. The second question that was originally offered was gas fed. I did identify, and it was clearly evident to my personnel and myself, that there was a gas fed fire in the basement probably about an hour after the explosion occurred. That was visible from the front of the building. That is what Washington Gas is working to control the gas at the street level, and then when that gas is off, that fire then gets extinguished, and then we work to, from a distance, place or put out any hot spots in the structure. I'll get to Brad.
Yeah, Chief, well, I've already had a couple residents tell me that there was a smell of gas that got out.
Okay.
And that there was a gas leak last week that had been repaired. Have you gotten that far yet?
So the information about gas smell this morning had been reported to our investigators. Our 911 center has checked, and this morning there was no calls prior to the explosion for a gas leak or a gas smell to Montgomery County 911. Prior to this morning, that information is still being gleaned and sorted through. We don't have information about last week.
Can you go back over the numbers? You have a total of 10 injured now?
Correct. 12 have been injured. 10 have been transported. 2 were treated and remained on the scene. Of the 10 transported, 2 are critical and taken to local trauma centers. 8 were with mild to moderate injuries, taken to different hospitals here in the county. Of those 8, 4 are children. No of the critical, neither of the critical is a child. Does that help, Bruce?
Yeah. And can you go over, Chief, if people ever smell gas, what should they do?
Absolutely. Smelling gas is a safety feature designed in the gas. When you smell that rotten smell, when you smell that unusual odor, the first action is to call 911. Absolutely. Our gas partners say that front and center on their website. If you smell gas, call 911. Evacuate the building first, then call 911 from the outside. Do not go back in the building if you smell gas.
So 826 is the main building where this is happening?
The collapse involves about equal parts of 826 and 828. The original fire building, or the original reported address that we got back to, was 826. So too early to tell us which is the main building. One second, Stephanie. The other buildings are 24, which is attached to 26, and 30, which is attached to 28. There may be structural issues with those buildings, but that's why they've been evacuated at this point, okay? Stephanie's question was about the gas and about the third time in Montgomery County using the phrase in 7 or so years. The most important part is if you smell gas in your unit, outside of your unit, in front of your building, to call 911. It's extraordinarily too early to have any information about the call or the service that may have been performed last week, or any composition of how this building is designed and comparisons to Arliss or Littonsville. That information will come, but it is way too early to have speculations or information on that. It was just at 8:40 or 8:41. I have to check, but one source told me 8:41. No, that was for the multiple calls for the explosion. We never received a call this morning for a smell of gas at the 911 center for Montgomery County. Repeat. Guys and gals, we're here. We'll work with you. Let us stick with Brad for a second. Then I heard Darcy, and then I heard you. Okay?
But you did once on the scene get people telling you they had smelled gas.
Correct. Once on the scene, residents did tell our investigators that they had smelled gas this morning.
You have no information yet about a big air.
No information yet, Brad. Darcy.
That's what I wanted to clarify. So as far as receiving information about potential smelling gas, that's something after this.
That was to an investigator by a resident on site after we arrived from the explosion.
Okay, and no calls today?
No calls.
They could have called the gas company or something like that.
Don't have that information. Okay?
To clarify on this 9 units, are they in the main building?
So I said there's 6 units per building, right?
Right, 24 total.
And a portion of 28 is significantly damaged. A portion of 28 is moderately damaged. So the 9 that I'm talking about come from 26 and half of 28. So I'm going to wrap up the questions there. Bear with me one second. I'm going to wrap up the questions there. We'll be back here at 2 o'clock for the next briefing and informational update. 2 o'clock. So the school is fine. The school is in place. They are working. We've been in contact with the school. They are working on a dismissal plan with the students, and that's in conjunction with their reunification plan, but no impact of the school.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it is 10:42 on the East Coast and 7:42 on the West Coast. You can see on your screen a lot of breaking news going on at this point. You were listening to a news conference there. At least 12 people hurt after an explosion at an apartment building just outside of Washington, D.C. This is in Gaithersburg, Maryland. You're watching our Fox 5 D.C. team's coverage, but I do want to call your attention down to the bottom right-hand side of your screen. That is where 11 law enforcement recruits have been hit by a car over in Whittier, California, outside of Los Angeles. All of them critically injured, according to police. I do want to listen in to our Fox LA team as they are providing some more details on that as we speak.
Week 10 of their training program. First thing they do, first thing in the morning before the sun even comes out, is go work out and train, which is just, you know, so admirable. And your heart really goes out to these young people who are just, you know, trying to do the right thing and follow their dream and pursue whatever career path they're hoping to pursue. Again, this is for sheriffs and police recruits, which we're learning more about. Christina, talk a little bit about the neighborhood you're in, because it looks like from what we're seeing where the suspect's vehicle came to a stop, there are sidewalks, but we don't know, again, if the runners were on the sidewalks or in the street or a combination of both. We don't have that information yet.
Yeah, we're on Telegraph, which is a very busy thoroughfare, and you know, of course, there's sidewalks, walking area. There's a residential area right behind where we are. I'm right near a shopping mall as well. All the business owners are kind of coming out trying to figure out what happened. There is no traffic moving through here. There's some people walking, but that's it at this point. And you can hear more of those sirens coming up behind me. I'm going to try to talk to some people here on the ground and hopefully have much more for you within a matter of minutes here.
All right, we did get a live look from the ground, some ground shots from photographer Armando Hernandez, who I know you're meeting up with, Christina, which showed that we do know the driver who is in custody did look like he was actually, when we saw him, undergoing a sobriety test on the scene right there. We don't know, of course, the results or what happened so far, but we do know that the driver is in custody. Law enforcement officials obviously talking to him, interviewing him. We also heard from a resident, a viewer from around that area, who messaged us saying that typically they do see recruits running in packs in the early morning hours. Obviously, it's part of their physical training. They do also wear high visibility vests. So they say it's very hard to miss this group of recruits running through the area, obviously getting their morning workout in, and neighbors see them, cars would see them. It is very difficult to miss them if you're in that area. So it's unclear at this point. Again, the investigation still getting underway in terms of what exactly happened here. So Christina, will check back in with you as we get more developments.
Okay, in the meantime, the big story, which was what we were following until this happened, the winds, the Santa Ana winds, causing all kinds of problems out there this morning, and Maria here with that.
Yeah, the first very significant Santa Ana wind event really of the season.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we were tapping into our Fox LA 11 team's coverage as they were covering the latest on this developing and breaking situation. Very limited information, just one of several breaking stories that we are following right now. So I do want to go over the limited information that we do have. A group of law enforcement recruits in critical condition after they were apparently hit by a vehicle during their morning run in Whittier, California. That is just outside of Los Angeles. We are told that at least 11 of those recruits do have critical injuries. The California Highway Patrol saying the incident was reported around 6:30 a.m. local time. The recruits do attend the Sheriff's Training Academy and Regional Services known as STARS, located over there on Colima Road, which is about a mile and a half from where all of this unfolded. Sky Fox there is over the scene showing debris from the wreckage as well as additional patients being triaged by medical personnel. Again, at least 11 people critically injured there as a result of that vehicle slamming into that group of recruits. As we do get some more information, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We're also covering this explosion over near Washington, D.C. At least 12 people hurt there. Let's listen into our Fox 5 D.C. team.
We heard, so we woke up like around 8 o'clock, getting everything ready, getting my girlfriend's getting ready, my stepdaughter's getting ready, and I gave her breakfast. We keep going on for our day, and all of a sudden we're in the room and we hear something loud, you know, and all of a sudden we think it's like something that fell from the people living up top of us, because we're on the second floor, or something fell in our table, you know, but something loud. And me and my girlfriend look at each other, and we look at each other and we're like, what was that? So we try to go out because my girlfriend's cousin was staying over, so we thought it was her, but we came out and it was nothing. So then a couple minutes passed by, she gets a phone call, and her friend calls her from this school and tells her, you know, stay home, there's an explosion. So first thing we thought was there was an explosion in school. Then she started explaining herself to my girlfriend, and then we look out in the window and we see all this fire coming up out from the building, and then my stepdaughter just starts freaking out, and we try to tell her, you know, stay in the room, we're going to explain to you in a little bit. Then from there on, she was just scared, and a couple minutes after we came out and then came outside.
This was a traumatic experience for
them. Yeah, this is the first time something I experienced. You know, I always see this on the news or on movies and stuff, but nothing in person, live, in front of my face.
How are you able to explain this to your stepdaughter?
So I told her that she asked me what's going on, and I told her that, you know, there was an explosion, and she was like, what? And I was like, yeah, the building, you know, got on fire, and then she just started, you know, just being sad, and she started worrying about our pets and stuff, and then we told her that we're going to go out, and she started, you know, getting a little more scared, and just to bring her out to see what's going on, and then she was fine from there on.
Do you, so we're, you know, we just heard from officials. I don't know if you got a chance to listen in on the news conference.
Yeah.
You did. I want to ask you first, do you feel safe going back home right now?
At this very moment, it's half and half. I do feel safe, but then I don't. I just hope they get this situation under control, and hopefully this doesn't happen again. You know, it's very scared. It could have been our building, you know, it could have been the building next to ours. So so hopefully it doesn't happen to any of us, you know. It's very scary to them.
And have you heard any complaints from your neighbors about smelling gas and reporting it and management responding?
No, none of us, I don't smell gas, none of our neighbors smelled gas or anything like that, so there was nothing.
What would have to be done here if, you know, would the management company come in and check? How does that work here? Because this is a condo, you know, facility, right? Or a residential place, but then people can rent out from those condos?
Yeah. I think I really don't see, I do see the maintenance people come by, not really to the building, they're just out doing work from outside. Ever since I started living here, I haven't seen a maintenance come in, maybe because our building doesn't have an issue like that, but towards the gas leak and stuff, I just really hope they go to every building and just, you know, check it out, whatever's going on.
Oscar, thank you for sharing your story with us. I appreciate it. Hey guys, so yeah, we're still outside. We're just, you know, next to where officials just gave their news conference. But as you heard the chief of fire say, Scott Goldstein, that this is going to be a multi-day investigation. Ma'am, I'm sorry, are you in the community here? Can we talk with you real quick? We're live. Oh, you're You're with okay, sorry. So there are some families here. You see little kids as well. You just heard the experience of what it was like, you know, with a child trying to go through this. The school next to us, we're told that they are working on a dismissal plan, but the chief said this is going to be a multi-day investigation here, and that you heard him say at the moment it is not safe for their members to go in because there is a gas-fed fire that's been going on after the explosion that they're working to put out, guys.
All right, Stephanie Ramirez is, and you can see the proximity to the school that we've been talking about. It's an elementary school where a lot of students were just being dropped off, and they were just starting their school day when the explosion happened, literally right across the street. So the students have been, they're safe, they're fine, they're at the school, but they're essentially locked down at the school until they could figure out what was happening and if there was any further threat from the fire, the explosion, the resultant fire, and what is now, we're being told, a continued gas-fed fire until the utility crews can get the gas lines completely shut off inside the units that were impacted most by the explosion that happened about 8:30 this morning. So now coming up on about 2.5 hours from the first 911 call came in.
So we see Stephanie, she's still on the scene there, obviously talking to residents, and the aftermath is real here, right? Even as they're still trying to work on this active fire. Interesting that the chief said it is still an active fire, and explains why we've seen this smoke billowing, why we saw them dousing the fire for so long. Apparently a gas-fed fire that was in the basement in one of those buildings. 4 buildings in all have been compromised, 2 basically demolished. So that's the biggest concern there. Nonetheless, we've got 24 families that are displaced right now.
And you know, you heard the chief there mention. I don't know how much I can help.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, we can hear you, Stephanie. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. So I'm here with Lisa, who you know a lot of people. You live in the same complex here.
Yes, I live right over there.
Tell me, you know, first off, how are you doing right now?
I'm fine. I'm just worried about the people that live in the building. My granddaughter was friends with one of the little girls that lived there. And it's shocking. I just saw them stroll a little baby out on in a carriage to go to the hospital. It's just devastating. Who wakes up to a whole building being missing? So I work from home. I can't do anything right now, and it's just shocking. It's scary. I mean, if this building could explode, so could mine, because they're all gas. So, I mean, I don't know what else I could say.
What is the management company for?
Potomac Oaks.
What are they saying right now to the residents?
Nothing. I haven't heard anything from anybody. I was over there earlier this morning over at the management office, and they're just pretty much saying, you know, get out of the way.
There's still a lot of unanswered questions here as to what happened.
It sounded like, and it felt like, I don't know, but it shook everything. It just shook everything, and it was scary. I'm just shocked. I don't know what else to say. It's horrible. It's scary. And I hope the people that are in that building are okay. Like I said, this is a pretty, tight-knit community. People really know each other, and to see that devastation it's shocking.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Very sorry that you're experiencing.
If you guys hear anything, just how many people, survived? How many people were in there? We're not getting any information.
So we were told no fatalities. Okay. There are injuries, 10 transports. We were told that 2 people, though, and I'll flip through my notes right here. Still on air here, but so we have here that 2 people who were treated refused to be transported. 2 of the 8 are in critical condition.
Do you know the ages?
They said no children are in critical condition, and that they have 8 others with mild to moderate injuries, but thankfully no fatalities.
Okay, I want to know what happened with the little baby. I saw them strolling out. I really do.
We'll talk a little bit more. Lisa, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Guys, I'm going to toss it back to you, but this is the scene here from Gaithersburg. Another update from fire will be at 2, I believe, 2 this afternoon. So we'll have more on Fox 5.
Yep, 2 o'clock coming up. Stephanie, thanks so very much. Obviously, you can sense the concern amongst the community, and that woman there saying very close-knit community. So they're all trying to keep an eye on each other. Now, as far as the injury status at this point, while Stephanie mentioned no fatalities, we certainly hope that stands to be the case. But keep in mind, fire officials say that it is still too dangerous to go inside some of those structures. So they will have to wait until they can secure those, then go inside and see if, in fact, anybody is still inside. But obviously, that would be worst case scenario right now. As of now, no reports of fatalities, too critical. 8 others had to be transported with mild to moderate injuries. Guys?
Yeah, you heard the chief say this is going to be a multi-day event. Lots of people will be working on this as they work to still clear the scene. Obviously, there are lots of questions to be answered in terms of what exactly happened here. How could this have been prevented?
Yeah, we'll stay on top of the story. Of course, we'll pass along updates both on air and online as we get them. And of course, we'll be covering that 2 p.m. press conference with Montgomery County Fire Chief and other responding authorities. But quite the devastation on the ground there in Montgomery County. Stay with us. We'll be back with Line Lunch Hour.
All right, everyone, if you are just joining us, you are watching our live coverage as we tapped into Fox DC. They're covering this explosion going on over there. But I do want to take you to another story that we have been tracking very, very closely right here. This one is right near Los Angeles. This is Whittier, California, and there's another situation here. A lot of breaking news happening today, but I want to go over the basics as you take a look at this live image again from Whittier, California, which is about 12 miles southeast of Los Angeles. By the way, here, viewer discretion is advised as we are over this crowd right here. So a group of law enforcement recruits, all in critical condition, 11 of them, after they were hit by a car during their morning run in Whittier, California. The California Highway Patrol said the incident reported around 6:30 a.m. local time right near the intersection of Mills Avenue and Telegraph Road, if you are familiar with that area. The recruits attend the Sheriff's Training Academy and Regional Services known as STARS, which is located there on Colima Road, roughly a mile and a half from where all of this unfolded. Sky Fox still over that scene, showing quite a bit in the way of debris from the wreckage, as well as additional patients that are being triaged by medical professionals there. The victims have been rushed to hospitals. The suspect, driver of that vehicle, reportedly in custody, according to police, but no additional information has been released just yet. We will continue to follow this and bring you more information here on Live Now from Fox, but
And thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. You're taking a live look at some chopper aerials of a breaking news scene out of Los Angeles. I do want to go ahead and join our Fox 11 team as they're giving us some coverage on the very latest as a vehicle had plowed through some sheriffs and law enforcement recruits. Let's go ahead and join their coverage here on Live Now from Fox.
In terms of the critical injuries, however, those that are hurt, it is reportedly life-threatening for at least some of them. And earlier, I spoke to the sheriff who was headed to the hospital. Couldn't give me much information, but just told us that they were going to respond and provide the families with whatever care that they could. But such a tragic situation. I want to bring in Omar right now. We're basically on the side in kind of like a little neighborhood here. Omar, your wife saw a lot of what happened. Can you tell us what you know?
Well, the group of academy, Sheriff Academy was doing their jogging.
Yeah.
And then apparently the car was running so fast and then hit them with a group of sheriff.
So, Mike, you live right here, feet away from the scene of what happened. You say you see these men and women jogging around here all the time.
Yes, they're here running, and they jog pretty quick too. I mean, they're running pretty strong. So, but this guy, they check for DUI and things like that, and I was told they would probably let him go today. It was an accident, they're saying. So, if it was an accident, he could just carry on with his life. And I heard one of them, their foot was torn off by the car tire. It tore the guy's foot right off his leg. So
a law enforcement source told me that as well, and also that maybe the driver was sleepy.
Well, he could have been on his cell phone, or maybe he was sleeping or fell asleep here. I don't know.
Of course, we don't want to speculate at this point because it's all part of the investigation. But as a neighbor, this must be just stunning to see it happen, feet away from where you live.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah, it was amazing to me to see. And when I came down here, gosh, I didn't even look at my watch for the time, but it was about, 2 hours ago we were down here, and more cops just kept coming and coming. There was 25 cop cars and fire trucks, and ambulances were here and hauling people away, and you still hear sirens.
Yeah, over and over again. Yeah. Omar, was there something you had wanted to add to what you told us?
I just witnessed all those hurt people it was scattered on the floor. Yeah, I would say 20, more than that.
Oh yeah. You could just say it was just crazy. Yes. The whole thing was just crazy. I've never seen anything like that in Whittier before. And I've heard of people getting shot or a car hitting a building or a restaurant, but nothing like this. And I was told that it could have been purposely done. So
we'll have to wait and see.
We have to wait and see, yes.
Yeah. Anything else you guys want to share that you think is important for our viewers to know?
Well, don't drive on Mills in Whittier today.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Go around somewhere.
Yes. Thank you guys very much for your perspective. We really appreciate it. We'll continue to talk to neighbors and witnesses who are here on the ground. Omar's wife actually got video of the aftermath. There is the triage. They had the different colors according to the severity of injuries there on the ground. Maybe you saw that from Sky Fox. And just, a very fluid situation. I'll step aside so you can maybe see the investigators on the left there. There are more deputies, more flashing lights, and we can count. And we will continue to cover this, of course, and bring you the latest. But for now, guys, I'll send it back to you in the studio.
It's just so tragic. And of course, I know the investigation is just getting underway, but how that car missed the signs that their people were running. It's a pack of recruits in high-vis vests, basically. So it's really difficult to not know that they were there in the middle of the street, Christina. So clearly this is something investigators are going to look into. Thank you so much for your report.
All right, we want to go back upstairs right now. Stu Mundell has a bird's eye view of what's happening there on the scene, and it is still very active at this point, Stu, and probably will be for some time to come.
That's right, Tony and Roxy. We're taking a look. It actually seems to be de-escalating but quite a bit from earlier on, but still gives you an idea of how many first responders arrived out here to this scene right at the corner of Benton Grove and Mills, where that tragic scene happened. Now, we know 15 recruits injured, 11 of them in critical condition. One of them, or maybe more, have life-threatening injuries. The fire department, LA County Fire and paramedics arriving out here in force, along with some deputies, and trying to give render aid, and then of course whisking so many away to local hospitals. One was lifted by air ambulance by LA County Fire Department. Right now, though, this is just a very tragic crime scene. You can see the tape up there now. Investigators arriving here on scene. California Highway Patrol, as we understand it, being placed in charge of that investigation. They brought in a helicopter. That helicopter was taking aerial photos of this actual scene. Right now, though, Mills is going to be closed for some time, and of course everybody up here in Sky Fox, their hearts are going out and prayers going out to all those young folks that were injured. Again, though, right now, it's going to be a crime scene. They're doing that investigation. That driver in custody as well. I'm Stu up in Sky Fox. Back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, Stu, thank you. The other big story, of course, we've been following since yesterday, the Santa Ana winds, they're really picking up steam now.
Yeah, they definitely...
And thank you to our Fox 11 team again for their coverage on this big breaking news incident. Of course, they're going to continue on with more big news stories, but just want to reiterate what we've been learning here at this time. There's been 15 law enforcement recruits who have said to have been injured. 11 of them have been said to be in critical condition. While our eyes have been here on that breaking news scene with Sky Fox, we have seen multiple ambulances report here to the scene, but also some medical helicopters also there as well. We saw even them load up one individual into one of those medical helicopters and take them away. So there's said to have been already about 8 ambulances that have been going to local hospitals. Now that helicopter would be another one. So we'll continue to follow that latest breaking news happening out of the Los Angeles County area for you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for just a brief 2-minute break, but you're going to want to stick around. We're still keeping a close eye on that apartment fire and explosion out in Maryland, but also we do have families and attorneys speaking after there was that University of Virginia shooting that killed 3 football players. Now, again, they do have that person in custody who was responsible for that shooting. They made a court appearance today. So we heard from an attorney who was there inside of the courtroom. But now the victims' families' attorneys are speaking here after this incident took place. And it looks like even one of the parents of those victims also speaking, or relatives. So let's go ahead, take that 2-minute break. We'll take you out here to this press conference in Virginia when we return here in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all of our viewers who've been tuning in here with us as we've been bringing you the top news stories, breaking news from all across the country. We'll continue to keep an eye on some of those breaking news scenes, like out in Maryland, where we had that apartment complex fire and explosion. It is a gas fire that is still fueling, and so there's a lot of concern for not only the 24 units that were impacted, but also for a school nearby. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that scene just outside of Washington, D.C. We're also keeping an eye on the other side of the country, out of California, in Los Angeles County, where we had some law enforcement recruits out for a morning run when a vehicle came and struck that group of individuals. We've been hearing that there's about 15 of them who were hurt, 11 said to be in critical condition. Our Fox 11 team staying on top of that breaking news story for us. We'll continue to follow that here for you. But I do want to turn our attention to a big breaking news story that we had on Sunday night going into Monday morning. That That was the incident that happened at the University of Virginia, where we had 3 football players from the UVA football team were shot and killed when their bus had returned back on campus. They were shot and killed by a former football teammate, and he is in custody. Now, the family of Deshaun Perry, who's one of those victims, is speaking with their attorney here today. We want to bring you that press conference right here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Haggard from the Haggard Law Firm, and I'm here with Gulliver Prep head football coach Earl Sims. We're here today to represent Deshaun Perry's family in front of all of you. We're here to tell Deshaun's story as best we can, as the family is up in Charlottesville and about to bring their boy home to Miami. The family will be available to the media when the time is right in a couple of weeks as they get through this initial grieving process and have services for Deshaun. I've met many of you over the years talking about the Parkland mass shooting, where I represented several families. When King Carter, a 6-year-old Liberty City young boy, was gunned down in his apartment complex. And many years ago, representing Edwin Pattis' family, a University of Miami senior football player who was about to graduate and go in the NFL draft when he was shot and killed. And unfortunately, I've represented hundreds of gun violence victims, and we're here again today. This is different for me. I did not know Joaquin Oliver. I did not know Scott Beagle. I did not know King Carter or Edwin Pata before their lives were senselessly taken by gun violence. I knew Deshaun Perry. I knew Deshaun for several years. I've known his mom, Happy, for several years, his father, Sean, because my son played high school football with Deshaun and for Coach Sims at Gulliver High School. My daughter, my son, and thousands of other kids across the country, from Gulliver, from Richmond Heights, from the University of Virginia, are mourning this loss of this tremendous light in our lives, which was Deshaun. I know you have seen this in South Florida, the tremendous impact that Deshaun Perry had on everyone throughout his childhood, throughout his incredible time at Gulliver Prep, and then what he has done at the University of Virginia in all aspects. When anyone met Deshaun, the first thing they would see is this gentle giant with this humility, this absolute humility for an incredible athlete, an incredible student, his kindness, his incredible character, and his uncanny sense of humor. But the first thing, as you see in this picture, that everyone noticed about Deshaun Perry was his unbelievable smile. His impact to people that were young, kids that looked up to him, older people that will only tell you whenever they talked to him, they heard 2 things: yes, sir, yes, ma'am. He impacted everyone, whether you're black, white, rich, poor, throughout South Florida, and obviously up in Charlottesville. Deshaun Perry is the American dream. He's a Miami story from Richmond Heights. His mom is a U.S. postal worker. His dad worked in corrections. He was an incredible brother to Dominique and Deshandra, his 2 sisters. And this kid grew up in our community. He played football, youth football at Sunnyland Park for the Richmond Giants, for the Palmetto Bay Broncos. He went to Gulliver and was not only a star athlete in football and basketball, but just an incredible student in all activities and obviously academics. Received a full scholarship to one of the top universities in the United States of America, the University of Virginia. You know, he's sitting there ready to graduate in the spring from UVA to get a master's degree in the arts, his passion for the arts. He had 2 years of football eligibility left to also continue to pursue his dream of going to the NFL. Played an incredibly tough football game in the ACC on Saturday. On his 1 day off, on Sunday, One day off that a major college football player gets, the day of rest, he goes on a field trip in his class to go watch the Emmett Till play in Washington, D.C. That's the type of student he was. Instead of blowing it off and saying, I got to rest, I'm exhausted, that's what he did. And on the bus ride back, as we all know, his life was senselessly taken in another incident of gun violence. When is enough going to be enough in this country? We lose 40,000 people a year to gun violence in this country. Deshaun Perry had made it. He had made it. He was at one of the greatest schools in the country, going to class as a great student athlete. And this is how the story ends. When the Perrys are ready to talk, they're going to talk to you about the issues of gun violence and how now it has hit so close to home for them, for Coach Sims and I, for this Miami community yet again, and across this country. This day is about Deshaun and talking about Deshaun and honoring him. It's always going to be about Lavelle Davis, Devin Chandler, who lost their lives, Mike Hollins, who's still struggling, and Marley Morgan, who was also shot in this senseless incident. I will tell you that the Perry family extends their incredible gratitude to the South Florida community, the Gulliver community, the Charlottesville community, the UVA community for their support. They also ask that everyone be there for them when they begin their journey as yet another family that has been impacted by gun violence. I'd like to turn it over now to Coach Earl Sims, who not only is Deshaun's coach, but his mentor and really his second father. So Coach Sims.
Thank you. First, I'd like to acknowledge the other two men, Lavelle Davis Jr. and Devin Chandler, and their families and communities mourning this senseless loss of life. Our South Florida, Richmond Heights, University of Virginia, and Gulliver communities all stand with the Perry family and express our sincere, heartfelt sympathies as we all mourn the loss of Deshaun Perry. Deshaun was a beautiful soul whom I, among many, had the privilege of meeting. If you look at his picture, and if you just came in contact with him, his smile would light up a room. I echo the sentiments of several of my colleagues when I say that Deshaun was a delightful, respectful, hard-working person who was one of the best overall young men our communities had to offer. Sure, he was an athletic, three-sport athlete with a high motor and a fierce competitive nature, but he was also, to his core, kind, thoughtful, and caring. Deshaun believed in God and had a strong faith. Some words from his fellow teammates from last night's Zoom call was, Deshaun loved people, he loved me. Deshaun helped people and showed us the way we should live our lives. Everyone on that call was grateful for his brotherhood. The last thing that I would say is he was like a son to me. He was a gentle giant who added value and purpose to my life as well as others. He'll truly be missed, but we'll make sure that his legacy lives on. There's been a huge outpour of support from each of the communities Deshaun positively impacted. And I ask that we all keep it up in the coming weeks because the family's going to need it. And that we please continue to keep all the families of the victims in our prayers. Before I step away from this podium, there are two things I have to read. And they are things that Deshaun created in the form of English assignments. The first one is titled Bigger Than Me. I chose Bigger Than Me by Big Sean to represent my junior year because I had an epiphany. I had an epiphany that when we were in football practice and we were practicing with the teams from the middle school, one kid came up to me and said, "I want to become just like you when I go to high school." I realized that it's not just about me in the sense of what I want to do, but the people that helped me get to where I am right now, and those ones who look up to me to this day. I know my parents have done all they could to get me into this school and give me everything that I have today. So in return, whatever I do in the future, I will make sure that whoever has helped me become successful will receive something in return. All I want to do is make my family and the city I'm from proud. And then one more piece. This was an assignment Deshaun completed about underdogs. This was his introduction, and it's a testament of how he lived his life. Imagine a situation where no one believed in you. Imagine every odd stacked against you, and it looks like you will never get the job done. Critics telling you that you are nothing and you will never win anything. This is what being an underdog feels like. I've been in many situations where I or the team I was playing on were considered underdogs. But even though there was the hate and adversity, we turned it into motivation and overcame those odds. Many people didn't believe in our team. People called us too small or a team without much talent. Many didn't believe what we could do, but we proved them wrong anyway. My favorite example of being an underdog and proving everyone wrong would be my first homecoming game of my high school football career. One that I won't forget as long as I live. Thank you.
Questions? For the coach, you said he was like a son to you. Do you have a specific memory or any details on why he was like a son to you? What made him so different than others?
I saw Deshaun every day because we traveled together to school. There's nothing that he wouldn't do if asked. I remember specifically asking him to go down to the middle school with me and just, help to inspire the young ones who look up to him to continue playing in high school. And he did without a doubt. He was always giving of himself. As a matter of fact, I also remember different community service events where we partnered with the Dolphins and we helped to create food baskets and a food giveaway, something that, he didn't have to do, it wasn't required. Same thing with the Cancer Challenge and same thing with many other events. But he always wanted to give. And that's what he lived for. And I think that's how he left, still giving.
Hey, Mike, when you're speaking to his family, exactly what are they saying to you? What are they feeling right now? Obviously, this is such a difficult time for them, but exactly what are they saying to you?
You're talking about two parents who put everything into their children. Everything, their goal, their hopes, their dreams, and to see him succeed. And again, Coach Sims and I were talking about it's not about football. That was just part of it. To become the type of kid he was that always looked to give back at 18, 19, 20 years old, to already be thinking in your mindset, and to lose all of that as a parent. When your dream comes true, and then have it end like this. So they are in a deep moment of despair. They got to see him yesterday, which was extremely awful for them. The support up there is incredible. The vigil that they had at UVA, and now they just want to get him home and try to go on. You know, I would say every day by day, but I think it's more hour by hour, and get him home and continue, like Coach said, to honor him the rest of our lives.
You have represented the Parkland shooting victims, the family members of Scott Beagle, a teacher who died there, and Joaquin Oliver, a student. You had mentioned that the parents want to address gun violence, and you were also talking about kind of a legacy. Do you think, as a family flag, that are we working with those parents and the family members of the Parkland murdered on issues of gun violence? Would that be part of his legacy now?
Well, I think the first thing that his mother Happy said to me is, I want to be part of this solution. We have to stop this. You know, I could tell you, I mean, Manny Oliver, Patricia Oliver, Linda Beagle, and Michael Schulman, the parents of Scott and Joaquin, were some of the first people that reached out to me. I mean, the hope I have for Happy and Sean is I've seen the incredible power of these parental victims before. I don't understand it. I think that they have some type of super strength. I truly, as a parent, cannot understand it. But Happy and Sean want to be involved in this. They know it's going to happen again. I mean, the worst part of this is that everybody in this room, everybody watching this news conference knows there's going to be another mass shooting in the United States, if not today, tomorrow. We all know that. And as a society, we have to do something. And this family is committed to doing that. And when they come home and get through the next weeks, I think they'll be incredible advocates, like unfortunately those before them.
Have officials in Virginia spoken to the family of why this happened? I mean,
yeah.
Was there any dialogue as far as the intervention? I mean,
As we all know, the investigation is ongoing, you know, both in the criminal aspect and others. So most of the talks between the families has been about, you know, getting Deshaun home and dealing with those logistics, and obviously we'll be involved in the investigation.
Because there's some similarities between Parkland and this in terms of missed moments, right? With the shooter, was it done?
Yeah, I think today is obviously about Deshaun, and the investigation's ongoing, but we'll certainly talk about that at some point.
The reason why I tried to flesh it out, as you were saying, as we try to get a little bit more of the parents and understanding, it sounds like from you, their focus is really going to be on gun violence. That's going to be their message when we hear from them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do we know when it's coming back home, Deshaun?
We're hoping today, but it'll be today or tomorrow.
Any other questions?
I guess for the coach, when I was at Gulliver on Monday, I did have a chance to speak to, you know, just on the side, some teachers who knew him. It really seems like the entire campus was absolutely devastated, but that was my impression. Are you able to help us understand the impact on the campus right now?
So it took a while for me to even be able to return back to my position as a teacher and coach. I just returned to the school today. But the amount of devastation cannot be described, because every moment is dedicated to just thinking about the inconceivable happening. You know, Deshaun was a beautiful flower in our garden at Gulliver. And when he got transplanted to his next school, we knew he was going to continue to grow. But, you know, God picked that flower.
Coach, when you saw the news and you knew what happened, how are you felt at that moment?
I was praying that his life would be spared. but when I found out that he had passed, I was shaken to the core. I have a strong faith as well, but I was shaken so much that I couldn't feel the feet under me. And I went and, to be with the parents. And that was tough because the amount of grief we all felt is because we knew the promise he had. And because it's like extracting life or extracting a huge tree out of the ground, certainly leaving a big hole. Still feel that every day. I thought initially that being alone would help me to process everything, but then I realized I needed to be around everybody who loved him and the people I love too.
Any other questions? Christina?
No, thank you for asking.
Thank y'all so much for being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the coach there, Coach Earl Sims, as well as attorney for the family of Deshaun Perry, speaking with reporters for the first time since this incident. We've been learning more ever since this did come into light here, and we've learned that now the very final football game has been canceled. Obviously, there's still a big investigation going on, but even today, there was the very first court appearance made for that shooting suspect, Christopher Jones, and he was denied bail. He's being ordered to be held in court and in custody, again, without bail. We'll be playing out some remarks from the prosecution team when we return here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This was some video from scenes over the weekend into Monday after there was that shooting that took place on the University of Virginia campus. Again, that suspect, Christopher Jones, has been brought into custody and has also been charged with the murders and attempted murders as well for individuals. We've been learning a bit more ever since this incident came into light. I want to talk about that before we get into the very latest from prosecutors. prosecutors. They did make some remarks after he made his very first court appearance. But what we've been learning is that the University of Virginia, again, shooting suspect made his first court appearance. He did have prior criminal records that were revealed. There was not only 3 University of Virginia football players who were killed, but 2 others who were also injured. Now, one of them was Michael Hollins. He's also a UVA football player. He underwent just his second surgery, and then the other victim was Marley Morgan, who was just released from the hospital. So this all happening a day before Jones's 23rd birthday. He made an appearance in court via a video link in the county. The court did order him to be held without bail. Wednesday was not an arraignment, as no plea has been entered. But Jones's criminal history did come up in court. There's charges from 2021, including concealed weapons, reckless driving, and those sentences were suspended. So Jones was initially charged with 3 counts of second-degree murder in connection to the deaths of those active UVA football players. Again, those 3 people were Devin Chandler, Lavelle Davis, and Deshaun Perry, as well as 3 counts of using a handgun in commission of a felony. And on Tuesday, an additional 2 counts of malicious wandering were added in connection to surviving victims. Again, those people were Michael Hollins Jr. as well as Marley Morgan. Marley Morgan, a sophomore at the university. Hollins, a UVA football player. Now, Jones indicated he intended to hire counsel, and in the interim, the court appointed the public defender office to represent him. So let's go ahead and listen into the very latest remarks that were made by some of those prosecution members. Let's go ahead and listen into his remarks from just after he was inside of that courtroom.
Practice in Virginia. In Virginia, the first appearance is an opportunity for the court to advise the defendant of his or her right to counsel and make a decision, as you saw the court doing here today, of whether the person is going to hire an attorney or whether the person might be qualified for court-appointed counsel. That is the purpose of the first appearance in Virginia. There is no plea, and it would not be expected that a person who doesn't even have counsel at this stage would be in a position to enter pleas. So that was never something that was going to happen today. And I understand that other places they do it that way, but that's not how it is done.
Are you anticipating more charges?
Again, I'm not going to comment on anything relating to the facts of this case.
Can you read the statement again? What will happen in December at the next court meet, the next date in court?
All right. This case has been scheduled for what we call a status hearing in December. And for those of you who were in the court this morning, you heard the defendant say that he wanted to hire counsel. So one issue that we're going to take up in December at the next hearing is whether he has, in fact, hired counsel. If he has hired counsel, then there will be further consultation with that lawyer regarding next steps in this case. But in December, we will find out if he's hired counsel. Also, the judge today appointed the public defender office locally to represent him in the interim between now and when he may hire counsel. And so he does currently have representation, even though he's expected to hire counsel between now and our next hearing date.
So, Jim, we were in the courtroom.
I'm sorry. Yes?
Sure.
I'm CNN.
Yes.
Could you describe the difference between first-degree and second-degree murder? And the second part of that would be, can you tell us why you charge second-degree instead of premeditated?
All right. Thank you for that question. Again, I'm not going to respond because that would involve going into the facts of the case. With respect to the difference between first-degree and second-degree murder, again, you may want to look at the charging documents and the statutes involved and the language involved and draw your own conclusions.
Jim, we were in the courtroom and we heard you recite the statement of facts as to what happened on the bus, but just for our viewers so they don't hear it from us, could they not hear it from you about the moments leading up to the shooting? It'd be more powerful if they heard it from you and not just us.
Again, and I understand what you're saying. The statement has already been made in court, but I don't want to be the one making the statement here at this place as the prosecutor outside of the court. And I go back to my concern for a fair trial for Mr. Jones. So respectfully, I'm not going to do that.
Was it a drama class, and do you know what play they saw?
Well, that goes into the facts of that case, but I can answer. I don't know the answer to that.
You did say in court, just to be clear, Mr. Jones shot Mr. Chandler while he was asleep. Can you just put it was a little difficult to hear.
That was what you said.
Is that a statement you made in court?
It was a statement that I made in court that was information that we had from a witness.
Thank you.
And you said that the sentence on this guy was suspended. Why would a judge suspend a sentence, and is there any kind of supervision if, in fact, that kind of a sentence is pronounced?
All right, the question is about the suspended sentences that Mr. Jones received on these other misdemeanor offenses. I think everybody is generally familiar with what a suspended sentence is.
Could you clarify?
Yes, a suspended sentence is when the judge convicts someone and decides that they should serve a period of time in jail. In this case, the period of time for each of the misdemeanor offenses was 12 months. However, the judge can decide that the time that the person has been sentenced to jail can be suspended. And so the punishment becomes the imposition of a suspended sentence rather than an active sentence. And so what the court is doing in those situations is giving the individual a chance. If you are of good behavior, then the sentence that rightly you might be required to serve has been suspended to give you a chance to be spared that time in jail, to give you a chance to keep employment, to keep housing, to be with your family, to be in the community. All those are reasons why the judge might decide to give somebody a suspended sentence. And of course, the sentence doesn't go away. You still have the suspended sentence, and if you're not of good behavior, if you commit a crime in the future during a period of good behavior, then the judge can call you back and say, well, I gave you a chance, but you failed, and now you're going to have to go back and serve that time. So,
is it unusual for him to have two suspended sentences with two different?
This is not at all unusual. And these were two sentences from two different jurisdictions, and each jurisdiction evaluated the case that they had in their jurisdiction. But in my experience, it's not unusual that somebody could be convicted and have suspended sentences in different cases, even in the same jurisdiction, in different cases from different jurisdictions. One point to be made here about Mr. Jones' criminal history is, if you will recall, he was arrested on all three charges at the same time. So, although the charges occurred at different times, none of those charges occurred at a time when he was serving or on a condition of suspended sentence and good behavior. So that is...
Jim, if this case goes to trial, could you see this... Sorry.
Related to that, is the charge of hit and run with property damage and reckless driving the same transaction as a concealed weapons charge?
No, they're different offense states.
Yes. Jim, could you see, if this does go to trial, this case being moved out of Albemarle County, potentially?
Well, you're asking a question
It's way down the road. But.
Yes, it is way down the road, and I'm not a good predictor of the future. And the question is about whether there may be a change of venue in the future because of pretrial publicity. And I want to call your attention to what I said earlier about pretrial publicity. I'm trying to avoid that, other than legitimate pretrial publicity, which is what you hear in the courtroom.
Do you anticipate this being one of the hardest cases of your career?
Certainly, it's a very, very challenging and difficult case.
What was this judge's name?
The judge's name was Andrew Sneatherin.
Can you expand on what you just told her about how this would be a difficult case? Why do you say that?
Well, here I think we're straying into the facts. I don't want to make a public statement why this is a difficult case. I think it speaks for itself, and I'll leave it at that. But let me give you some background about myself. I'm a career public defender. I've had a lot of difficult cases. I became the prosecutor in Albemarle County on July 1st, you can't blame my glasses on this one, January 1st, 2020. So I'm new as a prosecutor, but my background is as a public defender. And it's that background that helps me to know how challenging and difficult this case is. As a public defender, I have represented people who were charged with capital murder and subject to the death penalty. I've done that 4 times. Let me tell you, those are challenging cases. So I know about challenging cases. And I know about cases that carry the highest stakes in our judicial system. So this is one of those cases.
Jim, I don't know if you can answer this, but did I read somewhere where the original judge recused himself from this hearing? And is that because that judge had ties to the university or something like that? Do you know?
Judge Courtois is the presiding judge in this court. He did recuse himself. The order of recusal is in the clerk's office. You can take a look at it. He recused himself according to the I have the order here, but you can go look at the order. He recused himself because he issued the warrants in this case, and therefore he did not believe that he was in a position to preside over the hearings that will be occurring in this case.
Can you give us that name one more time? My apologies. I haven't heard you mention anything about a bond. Is there a bond hearing, or is there going to...
All right, and as they ask a question about bond, again, we have learned that he's being held in custody without bond. Now, the University of Virginia football game against Coastal Carolina set for this weekend was canceled on Wednesday following that shooting, again, that left 3 players dead. The school making this announcement, and again, this was going to be their final game of the season. We've been following this big news story here this week, just as we've also been following big breaking news coming to us out of the Washington, D.C. area and out of Los Angeles. Here's a live look again at that vehicle that had ran into a group of law enforcement recruits who were out jogging. They were doing their calisthenics this morning when they did get hit by this vehicle. You can see it finally came to a stop after making contact here with this light post, and it's unknown exactly what had caused this accident. Now, police and sheriff's recruits, about 15 of them were said to have been injured. 11 of those are in critical condition. And again, this is some live pictures coming to us out of that Los Angeles County area from Whittier, California. So we're going to continue to follow this story. What we'll do is we're going to step away for a brief 2-minute break. When we come back, giving you more updates on this and other news stories across the country when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. What a difference this scene has looked like over the past about hour and a half ever since we caught wind of this breaking news story out of, again, Los Angeles County, where some law enforcement recruits were out jogging in the morning and were struck by this vehicle that you can see here on your screen. 11 of those said to be in critical condition. They not only had ambulances on scene who took some of those who were injured out to local hospitals, but they even had some air medical helicopters who were also landing in the area. At least one person airlifted from this scene. Live Now from Fox also has been listening in with our Fox 11 team as they've been giving us some more coverage here on this story. Let's go ahead and join them once again as they're getting another update from this breaking news scene.
Back to breaking news in Whittier, where multiple law enforcement recruits have been injured while out on a run. Christina Pascucci is live there on the scene with the latest. Christina.
Hi, yeah, we're with Captain Kelleher right now. I want to bring her in to discuss the latest on what we know. Thank you for talking to us. I know everything's fluid. The numbers are changing in terms of injuries, critical, all of that. But what do we know at this point?
We know about 6:29 this morning, a driver was going the wrong way, 22-year-old male driver going the wrong way, and he ran into a recruit class of LA County sheriffs that were doing their morning run. And at this time, it looks like we have about 23 victims total, one being the driver, a minor. Those numbers about who are critical and moderate, those are changing as they get to the hospital. Some of those numbers are updated and changed. But initially, we had 5 critical, 4 moderate, and 14 minor. Again, those are not solid, but they're changing.
And just to lay the ground of where we are off of Telegraph. We are at a LA County Sheriff's training facility, not the training facility where these recruits were coming from. But what do we know about the driver? Because that's been a topic of conversation. Was this intentional? Was it not? Do we know anything on that front?
I think that's a big question this morning. They don't know if it was intentional. They don't know if the driver was impaired. The fact that he was on the wrong side of the road, something was happening. So that information is still coming out. We don't know for sure. But as soon as we do, of course, we'll let everybody know.
I know this has been traumatic for the Sheriff's Department. They're training to be first responders, and then they become, they're at the center of this. What is the response that you're hearing from people who are here on the ground? Because we saw them all gathering in that video earlier.
I mean, it's for all of us that have been through that process. It's heartbreaking because you remember your experience that you would do your morning runs. So you're right. It's like we're training to become first responders, and then we are now in need of first responders. So everybody's heart is going out to the situation. It's challenging. It's heartbreaking. I know that everybody was on scene quickly. Those patients were off scene immediately. We had our helicopters airlift the ones to local area hospitals that were critical. So everything, as far as from a first responder's perspective, they did their job in an amazing way this morning. So we're hopeful, and our prayers go out to everybody that there's speedy recoveries.
The sheriff told us he was headed to the hospital to go see some of the people who are injured. There's going to be a news conference here shortly. Tell us about what we can expect during that. CHP is now taking over the investigation.
That's what I hear. So those we can really comment on the patients and what we did when we first got on scene. You'll get some great information from the sheriffs and Highway Patrol because that's kind of their expertise right there.
Okay, moving toward today, what's the investigation going to focus on?
I would imagine what was going on with the driver. That's your primary issue. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Captain. Really appreciate your time. As you just heard me mention, there's going to be a news conference here on scene at the training center. We're waiting for that momentarily. It's going to be CHP. There's also the Sheriff's Department that's present and LA County Fire, all which are working together to investigate this and figure out what went down with that driver. Was this intentional? Was it not? And that remains to be seen, but we hope to have much more coming up momentarily.
And thank you to our Fox 11 team for that coverage. You can see here they are getting set up and ready for that news conference. As soon as it does happen, of course, we'll be taking it in full here for you on Live Now from Fox. It was a very large crime scene, especially right initially after this incident had happened. Sky Fox was up over it earlier here today. And of course, we're going to continue to bring you all of these shots from this area as this investigation is still ongoing. As we just learned, too, it's more than 20 recruits who had been injured, but again, 11 of those said to be in critical condition. Live Now from Fox, we're going to step away for our final 2-minute break of this hour, bringing you more off the top here in just a moment. And good morning, and thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Two different looks here for you as we're waiting on a press conference from this breaking news scene out of California. The chopper video you're seeing in that right-hand box was from just earlier here this morning, right after this incident took place. And we're waiting on a press conference you can see there in the left-hand box. But let's go ahead and just bring you the very latest update. This coming to us from Whittier, California. That's in Los Angeles County. We're hearing more than 22 law enforcement recruits were injured after being hit by a car during a morning run. So this taking place here just this morning. California Highway Patrol did say the incident was reported at 6:30 a.m. near the intersection of Mills Avenue and Telegraph Road. The members of the recruit class attended the Sheriff's Training Academy and Regional Services Center located just near where this incident happened. It's roughly a mile and a half from this crash site. Now, Whittier, it's located just about 20 miles southeast of downtown Los Angeles. Of those who were hit, Los Angeles fire officials said about 14 recruits suffered minor injuries, 4 had moderate injuries, 5 critically injured as well. And authorities had confirmed that a 22-year-old driver who was going the wrong way on this road was part of the reason that this horrific collision occurred. He did undergo a sobriety test at the scene, was taken into custody. The results of that sobriety test are unknown here at this time, and that 22-year-old driver also suffered some minor injuries in this crash. Now, again, Sky Fox was up over this scene. You could see debris from this wreckage, as well as additional patients being triaged by medical personnel, and circumstances again leading up to this driver striking these victims. That's under investigation. It's unknown at this time if the crash was intentional. A neighbor talked with our Fox 11 team, said the recruits often jog in and around this area, running in packs, wearing high visibility vests. LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva said he's on his way to those area hospitals to check in with those victims who may have suffered some of those injuries that are life-threatening. So roads expected around this area to be closed for hours. And again, we are waiting on a press conference. So again, here's that look in full. You can see some of those sheriff's deputies meeting and gathering together. As soon as we see a shot with them speaking to our crews who are out here on scene, of course, we'll be bringing you out to that coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox. But thank you to everyone who's been watching here with us. This has not been the only breaking news scene that we've had for you here today. It's been a very busy Wednesday, especially since we've had a couple different breaking news pieces from coast to coast. So while we were keeping a close eye on that in California, I do want to show you some video from just a little bit earlier here this morning. This was the scene where we still are hearing crews are out and still continuing to fight this fire. And we've learned that 10 people were hospitalized in this apartment fire and explosion outside of the Washington, D.C. area. So firefighters were on scene of this 2-alarm fire and explosion. It caused significant damage to residential complexes. We're hearing that there's about 24 units that are displaced. This fire being reported around 8:30 a.m. Here in the Gaithersburg area. And our Sky Fox showing that there was heavy smoke from this multi-level residential building. Our Fox 5 teams spoke with someone, Brandon Savage, who was in a nearby office building, said he heard a massive explosion before heading outside to find 4 residential units fully engulfed in flames. There was debris scattered at least 100 feet away from these buildings, he had said. And he also had talked with our team saying one of the buildings looked as though it had completely collapsed. So then our Fox 5 team spoke with they spoke with another resident whose family lives in the complex. That resident also reported feeling an explosion, seeing debris scattered across this area. There is a nearby elementary school. That's Brown Station Elementary School. They were placed on lockdown due to this emergency response here in this area. There have been some injuries reported, but thankfully no fatalities have been reported here at this time. So back in March, an explosion at another apartment complex that happened in the area of Montgomery County had injured several people, displaced dozens. That explosion was caused by a maintenance worker who accidentally had cut a gas line instead of a water pipe. So as this story develops, we're going to be hopefully learning a bit more into the cause of that fire. But again, this is just showing you some of that scene that firefighters were responding to just earlier here today. We had some live pictures coming into us again earlier. That's what we're showing you here. If we do have Sky Fox going back up to this area, or even some of our reporters with our Fox 5 DC team who will be joining them down on the ground if there's any other updates. Of course, this will be yet another piece we'll be following here for you today. So thank you again to everyone who's watching here with us. My name is Christy Larson. As we said, some big breaking news pieces happening here today. As we said, I'm going to be waiting on the remarks made by law enforcement out in California. As soon as we see that, we'll be taking you out to that live. But I want to mention a couple other stories we've been following here today. We've been following Darrell Brooks. He's in day 2 of his sentencing hearing. Now, yesterday, the state prosecution team, they had a number of victims, family members who have been impacted by that deadly Christmas parade attack speaking. We even heard from the mother of the youngest victims. That was Sherry Sparks. Her 2 children were critically injured, one of them losing his life at just 8 years old. So it was a very emotional day inside of that Waukesha courtroom yesterday, and we're learning that they're going to be back returning this time, though. Darrell Brooks does have a list of, I believe, about 9 people who are going to be speaking on his behalf here at this sentencing hearing. So we'll keep a close eye on that here for you. Also, we've been learning a bit more when it comes to the breaking news scene that happened Sunday night into Monday morning, and that was the University of Virginia football team shooting. Now, I say that although the shooting took place after a bus with a class of students, not just football players, but a class of students had returned. That suspect did make his very first court appearance. That's Christopher Jones. He again is accused of killing 3 of his fellow football teammates and injuring another 2 people. Now, the court did order Jones to be held in custody without bond during this initial court appearance. Now, no plea was entered, and there was remarks made that he was going to be getting an attorney as well. But those other 2 victims, we've been learning a bit more. Those 2 victims were Michael Hollins, who is also a football player at the university. He underwent just his 2nd surgery, so we're still hoping to hear more information on his injuries as well as his outcome. And then Marley Morgan is another student who was on that bus, was released from the hospital. While inside of that courtroom, we'd been learning that the former football player, Jones, who is again accused of killing those 3 football players, did have a prior criminal record that was revealed in court. What we're going to do is we're going to step away for our 2-minute break. When we come back, since we're still waiting on our sheriffs and law enforcement out of California, we're going to be playing out just what some of the attorneys had to say about this case. Not only did we hear from the prosecution team after that court appearance, but we also heard from one of those victims whose life was taken on that Sunday evening. Their family attorney spoke today. So let's go ahead, take that 2-minute break. We'll bring more to you right here on Live Now from Fox with all of these big breaking news stories from across the country in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Again, we've been following this story ever since it broke on Sunday night from the University of Virginia, where we now know the suspect who is accused of shooting three UVA football teammates has been in court for the very first time here today and made his first court appearance. The court ordered Jones to be held in custody without bail. So that suspect again is Christopher Jones, and this happening just a day before his 23rd birthday. We did hear from the attorney for the family of one of those victims. That's Deshaun Perry. We also heard from one of his former coaches speaking about this individual, about him, who Deshaun Perry was. And so we want to play that out. But again, we're also going to be keeping a close eye on this live picture coming to us out of California, where we're waiting for an update on the very latest with that vehicle that struck those law enforcement recruits who were out on their morning run. So what we'll do is we'll put it into a double box. We'll listen in again with the family attorney as well as the football coach for Deshaun Perry. Let's go ahead and listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Haggard from the Haggard Law Firm, and I'm here with Gulliver Prep head football coach Earl Sims. We're here today to represent Deshaun Perry's family in front of all of you. We're here to tell Deshaun's story as best we can, as the family is up in Charlottesville and about to bring their boy home to Miami. The family will be available to the media when the time is right in a couple of weeks as they get through this initial grieving process and have services for Deshaun. I've met many of you over the years talking about the Parkland mass shooting where I represented several families. When King Carter, a 6-year-old Liberty City young boy, was gunned down in his apartment complex. And many years ago, representing Edwin Patta's family, a University of Miami senior football player who was about to graduate and go in the NFL draft when he was shot and killed. And unfortunately, I've represented hundreds of gun violence victims, and we're here again today. This is different for me. I did not know Joaquin Oliver. I did not know Scott Beagle. I did not know King Carter or Edwin Patta before their lives were senselessly taken by gun violence. I knew Deshaun Perry. I knew Deshaun for several years. I've known his mom, Happy, for several years, his father, Sean, because my son played high school football with Deshaun and for Coach Sims at Gulliver High School. My daughter, my son, and thousands of other kids across the country, from Gulliver, from Richmond Heights, from the University of Virginia, are mourning this loss of this tremendous light in our lives, which was Deshaun. I know you have seen this in South Florida, the tremendous impact that Deshaun Perry had on everyone throughout his childhood, throughout his incredible time at Gulliver Prep, and then what he has done at the University of Virginia in all aspects. When anyone met Deshaun, the first thing they would see is this gentle giant with this humility, this absolute humility for an incredible athlete, an incredible student, his kindness, his incredible character, and his uncanny sense of humor. But the first thing is you see in this picture that everyone noticed about Deshaun Perry was his unbelievable smile. His impact to people that were young, kids that looked up to him, older people that will only tell you whenever they talked to him, they heard two things: yes, sir, yes, ma'am. He impacted everyone, whether you're black, white, rich, poor, throughout South Florida. And obviously up in Charlottesville. Deshaun Perry is the American dream. He's a Miami story from Richmond Heights. His mom was a U.S. postal worker. His dad worked in corrections. He was an incredible brother to Dominique and Deshandra, his two sisters. And this kid grew up in our community. He played football, youth football at Sunnyland Park for the Richmond Giants, for the Palmetto Bay Broncos. He went to Gulliver and was not only a star athlete in football and basketball, but just an incredible student in all activities and obviously academics. Received a full scholarship to one of the top universities in the United States of America, the University of Virginia. You know, he's sitting there ready to graduate in the spring from UVA, to get a master's degree in the arts, his passion for the arts. He had 2 years of football eligibility left to also continue to pursue his dream of going to the NFL. Played an incredibly tough football game in the ACC on Saturday. On his 1 day off, on Sunday, 1 day off that a major college football player gets, the day of rest, he goes on a field trip in his class to go watch the Emmett Till play in Washington, D.C. That's the type of student he was. Instead of blowing it off and saying, I got to rest, I'm exhausted, that's what he did. And on the bus ride back, as we all know, his life was senselessly taken in another incident of gun violence. When is enough going to be enough in this country? We lose 40,000 people a year to gun violence in this country. Deshaun Perry had made it. He had made it. He was at one of the greatest schools in the country, going to class as a great student athlete. And this is how the story ends. When the Perrys are ready to talk, they're going to talk to you about the issues of gun violence and how now it is hit so close to home for them, for Coach Sims and I, for this Miami community yet again, and across this country. This day is about Deshaun and talking about Deshaun and honoring him. It's always going to be about Lavelle Davis, Devin Chandler, who lost their lives, Mike Hollins, who's still struggling, and Marley Morgan, who was also shot in this senseless incident. I will tell you that the Perry family extends their incredible gratitude to the South Florida community, the Gulliver community, the Charlottesville community, the UVA community for their support. They also ask that everyone be there for them when they begin their journey as yet another family that has been impacted by gun violence. I'd like to turn it over now to Coach Earl Sims, who not only is Deshaun's coach, but his mentor and really his second father. So Coach Sims.
And as he turns it over to the coach, we're going to step away for a 2-minute break, picking it back up from this point in the press conference. Also still waiting on law enforcement to speak on those injuries that happened this morning after a car hit their recruits on a morning run. More to come here in just 2 minutes.
First, I'd like to acknowledge the other two men, Lavelle Davis Jr. and Devin Chandler, and their families and communities mourning this senseless loss of life. Our South Florida, Richmond Heights, University of Virginia, and Gulliver communities all stand with the Perry family and express our sincere, heartfelt sympathies as we all mourn the loss of Deshaun Perry. Deshaun was a beautiful soul whom I, among many, had the privilege of meeting. If you look at his picture, and if you just came in contact with him, his smile would light up a room. I echo the sentiments of several of my colleagues when I say that Deshaun was a delightful, respectful, hardworking person who was one of the best overall young men our communities had to offer. Sure, he was an athletic, three-sport athlete with a high motor and a fierce competitive nature, but he was also, to his core, kind, thoughtful, and caring. Deshaun believed in God and had a strong faith. Some words from his fellow teammates from last night's Zoom call was, Deshaun loved people, he loved me. Deshaun helped people and showed us the way we should live our lives. Everyone on that call was grateful for his brotherhood. The last thing that I would say is he was like a son to me. He was a gentle giant who added value and purpose to my life as well as others. He'll truly be missed, but we'll make sure that his legacy lives on. There's been a huge outpour of support from each of the communities Deshaun positively impacted. And I ask that we all keep it up in the coming weeks because the family's going to need it. And that we please continue to keep all the families of the victims in our prayers. Before I step away from this podium, there are two things I have to read. And they are things that Deshaun created in the form of English assignments. The first one is titled Bigger Than Me. I chose Bigger Than Me by Big Sean to represent my junior year because I had an epiphany. I had an epiphany that when we were in football practice and we were practicing with the teams from the middle school, one kid came up to me and said, I want to become just like you when I go to high school. I realized that it's not just about me in the sense of what I want to do, but the people that helped me get to where I am right now, and those ones who look up to me to this day. I know my parents have done all they could to get me into this school and give me everything that I have today. So in return, whatever I do in the future, I will make sure that whoever has helped me become successful will receive something in return. All I want to do is make my family and the city I'm from proud. And then one more piece. This was an assignment Deshaun completed about underdogs. This was his introduction, and it's a testament of how he lived his life. Imagine a situation where no one believed in you. Imagine every odd stacked against you, and it looks like you will never get the job done. Critics telling you that you are nothing and you will never win anything. This is what being an underdog feels like. I've been in many situations where I or the team I was playing on were considered underdogs. But even though there was the hate and adversity, we turned it into motivation and overcame those odds. Many people didn't believe in our team. People called us too small or a team with out much talent. Many didn't believe what we could do, but we proved them wrong anyway. My favorite example of being the underdog and proving everyone wrong would be my first homecoming game of my high school football career, one that I won't forget as long as I live. Thank you.
Questions? For the coach, you said he was like a son to you.
All right, the coach and attorney who both knew Deshaun personally are going to be continuing to answer some media questions. Again, we are waiting on law enforcement to step up to those cameras set up in California to speak about those recruits who were injured after being hit by a car. We'll be right back here on Live Now from Fox, continuing to listen into this press conference from Virginia when we return here in just a moment.
Do you have a specific memory or any details on why he was like a son to you? What made him so different than others?
I saw Deshaun every day because we traveled together to school. There's nothing that he wouldn't do if asked. I remember specifically asking him to go down to the middle school with me and just, help to inspire the young ones who look up to him to continue playing in high school. And he did without a doubt. He was always giving of himself. As a matter of fact, I also remember different community service events where we partnered with the Dolphins and we helped to create food baskets and a food giveaway, something that, he didn't have to do, it wasn't required. Same thing with the Cancer Challenge and same thing with many other events. But he always wanted to give, and that's what he lived for. And I think that's how he left, still giving.
Hey, Mike, when you're speaking to his family, exactly what are they saying to you? What are they feeling right now? Obviously, this is such a difficult time for them, but exactly what are they saying to you?
You're talking about two parents who put everything into their children. Everything. Their goal, their hopes, their dreams. And to see him succeed, and again, Coach Sims and I were talking about it's not about football. That was just part of it. To become the type of kid he was that always looked to give back at 18, 19, 20 years old to already be thinking in your mindset, and to lose all of that as a parent, you know, when your dream comes true, and then have it end like this. So they are in a deep moment of despair. They got to see him yesterday, which was extremely awful for them. The support up there is incredible. The vigil that they had at UVA, and now they just want to get him home and try to go on. You know, I would say every day by day, but I think it's more hour by hour, and get him home and continue, like Coach said, to honor him the rest of our lives.
You have represented the parking shooting victims, the family members of Scott Beagle, a teacher who died there, and Joaquin Oliver, a student. You had mentioned that the parents want to address gun violence, and you were also talking about kind of a legacy. Do you think, as a family flag, that are we working with those parents and the family members of the Parkland murdered on issues of gun violence? Would that be part of his legacy now?
Well, I think the first thing that his mother Happy said to me is, I want to be part of this solution. We have to stop this. You know, I could tell you, I mean, Manny Oliver, Patricia Oliver, Linda Beagle, and Michael Schulman, the parents of Scott and Joaquin, were some of the first people that reached out to me. I mean, the hope I have for Happy and Sean is I've seen the incredible power of these parental victims before. I don't understand it. I think that they have some type of super strength. I truly, as a parent, cannot understand it. But Happy and Sean want to be involved in this. They know it's going to happen again. I mean, the worst part of this is that everybody in this room, everybody watching this news conference knows there's going to be another mass shooting in the United States, if not today, tomorrow. We all know that. And as a society, we have to do something. And this family is committed to doing that. And when they come home and get through the next weeks, I think they'll be incredible advocates, like unfortunately those before them.
Have officials in Virginia spoken to the family of why? Why this happened? I mean,
yeah.
Was there any dialogue as far as the intervention? I mean, you know,
as we all know, the investigation is ongoing, you know, both in the criminal aspect and others. So most of the talks between the families has been about, you know, getting Deshaun home and dealing with it.
All right, so once again, we've been waiting for this press conference with law enforcement officers on the incident that happened just this morning in Los Angeles County. Let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered, as it looks like we're just getting this underway here. Again, 22 law enforcement officers injured. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
That's going to yell at me if I don't have blush and lipstick on, so. Can you hear me? Is the audio good for everybody?
Are you starting momentarily or?
No, we gave a 2-minute warning, so.
Okay.
All right, so this is part of what we do here for you on Live Now from Fox. You're getting a little bit of the behind the scenes. You can see the team of people that they have ready to speak about this incident, again, where some law enforcement recruits were out on a morning run when they were struck by a vehicle. We've been learning a bit more details on the person who was behind the wheel. They do say it was a 22-year-old. They have that person in custody. Let's continue listening in.
Introduce themselves briefly and spell their first and last names.
They can just do it when they're down.
Even those that are not speaking?
No, just
okay, okay.
Just here for support.
We still care about you, though.
All right, 1 minute. I'm not going to say.
You won't say anything?
No, I don't. Toby's not coming. She was going to speak on behalf of fire.
Okay.
Jess, I'm going to stand next to you to show them.
Thank you. There you go. Thank you. Based on what we were talking about
Yep.
earlier. Perfect. Do you need a 30-second? Okay, we'll start in 30 seconds then.
So we are very close. We are very close to this press conference getting started again, where we have had 5 critically injured here, but more than 20 recruits injured overall. Live Now from Fox going to be playing this out here as we're listening in. These speakers going to be giving us more details into what had unfolded early this morning.
Ready? Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today. My name is Melissa Hammond. I'm the captain of the Santa Fe Springs, California Highway Patrol Office. We are responsible for investigating today's collision that occurred at Telegraph and Mills. I will be introducing our speakers for today. First up, I'm introducing Captain Sheila Kelleher from the Los Angeles County Fire Department.
Good morning, Captain Keller here. About 6:30 this morning at Fire Station 96, they heard a loud crash and they came out to find the recruit class for the Sheriff Department running by, and a vehicle collision had happened. We know for sure we have a 22-year-old male driver that was going the wrong way and ran into the recruit class. 22 recruits were struck at some point by the vehicle or sustained injuries from the collision. We had 5 immediate transports, 4 moderate transports, and 14 minor. Now those numbers may fluctuate as they get to the hospital, and those injuries may change a bit, but we know that for sure. After they heard the accident, they immediately responded an extra almost 20 response vehicles to get out there and help support and get our victims to local area hospitals. They were dispersed about 7 different local area hospitals. At this point, that is what we know. We don't know much else about the driver. I'll pass that on.
Thank you, Captain. Next is Supervisor for LA County, Janice Hahn.
Thank you, Captain Hammond. And I know that this morning all of Los Angeles County has been riveted by the news starting early this morning and horrified at the thought that our recruits from this training facility right here on their morning run were plowed into by a vehicle. I do know that currently Sheriff Alex Villanueva and our Chief of the Fire Department, Tony Maroney, are currently at UCI Hospital with those that were taken there. And I want to thank all the first responders this morning to this tragic event. We know that our paramedics responded from Station 96 immediately. We do know that our Sheriff's Department was out there securing the scene. And I want to thank our California Highway Patrol, Chief Sampson, for leading this investigation to find out exactly what happened. I am personally heartsick. I've been reached out to by my fellow colleagues on the Board of Supervisors. We will do whatever we can to offer our help and support. I worry about the other recruits that were running alongside their fellow recruits and witnessed this happening. I always worry about our paramedics who are trained to respond to these kinds of crash scenes, but there will be a lot of trauma after this, and we're one big county family. I know, again, on behalf of my colleagues on the Board of Supervisors, we will do whatever we can to provide the resources that the recruits, the family members will need. But my first thoughts are that I am pulling for these 22 to come through this, and that's what we all want today. And then will support the Highway Patrol in getting to the bottom of how in the world this could have happened this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn. Up next will be Assistant Chief Charlie Sampson with the California Highway Patrol Southern Division, and he will be taking questions at the end of his portion.
Good morning, Charlie Sampson with the CHP. We had an incident that occurred at 6:25 this morning. We had the Sheriff's Department cadets in formation running north on Mills Avenue. We had a vehicle going southbound, and for reasons we're still determining and being investigated, veered into opposing lanes and struck multiple cadets in that formation. The injury updates on those were given to you by the Sheriff's Department. Right now, the investigation is led by the CHP. However, we are coordinating with the County Sheriff's Homicide Bureau. They're going to be liaison with our investigation. I know there's a lot of information out there and you guys want to know details on what happened. However, unfortunately, that's still being investigated. But I can tell you we're going to look at the totality of this incident, from an intentional act to distracted driving to possibly impaired driving to an accident. We will not leave anything uninvestigated at this point right now. So, but it's very preliminary. We don't have a lot of information on the reason for that, but we do know it's a solo driver in the vehicle. He's 22 years old and he's from Diamond Bar at this point. We're not going to release his name due to the ongoing investigation right now. And for the CHP, I know that in a mass casualty incident like this, it's extremely painful for the families, especially for the Sheriff's Department. I want to send our sympathies to all the cadets that were injured in this, the other cadets that were part of that formation, and the families involved in this. However, as you guys know, there are a lot of people and witnesses that we still have to interview. In addition, with your support, if there are any witnesses out there that were driving or walking by and saw the incident, please come forward and contact the CHP, and we'll provide you that phone number after this briefing. But all that information is the only thing I can release at this time. However, I can take questions. However, you guys know the limitations of what I can say. Yes, that's DUI is being investigated, and I do not have the results of that.
Even the field test?
That's correct.
I don't know if you mentioned this already, but you said the ethnicity of the driver?
I believe Hispanic at this point. I don't know for sure, but I believe Hispanic.
Was there a distance that he came across the road and then struck him, or he just came directly across and struck him?
I don't have that information. That's still being investigated.
Was he speeding?
Don't have that information either. That's still part of the investigation.
Is he in custody?
At this point, he's only being detained and still being investigated.
We understand there were 22 recruits who were hit. How many were part of this group total?
The last number that I got, I thought there were 75 total in the formation running as a morning run for their Sheriff's Academy.
Is it fair to say speed is a factor, considering the number of people he hit, struck, injured, and also a pole that was, I believe, was knocked down? Is speed a factor here?
It's fair that we're going to investigate to see if speed's a factor. However, when a vehicle gets hit by a pedestrian, the vehicle's a lot more impact. The impact of a vehicle to a pedestrian is pretty traumatic at any speed. So, but speed will be a factor that we look at.
The driver was taken to the hospital, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand he was taken to the hospital. Was he conscious? Were you guys able to talk to him, or that's it?
That I don't. The information on the driver itself, I don't have that information.
And obviously, being a SUV, it was bigger, so the impact was harder, right?
SUVs typically are heavier vehicles. Yes.
You don't have an injury report on him? Like what kind of sustained broken bones, anything that? What is that injury?
Are you talking the driver?
The driver.
At this point, I don't have any an injury update on the driver.
On the cadets?
As far as the fire department just gave you the information on the totality of those injured. I don't have any new updates outside of what the fire department already gave you.
Did the driver hit a building or just the cadets?
I don't know the total cause within the path of the collision, but all that's going to be investigated by our investigators.
Did the driver try to flee? Did he try to run? Did he
No.
try to get away? Not in any way at all?
No information that I have indicates that.
Did the driver have any connection to the cadets or any of the custodians?
I don't have any information to consider that.
Told us that his foot was still on the accelerator and that deputy recruits had to punch through the window to get him to stop. Do you have any information on that part of it?
I do not. You guys, as in mass casualty events like this, there are going to be a lot of narratives that are being pushed out. We will vet out everything, all the information that's coming out on that, but as of right now, we can only go based on the facts that we have, and information like that, we can't provide that information.
And apologies if you said this, but do we know the extent of the driver's injuries?
I don't have an update on his injuries.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, I didn't hear you.
When she was speaking, it was very soft. Can you break down the current, how many majorly injured, current figures, please? And we didn't get your name.
Sheila Kelleher. We have 5 immediate critical patients, 4 moderate, and 14 minor.
Now, those numbers may fluctuate when the patients get to the hospital, and they may recategorize them, but that's the initial stats that we have.
And that's as of this morning? Or
That's as when they were transported off scene.
when transported, so we don't have an update.
Not yet.
Are the most critical at UCI?
Don't have that information, but the most critical always go to our trauma centers.
We understand that some of the family was flown to meet their the critical that.
I don't have that information.
Any other questions?
Do we have other speakers?
No.
Is this driver cooperating with investigators?
Everything that was told to me, he is cooperating.
Was there any before the authorities got there? Was there any recruits having to rescue other people, other recruits? Was that going on? Did they set in and get into form and start rescuing other people that are injured more than them? Was that ever?
Yeah, I did not get any information on how those cadets that were injured were triaged and by whom.
Can you talk to us about the triage? Did it work? You guys practice this all the time?
When it comes to multi-casualty incidents, LA County Fire does an amazing job at triaging the patients, sorting them out, determining whether or not they're critical, minor, or major. And from there, then we can get the critical off scene as quickly as possible. We have that golden hour where they need to get to a trauma center, and that happened flawlessly this morning. Because it was a still alarm, that means that the firefighters at the station heard the crash, they ran out and immediately started treating the patients and taking care of them. And also they sent out for more resources, and they balanced out the assignment, and we had a ton of resources on scene, and it was amazing to watch all those patients get off scene as fast as they did. So I think your team did an incredible job this morning in taking care of their fellow brothers and sisters that work for law enforcement.
Really quick, I'm sorry, I was at the other location. I came here a little late. Can you go over the victims? How many? The numbers that we have?
There's 23 victims total, including the driver. We had 22 recruits that were struck or part of the accident, and I had 5 criticals, 4 moderate, and 14 minor.
What was the total of recruits that were there?
There were about 75 running in formation, and of those, like I said, 22 were injured. All right? And that number will change as they get, taken care of at the hospital. Those categories may change. Critical, moderate, 4 moderate, and 14 minor.
Most critical were flown?
I know one was flown. I don't know the rest, but I know one was flown for sure.
Thank you very much. Can anybody say anything in Spanish for the Spanish?
We will have a Spanish translator available just after the press conference is over. The Sheriff's Department is going to have their press conference at 10 o'clock, but this was a CHP press conference so that we could provide what information we had regarding this morning's collision and the status of the investigation. For anybody who does have information, we'd ask that you contact the CHP Santa Fe Springs office at area code 562-868-0503. Again, 562-868-0503, and we're looking for any independent witnesses that may have seen or heard the collision from this morning.
Excuse my ignorance. Why is there a press conference, one for you and one for the...
The sheriff is going to be addressing the status of their injured recruits. This is to address so that we don't have layover, if you will, so that we keep them separate, because the lives and the family members of those recruits are just as important and deserve their own recognition, separate from what the collision investigation is itself.
Are the recruits from this facility?
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Supervisor.
I want to make sure that what doesn't get lost, this is a tragedy on so many levels, but we in the county have been making a concerted effort to recruit more men and women who would be willing to go through the rigorous training of an academy and join the LA County Sheriff's Department. We all know that in this environment, it's been difficult finding men and women who are willing to step up and become a member of the LA County Sheriff's Department. So to lose almost, or not to lose, but to have, nearly half of this class being injured and God willing, they will survive. But they were willing to step up and be first responders themselves. So the fact that this morning, unbeknownst to them, they would immediately become victims and need the assistance of our LA County Fire Department as the first responders is just incredible. And we are a county family. Our fire department and our sheriff's department, we work together. They know each other. So I just didn't want that to be lost on who these young men and women are and what they were willing to do to become a member of the sheriff's department. We've been lacking in these new academy classes. You know, I've been working with the sheriff to bring some of these classes online so we can staff up our sheriff's department. Those are who these were this morning.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn. In terms of traffic, we ask that the public avoid the area where the collision occurred this morning. Our multidisciplinary accident investigation team is on scene, and it'll be several hours before the roadway is open again. As you can imagine, they're doing a meticulous job of documenting and photographing the scene, as well as conducting investigation with witnesses. So we ask that the public avoid that area until we put out on social media when the area is open again.
So once again, we've been listening in here. A lot more details being shared on the number of recruits who were out for that run. Again, it was more than 70 who were out this morning as they were, again, in just their morning calisthenics that they do. And we heard from some neighbors from our Fox 11 teams. They had said that they're out there often, and 75 of them out running this morning when this vehicle was driving in the wrong direction, striking 22 of them. And again, we just heard them confirm that 5 of those 22 are critically injured. We'll continue to follow the very latest here. As they said, the Sheriff's Department expected to do a press conference at the top of the hour, so we'll still keep you updated on the latest of this story out of Los Angeles County right here for you on Live Now from Fox. It's not the only one we're going to be keeping a close eye on. We do also have a press conference coming up in the next hour. This also out of California, we're expecting a news conference from the Burn Center in Los Angeles where Jay Leno is being treated for his injuries. Again, he had been seriously burned from a gasoline fire. Jay Leno saying himself he's okay, needs just a little bit of time to recover. So this will be a press conference we'll take you out to. But after this 2-minute break, we're going to take you out to the Department of Defense. You can see we do have Secretary Austin. We also have General Milley, who are going to be speaking here on the very latest in the war in Ukraine, especially when there was that missile that had struck Poland. So Live Now from Fox, stepping away for a 2-minute break. We'll play out this news conference for you from the Department of Defense when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Going to take you out here to the Pentagon. We're going to be listening in with our Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin III, and Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman, Army General Mark Milley. They were just having a virtual meeting with the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. Let's go ahead and listen in to what they had to say about that meeting here on Live Now from Fox.
Moderate those questions and call on journalist. Secretary Austin.
Thanks, Patrick. Good afternoon, everyone. We've just completed our 7th meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, and it's been another highly successful session. Now, we were meeting today as Russia continues to target Ukraine's civilians and bombard its energy grid. But Russia's deliberate cruelty only deepens our resolve. And we'll continue to support Ukraine's bedrock right to defend itself and defend the rules-based international order. Yesterday, we saw reports of a deadly explosion in Poland near its border with Ukraine. I spoke last night to my Polish counterpart, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Defense, Błaszczak, and I conveyed my deep condolences to the Polish people and to the loved ones of those who were killed. I also underscored America's ironclad commitment to defend Poland. We have full confidence in the Polish government's investigation of this explosion, and they've been conducting that investigation in a professional and deliberate manner. And so we won't get ahead of their work. We're going to stay in close touch with our Polish counterparts, as well as with our NATO allies and other valued partners. We're still gathering information, but we have seen nothing that contradicts President Duda's preliminary assessment that this explosion was most likely the result of a Ukrainian air defense missile that unfortunately landed in Poland. And whatever the final conclusions may be, the world knows that Russia bears ultimate responsibility for this incident. Russia launched another barrage of missiles against Ukraine, specifically intended to target Ukraine's civilian infrastructure. This tragic and troubling incident is yet another reminder of the recklessness of Russia's war of choice. And Ukraine has a bedrock right to defend itself. And we will continue to stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine as they defend their country. And we were joined today at the contact group meeting by my good friend Oleksiy Reznikov, Ukraine's Minister of Defense, and by Deputy Chief of Defense Lieutenant General Moyshuk. And I spoke with General Reznikov by phone before this morning's contact group meeting about yesterday's explosion in Poland. And we'll remain in close consultation as we move forward. Ukraine's commanders have shown tremendous leadership and tenacity. And they updated the contact group this morning on the current battlefield dynamics and on Ukraine's most urgent self-defense needs. Ukraine's troops continue to consolidate their gains on the battlefield as they head into the winter. And the contact group continues to push hard to bolster Ukraine's air defenses in the face of Russia's ongoing barrages. I'm pleased to be able to report that the NASAMS air defense systems that we've sent to Ukraine are now operational, and their performance so far has been very impressive. The NASAMS systems had a 100% success rate in intercepting Russian missiles as the Kremlin continues its ruthless bombardment of Ukraine, including yesterday's attacks. We're also working to secure more critical equipment to protect and repair Ukraine's energy infrastructure after Russia's indefensible attacks. We also heard an important update from General Kovoli, our Supreme Allied Commander in Europe. I'm confident that the training efforts spearheaded by the United States and many other members of this contact group will equip the Ukrainian armed forces with the skills that they need to consolidate their gains and to seize new opportunities on the battlefield. I'd also like to acknowledge the European Union's important efforts here. The EU's training program across Europe will do a great deal to reinforce what other countries are doing bilaterally. Also like to recognize Germany and Poland for their leadership in this larger mission. And let me thank the UK for pledging to train another 19,000 Ukrainian troops next year. The contact group also discussed important industrial-based initiatives to sustain our security assistance to Ukraine. Let me also thank the department's acquisition and sustainment team, as well as the co-host of the National Armaments Directors Working Group under the contact group auspices. Now, all of these initiatives help prepare the Ukrainians to consolidate their gains during the winter and to prepare to seize new initiatives in the spring. And you can see this contact group's ongoing unity and commitment in some of the announcements that its members made. I'd like to thank Sweden for coming forward today with a substantial $287 million package of assistance to Ukraine. This package includes key capabilities, including an air defense system that will bolster Ukraine's ability to defend itself against Russia's ongoing ruthless attacks. And Spain has promised to send 2 more Hawk launchers and missiles. And Canada is stepping up with its latest tranche of $500 million in assistance, and Canada remains one of the lead donors of winter gear. Germany has advanced much-needed donations of air defense, artillery, and MLRS ammunition. And Greece also announced an important donation of 155 millimeter ammunition. And Poland has committed additional artillery and tank ammunition, as well as short-range air defense capabilities. And so these contributions will make a real difference. And so does a coordination of our security assistance that this contact group makes possible. So we will continue to deepen our work together. And the contact group has met 7 times this year. And each meeting has produced tangible results that help Ukraine defend itself and its citizens. You can see that progress in Ukraine's victories in Kharkiv and Kherson. Over the weekend, the world saw Ukrainian forces liberate Kherson, demonstrating once again the determination of the Ukrainian people to live free in their own country. Now, our resolve is only strengthened by Russia's indefensible attacks on civilian targets. And we'll continue to stand together in common purpose, because no member of this contact group wants to live in a world where big countries bulldoze their peaceful neighbors. And we won't just accept Putin's imperial aggression and erosion of international norms as some kind of new normal. Instead, we will continue to stand up for Ukraine's inalienable rights to defend itself. We'll continue to strengthen our unity and resolve. We'll continue to show the power of partnership, and we'll continue to bolster Ukraine's armed forces by rushing them the capabilities that they need to defend their country, and we will continue to help the people of Ukraine in their fight for freedom. Thank you very much, and I'll turn it over to General Milley for his opening comments.
Thank you, Secretary Austin. I appreciate that, and I appreciate your leadership as we gathered today, this morning, for the 7th consecutive convening of the Ukrainian Contact Group, which we've been doing every month, as you know. And thanks also to all the ministers of defense out there who participated, and all of my counterparts, all the charge that participated, and other senior representatives from almost 50 countries showed up at this meeting this morning and continue to take part in these discussions, which are very, very productive. The mission of the group remains clear: to support Ukraine as they counter the illegal and unprovoked Russian aggression, and to continue to supply Ukraine with the capabilities necessary to defend their sovereignty. Through these contact group sessions and other close coordinations that I have and the Secretary has with our counterparts, that I talk to General Luzny weekly, and my staff continually talks to his staff, we continue to respond to Ukraine's battlefield requirements and their needs for means of fighting for their freedom. This is a war of choice. It's a war of choice for Russia. They embarked on a tremendous strategic mistake. They made a choice in February of this year to illegally invade a country that posed no threat to Russia. In making that choice, Russia established several objectives. They wanted to overthrow President Zelensky and his government. They wanted to secure access to the Black Sea. They wanted to capture Odessa. They wanted to seize all the way to the Dnipro River, pause, and then continue to attack all the way to the Carpathian Mountains. In short, they wanted to overrun all of Ukraine, and they lost. They didn't achieve those objectives. They failed to achieve their strategic objectives, and they are now failing to achieve their operational and tactical objectives. Russia changed their war aims in March and beginning of April. Their war of choice then focused on the seizure of the Donbass, the Donetsk and Luhansk Oblasts. That was their operational objectives, and they failed there. Then they changed again and expanded to seize Zaporizhia and Kherson. These strategic reframing of their objectives, of their illegal invasion, have all failed, every single one of them. And we've just witnessed last week Russia's retreat from Kherson. They retreated across the Dnipro River. They moved to more defensible positions south of the river. Their losses due to Ukrainian success and skill and bravery on the battlefield have been very, very significant. And it's clear that the Russian will to fight does not match the Ukrainian will to fight. On the battlefield, Ukrainians' offensive up in Kharkiv has been very successful, where they crossed the Oskil River, and they have moved to the east and are near the town of Savartovy. There is a significant ongoing fight down in Bakhmut right now and in the vicinity of Seversk and Soledar, where the Ukrainians are fighting a very, very successful mobile defense. There is limited contact right now in Zaporizhia and limited contact in and around the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. And as we already discussed, Kherson's offensive has been successful. So across the entire frontline trace of some 900 or so kilometers, the Ukrainians have achieved success after success after success, and the Russians have failed every single time. They've lost strategically, they've lost operationally, and I repeat, they lost tactically. What they've tried to do, they failed at. They started this war, and Russia can end this war. Russia can make another choice, and they can make a choice today to end this war. However, Russia is choosing to use their time to attempt to regroup their forces, and they are imposing a campaign of terror, a campaign of maximum suffering on the Ukrainian civilian population in order to defeat Ukrainian morale. The Russians are striking throughout the depth and breadth of all of Ukraine with air-launched cruise missiles, with Caliber sea-launched cruise missiles, and with other types of munitions. They are striking the Ukrainian civilian infrastructure, and it has little or no military purpose. While assessments are ongoing, yesterday's strikes looked like they launched at least 60 missiles, and they may have launched upwards of 90 or even perhaps 100, and we'll have better assessments in the days ahead. But it was likely the largest wave of missiles that we've seen since the beginning of the war. These missiles, again, they targeted intentionally and damaged civilian power generation facilities to cause unnecessary suffering with the civilian population. We assess now that over a quarter of Ukrainian civilians are without power. The deliberate targeting of the civilian power grid, causing excessive collateral damage and unnecessary suffering on the civilian population, is a war crime. With the onset of winter, families will be without power and, more importantly, without heat. Basic human survival and subsistence is going to be severely impacted, and human suffering for the Ukrainian population is going to increase. These strikes will undoubtedly hinder Ukraine's ability to care for the sick and the elderly. Their hospitals will be partially operational. The elderly are going to be exposed to the elements. In the wake of unrelenting Russian aggression and incalculable human suffering, Ukraine will continue to endure. Ukraine is not going to back down. The Ukrainian people are hard, they're tough, and most of all, they're free, and they want to remain free. Ukraine is going to continue to take the fight to the Russians. And I just had a significant conversation with my Ukrainian counterpart, and he assures me that that is the future for Ukraine. As Ukraine continues to fight, air defense capabilities are becoming critical for their future success. An integrated system, an integrated air defense system, an integrated air and missile defense system is what is necessary as Ukraine repels Russian aerial attacks. And a significant portion of today's conversations in today's meeting with almost 50 countries focused on how we, as a global coalition, can provide the right mix of air defense systems and ammunition for Ukraine to continue its control of the skies and prevent the Russians from achieving air superiority. To combat continued Russian strikes, last Thursday, the United States announced $400 million in additional commitments to support Ukraine. And those capabilities included missiles for the Hawk air defense systems, which is a complement to what Spain has recently committed. There's other air defense systems included in that $400 million package, along with ground systems such as up-armored Humvees, grenade launches, and additional HIMARS ammunition, and lots of other pieces of equipment. Wars are not fought by armies. They're fought by nations. This war is fought by the Ukrainian people, and it's fought by the Russian people. And this is a war that Russia's leadership has chosen to put Russia into. They didn't have to do this, but they did. And they have violated Ukrainian sovereignty, and they have violated territorial integrity of Ukraine. It is in complete contradiction to the basic rules that underlined the United Nations Charter established at the end of World War II. This is one of the most significant attempts to destroy the rules-based order that World War II was fought all about. And we, the United States, are determined to continue to support Ukraine with the means to defend themselves for as long as it takes. But at the end of the day, Ukraine will remain a free and independent country with its territory intact. Russia could end this war today. Russia could put an end to it right now, but they won't. They're going to continue that fight. They're going to continue that fight into the winter as best we can tell. And we, the United States, under the direction of the President and the Secretary of Defense, we will continue to support Ukraine for as long as it takes to keep them free, sovereign, independent, with their territory intact.
General Milley here speaking at the Pentagon alongside Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin. Let's go ahead and send some viewers out to a 2-minute break as we continue listening in to this latest update here from the Pentagon.
And we will continue to support them as long as it takes. The United States will continue to support Ukraine with the best possible equipment to position them on the battlefield, to give them positions of strength against the Russians, and that is also true of all the other nations that attended the meeting today. There is an absolute sense of urgency, an absolute sense of determination on the part of all the member states that attended our meeting today, and I can tell you the cohesion and coherence of the organization is complete, and the resolve is high. Ukrainians are not asking for anyone to fight for them. They don't want American soldiers or British or German or French or anybody else to fight for them. They will fight for themselves. All Ukraine is asking for is the means to fight, and we are determined to provide that means. Ukrainians will do this on their timeline, and until then, we will continue to support all the way for as long as it takes. It is evident to me in the contact group today that that is not only a U.S. position, but it is a position of all the nations that were there today. We will be there for as long as it takes to keep Ukraine free. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Mr. Secretary, Chairman, thank you very much, gentlemen. First question will go to Associated Press. Tara?
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, President Zelensky just denied that it was a Ukrainian air defense missile that landed in Poland. How are you certain that this was possibly a Ukrainian air defense missile and was not a Russian missile?
Thanks, Tara. First of all, the investigation is still ongoing, and Poland is conducting that investigation. We are assisting in any way we can. We do have some experts on the ground there helping Polish leadership. We have full confidence in Poland's ability to conduct this investigation in a proper way. And until that's complete, again, I think it'd be premature for anybody to jump to conclusions. And I know that Ukraine has offered to participate and help in any way they can as well. So we won't get ahead of the investigation, but our information supports what President Duda said earlier in his preliminary assessment, was that this was most likely a result of a Ukrainian air defense missile. But we'll let the investigation play out here.
So at this point, are you confident in saying that this was not a Russian missile?
We're going to let the investigation play out, and then once the results are released, we'll be confident in everything. But again, our information supports what President Duda has said earlier. So.
And then Chairman Milley, after this strike occurred, did you reach out to your Russian counterparts, or did any other military officer reach out to their Russian counterparts to protect against escalation? And if not, why not?
I do that through my staff to set the calls up. The short answer is yes. Some attempts were made, no success with the Russian counterpart. I did talk to my Ukrainian counterpart immediately, General Zaluzny. Talked to him several times, in fact. Also Polish counterpart and several other CHODs in Europe. And exactly what the Secretary said, investigation's ongoing. There's professionals there to do the forensics, all the debris that's in and around the impact site and so on and so forth. And very shortly we'll know all the facts, and we just don't know them right this second.
So Russia did not take the call?
Right. My staff was unsuccessful in getting me linked up with General Gerasimov. That's correct.
Let's go to next question. ABC, Louis Martinez.
For Mr. Secretary, for Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to follow up on Tara's question initially, because in his remarks, President Zelensky cited a conversation with your counterpart, General Zaluzny, saying that he had confirmed to him that it was not a Ukrainian missile. Based on your conversations with him today, was there a disconnect there? And then I'll follow up with another question.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about, he and I, our agreement between each other is not to talk about the substance of the conversations that we have. We have conversations several times a week, and we acknowledge that we have the conversations, but we don't discuss the substance of the conversation. So I have to honor that, and I'll continue to honor that. But I can tell you that right now, the investigation's ongoing. These are professional investigators. There is a debris field there. There's other forms of data that are going to be available that come from various technical means. And I suspect very shortly we will have very confirmed data as to what the point of origin is, point of impact, what the angle of the weapon system was, the flight trajectory. All of the details are going to be known in due time, but it's pretty early actually in the investigation. So we'll know that, and the Secretary will know that. President Biden will know that, and we'll all get informed here shortly by the investigators. And Poland has put together a team. They have lead, and they've put together a team of professional investigators to do that.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, yesterday it was kind of the reality of the speculation that has been going on for months about how NATO might respond if a Russian missile went into NATO territory. On the opposite side, the United States has been very careful not to provide weapons systems that might reach into Russia. What about Crimea? if the United States, the HIMARS, supplied HIMARS systems are able to reach inside Crimea regularly, is that a concern given what we saw yesterday? And to follow up, sir, to your comments about earlier from last week about the possibility of discussions put on by a slowdown in the fighting, let's say during the winter. It sounds like the comments that you're making today about the winter are that the Ukrainians are going to continue very strongly. Are you pulling back from your comments from last week that you see an opportunity for negotiations with the Russians?
No, I think the Ukrainians should keep the pressure on the Russians, to the extent that they militarily can. But winter gets very, very cold, and the natural tendency is for tactical operations are going to naturally probably slow down. And right now, what we're seeing is the lines from Kharkiv all the way down to Kherson, for the most part, are beginning to stabilize. Now, whether that means they will be stable throughout the winter or not, nobody knows. Nobody knows for certain. Come January, February, that ground probably will freeze, which could lend itself to offensive operations. So there could be a lot of activity in the winter, but typically speaking, because of the weather, the tactical operations will slow down a bit. And I think that President Biden and President Zelensky himself has said that there'll be at the end of the day, there'll be a political solution. So if there's a slowdown in the actual tactical fighting, if that happens, then that may become a window, possibly, it may not, for a political solution, or at least the beginnings of talks to initiate a political solution. So that's all I was saying.
Yeah, first, let me just agree with what the chairman just said in terms of there probably will be a slowdown in the fall and going into winter. The fall's a muddy season, as you know, and so is the spring. When the ground hardens, trafficability will probably improve, and then we may see more activity. But I would remind everyone that this war started in February. So winter does not mean that we're going to stop fighting, or the Ukrainians are going to stop fighting. I certainly, like the chairman, believe that they won't. And so we're going to do everything within our power to make sure that they have the means to accomplish their goals and objectives. And along that line, the goals and objectives of this fight are the Ukrainians. They're not ours. And so we haven't prescribed to the Ukrainians what they can and cannot do. And so our focus is to continue to provide them the means to be successful in their endeavors. And so that's my response to the question on Crimea. Again, the Crimea is an issue to be thought through and sorted out by the Ukrainian leadership.
So. Let's go ahead. Lee, New York Times.
First for General Austin. So with winter coming,
it's a bad habit. You keep calling me General, but
it's like ingrained in my head.
Yeah.
Secretary Austin, do you agree then with General Milley's comments in New York last week that Ukraine cannot achieve a military victory as defined by driving Russia out of all of its territory, including Crimea, and therefore should use winter as an opportunity to negotiate?
Again, having the chairman here, I think it's fair to allow him to really provide context for his comments. I think, and you've heard me say this before, there are countless numbers of people that have been amazed and astonished by what the Ukrainians have accomplished. And so I won't presuppose what's possible or impossible for them. What I am focused on is just making sure that they have the means to do two things. First is to protect themselves and their civilian population from some of the things that we've seen here recently with the aerial bombardments. The second thing is to enable them to achieve their goals and objectives on the ground as they continue to try to take back their sovereign territory. So we're going to continue to support them. And again, I think to this point we've seen them come up with very achievable goals and objectives. We've seen a very successful counteroffensive. both in Kharkiv and also in Kherson. And I think they will continue to keep the pressure on the Russians going forward. And in terms of what's a good time to negotiate, we've said repeatedly that the Ukrainians are going to decide that, and not us. And we will support them for as long as it takes. Now, we just spent almost 4 hours with our colleagues there in a Ukraine Defense Contact Group meeting. It was amazing to me how many ministers of defense on their own said, we're going to do this for as long as it takes. And so I continue to see unity, I continue to see resolve, and that's very, very encouraging. And I think it's encouraging for Oleksiy Reznikov and his team to hear that as well, because as you know, they're in the meeting as well. So, yeah.
So, Eileen, I'll make a couple of comments. First, on the Russians.
I still have a question for you, though.
Okay, but let me
that'll be like 4 questions, I think.
Let me help you out with this one first. So, start with the Russians. Ukraine's a pretty big country. This is not a small piece of turf. And the probability of Russia achieving its strategic objectives, of conquering Ukraine, of overrunning Ukraine, the probability of that happening is close to zero. I suppose theoretically it's possible, maybe, I guess, but I don't see it happening militarily. So I just don't see that happening. But they do currently occupy about 20% of that of Ukraine. So they occupy a piece of ground that's about 900 kilometers long, and I don't know, probably about 75 or 80 kilometers deep. So it's not a small piece of ground. And they invaded this country with upwards of 170, 180,000 troops in multiple field armies, combined arms armies. And they have suffered a tremendous amount of casualties, but he's also done this mobilization and called up additional people. So the Russians have reinforced. They still have significant Russian combat power inside Ukraine. Now, Ukraine's had great success in the defense. They did a tremendous job in defeating the Russian offensive. It's incredible what they were able to do. And then they went on the offensive at the beginning of September. And they had great success up in Kharkiv, and they've had better success even down in Kherson, as you just witnessed. But Kherson and Kharkiv, physically, geographically, are relatively small compared to the whole. So that the military task of militarily kicking the Russians physically out of Ukraine is a very difficult task. And it's not going to happen in the next couple of weeks unless the Russian army completely collapses, which is unlikely. So in terms of probability, the probability of a Ukrainian military victory defined as kicking the Russians out of all of Ukraine, to include what they define or what they claim as Crimea, the probability of that happening anytime soon is not high, militarily. Politically, there may be a political solution where politically the Russians withdraw. That's possible. You want to negotiate from a position of strength. Russia right now is on its back. The Russian military is suffering tremendously. Leaders have been, the leadership is really hurting bad. They've lost a lot of casualties, killed and wounded. They've lost, I won't go over exact numbers because they're classified, but they've lost a tremendous amount of their tanks and their infantry fighting vehicles. They've lost a lot of their 4th and 5th generation fighters and helicopters and so on and so forth. The Russian military is really hurting bad. So you want to negotiate at a time when you're at your strength and your opponent is at weakness. And it's possible, maybe, that there'll be a political solution. All I'm saying is there's a possibility for it. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, we've got time for just a couple more. Go to the UA, Carl Beth.
Thank you, gentlemen, both for doing this. Mr. Secretary, you've stressed that the United States and their allies are committed to Ukraine for as long as it takes. How long do you think Russia can continue this war with its current arsenal and its current personnel? And how much has Iran and North Korea's weapons extended their ability to wage this war? And Mr. Chairman, thank you. You thoroughly answered my question with Louis and Helene, so I'm going to ask you a question on China, if I may. After the meeting with President Biden and President Xi, have you seen any indications that China has changed its ambition to control Taiwan? And, the last time the National Defense Strategy was rolled out, the Pentagon said America's military edge was eroding. Now that this new one has rolled out, is America's military edge?
We are listening in here to this press conference at the Pentagon with some of our defense leaders and the very latest in the Russia-Ukraine war, especially since they just had a meeting with the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. Live now from Fox, sending some viewers out to a 2-minute break as we continue to hear more on ways the United States and other world leaders are helping Ukraine fight off Russia.
They have some problems. They've had problems since the very beginning of this, trying to sustain their efforts. Those problems have only become more acute. They've lost a lot of people, and as important, they've lost a lot of important military gear. So the numbers of tanks that they've lost, the numbers of armored personnel carriers, pretty staggering numbers. As important, the numbers of precision-guided munitions that they've rifled through in this endeavor is striking. But they won't be able to reproduce those munitions very quickly because there are trade restrictions on that prevent them from rapidly gaining microchips and other things that are required to produce these kinds of munitions. And so it may take years for them to restock that inventory up to the point that they were before they started this conflict. We've seen them struggle with having enough munitions to fight the way that they want to fight, so they're reaching out to Iran, they're reaching out to North Korea. I do think that those countries will probably provide them some capability. And so for that reason, I don't think this will be over anytime soon. Our goal, our requirement is to make sure that we continue to provide Ukraine with the means to do what's necessary to prosecute their campaign. And so they have to continue to keep the pressure on the Russians going forward. And I think, win or fight favors the Ukrainians. We've pushed, enormous amounts of winter gear into Ukraine, thanks to countries like Canada and others who have really been very, very generous. Russia, on the other hand, they're fighting in a foreign country. The Ukrainians have challenged their supply lines. It will be difficult for them to get the kinds of gear into their troops that they need to be able to fight effectively. And so I think the Ukrainians will have the upper hand in this fight as they have right now, but they'll continue to maintain that upper hand going into the winter, just like we saw them operate in February of last year. They know the land. They can pull things from the local communities, and they'll be prepared for this winter weather. And I don't think the Russians will be as prepared, and they'll continue to struggle to get things into their troops using the supply lines that they currently have. And the Ukrainians will continue to pressure those supply lines.
Do you think the Russians can hold out all it takes them the years that you say it would take for them to fully resupply?
I don't think the Ukrainians are going to allow them to hold out. I think the Ukrainians are going to continue to pressure them, and so this battlefield dynamic will change, continue to change. And Ukrainians know that, allowing them to rest and refit and rearm is a mistake. That's an operational mistake, and I don't believe they're going to make that mistake. And my goal is to make sure that they have the means to do what's necessary to ensure that they don't hold out.
And you had two questions for the Secretary, so I get a buy on mine. So look, on China, as quickly as I can say it, China is the pacing threat, as we describe it in DoD, is part of the National Defense Strategy. It was defined in the previous one, it's defined in the current one as the pacing threat. And what do we mean by that? We mean that China is the one country out there that geopolitically has the power potential to be a significant challenge to the United States. And they are. They're based on their population, their technology, their economy, and a bunch of other things. China is the greatest geopolitical challenge to the United States. And China is not shy about their goal. They want to be the #1 power in the globe by mid-century, by 2049. And they want to do that militarily, diplomatically, informationally, economically, and so on and so forth. So they want to be #1 by mid-century. By the 2030s, mid-2030s, they had previously said they want to be #1 regionally. So they want to have a military that outdoes the United States military regionally by the mid-30s. They had previously said that. And then they advanced that goal to 2027. So they advanced that goal in, I think it was 2-party Congresses ago or 1-party Congress ago. And what they have said is that they want to be the equal to or superior militarily to the United States. That's only 5 years away. So they're working on that, and they're working on that very, very hard. But we are not static, and we are working on it. Right now, the United States military is without question, despite whatever criticisms people have, the United States military is the most lethal warfighting machine on earth, bar none. The United States military is #1, and we intend to stay #1. And our task, militaries only have 2 tasks. We have a single purpose, really, which is to either to prepare for war or to fight a war. And we are laser focused on that. And we intend to stay #1. China is not going to be a better military than the United States military is, but they're going to try, but they're not going to get there. We will be #1 5 years from now, 10 years from now, and 50 years from now. We are not going to let China take #1. They have made gains in a wide variety of areas, in cyber and space and land, sea, and air. So a peasant army of largely infantry-based. When I was commissioned in 1980, that's kind of what Deng Xiaoping had when he made his reforms. So he had a very large, dismounted infantry, peasant-based army, more or less. They had some tanks, but not much. And then they got rich. They made a massive amount of money with a 10% rise overrun and dropped down to 7%. Maybe it's going to come down to 3 or 4%. But the GDP allowed them to buy a military. And they believe that it's their day in the sun. They believe it's, once again, time for the Middle Kingdom to be #1. So that's what they're shooting for. And we are not going to allow that to happen. The United States military is #1 now, and we are going to be #1 5 years from now. 2027 is not going to be the date that China becomes #1, and we're going to stay #1 the entire time. And as long as we remain #1, then we will deter the war that people worry about, a great power war between China and the United States. As long as we have the military capability, we have the will to use it, your adversary knows it, then you'll deter that war. But the key is to have the military capability, and we intend to stay #1.
Time for one final question. We'll go to Nikkei, Ro Nakamura.
Thank you very much for taking my question. To the Secretary first, President Biden and President Xi essentially agreed to maintain the open lines of the communications. Do you expect China will resume some of the military to military channels they suspended in August after Speaker Pelosi's visit to Taiwan? And are you planning to meet with your Chinese counterpart during your visit to Cambodia next week? And to the chairman, also on China, the President Xi consolidated his power in the Chinese Communist Party, and he's now surrounded by his royal advisors. How much are you concerned that President Xi might make an ill-advised or ill-informed decision to take Taiwan by force, as President Putin did in the leading up to the invasion into Ukraine? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rio. As you've heard me say a number of times, I think it's really important for large countries with significant military capacity to talk to each other. And as I told Minister Wei when we talked, we met face to face in Singapore, that we needed to work to keep the lines of communication open. That helps with crisis management. It helps with a number of things. And so my hope is that they will open up their communications channels, at not only at my level, but at the chairman's level, and at the level where our combatant commander, Admiral Aquilino, can engage with his counterparts as well. So you're right. We will both be in Cambodia here in the near future. I don't have any announcements to make in terms of any scheduled meetings, but there is an opportunity there, and so we'll see how things play out.
So I think, first of all, President Xi is, I don't know him, I've never talked to him, and he'll make decisions based on what he thinks is his national interest. But as best I can tell, he's a rational actor. I think he evaluates things on cost, benefit, and risk. And I think that he would conclude that an attack on Taiwan in the near future would be an excessive amount of risk, and it would end in a strategic really debacle for the Chinese military. And I think it would throw off their China dream of being the #1 economic and military power and so on. So would he do it? Who knows? I don't know. But I can tell you that we watch it closely. We are militarily prepared. And one of the keys now is to make sure that Taiwan can defend itself. And there are a lot of lessons learned coming out of the Ukraine war. There's lessons learned for Taiwan. There are lessons learned that we're learning. There's lessons learned European countries learning. And there's lessons learned that President Xi and the Chinese military are learning. And one of the things people are learning is that war on paper is a whole lot different than real war. And when blood is spilled and people die and real tanks are being blown up, things are a little bit different. There's a lot of friction and fog and death in combat. And for someone who has, for a military that hasn't fought in combat since fighting the Vietnamese in 1979, they would be playing, a very, very dangerous game to cross the straits and invade the island of Taiwan. They don't have the experience, the background to do it. They haven't trained to it yet. They do piece part training. We watch it very, very closely. How much amphibious capability they have, how much airborne capability they have. Now, they could bomb it, they could missile it, they could attack Taiwan in that sense. But attacking and seizing the island of Taiwan across the straits, putting troops on the island of Taiwan, that is a very difficult military task to do. You've got a large city of Taipei with 3 or 4 million people, with the suburbs about 7 million people. You've got very complex terrain with mountains. Most of Taiwan is a mountainous island. So it's a very, very difficult military objective, a very difficult military operation to execute. And I think it'll be some time before the Chinese have the military capability and they're ready to do it. Now, that could be wrong. An incident could happen. Some sort of political thing could happen in a moment in time, and all of the decisions would change very, very rapidly. But I think that the Chinese would be high risk to take on an operation like that, and I think it would be unwise. It would be a political mistake, a geopolitical mistake, a strategic mistake, similar to what the strategic mistake is that Putin has made in Ukraine.
I'll be traveling with some of you later this week and into next week. But for those who I won't see between now and Thanksgiving, I want to take this opportunity to wish you and your families a happy Thanksgiving. And on behalf of the Department of Defense, thanks for what you continue to do for our nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, Secretary Austin, as well as General Milley here, speaking about a couple issues when it comes to China and the possible invasion of Taiwan. And they reiterated that the Chinese military does not have the experience. And although China does want to become #1, they did say the United States is going to remain at top when it comes to the military action that we're able to take. Now, back onto the topic of the Russia-Ukraine war, because that was a big focus of their meeting that they had, especially since they had just come off of a virtual meeting with the defense contact groups. They were saying that not only is the United States, but there's other allies who are going to continue to show their support to Ukraine and even show their support to Poland, especially now that this war has started to spill over into NATO countries. Poland again had that explosion, that missile attack that killed 2 people. And it is unlikely that it was a Russian missile. It could have been instead a Ukrainian missile. But again, that investigation still being conducted at this time. But both of those leaders saying that we're going to continue to show support to Ukraine, not only with some military aid packages, but also with support and anything else they may need as they head into these winter months. And you heard them also speaking about how Russia is committing war crimes. They continue to make the citizens in Ukraine suffer. And they did reiterate that this war could end as soon as Putin and the Russian military decide to do so. Live now from Fox, we're going to step away for a brief 2-minute break. We'll continue to follow the latest topics top news stories coming to us from across the country. When we return, we've been still keeping an eye on that breaking news scene out of Los Angeles County that happened this morning. We heard from some of the police and other officials earlier this morning, but we do have a sheriff's update who was at some of those medical facilities in the area visiting with those who were injured. We'll bring you that update coming up next here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This was the scene from earlier this morning where 22 law enforcement recruits were out on a run when they were struck by the vehicle you're seeing there on your screen before it came to a stop after hitting a light pole. That driver was identified as a 22-year-old. They did a sobriety test. They did not have the results of that sobriety test as of the latest update we had from some police and other officials there in the Los Angeles County area. But Los Angeles County sheriffs did also speak after visiting with some of those who were injured. Let's go ahead and listen into that update right here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning. 6:20 this morning, tragedy struck our department. Recruits from Caddy Class 464 were running on a training run in the vicinity of Whittier next to the Academy, which is unincorporated Whittier. And they were running in formation heading northbound on Mills Road north of Telegraph when a vehicle that was traveling southbound on Mills veered into the northbound lanes and struck the formation. And as a result of that, 25 recruits were injured. And 16 were minor injuries, 4 of them were moderate, they're in stable condition, and 5 of them were in critical condition. And the 5 critical patients were distributed throughout the different hospitals. Here at UCI, received some of the patients. At St. Francis has 1 patient who's probably is currently on a ventilator in critical condition. USC also received patients as well in Whittier Presbyterian Hospital. The outside agencies, the class was 75 recruits. Of the 75, there was also not just from 65 from the department, but also participating agencies, which was Bell PD, Glendale PD, Pasadena PD, El Segundo PD, and UCLA Police Department. And of those outside agencies, Bell PD had 2 recruits injured, Glendale had 2, Pasadena and 1, and 20, the balance of the 25 were all Sheriff's Department recruits. The driver was a male Hispanic, 22 years of age, who was detained at the scene. And the CHP is handling the investigation as is proper because this is unincorporated county area, so they will handle the traffic collision itself. We're handling our investigation. The driver was transported to local hospital. They were negative on field sobriety test and blew a 0.0 on the breathalyzer. So the cause of the accident, motive, anything is unknown at this time. And so we're waiting to hear more from the CHP as they do their investigation. And now we're just facing some life-altering injuries from some most severely injured recruits. And with that, let me turn it over to actually Chief Marone, if you could provide comment.
Yeah, certainly. Good morning. First, I'd like to state that this is certainly a tragedy for the county family, and all 5,000 fire department members are keeping our sheriff's sister and brothers in their thoughts and prayers. So at about 6:25 this morning, like Sheriff Villanueva said, the fire station, which was just almost only about 500 feet away from this tragic accident scene, the deputies came and knocked on the door and requested their assistance. That's Fire Station 96 in unincorporated Whittier. They immediately drove out to the scene. They started to triage numerous patients, trying to identify the most critically injured. It's my understanding that the Sheriff's Department took the 4 most critical patients to the hospital immediately before the paramedic squads arrived, probably saving the lives of those sheriff recruits. The total LA County Fire Department response consisted of 7 engine companies, 2 truck companies, 4 paramedic rescue squads. We did send 3 helicopter air squads and only used 1 of those helicopter air squads to fly 2 patients to Harbor General Hospital. And then we also had command staff respond. Most of the patients were distributed, like Sheriff Villanueva said, between St. Francis, UCI Medical Center, LA County USC, Harbor General Hospital, and also Whittier Presbyterian. And that's it for the fire department update.
Hello, my name is Pat McDonald. I'm the captain of the LA County Sheriff's Department's Training Bureau, which oversees the LA County Sheriff's Academy. This was a typical run that we do throughout the 22-week program that we have at the Sheriff's Department. Physical fitness is a big part of the regiment. This morning they stepped off with their drill instructors, along with 2 black and white radio cars, which are safety vehicles, as well as 8 road guards. Those are recruits that wear reflective vests. They proceeded in their run westbound Telegraph Road towards Mills Road. Once they got to Mills Road, they made a northbound turn using the safety vehicles to block traffic accordingly, at which point the running formation of recruits ran northbound and went into a modified formation into 2 columns versus 4, just because of the terrain and the traffic was somewhat heavy going westbound. So once they made their northbound turn on Mills Road, the formation caught back up to 4 columns, at which point they were struck by a vehicle that was in the southbound lanes that went to the northbound lanes and hit several recruits, as stated earlier. I'd like to answer any questions at this point.
Were they guarded by the vehicles today?
Yes, ma'am.
So we have many different law enforcement agencies here speaking about this incident out of Los Angeles County. Again, 25 injured, 5 critically injured after that Honda CR-V went the wrong way, hit the runners, and then hit a light pole. Live Now from Fox, going to send some viewers out to their final 2-minute break as we continue listening into this latest update here on Live Now from Fox.
The recruits wear bright white T-shirts as well as green Sheriff's Department green shorts, and the 8 road guards that spread themselves out accordingly to protect the running formation. That's a green and orange reflective vest.
Did the element leaders or the cars involved running escort for the group for the formation, how much warning do you think they had that something was wrong, that this vehicle was coming?
They had zero warning. They were blocking the northbound lane on Mills, and so the running formation turned northbound, so that vehicle was now to the rear. Once all the runners were to pass those vehicles, that vehicle would catch up to the front. It didn't have a chance yet, and that's when the vehicle that was in the southbound lane went in the northbound lane.
I'm trying to understand this at this point. So in other words, we had really the squad running itself, the vehicle was blocking other traffic.
Yes.
There was nobody in front of them.
Correct. Correct.
Is this a route they take every day so that someone could see potentially a routine?
It's not every day, ma'am, but it is pretty frequent. The Sheriff's Academy has been there since 1982, and the unincorporated area of Whittier is very familiar with the recruits running on the roads. There's several routes that are taken.
Did you talk to any of the drill instructors? What have they told you about what they saw, what happened at that point?
Exactly what I said. They once the running formation turned northbound, the vehicle careened into the platoon. Now there was a light pole on the east side of the street, and the one thing that was relayed to me was thank God for that light pole, because the vehicle ultimately hit it and stopped, as opposed to possibly hitting more recruits.
So is it before?
No, after.
So it went down into the recruits.
And then the light pole. Yes, sir.
You said there were four recruits running across, is that correct?
No, 4 columns of recruits. So there's 75 recruits. Of those 75 recruits, it's broken into 4 columns, smallest to tallest.
Critical injuries, can you tell us what the nature of the injuries were, and are they all expected to survive?
I can't comment on that. I don't have the information, sir. I know 5 are critical.
And are they running on the sidewalks or the streets? Like how far?
It is the street closest to the curb.
Is there any indication that this was intentional?
Let me answer. In fact, if I could have the doctor of UCI just, the range of injuries we have obviously are head trauma. We have broken bones. We've had some loss of limb, for example. Those are the severe range of injuries. These are life-threatening injuries, and I think the doctor can provide the best in his own words the quality of care he received here.
Yeah, so as a level 1 trauma center, and the only one in Orange County, we have tremendous amount of resources. There were 3 trauma surgeons who were readily available when the patients arrived here, as well as countless other nurses and other extenders and people to help with the care of all these patients. So they're receiving outstanding care here, and we have all the resources available to help them in their recoveries.
So doctor, can you explain the injuries for the patients who are here?
So cannot comment on that yet. There's 1 patient who is here in critical condition, another one in good condition, and there are 2 that we are hopeful will be discharged soon.
And are they men?
And those are only the patients here at UCI, as there were patients at other hospitals, as was already stated.
And males or females?
Don't comment on that, unless they will. We don't have an amputee here.
You as a physician, they mentioned that 4 were transported immediately by the sheriff's office. How critical is that in a life-saving situation to not wait for an ambulance and transport these individuals themselves to hopefully get them the medical attention they need?
Sorry.
In your expertise, how important is it to not wait for an ambulance like they did not to transport some of these cadets to a local hospital to get them the attention they need?
In places across the country, police will actually transport patients, so it depends on the situation and the circumstances. But there are times where getting them to a hospital as quick as possible is the most important thing.
Doctor, the one who was critical, was that person airlifted here, driven here?
I don't know.
From when you got the word of the alert that you had a mass casualty event, how long was it before the patients hit here? 10 minutes, 15 minutes?
Don't have the exact time from when there. We get a page that is sent out to us, and so, but there's already resources here, so we're already here, and that's the part that we can control.
Ballpark, rough estimate, 15 minutes, 20
Don't know.
minutes?
Are they all in the intensive care unit right now?
So no, not all of them. As I said, 2 are hopeful to be discharged from the emergency department.
Can you tell us your name and spell it, please?
Jeffrey, Jeffry. Last name is Namias, Nahmias.
Sure, that may be a little bit soon, but have you had a chance to go into the facility to talk to any of those deputies who might be discharged, some of the cadets who were injured? Have you had a chance to talk with any of them?
Yes, I've talked to the recruits I talked to one of the recruits who was a road guard in the front of the formation. I've talked to the staff that were with the formation themselves, and it's a tragic event, very traumatic for all people involved. We have our employee services support team that are there now offering counseling and support at the academy, and we have them also here at all the hospitals where all of our personnel are now currently being treated. We actually, two families are the ones that were most critical. We airlifted the families to get them to the hospital so they could visit their loved one. And that was at, I think it was USC and here at UCI.
Sheriff, you've got almost 38 years on the department right now. You're about ready to retire, if you would. Have you ever seen a mass casualty event like this involving sheriff's deputies? How would you... This is very, very odd, to say the least. I don't think I've ever heard of this. We've had an occasional injury in training of one individual, maybe shrapnel at the range, or a broken limb or something that happens in physical training, defensive tactics. Those things we've seen periodically because of just the sheer volume of people we put through the academy. It happens, but something like this is unique. I've never heard of it before.
Would you say that preliminarily this is an accident, or was it something intentional?
I'll leave that up to the CHP to determine, and what we look so far, it looks like it's an accident, a horrific accident, but we can't know that for sure until the CHP does their investigation and reaches a conclusion based on all the evidence they still have yet to gather.
Do you have any more insight on the recruits who were on scene and apparently stopped this driver, tried to get him out of the car?
They detained the driver, and they secured them in the back seat of the actual one of the patrol vehicles that was following the class and was used as protection. So, in myself, I was a academy staff instructor a quarter of a century ago, and we did the exact same thing. And fortunately, every class typically we have EMTs. I think this class even had an RN who was a recruit, so they are able to.
And thank you again to all of our viewers who have been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. One big story we've been following for you here this morning is this aerials from just earlier today. There was a crash accident that happened. A vehicle driving through a police recruit, law enforcement recruits who were out for a morning run. It did injure 25 of those runners of the group of 75. This happening in Whittier, California. That is in Los Angeles County. And we, of course, want to continue to keep all of our viewers up to date with the very latest happening there. We're joined right now with Fox 11's Christina Pascucci, who has been there on scene ever since this incident took place. And Christina, tell us some of those details that we've been learning from officials as they've been updating us throughout the rest of this day.
There's so much to break down here, and one part of this investigation is, was it intentional for the driver to plow into this group of trainees, cadets, who are part of this organization where we are actually standing right now, where a news conference happened behind us earlier. And so they're not saying that it was at this point, but that is one thing they're looking into. Another report was that he was tired, or told people on scene that he was tired in the moments after this crash. But I think we have helicopter perspective to show you from our topper video, and it's very dramatic. We rarely see a scene of this magnitude where you see so many lights, flashing lights and sirens and first responders. And here these were trainee first responders who had to be helped themselves. So per the latest part of this investigation, CHP is saying that they're going to construct a 24-hour profile of the driver to figure out everything that he was doing in the moments leading up to this crash. We know that he was driving, say, 45 miles per hour per investigators. There were no skid marks on scene, and he went into that group injuring more than 20 trainees. There was a pole he knocked down too, and the Sheriff Villanueva, did a news conference earlier where he said had that pole not been there, more of those trainees would have been injured. We know that 5 are critical per witnesses. They say one of them had a severed foot, another had a head injury. The girlfriend of one of the cadets told me that her boyfriend said after this car plowed into all of them and they responded, that driver's foot was still on the gas, and so they tried to break through the window using their hands to pull him out and get him to stop. Now, in terms of what we know about the driver, he's 22 years old. He's from a city called Diamond Bar, and I actually spoke to his family on the phone earlier, who said they do not believe he's capable of doing anything like this intentionally. In fact, they say he was on his way to work. It was early in the morning, about 6:30, when he was driving along Mills Road and Mills Avenue, and they think that it's completely unintentional. They say he comes from a law enforcement family himself, so he would never intentionally try to do anything like this. But the investigation continues, and we're awaiting details from CHP, who's handling this investigation as we speak. Christy.
Yeah, and obviously they're going to continue to look into what was the cause behind this accident, and we're going to be waiting to hear more updates on those who were critically injured. I know you mentioned some of those injuries. Were you able to speak with any of those recruits who were part of this run who maybe weren't injured, what they said about the moments leading up to this accident?
I just spoke to the girlfriend of one of the recruits, and she was very, very shaken up because when she first heard what happened, she was waiting for the call, and she was hoping that the worst wasn't true. So can you imagine, the feelings that she must have been experiencing? And she said that they all were just confused what was happening. It was completely chaotic. All of a sudden, this guy plows into them, and some of them were wondering, what could have led up to this? Was he impaired? Was it intentional? And what we're learning from the sheriff also earlier this morning, he said that there was a sobriety test conducted and that this driver blew a 0.0, so he absolutely was not under the influence, at least, of alcohol. So that was another development in this as well.
Yeah, and it will continue to develop here through the day as this investigation is well underway. We appreciate your time. Again, Fox 11's Christina Pascucci joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much, Christina, for all the information on the very latest in this case. Let's go ahead and continue to follow the very latest on more of these top stories we have for you here happening across the country. I want to show our viewers some of the video that was coming in from just earlier here today. This showing you a building explosion, apartment complex on fire. Now, there was multiple units that were affected by this fire. This coming to us from outside of the Washington, D.C. area. So this in Gaithersburg, Maryland. We know that there was multiple people who were injured. Thankfully, Luckily, though, as of the latest update, no fatalities had been reported. And again, this is going to be another incident under investigation. So while we're still learning a bit more about what happened in Los Angeles County, this has been something we're keeping a close eye on also out of the Maryland area. So we do have some officials speaking about the very latest update on this case. Again, this is an apartment complex. It was a 2-alarm fire. An explosion also reported happening in Gaithersburg, Maryland. Let's go ahead and get the very latest update from those officials in the area right here to you on Live Now from Fox.
At 8:26, no other calls in 24 or 28. Operations currently on site. As I said, the gas has been shut off. Structural engineer has arrived. This is an update from our 10:30 version. They have and continue to assess the building and determine how the building can be addressed, meaning how it can be shored, how operations can go on, around, and inside of the building. Accountability of the occupants. We talked at 10:30 that we were working city officials, county officials, and fire rescue investigators working to identify, make contact with all of the folks in these buildings, 26 and 28, as our primary. As of now, all of the occupants of 828 have been contacted. All of the occupants of 828 have been contacted and are accounted for. There is one unit in 826 that we still have not made contact with. I said earlier there were 6 units per building, so that's one unit of the 6 in 826 we have not been made contact with, and investigators still are working diligently to make contact and identify those occupants' location and their safety. One more nugget before I pass the information on to HHS and Patrick. Again, operations will continue for quite some time as we work to stabilize the building, begin investigative efforts, continue to put the fire out. So this will not be completed today. It'll be a multi-day event. Let me have Patrick come up and talk about the HHS team that's at work in helping these residents, and then we'll come back for questions.
All right, first, my comments are going to be focused on the human services impact, what we're going to do to assist the residents, but also in what we're going to do to assist the folks in fundraising funds to assist the residents in their next step recovery. My name is Patrick Campbell. I'm the Senior Planning Manager for Mass Care Operations. Today at 3 p.m. we will open up a reception center and a shelter at the Activity Center at Borough Park. The address for that is going to be 506 South Frederick Avenue, and that's Gaithersburg. At that site, we'll offer the opportunity to work with folks on next steps for their housing, recovery, check-in, food. We'll also continue to provide crisis services. We'll also have medical staff on board to assist folks with medication and things like that. So that's going to be a critical site for providing ongoing care. We'll also continue to provide services just at the community center here on site. For fundraising, that is a huge part of assisting these folks in recovering. The website for the fundraiser is going to be housed by Montgomery Housing Partners. The webpage for that is mhpartners.org, and then that's /Gaithersburg Fire /. Can
you do that again?
Yep. So the webpage is mhpartners.org /Gaithersburg Fire. That will be the county's primary site for fundraising. People often ask us, how much does that fund go towards the residents? 100% of that fund is provided for the residents. We have a recovery team that will continue to outreach to the community. Recovery starts today, but HHS will be with these residents throughout the coming months. Our goal is to work on our short-term needs, dealing with their crisis needs, and then long-term housing solutions for these residents. That's everything from assisting folks who do have insurance or folks who may not have insurance, and that will be long-term assistance. But best place for any residents to start is to show up at Borough Park today and check in with our team. Any residents who may not be here today, we will work through, reach out to them. We have a residents list, we'll call them. But HHS is here to support those residents in long-term recovery needs.
Do you know how many are displaced?
At this point, I don't have a full count. We're in the middle of doing a screening because we want to make sure before we give out a number that we have an accurate number. And sometimes you may have family members visiting. You might have, an extended family that's in tow, so we're just not 100% sure on the final number.
And these are condos and rental units?
Yeah, so it's very common. People do subletting some of their condo units. So there's going to be some rental units within here, some that are owned. So that's why sometimes I want to make sure our numbers are correct before we say a number.
And sorry, the name of the center one more time.
It's the Activity Center at Borough Park.
Can you spell that?
Yeah, so it's spelled BOHRER. Yeah, and it's right next to Gaithersburg High School.
Are there any shuttles taking?
Yeah, we'll provide shuttle service as well. We have a mixture of folks. Some folks have cars, but they just can't get to them right now. So we'll make sure we'll have a shuttle service to bring them there and back, depending on how long they need to be there. Meals are also being provided here and also at the Activity Center. Most likely, yes.
Fair to say that dozens of people are...
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right.
So let me expand on Bruce's number of dozens. So remember, we talked about 4 buildings, 6 units per buildings. That's 24 units with the potential occupancy using 2 to 3 persons per unit. We could be clearly at 50 to 75 people impacted because of the 4 buildings. We're still making an assessment on any of the other buildings in the complex, but again, that 24, 26, 28, and 30 will be displaced for the immediate term and maybe for a midterm or more.
Can I just ask you
Bear with me. I'm going to start over here because I heard that, and then I'm going to go my right to my left.
This is just on the same line. At the last briefing, you said there was 9 units that had yet to check out. Today, you just said there was 1 building was everyone was accounted for, and then there's 1 unit in the other building. So of the 9 that hadn't been checked out previously,
Right.
1 remaining.
Yep. So let me refresh what we said at 10:30.
Yep.
There's 6 units per building.
Yep.
Based upon the structural damage, all 6 units in 826 are damaged significantly as part of the explosion. The 3 units on the left portion of 828 are also impacted by the structural collapse and the explosion. That's how we get to 9 units, okay? The remaining units in 828 were searched by fire rescue personnel with confidence that there was nobody in any of the other units in 828. As our team has worked through this, the investigators have made contact with all of the occupants in 828. Again, everybody in 828 is accounted for. There is 1 unit from 826, which is unaccounted for. Does that help and clarify that?
So the other 5 have...
All of the other 5 units in 826 are accounted for.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Darcy?
Yes, so you mentioned September 22nd, I believe, building
Yep.
826, there was a gas leak call. What more can you tell us about that? Who was it the fire department? You responded? What was the result of that? Was anything fixed?
So we did respond. The fire department responded to that event. We are reviewing the information on that. We'll be able to provide that to you hopefully at our next activity. Okay? I don't have that information yet, Darcy, but we will provide that. I'm going to stay. Okay?
Chris Finkley, CBS News. Did the timing of this, the fact that it maybe happened when folks weren't all at home, play into the fact that you've been able to track people down and that you don't have a higher injury and death count?
So indeed, as this is a very residential but also working class neighborhood, the 8:45 or so in the morning time frame compared to some of our other events being at midnight really plays a role in our occupancy numbers and our risk. So it has an impact. So yes.
Can you talk at all, any update on whether, so there was no work that was being done here last week pertaining to a gas line according to...
I don't have any information on that. Okay, we'll make a note, work to come back.
Was there work being done today at that building, any of these buildings?
No work being done.
Not necessarily gas work, but maintenance type work.
Inside of the buildings, no work that I'm aware of.
What about outside?
So the witnesses told us about a 9-month baby that
and they helped with his mother who left the building. You have any information about this baby?
Okay, so I can. So the question was, a resident talked about a nearly 1-year-old child that was assisted out of the building by other residents. I don't have any information about that resident, that person, and how they were rescued. There was a maintenance crew that used a ladder to assist somebody off the rear. I mentioned that already. And then there was another resident that reportedly jumped from a rear balcony and was assisted prior to fire department arrival by the maintenance crew or by residents on site. As I outlined earlier, of the patients transported, only 4 of them were children, and all 4 of those were in the mild to moderate category of injuries. So I hope that helps answer the information as we have it on this child's case.
Chief, a couple questions. At this point, what do you think led to?
Don't have any information, Stephanie, as to what led to this explosion. It's too early to identify what, how, where, or why.
And then in terms of the one unit that's still unaccounted for, any idea how many people were there?
No. As Patrick talked about, these are condos and maybe sublet condos. What we have from the maintenance office is one point of contact and name. That's what we're working with. Usually in an apartment situation, the maintenance office knows how many people are, on the lease for inside that apartment. We don't have that here, which makes a different approach.
And there was also a complaint made, we talked about September, but we did talk to people who said that they called 911 before 3 weeks ago. What is the process? Do you know any more about the process of how they're supposed to respond here? Fire response, maintenance department, maintenance from the complex respond as well. Is there any more information on what they say anymore that they responded following up to the September call?
So I'm going to ask you to repeat that, Stephanie, so I can capture it.
So do you know any more about what the complex's response is supposed to be to that previous September 22nd call that you know?
No, I do not have any information as to what the complex's response was. We have pulled our information for the September 22nd incident, and we were reviewing that. And as I said, we will hopefully at our next session have more information on that. I think you had a tie up to that.
I know, look, you went through it at Summit 1030, and I know you can't say exactly what made this happen. But can you just describe again for us what you guys encountered, your guys and gals, your teams encountered when they got here, and the damage to the building? I mean,
Sure.
This was a complete blowout, up, collapse, the whole shebang.
So 911 calls were received, and I would use the word a deluge of 911 calls were received right at about that 8:40 a.m. time frame, reporting explosions here. Those calls included an explosion at the elementary school, the pool house, and apartment building. So all 3 of these different types of structures were included in the 911 caller's narrative as to what or where the incident was. When our crews arrived, we did find an apartment building, which is building 826, with clear signs of building explosion, building collapse, as well as significant fire in that building and also in the adjacent building, which was 828. In any type of these explosions, and some of you have been with us for the other events we've had, you do have a debris field. You do have, evidence in front and around the building, and that is indeed the case here. You see signs of the building, parts of the building, in the parking lot, in the lawn behind the building. As I said, the crews were faced with patients, residents needing to be treated, as well as an active fire, as well as an actively collapsing or further decaying building, and the need to search the remaining parts of the building. So that's a good summary of what we found when we arrived at just before 9 a.m.
And natural gas is the suspicion at this point.
Officials here in Maryland again speaking about this incident that happened earlier this morning. 12 people injured in this apartment fire and explosion. Live now from Fox, sending some viewers off to a 2-minute break.
The gas to shut that fire, to turn that fire off. Is it involved? That'll be part of our investigative process.
To what Stephanie was talking about with residents reporting problems with gas before this, gas leaks that had to be repaired. How can you say that the gas has been shut off to that specific building But since this is the same construction throughout this community, how are you going to tell residents to feel safe here with these previous experiences?
So, thank you, and that was a question that came from the resident group at 10:30 when we were here before. I want to repeat what we said. Fire rescue crews have completed or still are in the process of checking all of the buildings in the 700 and 800 block even, which are these apartments behind me on this side of Quince Orchard Boulevard. Check all of those buildings, check all of the common areas of those buildings to determine and to identify that there is no active leaks, no active gas in those buildings. That is underway and will be completed very shortly, if not already. Anybody who comes home in this complex today, anybody in any complex throughout the DC region today, tonight, tomorrow, next week, who smells gas, their first priority is to get out of the building. Their second priority is to then contact 911. Contact 911, not their utility provider, and stay outside until after the emergency services are on site. Okay?
And just one more thing. You said that you only got that one call September 22nd. Other than that, you're saying crews have not been out here, and if that's not the case, then have you talked with the management company? Have they dealt with anything that you're aware of?
So I did say we were out here on September 22nd. I did answer Stephanie or Darcy and said that we have not talked to management and we have not interacted with them about their response to prior gas concerns. That information will be more forthcoming. Bruce.
Chief, thank you. It sounded like you haven't had a chance to check this out yet, considering all the other things that you're doing, but on some of the videos provided by some of the residents, there are cones and signs of digging like a trench.
Okay.
Are you aware of any of that, and can you speak to that a little bit?
I can, and that question was over here, and I'm sorry we skipped over that question earlier.
Oh, I asked about outside.
So there was work being done on the exterior of the rear of the building by a company. We are aware of that. We have talked to those folks. Those folks were witnesses, very helpful witnesses to the explosion itself. I believe they were involved with the rescues and the assistance of those people there. I will identify that there is no initial concern that work is related to a leak or to this explosion. And I use the word initial concerns at this time, Bruce. That's still too early to be able to rule out or rule in circumstances, okay? I'm going to ask this gentleman here, and then I'll walk my way back around.
I had so I know you don't have a lot of information. How do we follow up on this? And if there is something leading to a leak investigation, is there something that the people here can do to file a complaint, or who should we go to notify about this?
So as it relates to a helping of this investigation, if you have information about this event or information about prior events here, please see one of the fire rescue or police personnel on the scene, and we'll take your information for that.
Should we go to the city at all?
Bear with me. I'm talking about this event or prior leak events here. Please reach out to a fire rescue or police official here. Let me get a better answer for that broad question for the resident interaction between HHS and the police, and we'll make sure we provide that to you at their next briefing. Okay? Because yes, we are in the Gaithersburg City, and Gaithersburg City is very much involved in their city activities.
Chief, what about the injuries to the kids? Smoke inhalation, any burns?
No burn injuries were reported. No smoke inhalations. Nobody was taken to MedStar for smoke inhalation or burn injuries. I said they were taken to Montgomery County hospitals for mild to moderate injuries.
Chief, can you just clarify when you mentioned 45 days earlier? So you went back 45 days and found one report, is that correct?
So when I said 45 days, Darcy, that's an approximation to roughly whatever September 22nd is from now. So that may be just a little bit shy or more than that. But we went back a ways, and that was the only one we found, September 22nd, that dealt with 826 or anything else in that 800 block of Quince Orchard Boulevard. Okay? All right, I'm going to, Stephanie.
Chief, what's different for you this time around when you're seeing this explosion, because now we've been here a couple times?
What's different for me?
How is this different from some of the other?
I don't believe there's anything different at this time. We've had different complexes. We've had different dynamics. We talk about this before. In this general region, the DC region, there's roughly a building explosion once a year throughout this region. Montgomery County, throughout my roughly 30 plus years, it's usually every 5 or 6 years we have a gas related or building explosion that's gas involved. But to say different between this one and Littonsville, nothing that I can think of at the moment.
Do you have any concerns that the three major ones, Flower Branch, Littonsville, and now this one we're reporting on, these happening or the class communities that have all brought up around residents, immigrants, people who sometimes don't have many means to start off with?
Right.
Do you have any concerns there?
I don't have concerns about the incidents being in our equity impact areas. No. As you said, the members in these residential communities are challenged in some of their job as well as residential arrangements, and they are very much higher or deeply impacted by these events than they may be in other areas with different population base. One of the things that is extraordinarily strong about Montgomery County is how the county, as a collaborative team, comes to assist the residents with rehousing, with assistance processes. And that's because of the team of folks from nonprofits as well as county government that are here to assist these residents. Okay? So, 5 o'clock, everybody, will be back. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You're just listening there to officials in Maryland as they were giving an update at just about 2 o'clock on the East Coast. In about 2.5 or so hours, they'll give another update as 12 people were injured in this apartment fire and explosion. Of course, it was reported around 8:30 this morning in Maryland. They say 12 people were injured in this explosion and a structural collapse in an apartment complex in Montgomery County on Wednesday morning. Of course, a very, very scary scene there, as this was a scene from earlier here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be watching it throughout the morning in the DMV, the Washington, D.C. area in Maryland. Of course, 10 of those injured were transported to a hospital. 2 transported have critical, and the other 8, which were said to be 4 adults, 4 children, have mild or moderate injuries. Of course, we're following all these major stories here on Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue to get a roundup of some of the biggest stories from around the country and around the world. Of course, we're hearing from the State Department as they are providing an update on that conflict between Ukraine and Russia and the unlikely, they said that the missile that landed in Poland came from Russia, so certainly good for that conflict that's ongoing. Also, the new Congress set to take place as we're seeing senators speak on the Senate floor there at Congress. We'll take you out there as Mitch McConnell atop the Republican leadership once more. And also in Waukesha, Wisconsin, the sentencing of Darrell Brooks in that Christmas parade attack. He is giving some speech there at the end. We will take it out to you in full here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we're following all of these major stories, including also in Hawaii. President Joe Biden just touched down just a little bit ago after a busy week abroad. He was in Egypt and also Cambodia, and then most recently Indonesia at a G20 summit. Certainly a lot of world leaders on hand for that G20 summit in Indonesia. He just touched down in Hawaii in the Pacific Ocean there as he's returning stateside coming up as after the midterm elections, but there's still a lot of international headlines that we're following here on Live Now from Fox, like I talked about with Russia and Ukraine and that unlikely nature. We learned from President Biden last night that they were gathering some preliminary information. It was unlikely, quote, unlikely that it came from Russia just based on the trajectory, and they continue to look into that. Of course, we're following all these stories here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break and then get a roundup of some headlines next. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Quite a busy day here on this Wednesday as we're following some of the top headlines from around the country. Certainly a lot of international headlines, but also in terms of midterms and leadership within the Republican Party, as Mitch McConnell will maintain that leadership role on the Republican side, the GOP side. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. We are learning an update out of Los Angeles as Jay Leno, the former Tonight Show host, he is on the mend in Los Angeles after suffering second and third degree burns on his hands, chest, and face from a car fire in his garage over the weekend. A press conference was held just earlier today with his doctor, Dr. Peter Grossman, at the Burns Center at West Hills Hospital. It says he had serious injuries but is in good condition and good spirits. Let's listen in to some of these remarks as they were talking about Jay Leno from earlier here on Live Now from Fox.
Bennett. I do the public relations here at West Hills Hospital and for the Grossman Burn Center. Several of you have asked for an update on Jay Leno and also asked about information about burn injuries. And so we'd like to provide you with some really good information delivered by an expert. So Dr. Peter Grossman is the director of the renowned Grossman Burn Center at West Hills Hospital. He has served as chairman of Region 9 of the American Burn Association, which includes California, Oregon, Washington, and Hawaii. He has been appointed as an expert reviewer by the Medical Board of California since 2001. The diverse nature of Dr. Grossman's practice, which is inclusive of cosmetic surgery, burn, and reconstructive surgery, has made him one of the most sought-after surgeons in the region. In addition to being the author of numerous articles in multiple publications and peer-reviewed journals, Dr. Grossman's accomplishments have been featured on national and international television programs. He has lectured extensively around the United States on topics related to cosmetic surgery and the treatment of burns. So he's here today to give you an update on Jay Leno's condition and answer any questions you might have about burn injuries. So with that, let me introduce you to Dr. Grossman.
Quite an introduction.
I'm one of your biggest fans.
Well, thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Peter Grossman. I'm a plastic surgeon, and I'm the medical director at the Grossman Burn Center at West Hills Hospital, and I want to thank you all for coming. I know that you're all interested in the condition of Jay Leno, so I'll give you an update. I just got done speaking with him. First of all, I just want to say that he is so appreciative of the outpouring of concern for him. He's so appreciative of everybody across the country, really across the world, who has reached out. And he is doing well, but I'd like to give you a little update as to what happened. He was involved in an accident on Saturday, November 12th. He was working on a car when he was underneath the car, and a fire began. When he got pulled out of the area underneath the car, it was noted that he had pretty significant burns to his face and hands. He was initially taken to St. Joseph's Medical Center in Burbank, California, where they triaged him, and then ultimately was transferred to Grossman Burn Center at West Hills Hospital for definitive care of his burn injuries. His burns include his face, his hands, and his chest. The burns are fairly significant, and they are a concern of which we have to take care of and make sure that he heals appropriately. He's been undergoing care in the burn unit. He has undergone one surgery so far. He did well with that surgery. He is in good spirits today. He is still undergoing further treatment and will need another procedure later on this week. Our hope is that when everything is all said and done, he will do well. But burn injuries are progressive and dynamic, and it's hard to predict ultimately what the final outcome will be at this stage in the game. I can say that he has been a remarkably kind and engaging resident in the hospital here. He was passing out cookies to some of the children that were here today in the burn unit, and he is incredibly compliant, and we're very fortunate that he's been so kind to everybody here, because he is really demonstrative of what a great patient is, and we're very happy to have him part of our team. And he has become part of our team here, helping out with some of the other patients. Here at Grossman Burn Center at West Hills Hospital, we have an incredible team of skilled professionals, from nursing staff to technicians to operating staff, and all of them are geared towards taking care of the burn injured patient, as well as the other aspects of medical care that all other patients require. With that, I'm hoping to answer a few of your questions, and hopefully give you as much information as I can. Mr. Leno has been very open about allowing us permission to share information with you. So as much as I can, I'll help out, but I hope you will respect a little bit of some patient privacy. Jim.
Dr. Grossman, is a hyperbaric chamber being used, and if so, what does that do in the treatment of burn patients?
Mr. Leno did and continues to undergo hyperbaric oxygen therapy. What hyperbaric oxygen is going into an environment where you have 100% oxygen under high pressure. And what that does is increase the oxygenation to the plasma within the blood. And so higher oxygen circulates within the body. That helps the healing process, helps stimulate new blood vessel growth in areas that have been traumatized. It decreases the bacteria that normally surrounds a wound, and it also decreases the pressure and the swelling inside the tissue. Burns are progressive and dynamic by their nature, and sometimes a partial thickness burn or a second-degree burn can convert to a deeper burn because of the swelling that naturally occurs with an injury. By getting a patient into a hyperbaric oxygen chamber early, you can hopefully minimize that progression of a second-degree burn to a third-degree burn and hopefully improve outcome. And so we have been very aggressive with hyperbaric oxygen therapy with Mr. Leno, and he's been tolerating that well, and so that is part of the treatment plan.
So were these second or third-degree burns to his face?
The burns that he initially sustained were a mixture of deep second-degree burns and possibly some third-degree burns. As I mentioned, burns progress. We've been watching these. Some of the burns to the face are a little bit deeper and a little bit more concerning. Right now, they're in that progression of somewhere between deep second and third-degree burns to the face. We're hoping we can keep them from progressing by using these alternate treatments, including good wound care and hyperbaric oxygen, and aggressive surgical management.
When you say Mr. Leno has surgery and is going to have another surgery, what type of surgery, if you could share, did he undergo, and what does he face?
Mr. Leno underwent what's called a surgical excision and grafting procedure to his face, his chest, and his hands. His burns were in the mid-partial to deep partial thickness, which means some of, and in some areas, much of the thickness of the skin was injured. And in order to expedite healing, you want to remove the unhealthy tissue, which serves as a source of inflammation and a source of potential bacteria that gets into the wound. And so under anesthesia, those areas are vigorously cleaned and what we call debrided or shaved away. And then a biological skin substitute was placed over the wounds in order to expedite healing, create a wound healing environment that stimulates the body to progress in a positive direction. That's a temporary biological dressing, which ultimately will need to be removed, and then his wounds will be reevaluated over the next few days, and a determination as to what the final needs will be made when we return to the operating room later this week.
Do you foresee further surgeries?
Some of you are going to step away for a quick 2-minute break, and we'll stay with this press conference here out of West Hills in Los Angeles County.
Back to work maybe in a week. Sounds like that's not true. So he's still here in the hospital, and do you expect him to get back to work soon?
I've just met Mr. Leno this week, but I can tell you he seems to be a gentleman who really just doesn't want to make a big deal of this. He wants to move forward, and he's wants to get back to work. That's what he does. I had to tell him that he needs to step it back a little bit and just realize that some of these takes time. He's very compliant. He understands that, and so I think he's realizing that he does need to perhaps take it a little slower than he initially anticipated. But I do feel that he will be back to work at some point soon, and back to the things that he loves to do, obviously, which is working on cars and going out and meeting people. So hopefully we'll get him to where he wants to be. It may be slightly longer than what he had initially anticipated.
And it was a steam engine. Are the injuries from something like that a lot worse than a normal fire?
I think that ultimately you'll probably be better off being able to get an explanation of the vehicle from Mr. Leno, as he's more of an expert than I. My understanding is that while it was a steam engine of the car, the injury itself was secondary to gasoline and flame. And so his injuries are relatively significant because both of those combinations of the chemicals from gasoline as well as fire can be very detrimental to the skin, as you would imagine.
Doctor, do you plan on him making a full recovery? Is there nerve damage?
Currently, there's no evidence of nerve damage. I do anticipate him making a full recovery. Whether there will be remnants of this injury, it's still way too early to tell.
You said he was handing out cookies so he can walk around. Is he cracking jokes?
He's Jay Leno. He's walking around and he's cracking jokes, and he's I can tell you that he's incredibly kind to our nursing staff. He's very compliant. He's very appreciative of everybody here, and really an ideal patient, and yet one who understands the seriousness of his injury. And the fact that he is up and walking around, that kind of speaks for his stoicness, but he does have some serious injuries, and I think that we have to recognize that and appreciate that, and allow for some time for him to heal.
And doctor, if you had to give him a condition in the hospital, as we in the news report, fair, serious, critical, what would that condition be?
I say that his injuries are serious, his condition is good. Okay.
How is his wife doing?
His wife is obviously very concerned. She's by his side. They have a very close relationship, and she is doing as well as you can expect for a wife who's very concerned about her husband. Okay, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming here, and we'll try and give you some more updates as we have them.
That was Dr. Peter Grossman there from West Hills Hospital, as he was providing an update on Jay Leno suffering those 2nd and 3rd degree burns. The doctor said he was working underneath one of his cars. He wouldn't specify which of the cars because he's not a car expert, at his garage when the exhaust flare-up occurred. Of course, we're following this very, very closely here on Live Now from Fox. Jay Leno certainly, though, in a good spirits and a good condition, as they were detailing some of the injuries and also the ways that the doctors were working on those injuries there. So certainly good news out of Los Angeles. We want to shift over to the East Coast now, as we're hearing more remarks from the Senate floor. Of course, we will likely hear from Mitch McConnell coming up in just a little bit, as he was reelected as the Republican leader on that side in the Senate. We have not seen him speak yet, but there are several senators making remarks on the floor, so we will take you to you as soon as we can here on Live Now from Fox. I want to get into some other big news. We heard from the Department of Defense. We heard from the Pentagon. I want to jump now into a press conference from the State Department, as they will likely talk about the conflict between Ukraine and Russia and the ongoing ordeal that's going on around the world. Let's listen in from earlier here from this State Department briefing.
Good afternoon. Sorry about that technical difficulties. I don't have anything off the top today, so Myra, if you want to start us off.
Okay, thanks. So I want to ask a little bit about yesterday's events. We have a White House statement that basically says we haven't seen anything that would make us doubt what the polls are saying. But we have Zelensky saying he has no doubt that it wasn't a Ukrainian air defense missile. Why such a big discrepancy?
So, Humaira, I would echo what our colleagues from the National Security Council said, which is that we have full confidence in the Polish government's investigation of the explosion near their border with Ukraine, and we commend them for the professional and deliberate manner in which they are conducting it. And as the NSC said, we have seen nothing that contradicts President Duda's preliminary assessment that this explosion was likely the result of a Ukrainian air defense missile that unfortunately landed in Poland. As it relates to President Zelensky's comments, we've seen those, we're aware of his comments, and we're going to continue to convey information to our Ukrainian partners as the facts on the ground and more information comes to light. But like I said, we don't have any information to contradict Poland's preliminary findings.
Right. So Secretary yesterday had a call with his Ukrainian counterpart. Was there any pushback there from him saying that, like, we think this is coming, this is Russian fired? What was that conversation like? I'm asking because today we have this massive...
Sure. So Secretary Blinken spoke with Foreign Minister Kuleba last night, and the crux of that call was to continue to show our support to the Ukrainian people, but also exchange information. As part of these ongoing engagements with our partners, Secretary Blinken also spoke with Foreign Minister Rao of Poland. President Biden had the opportunity to speak with President Duda, and President Zelensky also had been in touch with President Duda to clarify facts as well. To widen the aperture here a little bit, Humero, I think one important thing to be very mindful is that wherever the final conclusions may land, it is clear that ultimately the party responsible for this tragic incident is Russia. We are having this conversation because of Russia's unjust and its barbaric assault on Ukrainian territorial integrity and sovereignty. And specifically, we're having today's conversation because Russia launched a barrage of missiles on Ukraine, specifically targeted towards civilian and energy infrastructure. And so, like I said, we're continuing to engage with our Polish partners and our allies in the region. But again, we've not seen anything to contradict what President Duda had been saying.
But are you guys a little bit surprised or confused by what's coming out of Ukraine and Zelensky?
Again, we're aware of President Zelensky's comments, and we're going to continue to convey information to our Ukrainian partners, but we do not have any information that would contradict Poland's preliminary findings.
And just one last thing on this. When Secretary was speaking with his Ukrainian and Polish counterpart yesterday, was there any urge of calm and more measured public statements in any of those calls? Because the initial sentiment right after this happened, obviously nobody knew anything, but was panic. So was there any urging from Secretary Blinken that, like, to take the temperature down?
I'm not going to get into specifics of the conversations beyond what we read out, but I think you've seen across the interagency us speak in unison about the need to get to the bottom of the facts and to a need to get all the information out there. And that's what I indicated to you all yesterday when you asked about this, and I would reiterate again that we don't want to get ahead of the work that is taking place, the investigation, and we remain in close touch with our Polish counterparts. But we have seen nothing to contradict what President Duda's preliminary assessment was. Jenny.
Have there been any conversations with Russian officials in the wake of this missile attack? General Milley said he was unable to get in contact with his Russian counterpart. So has anyone from this building been able to get in contact with anyone?
I don't have any specific conversations to read out with Russian officials.
You're seeking out at all to have a conversation around this?
I think the broader concern here, Jenny, is like I said, is that we are having this conversation in light because Russia decided to unleash a barrage of missiles on Ukrainian territory with the direct intent to target civilian infrastructure. And so what we're going to do is we're going to continue to support our Ukrainian partners as they defend their territorial integrity and their sovereignty. And as it relates to the events in Poland yesterday, we're going to continue to engage with our Polish partners. As the president said yesterday in Asia, we've agreed to offer support throughout this whole process, and we're going to continue to do that and remain in close touch with our Polish counterparts.
Milley also said he sees there could be potentially a political solution environment between Russia and Ukraine right now to discuss diplomacy. Does the U.S. State Department agree with that assessment?
Well, you've seen even President Zelensky speak about the need for this conflict to resolve through diplomacy and through negotiations and discussions, but we have not seen any kind of concerted effort from the Russian Federation to do so. And so the part that we're going to play is that we're going to continue to support our Ukrainian partners through security assistance, through humanitarian assistance, and we're going to continue to hold the Russian Federation accountable for its actions, which we've done so through sanctions and export controls and other measures as well. Alex.
Thanks, Matt. I want to go back to your exchange with Humera. You said we have nothing to contradict President Duda's comments. Is there any particular quote or comment that you're referring to? I just want to make sure we are on the same page here.
Sure. So you saw clearly President Duda offered a preliminary assessment that this explosion was most likely the result of a Ukrainian air defense missile that unfortunately landed in Poland. And what I was offering to Humaira is that we have seen nothing that contradicts those preliminary assessments.
But you also have nothing to contradict what President Zelensky said, right? He said, I have no doubt that it was not our rocket.
Alex, we have seen President Zelensky's comments, and we are continuing to engage with our Ukrainian partners and convey information to them. That was in large part of the crux of Secretary Blinken's call with Foreign Minister Kuleba yesterday, is to convey information and to have that discussion. But as I said before, we do not have any information to contradict Poland's preliminary findings here.
We have this situation, like two contradicting statements from two neighboring countries. This doesn't look good. I mean, it does create an impression that some side, in this case the West, is being part of a cover-up. Can you just explicitly say that we are not going to, at any point, be part of any cover-up in this case?
Alex, I think you're trying to categorize something that's not there. I will let President Zelensky and our Ukrainian partners speak for himself and themselves. We've seen those comments, and we continue to engage with them and directly as it relates to conveying information and offering information and facts as as those come to light in conjunction with our Polish partners. But again, we have not seen anything to contradict President Duda's preliminary assessment on this, which was that this explosion was most likely caused by the result of a Ukrainian air defense missile that unfortunately landed in Poland. But again, I would be remiss not to again reiterate that we are having this conversation because back in February, Russia decided to unjustly and illegally invade Ukrainian territory and assault Ukrainian sovereignty. Ukraine has every right to defend itself. And specifically in the actions of this week, we're talking about this because Russia decided to unleash a barrage of missiles on Ukraine, directly targeting civilian and energy infrastructure. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Iran continues detaining children, 43 of them based on New York Times. When does the U.S. plan to request the UN Human Rights Council convene to condemn Iran's actions especially children, and killing of more than 300 demonstrators?
So, a couple of things. First and foremost, we continue to be deeply concerned about the reports of mass arrests and sham trials and now death sentences for protesters. For over 2 months since these protests have began, security authorities have killed hundreds of peaceful protesters who are outraged, as we are outraged by the death of Mahsa Amini. Many of these have been women and girls. And the bravery of Iran's women and girls are continue to be the face of these protests, and the violent crackdown and their resilience is an inspiration to the world. Specifically on the UN, on later this month, on November 24th, the UN Human Rights Council will hold an urgently warranted special session to address the worsening human rights condition in Iran, especially as it relates to women, girls, and children. The U.S. strongly supports this call for a special session, which was requested by our German partners and our partners in Iceland, and the world is watching in horror as the Iranian regime continues to violently crack down on peaceful protesters by its citizens. I will echo what Secretary Blinken said in September, which is that the Iranian government needs to end its state-sponsored violence against women and to allow peaceful protest. The U.S. is going to continue to voice our support for human rights and our support for the Iranian people.
And another question about the drones and missile attacks of Iraqi Kurdistan and targeting civilian camps of Iranian Kurds over there. Personally, I visited over there a couple of times. No any military activities over there. And what's your plan and how will be your response to stop this kind of attack by Iranian regime, because it's targeting Iraqi Kurdistan as your partner, whole of Iraq, and happened a couple of times. And so why I'm asking this question, because Iraqi sky is under your control and you are a powerful country and you have a technology, you have a stronger army and technology. Please.
So you've seen us speak to this a number of times before, and what I would say as it relates to Iran and the continued malign and destabilizing activities that Iran takes part in, not just in its immediate region, but in the world more broadly, we have a number of tools at our disposal to continue to hold the Iranian regime accountable, and we've done that. You've seen the State Department and the Treasury Department do that as recently as today and as recently as this week. But specifically on the attacks in Iraq, you saw we put out a statement on this very subject earlier this week, in which that we strongly condemn Iran's continued missile and drone attacks against the Iraqi Kurdistan region, and we call on Iran to stop these attacks and to refrain from further threats against Iraq's territorial integrity. And we stand with our partners, the government of Iraq's objective to preserve the country's security, stability, and sovereignty.
But your ally and your partner believe statement is not work. You should do it something.
Like I said, we continue to have a number of tools at our tool belt to hold Iran accountable. I'm not going to read them out from here, but we'll continue to do what is in our power to hold the Iranian regime accountable. Shannon, you had your hand up before?
Can I just follow up on Iran?
Let me do that, and then I'll come back to you. Go ahead, Humaira.
You just said for over 2 months since these protests have begun, security forces have killed hundreds of peaceful protesters. I heard you right.
Yes.
Yeah. Is that an independent U.S. assessment?
I will see what the site we have on that, but I believe that we've previously cited credible human rights organizations in the region who've been offering that statistic, but I will see if we have more specifics. Shannon.
Looking ahead to further engagement with China next year, with the Secretary traveling there, wanted to ask you on the outlook of North Korea. Do you think that, or does the department think rather, that China can step up and be a partner in countering North Korea as it moves toward what we anticipate will be a nuclear test and continues to fire missiles regularly?
So in the bilateral meeting that President Biden had with President Xi, he raised concerns about the DPRK's provocative behavior and noted that all members of the international community, including the PRC, have a vested interest in encouraging the DPRK to act responsibly. And the PRC has a responsibility to make clear to the DPRK that Pyongyang should not engage in unlawful and destabilizing nuclear or ballistic missile tests. President Biden raised that directly. And we continue to be open to engaging with the PRC to manage the threat posed by the DPRK, not just in the region, but the threat that they pose more broadly. Our belief continues to be that we must limit the DPRK's ability to advance its unlawful ballistic missiles program and its weapons of mass destruction program. And our goal continues to be quite clearly the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. And we remain prepared to be engaged in sustained dialogue and serious diplomacy towards making that progress, whether that be with the PRC or other partners in the region, like our partners in the Republic of Korea and Japan, who have also, we've been engaging quite closely on this. So yeah, go ahead.
Yes, my question is on Mexico.
Sure.
Last Sunday, hundreds of thousands of Mexicans participated in massive pro-democracy demonstrations across the country in defense of the Independent Electoral Institute. What is the State Department's position regarding these demonstrations?
Thanks for your question. So we are aware of the Don't Touch the National Electoral Institute protests throughout Mexico that took place this past weekend, as you mentioned. And our viewpoint is this, is that independent institutions free of political influence are a cornerstone of democracy, and nonpartisan electoral institutions in particular ensure that all voices are heard in fundamental democratic processes. But I don't have anything other specific to offer.
Follow up on the same note, Senator Bob Menendez, the president of the Foreign Relations Committee in the Senate, said this week that he expects that the Biden administration will ramp up its efforts to support Mexico's democratic institutions. What is your reaction to this to the senator's concerns?
I don't have any specific actions to preview or to share that are coming down the pike. What I would say is that Mexico is an important regional partner on a number of issues. But as it relates to these protests, we're aware of them, and our viewpoint is that independent institutions that are free of political influence are a cornerstone to democracy. But I don't have anything else to offer.
Concerns, right?
I've not seen the senator's comments, and I don't want to get ahead of any potential American action or anything like that. Go ahead in the back. Him, then I will work the room. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Jahan Zebali from ARY News TV. Former Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan finally backed out of his allegations on the United States. In his recent interview, he said he no longer blamed the U.S. administration for removing him from power. What are your thoughts on this?
So let's take a little bit of a step back. The U.S. values our long-standing cooperation with Pakistan and has always viewed a prosperous and democratic Pakistan as critical to U.S. interests. That remains unchanged. And we don't have a position on one political candidate of a party versus another. We support peaceful upholding of democratic, constitutional, and legal principles. And ultimately, we will not let propaganda, misinformation, and disinformation get in the way of any bilateral relationship, including our valued bilateral partner with Pakistan.
What do you say about his recent statement? He backed out.
As we've previously said, there is not and there has never been a truth to these allegations, but I don't have anything additional to offer.
In that interview, he also termed his Moscow visit as embarrassment. He said that it was embarrassing to visit Moscow on the day of the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. Earlier, the statesman were totally different. He was saying that it was in the national interest of Pakistan, that's why he visited Moscow. So again, he's backing out his previous statements. Any thoughts, your comments?
I really don't have anything else to offer on Foreign Minister or former Prime Minister Khan's comments on that.
His recent statements suggest that he's trying to reconnect with the United States. Is there any recent contact with former Prime Minister Imran Khan or his party members? Because there were rumors that ambassador, U.S. ambassador in Islamabad, met with the leadership, with this party leadership in Islamabad?
I don't have any specific meetings or calls to read out, but to the front part of your question, again, the U.S. values our long-standing cooperation with Pakistan and has always viewed prosperous and democratic Pakistan as critical to our interests, not just in the region, but also the world more broadly.
One last question. So the UN session, there was voting in United States General Assembly, and your close partner, India, was absent. Apart from India, there were like total 75 countries: Bangladesh, Bhutan, Brazil, Egypt, Indonesia, even Israel, Nepal, Pakistan, South Africa, Sri Lanka were absent from the voting. I mean, what's the reason United States not able to get these countries to vote against Russia?
I will let our mission in New York speak more in detail about any potential resolution vote. But what I'll say is that since the first days of Russia's unjustified and barbaric and unprovoked war against Ukraine, we have had continuous communications with our Indian counterparts about what we can do together to hold Russia accountable and to impose consequences for its brutal war. The Secretary had the opportunity to host External Affairs Minister Jaishankar here a number of months ago. They also had a bilateral engagement on the margins of the ASEAN summit as well. And although we may sometimes vary on our policy approaches, we, the United States and India, share a commitment to upholding the rule-based international order that respects territorial integrity and sovereignty. Go ahead.
Back to Poland and Ukraine.
Sure.
Did Ukraine offer you through diplomatic channels anything to back the claims by President Zelensky that it was a Russian missile?
I don't have any other specific details to offer from readouts of calls that we've had with our Ukrainian partners. I will again reiterate what I've said to your colleagues in the room, which is that we are aware of these comments, but ultimately, as we've said before, we don't have any information to contradict Poland's preliminary findings. But again, I think the important thing to remember here is that these actions, these follow-on actions, are all a result of Russia's unjust and barbaric war in Ukraine, and specifically the events in Poland are a result of Russia's barrage of missiles on Ukraine, on Ukrainian territory, with a direct attempt to hit civilian infrastructure, energy infrastructure, which is appalling. We condemn it, and just another example of Russia's barbaric actions.
What is the U.S. engagement in the investigation on the ground in Poland? And also, are there any measures that could be undertaken to prevent such accidents in the future if that was an accident?
So I'm just not going to get ahead of the work that is ongoing as it relates to the investigation. We remain in close touch with our Polish counterparts. As you saw, President Biden spoke to this yesterday. He, as the United States, agreed to offer our support. These processes are ongoing, and we continue to remain in close touch with our Polish and NATO partners as well.
Do you know what agencies are helping?
Again, I'm just not going to get ahead of this ongoing investigation. And as we have said, and as our colleagues at the National Security have said, we'll continue to assess and share any new information transparently as it comes to light. Shannon.
It's the same topic.
Let me go to Shannon and I'll work through them. You got a couple questions already, Alex. Go ahead.
President Zelensky is saying that Ukraine should be allowed to participate in that ongoing election. Is that something the U.S. would support?
You mean ongoing investigation?
Yeah, ongoing investigation.
So I will let our Polish partners speak specifically to the ins and outs of what's happening specifically on the ground. But again, what I will say is that we do not want to get ahead of this work, and we remain in close touch with our Polish partners, of course, our Ukrainian partners, and NATO as well as this process continues to unfold. Go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to follow up on the bilats today between President Biden, Secretary Blinken, and Rishi Sunak. So does the U.S. trust Rishi Sunak to resolve the Northern Ireland Protocol issue with the EU? And would you say that there is now a better understanding of the UK perspective on the issue?
So I don't have any specifics to offer about that bilateral meeting beyond the readout that the White House offered. But what I can say is that the U.S. Is grateful for the extraordinary collaboration that we have with our ally, the United Kingdom, particularly as we work together hand in hand to address a number of issues and a number of areas of common interest. And that partnership and that collaboration, of course, transcends any one particular government in the United Kingdom. I know that President Biden had the opportunity to speak to Prime Minister Sunak when his government was first formed. I know that they were pleased to be able to meet in person on the margins of the G20, and Secretary Blinken himself has had a number of direct engagements with his counterpart, Foreign Secretary James Cleverly, at a number of instances as well, and this is a relationship we're incredibly grateful for. Jenny.
On Haiti, the convoy was attacked the other day. Has the U.S. attributed who was behind that attack?
We don't have any additional updates to offer beyond what we read out when this event took place, but just to reiterate some of that information again, on November 14th, armed individuals fired shots at a convoy that was made up of Haitian National Police vehicles, U.S. Embassy vehicles, Haitian commercial vehicles during the morning. No embassy personnel were injured and don't have additional information beyond that at this time.
And is the U.S. any closer to finding a nation to lead this potential task force to Haiti under the auspices of the UN?
This work continues to be ongoing, and we continue to work directly with not just the government of Haiti, but also other allies and partners as well. I mean, as you saw last week through actions from the Treasury Department and the State Department, we have continued to hold those accountable who have been the cause for some of the humanitarian suffering that we're seeing in Haiti. As you know, a U.S.-Canada joint operation played a role in delivering vital security-related equipment. That equipment specifically played an integral role in the Haitian National Police's ability to end gang coalition control of the Port of Vero fuel terminal, which took place last week. You saw the Secretary speak a little bit about this in Munster. And so this work and our efforts to support Haiti are ongoing, and we continue to engage through bilateral relationships that we have, but also in multilateral fora on steps forward. Go ahead, Alex.
My Ukraine question actually has been addressed. Shifting to the South Caucasus, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Do you have anything for me on Ambassador Rieker's upcoming trip to the region? He's going to go there next week, as he said to me.
I'm not aware of specific travel for Ambassador Rieker, Alex, but I can check with the Bureau and see if we can get back to you and have any metrics to offer.
Thanks so much. Anything on the Secretary's phone calls to Baku and Yerevan last 2 days? He urged the sides to schedule further talks as agreed in Washington. Do you know at what level he wants the sides to meet next time, and also is there any deadline?
I don't know if there's any deadline. What I will say is that the Secretary's continued engagement on this is a direct a result of the United States' commitment to promoting a peaceful future for the South Caucasus region. I don't think I have anything more to offer beyond those readouts, but this is something that, of course, this entire building and Secretary Blinken are paying close attention to, and ultimately we believe that direct dialogue is key to resolving this issue, and it's why we continue to remain very deeply engaged on this.
So Turkey is pushing Russia and Ukraine for peace talks, like trying to mediate them. Are you on the table too? Like, is the United States also part of the negotiations?
Well, you have seen even President Zelensky speak to the fact that an end to this conflict will likely need to come through discussion and diplomacy and negotiations. But we have yet to see any kind of concerted effort from the Russian Federation to do that. And so in the interim, what we're going to do is we're going to continue to support our Ukrainian partners through many of the lines of efforts that I spoke about early, continuing to offer security assistance, continuing to offer humanitarian assistance, continuing with our allies and partners to hold the Russian Federation accountable through sanctions, through export controls, through other measures. Any effort about this should not take place without Ukraine. And our belief continues to be nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine when it comes to Russia's brutal invasion that continues to be ongoing.
One more question on this one. The
Go
role
ahead.
of CST, or Collective Security Treaty Organization, is there any assessment on your end at how much it is involved in Russia's supplying its missiles and other arms that they're using in Ukraine? I'm asking because Putin is planning to go to Yerevan next week to attend the summit of the CST.
I'm not going to speculate, Alex, or get into a hypothetical here, but what I would just say again is that it is Russia that is infringing on the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine, and that Russia could end this war by leaving Ukraine, but if Ukraine did not stop fighting, Ukraine would end. And so, again, what we're going to do is we're going to continue to support our Ukrainian partners through a number of lines of efforts that I just spoke about.
Have you been in touch with the CSTO members and urging them to refrain from helping Russia?
I'm not aware of specific calls to offer, but we have been quite clear that any country that it would be deeply problematic for any country to play a role in assisting Russia as it takes part in its unjust and barbaric invasion and brutal attacks in Ukraine. Myra.
One thing we don't. So the Polish president said both Poland and U.S. would have to agree for Ukraine to take part in the investigation into the whole missile incident. Given that there's such discrepancy between you guys and what Ukraine is saying, does the United States want to give Ukraine access so that they can take a look at the wreckage or do their own investigation?
I don't have any specifics to offer about our role in the investigation beyond President Biden saying that we have, of course, agreed to offer support, but I'm happy to check to see if we have anything additional to offer.
Do you know which part of the U.S. government has taken part in these investigations and which part needs to approve Ukraine's potential involvement?
Again, I just don't have any other specifics to offer on this right now. One more, Jenny. I don't have an update on this beyond what I addressed earlier in the week.
So you don't know which penal colony she's been sent to?
So we through our lawyers are aware of her location and are in frequent contact with Ms. Griner's legal team, but formally the Russian Federation has still failed to provide any official notification for such a move of a U.S. citizen, which we strongly protest. Our embassy and our mission in Moscow has continued to press for more information about her transfer and her current location, and those requests continue to be ongoing.
Has anyone from the embassy been able to speak with her since she was relocated?
Not to my understanding. All right, thanks everybody.
Thank you.
That was the State Department there in Washington, D.C., providing an update on the Ukraine-Russia war, of course, Iran, and much more as we continue here on Live Now from Fox. We're, of course, following these international headlines very, very closely. Of course, also the UN General Assembly meeting today. Here's Albania speaking. We saw the United States representative talk just a little bit ago. So, of course, we'll take you out to some of those remarks in just a little bit. But first, coming up after the break, we're going to head to the Capitol, the U.S. Capitol building there, as the GOP electing leadership and in favor of Mitch McConnell once again as he faced off with a tough Senator Tim Scott there in Florida. So Rick Scott there in Florida, as they were longest setting himself up to become the longest serving party leader in the history of the Senate. We'll hear from Mitch McConnell coming up in 2 minutes. Welcome back into Alive and Now from Fox. We are certainly following all the big headlines today, including out of the U.S. Capitol, as Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell was reelected as the Senate GOP leader, fending off a challenge from Senator of Florida Rick Scott. We have this tweet up from Chad Pergram, our Fox associate in Washington, D.C. The leadership team includes the leader there, Mitch McConnell, Republican Whip John Thune, Conference Chair John Barrasso, Policy Chair Joni Ernst, and much, much more. We heard from the GOP and some of their leadership team after this vote here earlier today on Live Now from Fox. Let's listen in to some of these quick remarks from Mitch McConnell and others.
Well, it certainly was an honor to be selected by my colleagues to chair the NRSC for 2024. I'm honored to be on this stage as well with a couple of my colleagues who are all part of that class of 2014. It was Joni Ernst and Shelley Moore Capito. It was a night when the Republicans picked up 9 seats and flipped the majority control to Mitch McConnell. And so I will tell you that it's very important, and my highest goal here is to ensure that we secure a strong, sustainable, lasting majority for the Republicans in 2024. And I will tell you, we are fired up, we're excited, we're going to hit the ground running, and we're going to do everything we can here to fight for every seat.
Yes, you were reelected, but this is the first challenge you have faced in 15 years as leader. 10 senators voted against you, 1 voted present. So what lesson did you learn from this, and will you change your approach at all?
At first, I don't own this job. Anybody who wants to run for it can feel free to do so. And so I'm not in any way offended by having an opponent or having a few votes in opposition. As everyone has said, we had a good opportunity to discuss various differences. People had a chance to listen to both candidates. And I'm pretty proud of 37 to 10.
Mr. Leader, can you respond to former President Trump announcing that he plans to run for re-election? And do you believe that will help or hinder your chances in the Georgia runoff?
The way I'm going to go into this presidential primary season is to stay out of it. I don't have a dog in that fight. I think it's going to be a highly contested nomination fight with other candidates entering, and it's all going to be quite good for you all to cover.
How do you think it will impact your runoff in Georgia? Do you want former President Trump to come to Georgia?
We're going to do everything we can to get Herschel Walker elected. We can't pretty well determine who's going to come in. We'll see how that develops. Yeah.
Mr. Leader, as Manu said, first challenge in 15 years, has it made it more or less likely that you might consider stepping aside once you beat Mike Mansfield's record?
Look, I'm not going anywhere. Carl? Will you, Carl?
Yeah, so Senator, but we did hear from members that they wanted more inclusiveness, that some members feel they're being left out of the decisions, the process, the committees aren't working the way they should work. Do you think, are you going to make any changes along those lines?
Yeah, as you all know, I think a little differently from the Democrats. We meet 3 times a week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, have pretty fulsome discussions. And as Senator Cornyn pointed out in the meeting, any 5 of us can call a conference to discuss any particular issue. So we acquainted our members with the tools that they have. If they have an idea they want to promote, to convene a conference, just 5 of them for discussion. And I think that'll be used more often. I certainly welcome it. One of the nice things about being in the Senate as opposed to the House, you don't have so many people. And we're together a lot. And there are opportunities all over the place to float new ideas. I've never been opposed to it and won't be going forward.
Mr. Leader, is that to follow up to Carl then, is that to say that you are not considering any specific changes that some of these members are proposing? The 11 who didn't support you, those who are speaking to us, they want specific changes. And you're saying
Yeah, we just talked about how we're going to go forward.
My question is,
Yeah.
it sounds like you're not negotiating any further changes in high conference. Is that right?
You talked about the election.
There's nothing to negotiate. We've got a tool to get together often. Yeah.
You talked about the election yesterday. Can you talk about more specifically what lessons were learned and what
you might do differently in terms of political strategy heading into 2024, or what you might advise the NRSC to do differently heading into 2024?
Our problem you're talking in the real election, November the 8th, right? Yes. Yeah. Here's the problem. We underperformed among voters who did not like President Biden's performance, among independents and among moderate Republicans, who looked at us and concluded too much chaos, too much negativity, and we turned off a lot of these centrist voters, which is why I never predicted a red wave to begin with, if you all recall. I said all along this is going to be close. And the poll data we had in the states that we were trying to win, which is the ones we currently had, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Wisconsin, Missouri, this was a problem in all of them. It wasn't fatal in but one of them, and that was Pennsylvania. Dr. Oz was trying to run as a moderate, trying to appeal to those voters in Bucks and Chester County surrounding Philadelphia. That message got muddled at the end, which made it very difficult for him to achieve success. We had the same problem in Nevada, which is our best pickup opportunity. It reflected itself in Georgia as well, but fortunately, I didn't used to like the runoff in Georgia. All of a sudden, I like it a lot better than I used to. We got a second chance in Georgia to get it right, but that was the problem. The base turned out. We had significant Republican base turnout. We have a problem with people in the middle who still, even though there's not as many of them as there used to be, determine the outcome. Yeah.
How do you assess the NRSC's performance under Rick Scott, and will there be changes under Chairman Dean?
Yeah, that's up to Steve. I don't intend to assess the performance at all. I think, Steve, I don't know if you want to address anything about your plans for the future or not.
Well, other than there's been plenty of Monday morning quarterbacks and pundits. We're looking forward, and we're going to learn. There'll be lessons learned, certainly, from this last cycle. You always learn a lot, and we'll take those lessons learned and apply them going forward.
Has there been, in your view, I guess to follow up on the earlier question, what's your assessment right now of the health of the Republican Party? Is the party divided?
Well, look, I was here in 2008. Talk about getting clobbered. There were 40 of us, 40. It took us 6 years to crawl out of the hole after the 2008 election. I'm disappointed in the outcome this year, but 50 is a hell of a lot better than 40. And so it's still a 50-50 country. They've given us a 50-50 government again. I think what the public is going to be looking at is whether or not this narrowly divided Congress can accomplish anything that does them any good in terms of their lives. And so my message to the administration, and you saw some of it this year, let's find some things between the 40-yard lines that we can agree on and do them. And we did some of that this year: infrastructure, CHIPS, school safety, mental health. We need to make some progress for the American people, but it's going to have to be in the political center. If the House becomes Republican, there's no more one party running over us like they did through reconciliation. No more $1.9 trillion spending spree, plus another $750 in August that sent inflation through the roof. That's over. So my message to the president is, let's talk about doing some things that make progress for the country that we can agree on.
Mr. Leader, you mentioned that you have a second chance to get it right in Georgia. What do you think is the quickest lesson that your party can take away from just this past election ahead of that runoff? And I know you don't want to get into the politics and the presidential announcement with Trump, but the timing of the announcement. I certainly talked to a lot of Republicans here on Capitol Hill that take issue with the timing, saying that the focus needs to be on Georgia right now. Do you agree with that sentiment?
Yeah, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I don't have any comments about the timing of that. With regard to Georgia, we underperformed among centrist voters, independents, and moderates in Georgia. We need to try to do better in the runoff. And as I said, all of a sudden I'm a fan of the runoff. We've got another chance to get it right. And that's job one for us. 50 is better than 49, and we're going to give it everything we got. I'm going to take one more.
Mr. Leader,
Yeah.
Senator Cruz said that you all had a very vigorous discussion about the debt limit over the last 2 days.
No, we didn't talk about the debt limit.
Are you going to seek concessions from the Biden administration in order to...
That's one of the big things we'll be discussing. And it, once again, is a matter that will have to be dealt with on a bipartisan basis. The conditions upon which it's dealt with is something we always discuss every time it comes up. Thank you all.
That was Mitch McConnell as he was reelected as the leader there of the minority portion of the Senate, that being the GOP side, the Republican side. So certainly we heard from him as he fended off a charge from Senator Rick Scott out of Florida. We're watching that here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we're following all of these stories, including the New York Stock Exchange here. As you can see, it is bouncing up and down, now down about 40 or so points. Still above that 33,000 mark, though. So certainly up and down a little bit today, but we continue to follow that very closely here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We've had a busy afternoon here on this Wednesday. Of course, we want to get back to a story we've been following the last couple days out of Virginia. A very tragic story as they lost 3 members of their football team in a shooting, and we're learning new details on this Wednesday afternoon. Of course, out of the University of Virginia, the football team mourning the loss of those 3 players, and they have announced today that their home football game, their final home game of the year against Coastal Carolina, scheduled for Saturday, has been canceled. Of course, they still have a game on the road in a couple weeks against Virginia Tech. They have not made the decision about that one as of yet. Of course, there are also other teams from around the country that are honoring those that lost their lives, including Lavelle Davis Jr., Devin Chandler, and Deshaun Perry. Liberty, football, Virginia Tech, Old Dominion, James Madison, all going to be wearing this decal on their helmet for Virginia Strong this weekend on college football Saturday to remember those lost: Lavelle Davis Jr., Devin Chandler, and Deshaun Perry. Of course, we're following this very closely, and today the the victims' families were in court. The attorneys there were in court there as they made his first appearance in court, the alleged shooter. We want to take you out to remarks from the family attorney of Deshaun Perry, as well as a former football coach of his, as they continue to mourn this loss from earlier today. So let's listen into these remarks on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Haggard from the Haggard Law Firm, and I'm here with Gulliver Prep head football coach Earl Sims. We're here today to represent Deshaun Perry's family in front of all of you. We're here to tell Deshaun's story as best we can, as the family is up in Charlottesville and about to bring their boy home to Miami. The family will be available to the media when the time is right in a couple of weeks as they get through this initial grieving process and have services for Deshaun. I've met many of you over the years talking about the Parkland mass shooting, where I represented several families. When King Carter, a 6-year-old Liberty City young boy, was gunned down in his apartment complex. And many years ago, representing Edwin Pattis' family, a University of Miami senior football player who's about to graduate and go in the NFL draft when he was shot and killed. And unfortunately, I've represented hundreds of gun violence victims, and we're here again today. This is different for me. I did not know Joaquin Oliver. I did not know Scott Beagle. I did not know King Carter or Edwin Pata before their lives were senselessly taken by gun violence. I knew Deshaun Perry. I knew Deshaun for several years. I've known his mom, Happy, for several years, his father, Sean, because my son played high school football with Deshaun and for Coach Sims at Gulliver High School. My daughter, my son, and thousands of other kids across the country, from Gulliver, from Richmond Heights, from the University of Virginia, are mourning this loss of this tremendous light in our lives, which was Deshaun. I know you have seen this in South Florida, the tremendous impact that Deshaun Perry had on everyone throughout his childhood, throughout his incredible time at Gulliver Prep, and then what he has done at the University of Virginia in all aspects. When anyone met Deshaun, the first thing they would see is this gentle giant with this humility, this absolute humility for an incredible athlete, an incredible student, his kindness, his incredible character, and his uncanny sense of humor. But the first thing, as you see in this picture, that everyone noticed about Deshaun Perry was his unbelievable smile. His impact to people that were young, kids that looked up to him, older people that will only tell you whenever they talk to him, they heard two things: yes, sir, yes, ma'am. He impacted everyone, whether you're black, white, rich, poor, throughout South Florida, and obviously up in Charlottesville. Deshaun Perry is the American dream. He's a Miami story from Richmond Heights. His mom is a U.S. postal worker. His dad worked in corrections. He was an incredible brother to Dominique and Deshandra, his two sisters. And this kid grew up in our community. He played football, youth football at Sunnyland Park for the Richmond Giants, for the Palmetto Bay Broncos. He went to Gulliver and was not only a star athlete in football and basketball, but just an incredible student in all activities and obviously academics. Received a full scholarship to one of the top universities in the United States of America, the University of Virginia. You know, he's sitting there ready to graduate in the spring from UVA to get a master's degree in the arts, his passion for the arts. He had 2 years of football eligibility left to also continue to pursue his dream of going to the NFL. Played an incredibly tough football game in the ACC on Saturday. On his one day off, on Sunday, one day off that a major college football player gets, the day of rest, he goes on a field trip in his class to go watch the Emmett Till play in Washington, D.C. That's the type of student he was. Instead of blowing it off and saying, I got to rest, I'm exhausted, that's what he did. And on the bus ride back, as we all know, his life was senselessly taken in another incident of gun violence. When is enough going to be enough in this country? We lose 40,000 people a year to gun violence in this country. Deshaun Perry had made it. He had made it. He was at one of the greatest schools in the country, going to class as a great student athlete. And this is how the story ends. When the Perrys are ready to talk, they're going to talk to you about the issues of gun violence and how now it has hit so close to home for them, for Coach Sims and I, for this Miami community yet again, and across this country. This day is about Deshaun and talking about Deshaun and honoring him. It's always going to be about Lavelle Davis, Devin Chandler, who lost their lives, Mike Hollins, who's still struggling, and Marley Morgan, who was also shot in this senseless incident. I will tell you that the Perry family extends their incredible gratitude to the South Florida community, the Gulliver community, the Charlottesville community, the UVA community for their support. They also ask that everyone be there for them when they begin their journey as yet another family that has been impacted by gun violence. I'd like to turn it over now to Coach Earl Sims, who not only is Deshaun's coach, but his mentor and really his second father. So Coach Sims.
Thank you. First, I'd like to acknowledge the other two men, Lavelle Davis Jr. and Devin Chandler, and their families and communities mourning this senseless loss of life. Our South Florida, Richmond Heights, University of Virginia, and Gulliver communities all stand with the Perry family and express our sincere, heartfelt sympathies as we all mourn the loss of Deshaun Perry. Deshaun was a beautiful soul whom I, among many, had the privilege of meeting. If you look at his picture, and if you just came in contact with him, his smile would light up a room. I echo the sentiments of several of my colleagues when I say that Deshaun was a delightful, respectful, hard-working person who was one of the best overall young men our communities had to offer. Sure, he was an athletic, three-sport athlete with a high motor and a fierce competitive nature, but he was also, to his core, kind, thoughtful, and caring. Deshaun believed in God and had a strong faith. Some words from his fellow teammates from last night's Zoom call was, Deshaun loved people, he loved me. Deshaun helped people and showed us the way we should live our lives. Everyone on that call was grateful for his brotherhood. The last thing that I would say is he was like a son to me. He was a gentle giant who added value and purpose to my life as well as others. He'll truly be missed, but we'll make sure that his legacy lives on. There has been a huge outpour of support from each of the communities Deshaun positively impacted. And I ask that we all keep it up in the coming weeks because the family's going to need it. And that we please continue to keep all the families of the victims in our prayers. Before I step away from this podium, there are two things I have to read. And they are things that Deshaun created. in the form of English assignments. The first one is titled Bigger Than Me. I chose Bigger Than Me by Big Sean to represent my junior year because I had an epiphany. I had an epiphany that when we were in football practice and we were practicing with the teams from the middle school, one kid came up to me and said, I want to become just like you when I go to high school. I realized that it's not just about me in the sense of what I want to do, but the people that helped me get to where I am right now, and those ones who look up to me to this day. I know my parents have done all they could to get me into this school and give me everything that I have today. So in return, whatever I do in the future, I will make sure that whoever has helped me become successful will receive something in return. All I want to do is make my family and the city I'm from proud. And then one more piece. This was an assignment Deshaun completed about underdogs. This was his introduction, and it's a testament of how he lived his life. Imagine a situation where no one believed in you. Imagine every odd stacked against you, and it looks like you will never get the job done. Critics telling you that you are nothing and you will never win anything. This is what being an underdog feels like. I've been in many situations where I or the team I was playing on were considered underdogs. But even though there was the hate and adversity, we turned it into motivation and overcame those odds. Many people didn't believe in our team. People called us too small or a team without much talent. Many didn't believe what we could do, but we proved them wrong anyway. My favorite example of being an underdog and proving everyone wrong would be my first homecoming game of my high school football career. One that I won't forget as long as I live. Thank you.
Questions? For the coach, you said he was like a son to you. Do you have a specific memory or any details on why he was like a son to you? What made him so different than others?
I saw Deshaun every day because we traveled together to school. There's nothing that he wouldn't do if asked. I remember specifically asking him to go down to the middle school with me and just, help to inspire the young ones who look up to him to continue playing in high school. And he did without a doubt. He was always giving of himself. As a matter of fact, I also remember different community service events where we partnered with the Dolphins and we helped to create food baskets and a food giveaway, something that, he didn't have to do, it wasn't required. Same thing with the Cancer Challenge and same thing with many other events. But he always wanted to give. And that's what he lived for. And I think that's how he left, still giving.
Yeah, Mike, when you're speaking to his family, exactly what are they saying to you? What are they feeling right now? Obviously, this is such a difficult time for them, but exactly what are they saying to you?
You're talking about two parents who put everything into their children. Everything, their goal, their hopes, their dreams, and to see him succeed. And again, Coach Sims and I were talking about it's not about football. That was just part of it. To become the type of kid he was that always looked to give back at 18, 19, 20 years old, to already be thinking in your mindset, and to lose all of that as a parent. When your dream comes true, and then have it end like this. So they are in a deep moment of despair. They got to see him yesterday, which was extremely awful for them. The support up there is incredible. The vigil that they had at UVA, and now they just want to get him home and try to go on. You know, I would say every day by day, but I think it's more hour by hour, and get him home and continue, like Coach said, to honor him the rest of our lives.
You have represented the parkland shooting victims, the family members of Scott Beagle, a teacher who died there, and Joaquin Oliver, a student. You had mentioned that the parents want to address gun violence, and you were also talking about kind of a legacy. Do you think, has the family flagged that are we working with those parents and the family members of the Parkland murdered on issues of gun violence? Would that be part of his legacy now?
Well, I think the first thing that his mother Happy said to me is, I want to be part of this solution. We have to stop this. You know, I could tell you, I mean, Manny Oliver, Patricia Oliver, Linda Beagle, and Michael Schulman, the parents of Scott and Joaquin, were some of the first people that reached out to me. I mean, the hope I have for Happy and Sean is I've seen the incredible power of these parental victims before. I don't understand it. I think that they have some type of super strength. I truly, as a parent, cannot understand it. But Happy and Sean want to be involved in this. They know it's going to happen again. I mean, the worst part of this is that everybody in this room, everybody watching this news conference knows there's going to be another mass shooting in the United States, if not today, tomorrow. We all know that. And as a society, we have to do something. And this family is committed to doing that. And when they come home and get through the next weeks, I think they'll be incredible advocates, like unfortunately those before them.
Have officials in Virginia spoken to the family of why this happened? I mean, was there any dialogue as far as the intervention? I mean,
As we all know, the investigation is ongoing, you know, both in the criminal aspect and others. So most of the talks between the families has been about, you know, getting Deshaun home and dealing with those logistics, and obviously we'll be involved in the investigation.
Because there's some similarities between Parkland and this in terms of missed moments, right? With the shooter, with the gunman?
Yeah, I think today is obviously about Deshaun, and the investigation's ongoing, but we'll certainly talk about that at some point.
The reason why I try to flesh it out, as you were saying, as we try to get a little bit more of the parents and understanding, it sounds like from you that their focus is really going to be on gun violence. That's going to be their message when we hear from them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do we know when he's coming back home to Shanghai?
We're hoping today, but it'll be today or tomorrow.
any other questions?
I guess for the coach, when I was at Gulliver on Monday, I did have a chance to speak to, just on the side, some teachers who knew him. It really seems like the entire campus was absolutely devastated, but that was my impression. Are you able to help us understand the impact on the campus right now?
So it took a while for me to even be able to return back to my position as a teacher and coach. I just returned to school today. But the amount of devastation cannot be described, because every moment is dedicated to just thinking about the inconceivable happening. Deshaun was a beautiful flower in our garden at Gulliver. And when he got transplanted to his next school, we knew he was going to continue to grow. But, God picked that flower.
Coach, when you saw the news and you knew what happened, how you felt at that moment?
I was praying that his life would be spared. But when I found out that he had passed, I was shaken to the core. I have a strong faith as well, but I was shaken so much that I couldn't feel the feet under me. And I went and, to be with the parents. And that was tough because the amount of grief we all felt is because we knew the promise he had. And because it's like extracting life or extracting a huge tree out of the ground, certainly leaving a big hole. Still feel that every day. I thought initially that being alone would help me to process everything, but then I realized I needed to be around everybody who loved him and the people I loved too.
Any other questions? Christina?
You were just listening in there to the attorney and the former football coach of Deshaun Perry. As a very tragic scene there in Virginia as that happened just late Sunday night into Monday as we're watching here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we saw the first court appearance today for that accused shooter in that case. Let's listen to attorneys outside of that courtroom as they were speaking as well.
In Virginia. In Virginia, the first appearance is an opportunity for the court to advise the defendant of his or her right to counsel and make a decision, as you saw the court doing here today, of whether the person is going to hire an attorney or whether the person might be qualified for court-appointed counsel. That is the purpose of the first appearance in Virginia. There is no plea. And it would not be expected that a person who doesn't even have counsel at this stage would be in a position to enter pleas. So that was never something that was going to happen today. And I understand that other places they do it that way, but that's not how it is done.
Are you anticipating more charges?
Again, I'm not going to comment on anything relating to the facts of this case.
Can you read the statement again? What will happen in December at the next court meet, the next day in court?
All right. This case has been scheduled for what we call a status hearing in December. And for those of you who were in the court this morning, you heard the defendant say that he wanted to hire counsel. So one issue that we're going to take up in December at the next hearing is whether he has, in fact, hired counsel. If he has hired counsel, then there will be further consultation with that lawyer regarding next steps in this case. But in December, we will find out if he's hired counsel. Also, the judge today appointed the public defender office locally to represent him in the interim between now and when he may hire counsel. And so he does currently have representation, even though he's expected to hire counsel between now and our next hearing date.
So, Jim, we were in the courtroom.
I'm sorry. Yes?
Sure.
I'm CNN.
Yes.
Could you describe the difference between first-degree and second-degree murder? And the second part of that would be, can you tell us why you charge second-degree instead of premeditated?
All right. Thank you for that question. Again, I'm not going to respond because that would involve going into the facts of the case. With respect to the difference between first-degree and second-degree murder, again, you may want to look at the charging documents and the statutes involved and the language involved and draw your own conclusions.
Jim, we were in the courtroom and we heard you recite the statement of facts as to what happened on the bus, but just for our viewers so they don't hear it from us, could they not hear it from you about the moments leading up to the shooting? It'd be more powerful if they heard it from you and not just us.
Again, and I understand what you're saying. The statement has already been made in court, but I don't want to be the one making the statement here at this place as the prosecutor outside of the court. And I go back to my concern for a fair trial for Mr. Jones. So respectfully, I'm not going to do that.
Was it a drama class, and do you know what play they saw?
Well, that goes into the facts of that case, but I can answer. I don't know the answer to that.
You did say in court, just to be clear, Mr. Jones shot Mr. Chandler while he was asleep. Can you just put, it was a little difficult to hear.
That was what you said.
Is that a statement you made in court?
It was a statement that I made in court that was information that we had from a witness.
Thank you.
And you said that the sentence on this guy was suspended. Why would a judge suspend a sentence, and is there any kind of supervision if, in fact, that kind of a sentence is pronounced?
All right, the question is about the suspended sentences that Mr. Jones received on these other misdemeanor offenses. I think everybody is generally familiar with what a suspended sentence is.
Could you clarify?
Yes, a suspended sentence is when the judge convicts someone and decides that they should serve a period of time in jail. In this case, the period of time for each of the misdemeanor offenses was 12 months. However, the judge can decide that the time that the person has been sentenced to jail can be suspended. And so the punishment becomes the imposition of a suspended sentence rather than an active sentence. And so what the court is doing in those situations is giving the individual a chance. If you are of good behavior, then the sentence that rightly you might be required to serve has been suspended to give you a chance to be spared that time in jail, to give you a chance to keep employment, to keep housing, to be with your family, to be in the community. All those are reasons why the judge might decide to give somebody a suspended sentence. And of course, the sentence doesn't go away. You still have the suspended sentence, and if you're not of good behavior, if you commit a crime in the future during a period of good behavior, then the judge can call you back and say, well, I gave you a chance, but you failed, and now you're going to have to go back and serve that time. So,
is it unusual for him to have two suspended sentences with two different...
This is not at all unusual. And these were two sentences from two different jurisdictions, and each jurisdiction evaluated the case that they had in their jurisdiction. But in my experience, it's not unusual that somebody could be convicted and have suspended sentences in different cases, even in the same jurisdiction, in different cases from different jurisdictions. One point to be made here about Mr. Jones' criminal history is, if you will recall, he was arrested on all three charges at the same time. So, although the charges occurred at different times, none of those charges occurred at a time when he was serving or on a condition of suspended sentence and good behavior. So that is...
Jim, if this case goes to trial, could you see this? Sorry.
Related to that, is the charge of hit and run, property damage, reckless driving, the same transaction as a concealed weapons charge?
No, they're different offense dates. Yes.
Jim, could you see, if this does go to trial, this case being moved out of Albemarle County, potentially?
Well, you're asking a question...
It's way down the road. But...
Yes, it is way down the road, and I'm not a good predictor of the future. And the question is about whether there may be a change of venue in the future because of pretrial publicity. And I want to call your attention to what I said earlier about pretrial publicity. I'm trying to avoid that. other than legitimate pretrial publicity, which is what you hear in the courtroom.
Do you anticipate this being one of the hardest cases of your career?
Certainly, it's a very, very challenging and difficult case.
What was this judge's name?
The judge's name was Andrew Sneatherin.
Can you expand on what you just told her about how this would be a difficult case? Why do you say that?
Well, here I think we're straying into the facts. I don't want to make a public statement why this is a difficult case. I think it speaks for itself, and I'll leave it at that. But let me give you some background about myself. I'm a career public defender. I've had a lot of difficult cases. I became the prosecutor in Albemarle County on July 1st, you can't blame my glasses on this one, January 1st, 2020. So I'm new as a prosecutor, but my background is as a public defender. And it's that background that helps me to know how challenging and difficult this case is. As a public defender, I have represented people who were charged with capital murder and subject to the death penalty. I've done that 4 times. Let me tell you, those are challenging cases. So I know about challenging cases. And I know about cases that carry the highest stakes in our judicial system. So this is one of those cases.
Jim, I don't know if you can answer this, but did I read somewhere where the original judge recused himself from this hearing? And is that because that judge had ties to the university or something like that? Do you know?
Judge Courtois is the presiding judge in this court. He did recuse himself. The order of recusal is in the clerk's office. You can take a look at it. He recused himself according to the well, I have the order here, but you can go look at the order. He recused himself because he issued the warrants in this case, and therefore he did not believe that he was in a position to preside over the hearings that will be occurring in this case.
You're just listening to the attorney there outside of the courtroom as the suspect accused of killing those 3 football players, Chris Jones, appeared in court for the first time. He was denied bail during that hearing here on Wednesday. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back into Alive and Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Of course, we're following some very big stories here on Alive and Now from Fox, including we're trying to piece together some details out of the University of Idaho and the brutal murders of 4 people there. We are joined now by our Fox associate, Dan Springer. Dan, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now. What can you tell us about what we know at this moment?
Well, it was 4 students at the University of Idaho, Andy, and they were killed early Sunday morning. The police are putting it at somewhere between 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning on Sunday. Their bodies were not discovered until 12 o'clock later on that day, so there were a lot of hours that elapsed, but we're learning more about just how bloody and violent that crime scene was. The coroner here told me it is the most violent and most horrific crime scene she has ever seen in her long career. We know that it was a knife attack or some other sharp object that was used, and the coroner now has the bodies up in Spokane, and so the autopsies will be done today. We should know more about exact cause of death and things like that later on in the week. But right now we're looking for more answers. The police do have a news conference in a couple of hours. They've been very, very tight-lipped about the information. They say that they want to keep the integrity of the information to themselves, and so they can make it so it makes it easier for them to catch the killer. But right now there's just so many questions, and this very tight-knit community is looking for answers. And frankly, there's a lot more fear out there because they're being told that there is not a danger, an imminent danger to the public, that this was a targeted attack on these 4 individuals, these 4 students, but they're not giving any supporting information around that to let us know why they think that and why there isn't an imminent threat to other students. So right now we're just looking for more answers. Andy?
Definitely, and there's a lot of conflicting reports out there just kind of trying to figure out what's true and what's not. Can you tell us a little bit about how the community is feeling? Because on the campus of a university, kids are away from home, away from their mom and dad. Kind of what's the level, and like you talked about, a little bit of concern, even though police are saying that there is no imminent threat. Can you tell us a little, speak to what's going on there on the ground in Idaho?
Yeah, frankly, a lot of people aren't believing the police that there's no imminent threat to them. And so what we've heard from university officials is that a lot of students have left to go home. They are now with their families for an extended Thanksgiving break. There was even a vigil that was planned for last night at 5 o'clock, but they canceled it because so many students have left campus. There are some memorials that we've seen growing around campus, and there are still some students here going to classes, but again, we're being told by university officials that many of these students, out of concern for their safety and their parents being concerned, have left and gone home for a long Thanksgiving break.
That is certainly good to know. And we're also trying to piece this together. Like you said, we're hopefully hearing an update from police, but we're also seeing reports that there was a threat possibly back in September with a man. What do we know about the previous maybe, and do they think they're tied potentially?
If they think they're tied, we're going to find out in a couple of hours at the news conference. We don't have any information on that. There was some sort of a threat, a guy with a knife threatening some people. Beyond that, we don't know if there's any link whatsoever. We can't really report on that. We will ask about that at the news conference later on today.
All right, Dan Springer reporting to us from Idaho. We appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I know a lot of people want answers, including both of us. So thank you so much for joining us here.
Sure thing.
All right, thank you again so much as we continue to follow this story here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, police hopefully having an update in the coming hours here as blood was seen seeping from the house where 4 University of Idaho students were brutally murdered over the weekend as reports of a previous campus threat surfaced. Of course, we're following that very closely here on Live Now from Fox, Idaho, near the eastern edge of Washington and Oregon as well up there. So a little bit distant from some metropolises as we're trying to piece together all this information. We're going to hear from police hopefully within the next couple of hours to provide an update there. We're going to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox and get into some other headlines next. Welcome back into Live and Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. We were just learning more details out of the University of Idaho on those brutal murders of 4 university students. We are hopefully hearing a press conference coming up in the next hour or 2 as police will give us some more concrete details right now. Well, we're going to shift gears just a little bit as we continue to follow some of the biggest stories from around the country, including out of New York City and the UN General Assembly in session right now. I see up speaking is the Russian Federation, a member. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox and see what we can learn from this.
Конец цитаты. Далее он принес соболезнования Польше в связи с гибелью людей в результате
connection with the people killed as a result of the Russian missile attack, while stating, and I'm quoting, "Russia kills anywhere where it can reach," end of quote. Now, I would like to draw the attention of colleagues. These are statements made by a man who cannot fail to have access to information that it was Ukrainian missiles that crossed into Polish territory launched by Ukrainian air defense systems. That means that this is not just an intentional attempt at disinformation, but a conscious attempt to involve NATO, which is conducting a proxy war with Russia in Ukraine, to involve it into a direct conflict with our country. Now, the Russophobic authorities of Poland weren't very far off. From the very beginning, they unequivocally stated that they were the target of a Russian attack. The foreign ministry of this country summoned the Russian ambassador in the middle of the night to register their resolute protest. And this in spite of the fact that photos published in the social media in the wake of the event leave no doubt that it was Ukrainian air defense missiles that crossed into Poland. And now this has been confirmed even by NATO and overall in the West. If not for that, all these facts would be concealed from the public in order to promote the version of Russian guilt. However, it's very difficult to deny the obvious. Just as in the history of the missile strike by the Ukrainian armed forces against Kramatorsk on the 8th of April, which Ukraine tried to pass off as a Russian crime. However, photos of witnesses who happened to be there derailed this intentional and brutal provocation. Our former Western partners now don't like to remember that. And the Kiev regime has since then introduced punishment against all those who publish on social media materials that show consequences of any military strikes. This way, because Ukrainian citizens could involuntarily thwart the provocation of their authorities. Now, returning to this tragic incident, I cannot fail to mention that Ukrainian air defense systems have long had a bad reputation. At least since the moment when in October of 2001 over the Black Sea, during military exercises, a Russian civilian airliner was shot down, flying from Tel Aviv to Novosibirsk. 78 people died on board. Many recalled also the tragedy of that tragedy in 2014 when over the Donbass the Malaysian Boeing was shot down. The so-called international investigators, who included Ukraine, didn't even consider as a matter of principle the possibility of Ukraine's responsibility for that disaster. And over the past few months, we regularly see footage about the consequences of the Ukrainian air defense missiles falling on residential homes, which were used to conceal these systems. There are clumsy attempts to pass off these incidents as consequences of Russian strikes carried out with high-precision weapons against the military targets and critical infrastructure, while keeping silent that in case of a direct hit by such high-precision weapons, there would be nothing left of these homes. Distinguished colleagues, we have long ago stopped being surprised by your attempts in any circumstances, in spite of facts or common sense, to blame Russia for everything. And so today, in spite of clear evidence of the Ukrainian-Polish provocation, many representatives of Western countries have stated to the effect that even if the missiles were launched by Ukraine, it's still Russia who's to blame for destroying critical infrastructure. The lameness of this logic manifests itself in all its glory as it applies to the irresponsible shelling of Zaporozhye power plant. As everyone knows, Ukraine is behind that shelling. Some of you have repeated your favorite cunning mantra. If it weren't for Russia, we would not find ourselves in this situation. Well, I want to, for the umpteenth time, remind you we would not find ourselves in this situation if not for the fact that in 2014 in Kiev, with the direct participation of a number of Western states, a bloody anti-constitutional coup had not taken place. And the leaders of that coup chose from the very first day the path of distorting history and driving out the use of the Russian language, and thus provoked an acute internal civilian conflict. And we would not be discussing today what we're discussing if you didn't abet the Kiev regime and its unwillingness to fulfill the Minsk agreements, and didn't provide cover for its 8-year-long war against the inhabitants of the Donbass. In that case, we would not have had to begin the special military operation to protect the population of the Donbass. And if you had not interfered and did not supply Ukraine with weapons and ammunition, if you encouraged the Ukrainian leadership to strive for peace on realistic terms rather than fuel its feverish fantasies about the possibility of victory over Russia, for the sake of which the Zelensky regime is senselessly throwing tens of thousands of its soldiers into the meat grinder. If you reacted to the terrorist actions of the Ukrainian special forces against Russia, we would not be forced to conduct precision strikes on infrastructure. But since you're acting as you're acting, while the Kiev regime is taking credit for non-existent military prowess, we are forced to achieve the goals set for the special military operation by weakening the military potential of Ukraine, which was created first and foremost due to the unlimited supplies of Western weaponry. Now, we are used to the fact that Ukraine cannot be criticized. Any crimes by the Kiev regime are a priori ignored, or the blame is shifted to Russia. We are used to the disgusting fake material against Russia and its armed forces. I just want to ask you a rhetorical question. Has any one of you, for once, commented on the repression and brutality that the representatives on the Kiev regime have conducted on territory under its control against peaceful inhabitants? The kind of words they used to describe them, and the kind of atrocities they subject it to. Now it's taking place in Kherson. Earlier, it took place in other cities. All this is available.
You're just listening in there, Russian officials making some remarks. We just wanted to take it to you live here on Live and Now from Fox, of course, following this very closely, as there are a lot of international headlines that we're following here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to shift gears just a little bit here on Live Now from Fox and go to the other coast as we're following new weather and the Santa Ana winds. Certainly high winds gusting in Southern California. That's sparking concern over increased wildfire risk, power outages, and tough travel for high-profile vehicles like semi-trucks. We are joined now by Fox Weather's Max Gordon, who's trying to avoid being blown over. Max, what can you tell us about the winds out there in Southern California?
Yeah, it feels like I'm standing in a wind tunnel right now. You know, around me I can see palm trees that are bent over. We've got grass that's just completely laid over, trash flying all around. You know, driving up here, it was hard for us to even keep our news van on the road in the same lane, just because we felt the van rocking back and forth. And for some drivers, like one semi-truck driver, it was just too much. You can see this trailer that's laid over on the side of Interstate 15 right there. We've heard of other instances like this happening all across the Southland. Now, the Santa Ana winds are warm, dry winds that blow from October to March, formed when high pressure builds over the Great Basin and when low pressure sits over the California coast. With these high winds, there are concerns that power lines and trees could go down. There's been one gust of 104 miles per hour on one mountaintop. Now, these winds are making it difficult for motorhomes and semi-trucks traveling on local highways. And we've heard multiple reports, again, of toppled semis all across the Southland. Now, even though there's already been some rain this fall, low humidity combined with these blustery conditions have also set the stage for rapid spread if any fires start today. firefighters say that today they're on high alert and will be sending as many resources as possible to any fire that gets going.
Anytime we have a Santa Ana Wind event, our local firefighters are a little more on edge. We've had some of our significant fires in the fall that, we're actually right in one of our burn scars from 2003, the old fire, which burned more than 100,000 acres and more than 300 homes. So most of our folks know that Santa Ana wind season is when we see our extreme fire activity.
Yeah, making things even more difficult is that some aircraft can't even fly on days like today because the winds are simply too strong. Essentially, firefighters are just going to protect property and lives and really get out of the fire's path on windy, very blustery days like today. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Max. And can you tell me, are authorities warning those semi-truck drivers? Because a semi on its side, are they telling people to stay off the road? Are they telling those semi-truck drivers to stay off highways like that?
We haven't heard any word of any officials telling semi-truck drivers to stay off the road. I think it's really just, the knowledge of any semi-truck driver. If they feel that the winds are this strong, they should, probably pull over and not try to drive in conditions like this. But yeah, it's very difficult if you're driving a semi-truck or a high-profile vehicle like an RV. There are some gusts, wind gusts sustained of up to 40 to 50 miles per hour that can blow these things over, like the one you see behind me.
All right, thank you so much, Max. Get out there, out of the wind, as you are a sail yourself in these Santa Ana winds. So thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks.
As we continue on, we appreciate all of our Fox associates. We've seen Max Gordon around the country in snow, in hurricanes, and now in wind. So we appreciate his continued coverage of all those major weather events here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we're following all the major stories. Coming up, we are potentially hearing the final sentencing in Waukesha, Wisconsin. This is a look, as you can see, the American flag is there currently in a recess in this Christmas parade attack. We'll take you out there live as the potential sentencing from the judge. As we heard Darrell Brooks Jr. speak, his mother speak via Zoom at this sentencing hearing here on this Wednesday. But first, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live and Now from Fox. This is a live look inside that Waukesha, Wisconsin courtroom as the judge is setting to sentence Darrell Brooks in this Christmas parade attack. Of course, he is in now a separate courtroom. We've seen this happen several times during that trial as he's convicted of those 76 charges after that Christmas parade attack that killed 6 and injured some 60 more people. I want to take us back to some of those moments just before he got kicked out, just to see the context in which it happened, and then we'll jump into this trial, this sentencing hearing live. So let's go back and watch some of this here on Live Now from Fox.
And of course, the moments after. I, of course, through my sentencing remarks and ultimately what I do here today, I can't answer all of the questions. I can't address all of the issues, including the why. Perhaps the one question that will remain unanswered. Why? Why did you barrel down White Rock Avenue? Why did you not stop? Why did you keep going? Many of us in this courtroom sat through the entire trial. And what we learned is that very early on in the afternoon of November 21, starting at around 1 p.m., the police got ready for the parade. The staging area was set up, and that was all along White Rock Avenue. Signs were put in place. Ultimately, barricades were put up at a number of locations on Main Street and surrounding that. We know, because we heard from Sergeant Warner about what he had done, and he had, right before the start of the parade, had driven down the parade route. It was on his shoulders, his responsibility to make sure everything was safe and in order. What's important about that staging area, sir, is we know that that is where the altercation with Erica Patterson really came to a head. We all watched that video, multiple videos. And we know that even before that, you appeared angry and upset. 2 individuals testified about you being at that mobile gas station, how you turned the wrong way down a one-way street, waved your hands in the air, rolled down your window, either exchanged gestures or words with one of the drivers. Perhaps 30 minutes or so before the start of the parade, maybe an hour or so before you drove down the parade route. But what's important is the signage. Even you, at one point, I believe when you were talking with Detective Carpenter, noted, it was my words, my assessment, it was clear something was going on. I think what you said was, you'd driven past those signs on the staging area. The fact remains they were there, sir. And the fact remains is you told Detective Carpenter that. We then heard from the witnesses related to Ms. Patterson. We heard from Corey Runkle. We heard from Erica Patterson herself. My impression, based upon Erica Patterson's testimony, who, by the way, she showed grace and dignity facing you, the man who clearly has no regard for her as a mother of one of your children, as someone you had a domestic partnership with and a relationship with at one point.
That's not true.
We know, and I would say this goes to your character, what was shown through that altercation and going up the hill, following her, slapping her. You know, the rules don't matter to you, not the rules of the road, not the rules established by court orders, not the rules even of decorum and decency. And I'll get to this more fully when I talk about your character. And I know you went hard at Attorney Opper for her bringing these things up, but those are legitimate, lawful sentencing considerations. And when I get to that point, I'll tell you the case law that supports that. Your character, even your pending cases.
I don't need no case law.
We know at the time of all of this, right, you were out on bond for 2 felony cases, one involving a handgun, one involving the same vehicle and Erica Patterson, and one involving ultimately intimidation of Ms. Patterson. We know that on November 20th, and she was very contrite about this. She told you where she was. She invited you out there. And that you had contact with her on the 20th. There was some physical.
Contact with her on the 20th.
Mr. Brooks, this is my time. You need to not interrupt.
That's the reason why the charge was dropped.
Mr. Brooks,
the state
you need to
said specifically, wrote you, Your Honor, and said that they know it was no incident that day.
Mr.
And
Brooks,
now you want to sit up here.
Do not interrupt me, or you will be removed to the other
courtroom. And now you want to sit up here.
Stop.
And try to add something in that you know for a fact never even happened. You want to sit up here and talk about who has grace and all this. You talking about someone with 5 kids that don't have custody.
You need to stop right now, or you will be removed.
Remove me then.
All right, he will be removed. He cannot simply stay quiet when this court talks.
Anyway, I don't consent to this. Just like I told you, I don't know the.
He'll be in recess until he's removed to the other courtroom.
I don't even understand the true nature and cause.
You're just listening in there to this previously recorded segment here from earlier in this sentencing hearing there in Waukesha, Wisconsin. Of course, following this very, very closely. I want to take you back out to it live. That was the reason behind him getting kicked out of that courtroom in Waukesha, Wisconsin. Of course, he said he doesn't consent to be sentenced, but he has already been found guilty by a jury of those 76 charges. It took about 2 hours for the jury deliberation, so not very long. So let's listen in here live on LiveNOW from Fox as the judge and Darrell Brooks in a different courtroom.
Even be far too long. It's probably 3, maybe. And it was somewhat hard to gauge during the trial because of how the state presented. And I don't mean this as a criticism, but they were very meticulous in showing video, breaking it down, showing it at half speed, sometimes 30% speed, to really get an understanding of what was happening. And at no point did anyone ever tell me or tell the jury how long this took. But even though it took just a couple of minutes, there were so many opportunities for Mr. Brooks to simply stop, turn around, turn down other streets before he ever crossed Barstow Avenue. And what we know is that at 4:37, Detective Tom Casey had the first police encounter with Darrell Brooks. Came face to face. Detective Casey at the hood of the car, coming eye to eye. The SUV brushed past him. And here's the thing. Detective Casey said he wasn't going very fast. To me, that tells me he had ample time to reflect about what he was about to do. If you look on that map, it's not a pledge, he's not coming in. When you come down White Rock, you can take a hard left on East Main Street. You can take what I call a soft left. I believe it's Pleasant Street. And Detective Casey, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I can't see it on the map. Frankly, you can turn around at any point in time on White Rock Avenue. But instead, and I think if you all try to picture this, as difficult as it may be, there's squads with lights, there's barricades. I know I read in the other act's motion that Mr. Brooks claimed at one point he was having a panic attack, and he, again, maybe I think he was going to claim at some point he was afraid of police. Why drive toward them? Why take that right-hand turn? There's no reasonable explanation other than he was angry, he was full of rage, and he didn't care who he came in contact with, what he came in contact with, whether he drove past, through, at. He drove. Detective Casey pounded on the hood of that car, saw his face, again, was brushed by that SUV, thankfully not hurt. All of this preceded by the visual signs along White Rock Avenue of the staging of this parade. Floats, bands, banners, signs, people. And as you got closer to Main Street, the spectators lining those streets, which both, I believe, Detective Casey and Sergeant Warner said were thousands of people. Before he ever gets to Barstow Avenue, he comes in contact with, after Detective Casey, Officer Buttrin and Officer Schneider. He has an opportunity, if you look at this map, he could go right on Buckley. Again, there might be police, there might be barricades. You simply stop. You ask, can I get out? No doubt in my mind, any police officer there would have done just that. He could have gone left on Northeast Avenue. Continuing down, he could have gone left on Martin Street. Continuing on, Barstow Avenue. This is where the parade participants, unfortunately, he has contact with them. But he could have gone right on Barstow. He could have gone left on Barstow. And we know from some of the footage that we saw that his car was seen flying past, true, not hitting one at this point, but flying past. There's no logical understanding for Mr. Brooks other than he's in the middle of a parade and he can see them. Anyone driving a vehicle would see what's ahead. And we know from this map, right, what was ahead of him. We saw that video footage. We heard the testimony. Many police vehicles at these intersections with their lights flashing. There's no doubt in my mind that Mr. Brooks would understand a parade was going on. You can turn off my monitor, thank you. We also know it was not yet dark. Dusk. This was from the battalion chief who talked about when he arrived after that first alert at 4:39, it was not yet dark, it was dusk. I think that aids to the visibility that Mr. Brooks would have seen all of these people. This is not under cover of night. It's, of course, downtown Waukesha. We saw city lights in many of the street lights I'm referring to in many of the videos as well that would have been on or coming on. We know just past Barstow, he strikes his first victim, Nicole White. She was with RE/MAX Services with the hot air balloon. If anyone's seen that, we saw it in the video, that is unmistakable what that is. That would get anyone's attention. If this was a mistake, if he was lost, this was his very first opportunity to stop and do the right thing after causing injury to a person. But he didn't. He did not stop. And then, of course, the Waukesha South Band. It's hard not to think about what I watched and not have this reaction. Those were images that frankly kept me up at night, that I saw over and over and over. For their band director, she is a hero to me, to get up on this stand, to talk about, and that was Sarah Waymeyer Aparicio, to identify each one of her students, talk about their formation, talk about what she saw. So strong for all of you. Mr. Brooks had another opportunity to stop. This wasn't one isolated person that he could claim, I didn't know I struck someone. This was driving over people. What Kyle Jewell described as the SUV went over people like they were big old speed bumps. I know the Green children were injured around there. Thankfully, their physical injuries were minor, and I know I could probably spend a long time talking about the injuries of the band members, and I'm not going to go through that. They were significant. It was horrific. Thankfully, none of them were killed. And then, of course, moving on to Burst Logistics. Between the band and the Blazers, that is where Kelly Graybow and her 10-year-old daughter, Adelia, were in that adorable Cindy Lou Who costume. And what struck me, and Kelly referenced this in her statement yesterday, was seeing